Hello everyone, I'm Philip Draven, resident half giant and product owner of the systems team. With me today is Michael Schroeder, who is our itemization guru, and Doug Carroll, who is our die master. They're going to go into some of their areas of expertise after I give you a little bit of an overview of the systems department. So to sort of be clear in terms of what systems is responsible for, we're responsible for many of the non-combat large-scale systems and mechanics throughout the game. So things like guilds, crafting, world interactivity. These are some of the examples of things you've probably already seen that have gone on to live since the game launched. Additions that we've been largely responsible for, obviously coordinating with other departments. So I'd like to talk to you guys a little bit about what's coming up for the systems team. So update 5 has a lot of, almost as much in it as the previous 4 updates put together, honestly. We're pretty excited about it. There's a lot of different pieces to it. So one of the things that sort of, I think, has been seen a little bit is the crafting tutorials, which is something we're doing to get people on-ramped to crafting in general a little smoother, a little easier. A lot of people, we got reports that some people weren't even aware that it was in the game. So we have crafting tutorials that will now step you through the process. If you're already an experienced crafter, it will actually skip you right to the end of the certification process. And once you have completed the tutorials and you're certified, you will be enabled to do crafting writs. These are quests that you get to pick up, and your alliance will send you to go build specific materials for specific war efforts depending on your skill set and appropriate trade skill. And then you will deliver it to specific key locations throughout the world where they need these resources. This is an example of one of the locations. Each of the containers is obviously matched up to the rate that you're working for, and you will get a lot of rewards that feed back into your trade skill. We didn't want to just give you only basic materials, so one of the, as a reward. So in addition to a good chunk of inspiration, which is a way to progress your crafting disciplines without having to trade back and forth with other players or just go out and find the materials, you can do these writs. And then a new thing that we added is something called survey reports. This is a thing you can get sometimes as a reward for doing these writs for most of the different trade skills. It's very similar to treasure maps in that you get an object, you look at it, we'll show you the overall world, and it'll give you an idea of where to go to try to track this kind of thing down. This is an example of a blacksmithing ore sort of report. And then when you go to those locations, depending on what type of survey report you have, you will actually have a whole bunch of resources there to harvest that are all high yield versions of the normal nodes. So in this case, you'd actually get 2 rune stones from each of those different objects.
Just for you, right?
These are just for you. Nobody else can mess you up. But when you find that area and mine them out, the survey report will disappear, and you're free and clear. You can have multiple of these. You can do these reports periodically, or do the writs periodically, and they're pretty good rewards in terms of how much material they give you for your crafting discipline. Next up is dungeon scaling, something that we've been long requested. So if you notice in the LFG, instead of being locked out once you're outside of that narrow window, once the content of the dungeon has been opened based on your level, it will always be available to you moving forward through all the levels. This just shows the non-veteran versions, but this will actually extend into veteran rank, so you can continue to even go up with these dungeons after that.
Looking at that graphic, would you be allowed to have a group larger than 4 to do fungal grotto or something?
No, it's still going to be a group of 4. However, you can go at any level instead of just at level 15. You have a group at 40 and you never did fungal grotto. You can all go and the mobs will be scaled to you, the rewards will be scaled to you. And in addition to that, we're also going to have dungeon pledges, which are similar to the crafting rates in that these are quests that you can do specifically that will send you to different dungeons depending on when you pick it up. You will all get the same pledge to go to the same dungeon. This is an example of what we're calling an undaunted enclave, which is a location that you can go to pick up these quests and then to return. And you can kind of see in there's some treasure chests. These chests are special chests that every time you run one of the daily pledges, you get different keys for bronze, silver, or gold. And you'll get your bronze, silver, or gold key depending on how effectively you did the pledge. So if you did the optional steps, if it's a veteran pledge, then you will get higher tier chests. And the higher tier chests have higher tier possible rewards. I think itemization might be going to some of the rewards, but they're pretty cool. They include new item sets and potentially like monster integrated objects, which they'll talk about a little bit more later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had a quick question about
Sure.
the last slide, actually.
Sure.
Scaling? Oh, sorry, this is too back.
Yeah.
How are these tools going to work for pre-existing groups? Like you've made a group within your guild and you already have a group before. Do you have to go through like an LFG tool still, or is it like a separate window?
It will all be integrated with this. So if you have a partial group and you need, you're waiting for a tank or whatever, you form up your group, you can look for the fourth, and you can queue up for any of these locations.
Right, but if you already have 4 people and you want to scale your dungeon?
I want to say that you can just jump into this, but I am not 100%. I would have to double check with the engineer responsible for that part, but I want to say yes.
Will it only be 49, or will it be Vet 12?
It will include veteran ranks as well. They're broken into 2 different tiers, dungeon and veteran dungeons, but once you've unlocked them and you go to veteran dungeons, it will also scale up into veteran ranks. So moving forward, at the dungeon pledges, we're also adding a 9 trait item set. So as you know with crafting, as you research more and more objects, you get more and more item sets that you can unlock. Mike will be going a little bit more into detail with this, but this is what you'll be able to make once you've researched all 9 traits in a particular item. And then we're also adding Dwemer, which is something that has been long desired and we've wanted to get in for a long time, where you'll actually be able to craft Dwemer equipment. Again, Michael will go into more of the specifics there, but I just want to give you guys kind of an overview. As you can see, Update 5 has a lot going on. Obviously, we didn't do all this ourselves. We're coordinating with other departments, but we're pretty integral to most of these. And I think it will go a long way to expanding the crafting system, letting people go to more areas, different dungeons at different levels, and keeping that kind of stuff relevant. Also give people reasons to log in periodically to do these raids and pledges.
Did you talk about the fact that you could do regular and veteran pledge?
Oh, that's true. So for the dungeon pledges and the Undaunted Enclaves, you will have quests that you can pick up for both veteran and non-veteran. So if you haven't made it to veteran rank, you'll be able to pick up a quest, go do a non-veteran, and then come back. If you are veteran, you can actually do both. And because of the way the dungeon scaling works, is technically you will have a non-veteran pledge that scales into veteran level for you to get a commiserate challenge. But it will count as a non-veteran pledge in terms of the rewards. And then in addition to that, you can also pick to do a veteran pledge each day that will only consist of the veteran dungeons that are unlocked once you hit veteran rank. So you have multiple chances a day to get these keys, and then multiple chances at the rewards associated with it.
Are they rewarding?
What's that?
Are these dungeons rewarding?
The engines rewarded?
The reward is worth the time we spend into the dungeons?
Well, I mean, we want people to go back and play them, be able to play them if they miss them, and get more reward out of them. So there was actually going to be increased drops in the veteran dungeons, and then increased rewards from the pledges. I'm not
Is
sure.
there going to be new itemization, or is it going to be the same armor as before?
So this will probably go in a little bit. Do you want to talk about the other sets a little bit?
Yeah, this is actually going to be covered more in Eric Roll's presentation tomorrow, but yes, there are new items and item sets that will be available solely through these chests.
Okay.
And then in the actual veteran dungeons, I think they're adding additional specific special rewards that you can only get from doing those.
So for with the pledges, are you only getting one opportunity to run it, or if you don't like your performance, because you said the thing's scaled up, how well you do it?
Well, they have optional objectives, and so if you basically go and turn it in without doing the optional objectives, but you do the primary objective, then it's done for that period of time. But you can go back 20 hours later and pick up another one.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you run it and you forgot an objective or you did something wrong, can you just decide not to turn the quest in and abandon it and redo it, or do you have?
You could, as long as you didn't turn it in, you should be able to. But it probably wouldn't be worth it in terms of you'll still get a key for completing it even without the optional steps. It just won't be as high a tier key, and so you'll have lesser of a chance of getting certain rewards.
So the key is automatically given regardless?
You will get a key every time you finish a pledge, as opposed to the survey reports, which are a chance every time you do the daily runs, or the crafting runs.
Do you have any examples of the optional?
So for the non-veteran dungeons, the standard, if you get a bronze key, the standard pledge will be to go and kill the 3 main bosses in the dungeon. But in order to get the silver key, you will have to go and kill all the optional bosses in the dungeon as well, which most people often do anyway. And then for the veteran tier, you'll sort of start at silver, and then the optional steps, rather than killing mini bosses, might be a hard mode sort of challenge to do in a certain amount of time or with a few number of deaths or whatnot in order to complete it and get the gold key. So, moving forward, after Dwemer, we've got all of our stuff here, which is our summary of Update 5. Looking a little bit further ahead, we have some things that are coming soon. We're not able to commit to some of these yet. New crafting style Zivkin, which you may know as Imperial Daedric. These are some examples. I don't know how dark that's showing up on the projector, but you will be able to craft that in the future. Which is pretty... Sure, Zivkin.
I'll let him take notes.
Yeah. We were calling it, I believe it was mentioned before. Yeah, Zivkin. I believe it was previously known as Imperial Daedric, and they've renamed it to Zivkin.
It's way cooler.
Yeah. This will be associated with the Imperial City, which you guys will probably hear more about tomorrow. So those are the different tiers that you'll be able to make. In addition, things that we also are aggressively working on right now include the provisioning revamp, which we have talked a little bit about publicly. The notion there is we're going to go through and convert the existing system, including all the ingredients, all the recipes, and convert it to something that works better with the actual objects that are in game. So as opposed to getting drippings when you click on a crate, you will actually go click on a bag of flour and get flour. You click to see a banana, you click on a banana. I believe Mike will be going over that a little bit more as well, and as will Doug. We're also adding new crafted item sets, but we're not really ready to go into too many specifics on those yet. Beyond that, looking a little bit future past soon, we have a few other things that we're looking at and working on and really excited about that we wanted to talk to you guys about. Collections is one of the first things. This will actually be a... Oh, sorry guys, that's all you get to say. The notion with collections is that we're going to be able to offload some of the items from your inventory that are a little bit of a pain to manage, like vanity pets, which we've been excited about for a while, and we're trying to get it in with this. Potentially it may also include things like mounts, other various collectibles, costumes. All of these things we're hoping to either immediately or over time as we grow the system offload from your inventory so they won't be physical items clogging up your inventory anymore.
Is there a planned date for that, or?
We don't have any specific time on that. It is...
Because I need my inventory empty.
I totally understand. We're looking at a lot of different things. Part of the provisioning revamp will actually be scaling back the number of total ingredients. Right now there's something like 110 different ingredients or something with the provisioning system. We're going to be scaling it down to 50 while keeping the same diversity in recipes and actually expanding on it. So it'll be much clearer and less cluttery, which will be really, really nice.
You want to stop for a few and
Sure.
take some questions while we get this
Sure.
Your picture was too much.
I know, it just can't handle it. Sure.
Regarding the dungeon scaling system,
Yeah.
I'm sure you have your reasons why you've done it this way, but have you thought about making players scale to the dungeon and not the dungeon to the players? Because when I'm 40, I still have to find 3 other people who are 40 and want to go with me to Fungal Grotto, which is a level 17 dungeon. And I think this could be even harder. And I still cannot help lower level guild members who are level 17 when I'm veteran rank 14. I can't go with them there. It's useless. It's stupid for them. And if I have if I'm level 50 or 40 or whatever, and I take a level 17 player with me, it's either scaled to him, then I'm killing everything instantly, or it's scaled to me and he is useless,
Right.
because he is not hitting anything. So have you ever thought about scaling players to the dungeon?
It was definitely something that we talked about when we were developing the dungeon scaling system. It was sort of, there were a number of reasons why we decided to go with this approach. One, we wanted to introduce dungeons over time, and so they were being unlocked, and if we had it scale in either direction without limits, we would kind of lose that scale, the tiered introduction. We've also seen limits to the player scaling in regards to Cyrodiil, where some of the things don't scale exactly the way that we would like, and so when we translate that into PvE, it becomes a little bit more challenging. We're hoping that with the LFG system expanded and that all of these options keep opening up, combined with some other back-end improvements to the LFG system, which will allow groups to be made more efficiently in the background, that you will actually be able to find a group at your level much more easily than you previously could. As you mentioned, technically you can go with a lower level friend and burn through the dungeon and have them complete the quest, which is helping them, but you are not going to get anything necessarily yourself.
And it's boring for you.
What's that?
It's boring for them.
It's potentially boring for them because they're not the right level. But theoretically now with the improvements, they should be able to get a group at their actual level or within a reasonable range of their level in order to go do it the normal way.
So it's primarily a scaling problem.
Yeah. And so that ended up being the approach we went with. Now, like everything else, as it goes in and we look at the player feedback and we see how well it's coming across, we can potentially reevaluate, we can change where some of these boundaries are, we can change how some of the mechanics work. So, should I presume and then take questions, or how do you guys want to proceed here? Well, I'll just keep going and then we'll have plenty of questions.
So much stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot, just take notes and then we'll have plenty of time after we burn through to just, dive into everything.
Do you want to go back one slide and start with collections again?
Yeah, this is the first slide. Okay. So this is a mock-up. Everything here is completely subject to change. There's no commitment here whatsoever. It may not even include these categories or look anything like this, but this is one of our early mock-ups in the UI for how this type of system will work. So instead of going your inventory, finding your vanity pad or throwing it in the bank or doing whatever, same thing with costumes or whatnot, you'll actually go into your own separate UI element and select which thing you want. The notion is that you'd be able to cast your vanity pad or bring your vanity pad out directly from this interface, so there wouldn't even be any additional pieces. Being able to quick slot it is also something we're discussing. This is also something extensible, so we'll be able to add additional categories over time. If we decide that we want to add other types, we can absolutely do that, but this is the stuff that we're looking at initially and making sure that we can grow it over time. This is a little bit more of a detail from the overview into a specific, so you can see which ones are there. Things that are not, things that you haven't collected yet, you can actually mouse over and get a hint or tooltip to sort of guide you to how to get that particular object, if we have that exposed to you. So this should help a lot with a lot of inventory stuff. It should help a lot with making these things more available and accessible to you. We're really excited about getting this in.
These pets are not in my inventory?
That's correct. Not in your inventory, right in here instead. So the inventory is cleaned out.
That's amazing.
That's
really amazing.
That's what we're going for.
And the collectibles are from the open dungeons, from the public dungeons. In the quest, there are so usable items at the end.
Right. So we're looking at that. There's some discussion regarding like different things you collect, such as trophy fish versus having that be in the achievements or not.
Yeah.
Some of that may end up staying in the achievements for now, and then we'll transition it. Some of it may be, like you talked about, those activatable things.
Yeah, I have all 15 from the dungeons.
Yeah. So all those types of little mechanical tchotchkes kind of thing are the things that we're looking at potentially moving into this. Now again, this is preliminary. We may only end up getting a certain percentage of this initially, but everything is being built so that we can say, all right, let's add this on, let's add this on, let's add this on, so we can keep pulling stuff out of the inventory as needed. So moving a little bit forward from there, we're also looking for glass armor and weapons, which is something we've long wanted to get into the game. I have got a couple of concept pieces to kind of share with you guys here. The bottom slide, or the bottom half of the screen, is showing how it sort of breaks down in terms of tinting and how it's, the detail of how it's constructed. And
That's the way your dyes are applied as well.
yeah.
So is that a crafting style or is that a quality of item?
So that we're not ready to finalize or discuss yet. So we want to make sure that we don't add this as something completely trivial where it's another tier of void stone and you get it and then you surpass it, then it's gone. So we're looking at a lot of different ways to make sure that it continues to stay relevant or stay an option for you. Whether that's some type of modified style or something entirely different. These are all different things that we need to discuss, finalize, prototype, playtest, and everything else before we reveal it. We also have some glass weapons here, which I think look really, really great. And so, like I said, we want to make sure these aren't like one-offs that you get and then you upgrade and forget about. But how that happens is to be determined. And then moving past that, and I don't have any additional pretty images for the remaining objects, but things that I know you guys are interested in just as much as we are, that we've been looking at, you know, planning for, things like spell crafting, poison making, mallet racing, jewelry crafting. Big things that we want to get in, things that, you know, we want to make sure we get them right, make sure they integrate with all the existing systems well, and make sure that they're as rewarding as all the other systems in the game. Some of these take, you know, time to get in, some of them require specific resources, some of them, you know, it's a trade-off depending on what other things we're trying to work on at any given time. I know we're very eager to get all these in, just like you guys, but some of these will take a little while. But they're absolutely on the radar, absolutely stuff that we're looking at. And that's sort of my overview of the systems department at the current time. I'm going to hand this over to Michael to go into some detail on some of the things that I've kind of briefly touched on, so you guys can get a little more detailed view on that.
All right. Hi folks, I'm Mike Schroeder. I'm the items guy for Elder Scrolls Online. And one of the first things I want to talk about is the provisioner revamp, which is something I'm pretty excited for. It is coming soon, TM. And it ties in with the world interactivity efforts that we've got. Doug Carroll's going to go into this a little bit more, but we do want to have you touch a banana and you get a banana. And we want to have the provisioner revamp use all of those new one-off items that you'll be getting, so apples, bananas, flour sacks. We're going to be reducing the number of ingredient items by 50%. So we're going to be drastically reducing the strain on your inventory for trying to be a provisioner. There will be no more alliance-specific ingredients or recipes. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I'm standing in the Elfmeri Dominion, but I want the ingredients for Daggerfall Covenant recipes. That concept will no longer exist. And the recipes will drop based on the zone you're standing in, not on your level. So if you go back to your home alliance's first zone, you'll be able to get very low-level provisioner recipes. In a related effort, all of the ingredients are level agnostic. So the wheat that you use at level 1 will be the wheat that you use at level 50, will be the wheat that you use at veteran rank 14. So players can pick up ingredients and sell them all the way up and down the level scale. This will also include new veteran rank 10 recipes to help get you more in gear for all those endgame trials and dungeons and all that fun stuff. Finally, we're going to make it easier to know where to get the ingredients you need to make a given recipe, because there'll be very simple interactables in the world. If you need apples, you'll go find apples. You'll remember where you saw an apple on a table. You'll go pick up the apple and then you'll go make yourself some apple pie. And as an example for some of the data that we're working with. Oh, all right.
Thanks. Good time to take notes.
Except for that guy, you're done with your notes. You're ready to take a nap.
I'm more of an active person.
Mind like a steel trap.
I'm not much for crafting. But I do have ideas for making.
You're kind of like the Gordon Ramsay of things. You're kitchen nightmaring it.
Today I am. A lot of the times I'm also dealing with the more durable goods, the blacksmithing, woodworking, clothier, and I'll get into the new 9-trade item set after this. Am I free to go on?
Yep.
So to give an example of some of the data that we're working with, on the left-hand side we have all of the ingredients that will be in the new provisioner revamp. This is it. These are all of the ingredients a provisioner will have to worry about, period. We've also got them categorized so that if you want to make a dish that improves health, you need some kind of meat. You'll need a recipe that uses meat. If you want to use a magicka food, you'll need some fruit. Or stamina food uses vegetables. And similarly with the drinks. Drink items will not be one-to-one in the world, but they will be coming from very specific sources. So if you want a health drink, you'll go to a barrel and you'll get an ingredient that's used to make alcohol. If you want a magicka drink, you'll get tea ingredients from closed sacks. In both food and drink, you'll use additives to introduce more variety to the recipes. The way we have it set up right now, every recipe has a unique combination of ingredients. So if fish and cheese make a dish, you will not use fish and cheese together in some other dish unless there's something else involved. And as an example of some of the names that our lore master has come up with for all the food and drink, this is a selection of drinks from, I want to say about level 40, but I forget exactly where. And we've still got the green recipes, blue recipes, purple recipes. When we do this trade over, none of your recipes will disappear. You will still know all of the recipes you did before, although their ingredients and names will change. And they will all stay the same quality that they have right now. Green recipes will be green, blue recipes blue, purple recipes purple. A couple of recipes, specifically a couple of purple recipes, will go up in level, but no recipe will go down in level. And those are in a very few cases, like I think less than a dozen recipes overall will be changing their levels.
Please note that drinking alcohol improves your health.
Yes, it does.
Well, have you guys met the Undaunted? It absolutely does. There's a reason why those guys are alive. Next up we have the Dwemer item style, which we're introducing in Update 5. So that's coming up next. This style, unlike the other styles which are released solely as a book, is also coming in chapters. So if you read a chapter, you will learn how to make Dwemer axes, but you won't have learned how to make Dwemer pants, or Dwemer shoes, or Dwemer swords. The book, however, will teach you all of the Dwemer things, just like the books for any other racial style. Dwemer requires the maximum passive rank to learn. You must be a blacksmithing, woodworker, clothier rank 9 to actually learn Dwemer. The style chapters and books will come from Dwemer urns and other Dwemer objects in Dwemer ruins. So if you want Dwemer stuff, you have to go to where the Dwemer are. Similarly, the raw materials that you need to make Dwemer items will come from Dwemer enemies. So if you want the Dwemer raw material, go kill Dwemer spiders. Now, the material that you get from those Dwemer spiders at all must be refined. So you'll get Dwemer scraps, and then you have to go and refine that at any equipment crafting table, at the blacksmithing anvil, at the clothier bench, at the woodworker bench, into a Dwemer frame. And that's the item that is actually consumed to make a Dwemer piece of equipment. Now, this scheme is a little bit different from how we've released racial styles in the past, so we're going to be paying attention to your feedback, both on PTS and on live, to see if this is how we should release item styles in the future. If people love it, we'll do more of it. If people hate it, we won't. So just to give a quick shot of what this kind of looks like in-game, we have the different Dwemer chapters here. I've got a selection of Chapter 11, which is Dwemer shields, Chapter 1, which is Dwemer axes, and Chapter 7, which is the gloves, and then also the book itself. And the, oh, yes?
Can we combine the chapters into a book?
No, they are separate items.
Mike, could you talk a bit about the thought process behind the economic
Sure.
side of this?
So when the game first started, everybody enjoyed trading the racial style motifs around. Like, I've got Khajiit, you've got Dunmer, let's trade, let's sell them. And people still do this trade for some of the higher end styles, for Daedric or for Imperial, but the blue racial styles have lost some of that mystique. So what we're hoping to do with this is to recapture some of that, to reintroduce more trading, more economic play. And because the chapters are, they will take up 14 items if you have all of them on you at once, which you probably won't, but if you did. We have the books out there, which are rare. They are rarer than the chapters by a long margin. But if you buy one of those off of a guild store, or if you happen to find one in a Dwemer dungeon, you're set. So you can skip the trading aspect if you really, really want to. Phil, do you have anything you want to add to that? Or?
Yeah, additionally, one of the things we wanted to introduce is the notion of, in the past, if you found a book, you would have all of the different things that you could make, and anybody else who found that book would also be able to make all of those things and be in direct competition immediately for selling those objects. With something like this, if I find Dwemer axes and nobody else in my guild has found axes, but somebody else in my guild has found gloves, somebody else in a competing guild has found shields, I still have a market niche that I can then sell and corner at least for a certain amount of time. And obviously over time, more and more people will gather these chapters together and learn more and more of them. But in the meantime, you have that initial market diversity that allows more people to participate in it, as opposed to the first early adopters getting the jump on it, making everything, and then just dominating the market.
So then just to show it off in game, these are the Dwemer light, medium, and heavy styles on my character. This is using, I believe, the NPC tints. So yours will, of course, change based on their level, based on their quality, based on your dyes. But this is what they look like at the base. So we've also got the new craftable item set that Phil mentioned earlier, the Twice-Born Star. This is also coming in Update 5, and I'm really happy because I made this one. The crafting station is located in Upper Craglorn, and it requires all 9 traits to craft. So you must know Nirnhone and divines and exploration and all of the traits for a given item to make the 9-trait item set of the Twice-Born Star. And the set bonus, as you saw earlier, allows you to have 2 Mundus Stone buffs on you at once. And yes, Divines works with both Mundus Stone buffs. And we figure this is a good way to have a crafting set that's both general and powerful, in that it's kind of a choose-your-own item set bonus. If you really like stealth, go for, what is it, the Shadow? If you really like critical hits, go ahead and pick up the Thief. So this is the place that you'll actually be creating it in. This is the, and I might be pronouncing this wrong, the Atelier of the Twice-Born Star. And as you can see, this is the full item set bonus. It's health, magicka, stamina, and the 2 Mundus Stone buffs at the same time. And this is just my character having 2 Mundus Stone buffs on him at the same time. And that's the place where you're going to go craft it. So if you want to find the crafting bench, look for the Atelier of the Twice-Born Star.
Jump in real quick. So
Yeah, please.
it's very similar to what we were just talking about in terms of diversifying who is available for, who owns each of those styles in order to not have the same person corner the entire market. Similarly, with the 9-trait item sets, it's going to be a while until anyone has all 9 traits researched for every possible item, right? And so this gives more people an opportunity to get involved with these. This is the thing they specialized in, so they can sell Twice-Born Star and heavy breastplates or whatever other piece.
Yep. Now, I believe we're going to hand it off to Doug Carroll to talk more about world interactivity.
Hey guys. You got my notes.
Don't give it to him. Don't
You
give it
got
to
my
him.
notes.
Make him do it blind.
Well, I'm glad you put it in the giant stack of paper.
That's not good for
Good place to
anyone.
hide it.
It was at the end. Well, it was hidden in between. Okay. So, welcome to ZeniMax Online, guys. I'm Doug Carroll. As you guys probably already figured out, I'm a systems designer here. I work with these 2 guys every day. I bother them every day. So, just wanted to start with the touch of the world interactivity inside of ESO. It's something that we work really hard at here. And the system that we actually have for world interactivity, we internally call it Clickyville. It's a nice fun name. This is where I spent my first 2 years. What is Clickyville? So essentially, Clickyville, simply put, is every object inside of the ESO game space that you, the player, can walk up to and press E and interact with it. We got barrels, we have crates, we have sacks, and we have food. We have lots of food. Coming with the, okay. So just so you guys can see actually how far Clickyville has come since we launched ESO back in April, I drew up this little picture here. I don't know if you can see, but there's little white dots that are all throughout the game space right there. This is in Daggerfall Square, it's a marketplace right inside of Daggerfall City. All those white dots are clickable objects that we had at launch of the game, right? So you could go up to some of those crates, barrel sacks, grain sacks, and pick up things and get like aged meat out of all of them. Yeah, we, I wasn't going to go into that, but the process behind doing this was me and 2 other guys had to visit each one of these things and apply loot to each one of them. Every single one of them in the game. It was painful, but we got it done.
I hope he gets paid well.
Every time you click on an interactable object in the game,
Yeah, please. Just my face on that crate. My soul is embedded into this stuff.
And that's when people unsubscribe.
So, with Update 2, they let me do something a little crazy that we had been trying to do for a very long time. And it was constantly being put on the back burner because of other things that we were working on at the time. But we got around to it finally, and that is all the weapons and armor in the game. This was like a huge boon to the world interactivity in the game. Like, you literally cannot walk 10 feet now without seeing something that you can interact with or touch, or unless you're in the wilderness. But if you're in a town, chances are if you turn left or right, you're going to get an interact prompt. When we started the game, we had 120 clickable fixtures. Those are the assets in the world, like crates, barrels, wardrobes, cabinets, things like that, clicky things. After this update, we have now on the live server over 1,200. So there are 1,200 clickable things in the world that you can actually walk up to, pick it up, and have an item in your inventory. Now, that's pretty cool and all, but we didn't want to stop there. So I was like, hey Phil, how cool would it be if that thing you picked up looked like the thing that you got, as opposed to a thing that was of your item level? And he was like, prototype it, see what it looks like. And we did, and that's why now every piece of gear, weapon, or armor that you pick up looks like the exact same thing that you got. That you saw on the countertop, you picked it up, and that's what it is. So that's a little side story about my life 3 months ago. And going forward, with the provisioning revamp, we're actually going to continue to add to this system. So I think I have one more slide. I do. Basically, these yellow dots are all of the things that we're adding with the provisioning revamp when that goes live soon, that you will also be able to pick up and interact with. We're in this next slide. So yeah, the future of Clickyville. So we're adding 80 new food clickable things to the world. These are like pumpkins, apples, bananas, like all the things that you were like, man, that looks like food, or hey, there's a pumpkin there that was inanimate and didn't work before. When the provisioning revamp goes live, you'll be able to pick up all these things. And they actually serve an integral part in the provisioning revamp, as if you pick up a pumpkin, it's a pumpkin. And you can make pumpkin pie with it. So that's cool. In addition to that, we also added a couple other things that I was like, hey, can we do this? And we finally got around to doing it, and it's going to come in live with the provisioning revamp, and we're going to have piles of money that are laying around that you guys can pick up. I actually give you coin.
Small piles of
They wouldn't let me do the big ones. And on top of that, we're also doing soul gems. So if you guys have seen like grand soul gems or little common soul gems sitting around the world, you actually be able to pick them up. You get an empty soul gem. You can go fill it up. Works just like every other soul gem in the game, I promise. And then the last thing that's coming with the provisioning revamp to Clickyville is we cleaned up all the clickable loot tables. So basically, you will no longer get aged meat out of a bag of green beans. Thank God.
bother me forever.
So if you go over to a bag of green beans in town, you pick it up, you're going to get some green beans or whatever. I don't know exactly what we're calling it right now. Millet? Greens. So you get some greens out of it. You go pick up a piece of steak, you're going to get a piece of meat, a piece of beef that can be used in the provisioning revamp. You're going to get, I think we have multiple different types of meat. The hanging geese that you'll see if you walk around any place that has orcs, stuff like that, all that stuff. And it's all going to give you the same thing that you would expect. Grapes will no longer give pepper. This was a problem that we had for a very long time, and when we found it, I think Phil cried a little inside. So, moving on, forever, as long as we can. The thing you see is the thing you will get. It will make everything super clear, super easy. Your lives will be easier. I will be a little happier inside. Everyone wins. And now dies. So one of the things that I wanted to do today that I thought would be pretty cool is if we had a little contest and we let you guys /design experiment, that's how I pitched it, to actually name a die that's going to go in the game in a future update. So there are some design criteria for this, and the person who is going to pick the winner is going to be Lawrence. It's actually two people. Lawrence and Wynn, our lead lore and writer. They're actually going to pick this. So this is the same process that I go through every time we pick a die to put in the game. The die name must be Elder Scrolls lore appropriate. The die name must be contextually appropriate to the achievement that is awarding it. The die name cannot be longer than 32 characters in length. Believe me, it's come back to bite me a couple times. this is the die that you guys will be naming. So it's kind of like a teal, and the achievement that is going to be awarding it is going to be the kill 3 dungeon bosses inside of the Imperial Prison.
Is this the outline of it?
You guys are going to fill this out. There's a little hint paper on the back. Anyone need a pen?
Oh, 2 different sheets.
The boxes is sleeping. Anyone else?
What is it? What is it?
Anyone else?
He's handing out pens in case anybody doesn't know.
Is there any way we can take a picture of that?
I will talk to the community.
But you know it's gonna be hard to
We can actually. Hey, Jess?
What red?
We have a question regarding taking a picture of that dye color on the screen. Is that?
I'll take a pen.
Can we take a picture of that dye color just to better remember it?
Like, if you guys want to post that later, I would say let us get you a good quality shot. If you just want it for your own reference, great.
Yeah, this is something we're going to do internal here right now with you guys.
Right now,
Get
yeah.
that-
We have to do it right now.
We're doing
Right
it right
now.
now
Okay.
as part of this.
We're putting your guys' design.
We're
doing it live.
team
Test.
designers for the next.
Just for some clarification, before you were saying 80 items, you mean 80 categories of items, right? No,
80
so it would actually end up being like, say, thousands of items in the world.
So it's 80 clickable fixture. You're talking about the food, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's going to be 80 clickable fixture foods. So
An individual
those are
banana.
fixtures that we place instances of them throughout the world.
Right. So like a categorization. So like
Yeah.
all bananas and
All bananas,
right,
all
okay.
pumpkins, all
Can we
apples.
turn
Yeah.
off the lights real quick? But they're not, that color does not look as
Like
good
that.
on there.
I mean, we can just have them walk up here.
Now, will the apple thing extend to apple trees?
Is that better?
Apple baskets, but not necessarily apple.
Semi-colored blindfold.
It's teal. But how do you know what color that is?
It's like a teal. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look as
It's
good
a,
up
it's
there.
a blue-green. It looks kind of aqua to me.
And the color doesn't have a name yet, that's kind of why it's here.
So have you given the blurb on
If you want to go
the?
see
So
that.
I don't actually have the blurb.
Oh, look, your copy.
You know what I mean? Like, if I say.
But it's like a teal.
Now I can't see.
So, yeah, it's blue-green.
So, a couple things outside of the design criteria. I'm not even going to try to name this first guy that's on the achievement because I will fail horribly. But you'd have to kill the Flesh Sculptor, the Flesh Abomination, the Lord Warden, the Die Rarity. So you guys know how the Die UI has uncommon, common, and rare. This is going to be a rare die that's going to launch with that content. And you guys can read over the Imperial Prison overview. That gives you a pretty decent summary of the piece of content that this is actually going to be linked to. And then what you're going to do is you're going to write your die name on the suggested die line, the die name that you would want to give it. And then you're also going to write your in-game character name on the line below it. And we're going to do something cool. It is a secret, but you. Jeremy Sarah doesn't want me to tell because he wants to show it tomorrow.
It has something to do with your skin color, turning a certain color. It's a secret.
No, it's
I'm kidding.
Yes.
The name we should create, is it for,
Oh my God,
for
no.
the color green or for the color gray?
That is green. Like it's a teal, like a green.
Oh, okay.
Can you give some examples of die names and how we name them?
So
Second page.
yeah.
Oh,
See, I thought of that.
good.
But yeah, so basically, we have a couple of dies that I listed here that are some of my favorites. We have Slaughterfish Flesh Pink, which is obtained via the Master Fisher achievement that you get for catching all the rare fish in the game. We have Ophidian Jade, which is unlocked via the Sanctum Ophidia Completed achievement, which is completing the Trial of the Serpent in Craglorn Region 3. We also have Lycanthropy Gray, which you get for obtaining the skill rank mastery of the werewolf. we have Ethereal Blue, which is unlocked via the Tamriel Sky Shard Hunter. It looks kind of like Luke Skywalker's lightsaber. Pretty cool color. It looks like the Sky Shard. That's how we came up with that name. We have Epic Violet. Epic is a quality of item in our game. It's purple, so violet and epic makes sense. And then Sigil Orange, which was one that we are releasing with the next update, Update 5, that's coming in with Veteran City of Ash, which is actually being released off of the same type of achievement that this one's going to be released off of, which is killing the 3 bosses inside of the Veteran City of Ash Veteran Dungeon. So yeah, when you guys have those finished, just let us know. And
well, we can collect them at the end, and they can
yeah,
work on them
that's
while we
what I
do
said
our
when you
Q&A.
have.
So, I think that concludes our presentation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's it, man. I'm just gonna leave that up there, and so they can take a look at it. Thank you, Ty.
Phil, I feel like you need a large beard.
A large beard.
I feel it's missing you. With your stature, I think it would be very fitting.
Frost giant thing,
Yeah.
half giant. Nice. I'll have to consider it.
Can we request that to be added to ZeniMax?
Maybe next Guild Summit, I'll grow one out.
I don't know if we actually have the bandwidth to give you a beard.
That's true. We'll have to get on the back.
I'll start an online petition.
Yeah, we'd have to schedule
It's gonna be at
that
least
out.
like a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
We have a question.
Oh, yeah, no,
My fault.
Is it beard related, or?
It is not beard related, but I can pivot the question to
That's
incorporate
unnecessary.
beards if that's.
All good.
About the die system, one thing that seems to be kind of a current gap that some folks were frustrated with recently in my experience was sort of more vibrant reds, yellows, oranges. I mean, like you've got a color up on the screen and your die's, you know, image on this slide, but there's no color that's even close to that in game. Are those kind of vibrant tones something that you're considering for the future? I mean, obviously the game has a more muted palette, and that color palette is important, but there's like a great variety of blues and greens, but it seems like once you get away from that spectrum, not so much.
Yeah. So that's. I mean that's the color palette of the game. That's the way that the art direction has kind of veered on it.
Yeah, this is largely, so we're responsible for the system in terms of the framework, in terms of how it mechanically works, right?
Yeah.
This is something that we would then coordinate with art with and say, all right, what fits in our palette? What can we have players apply?
Sure.
So they did a lot of experimentation with this.
Yeah, and what I can say is that some of these dyes, some of the colors, are actual colors that NPCs are wearing within the game. So like, I forget exactly which dye it is, but I do know that the dye that you get for completing Wayrest, or I'm sorry, not Wayrest, Stormhaven, is the same color purple that King Emmerich has on his robes. So we do try to, so I work really closely with one of the figure art guys every time we pick out these dyes, and we're like, where is it used in the game? And we try to actually take colors out of the game, or out of that piece of content that you're playing, and make them the color that you get. But yeah,
We've tried to be very cognizant of not having bright rainbow colors that aren't seen anywhere else in the game except on the character, which would just look out of place and just, sort of ruin the overall feel.
Right.
That being said, we're always looking to expand this. We've reserved a number of colors so that we can continue to expand the system over time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do things like this exercise. And there's nothing that we're not able to discuss or consider, and so having more vibrant reds, yellows, and oranges is something that we can bring to our team and say, hey, do we have any additional leeway here to push for that?
I mean, it could be that depending on how something like Sigil Orange looks, that might
fulfill the need that you're looking for.
Fulfill some of that gap.
But that is great feedback. That's absolutely something we can do. Walk to art and say, hey, they want brighter reds. Can we do something here? Sure. Question.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that you, if you can tie in a preview of the colour system in there, and the reason for that is the colour that shows up on the swatch in the die system, and we love the die system, by the way, absolutely love it.
Thank you.
I
appreciate that.
Is when you look at the swatches, some of them are very, very different to what you think that they would come out, like the Cyrodiil dungeon bosses. When we were looking at running those, no offence and no disrespect, we're all adults here, but we named it Cyrodiil Shit Brown, because it looked so horrible. And yet, when we actually tried it out and put it on, it was just this amazing, deep, rich bronze that was so well worth running it. And if we want to engage players more into the die system, and if we want to engage players more into the achievement system, and get them involved, if they can kind of like preview it and say, wow, I'd love to build a suit of armour that looked like this and with these colours, now I'm going to go out and I'm going to do this achievement, I'm going to do that achievement, rather than by default just picking from the palette of what they've already achieved.
Yeah, no, I totally, I hear what you're saying, 100%. During the design phase of the die system, it was one of the things that we had called out early on, that not every color actually looks the same depending upon the material that you place it on, right? So that bronze, or that brown, for example, is going to look completely different on a piece of cloth or on the metals. And that's just something that we can't get around with the way that our art is currently made. The way that they tailor those, the way that they tailor their art is, we can't say, all right, take the material off, because that's what it is. We pre-bake our armors with certain materials, and it's when that material has that color on it, it reacts a certain way.
Yeah, we want that die to look different based on whether it's saturated into a cloth material or painted onto an armor material.
Exactly, and I like that fact. I like the fact that kind of like, you know, a blue might look different on heavy armor, or whether it's the primary, secondary, or third color chosen. But we just want to preview it.
Preview is definitely something we talked about. It's on the backlog. Definitely something we could expand with the system. There's a couple of different ways that we've talked about expanding it. One thing that we did try to take into account is that people would want to play around and mix and match. And so one of the things we specifically did with the system is remove any and all friction from experimenting. So it doesn't cost you anything to dye your armor. It doesn't, you know, you don't consume the dye when it's used and need to get more. It's not an inventory item. You can at any time go to any dye station and fiddle with it as much as you want without any cost to the character or player. And so that is something that we tried to do to be cognizant of encouraging people to experiment. But we absolutely can try to do more with that.
Yeah, it's putting the carrot out there. It's giving something to work for.
We're also hoping that, you know, people seeing other players run around in these really amazing outfits that they put together with different colors and things. Hey, what dyes did you use? How did you set that up? And getting that sort of conversation started amongst the players is also sort of a hope of the system.
But you would like a way to preview like a locked die. It's not applied.
Yeah, it would be a locked die, and it would just say, like right now, when you click on a die, you can click on it and see what achievement
you just wouldn't be able to apply it.
Exactly. I just want the step to be able to see what it'd look like, and people would be able to say, oh wow, you know, now it's worthwhile for me to go and grind through 500, you know, dungeon bosses or something like that. Whereas that's not something that they might have kind of like said, oh geez, you know, I'm not going to do 500 dungeon bosses just for an achievement, because they don't know what the carrot is at the end, or they might think it's a.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
an unattractive
preview before it's
unlocked
unlocked specifically.
Yep.
I think part of this was actually had nothing to do with that originally, but part of what he said, I think a wardrobe system in general would just cover that issue regardless. Then you could see different outfits and different colors on different outfits. But one thing, I'm going to beat a dead horse here, so I apologize.
Please.
Necklaces and rings.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys hear about that constantly, that you need a way to kind of work with that system somehow. And then the other thing is costumes. More costumes and the ability to craft costumes. You know, I don't want to have to run back through to a level 1 area to get like a Sea Viper costume that I've already got 15 times that I should be able to maybe deconstruct and add as a recipe to my crafting.
Absolutely. So a couple things specifically. So the jewelry crafting is something that was called out as something that we're looking at in the future. It will potentially be rolled into either an existing craft trade skill or a new trade skill. It will allow players to actually handcraft their jewelry exactly the way that they want. That system has been talked about quite a bit. We've done some preliminary early prototyping and things, but that's a little ways off before it's actually implemented, but absolutely something we want to get in. And then in terms of the costumes and the disguises, the collection system, as I sort of showed briefly there, costumes are one of the top tier things that we want to make sure go into the collection system, so that once you've unlocked that costume for any reason, it'll be applied. Something that we've been talking about, and this is not committed or finalized or anything, is the notion of if there is a disguise associated with a particular quest and you complete the quest, maybe we can make it so that it always gives you the equivalent costume that gets applied to your collection, so that you always have access to that, so you don't have to do this back and forth management. You don't lose it if you get hit while you're wearing it, things like that. But you can always look like a sea viper or whatever you'd like. And that will also take that burden off the inventory.
Because I'm always poorly dressed in the game, so I wear a lot of costumes.
There you go.
One comment on the costume is some adjust your character size, specifically the goblin costume.
Mhm.
If you apply that, your radius is smaller, so you actually don't get hit by AoE that an orc would get hit
Oh,
by.
that's an interesting piece of it. That's
We've
something to bring up
we've
with
addressed
the-
this in feedback, but I don't know how far it's gotten.
Yeah.
But that one changes your model size.
That's definitely something we can
Kind
bring
of
up to
standing on the horse
gameplay.
thing.
Yeah, well, it's
To both
horse
to both gameplay and AVA to make sure that they're aware of it. I suspect they are, but that's absolutely something that we can tweak and identify and correct.
I think at the moment there's the problem that there are so much colors to earn, and you can only wear some of them.
Right.
So the problem is that you choose yourself which colors you like, and there's no achievement for collecting all of the colors. So no, you have not the intention to collect more or all of the colors than the favorite ones.
Right. So some of that was deliberate. The achievement system is what unlocks the dies. We didn't want it to necessarily be recursive in that you get achievements to unlock dies and you get dies to unlock achievements, which might be a little counterintuitive. We also tried to set it up so that different play styles would unlock different dies, but not identical dies. So if I only do PvE, or if I only do PvP, or if I only do group dungeons, or if I only do crafting, exploration, other, you would eventually unlock colors of, you'd eventually unlock each different general type category of color. Like I'd get a couple greens, I'd get a couple blues. But if there was a very specific type of a specific tint that you'd want, you'd have to go explore a different type of gameplay to sort of put that like passive pressure to go, experience other parts of the game. All of that being said, if somebody wants to look a very specific way and they unlock those specific colors and they make their character look that way, we're kind of happy with that. Like if they're happy with that, we're happy with that. We don't want them to feel like, oh, well, that's going to run out, or it's not going to be applicable, or they can't keep it, and make them go do other stuff that they might not be necessarily invested in. At the end of the day, it's a cosmetic system, and we want players to be able to self-identify and customize as they want, as opposed to what we think they should have. Outside the boundaries of the system, of course.
Yeah, that was the deliberate design decision when I started designing the way that the dies would unlock. Because we went with more robust, like lots of dies in the beginning that crossed multiple play styles, so that if you're an avid PvPer, you don't have to leave Cyrodiil to earn dies, right? You can just go up the ranks and you can earn dies while
and then you can participate meaningfully. You can make yourself look how you want, and that's okay. It was really just so you could customize.
And every color should be available in every play facet, right? So you should have reds in all of those categories. You should have greens in all those categories. They might look slightly different depending upon the thing that you're doing, but all colors should be accessible across all play styles.
Next to.
Referring back to our clicky build, have you thought about the possibility to be able to move objects, like in Skyrim or Morrowind?
Can I answer that?
You can talk about what we've talked about without committing to anything.
I can talk about what we've talked about.
We won't lawyer you.
Okay. So it has been discussed. We have talked about it. There's no commitment to anything.
We can be a little more specific. At a very high
I thought that
level.
was a good answer.
That was a perfect answer. Legal team approved.
The question is in Cyrodiil, will we be able to roll cheese wheels down on the enemy?
Probably.
I think cheese is one of the additives.
So the way that we talked about it, if we were to ever do it, it would be strictly client-side, and you would only be able to see your changes that you're making to the world. So if you were to knock a cheese wheel onto the ground, you would see the cheese wheel on the ground, but the player that's standing beside you wouldn't see that cheese wheel on the ground, they'd see it on the table.
The cheese wheel is sort of a misleading one because that would probably be something we want you to be able to take and get cheese for. At a very high level, you can kind of see the initiative that we've been taking globally, where we started off with some world interactivity, and we just keep layering on more and more and more and more. That's not something that ends with the provisioning revamp. We want to continue to identify. Maybe one day you can pick up that broom and wield it as
I have plans.
As a thing.
I have lots of plans.
Pick up that bucket and put it on your head. That kind of stuff. Like those are things that have been talked about long term. Additionally, present to make the world feel more interactive. Even I believe in the tutorial when you first start your character, you can actually go up and interact with the cages.
Halls of Skulls, the cages, the Iron Maidens, those were all put in specifically for main quest 1.
Right, and so for the tutorial, there actually are some examples of things like this, where I go and click on Iron Maiden, and then the door opens.
And you see the skeleton like hanging up.
Right. It doesn't do anything. It's purely cosmetic, but it makes the world feel more alive, more dynamic, and more participating in it. Absolutely stuff we want to keep doing. Don't have any firm commitments beyond the food system that we're adding, but we're not done. Our goal is to eventually make the world as dynamic as mechanically possible.
Stay tuned.
Continue to go down the line here.
First question. I don't know if it has already been stated out in the forums, but when will we be able to dye shields?
Can I talk about that one?
Kinda.
Don't commit to anything.
Just don't commit to anything.
Coming soon.
Yes. Maybe. I don't know.
We absolutely want to do it.
Basically, we have talked about it a lot. We heard your feedback. We know it's out there. It is something that we want to do. It's just a matter of priorities and how they line up, right? So that's pretty much where we're at with it right now. But we do know that it is something that people want.
Yeah, initially when developing the system, we wanted to focus on the armor and the armor identification, and we left the weapons out of it entirely, which included shields at the time. Now that we've evaluated it, we've gotten feedback, we've seen how it sort of would impact things. We're leaning much closer to enabling it for shields in the future at some point, but it's non-trivial to just turn it on because the UI needs to be updated, the backend needs to be updated, and everything needs to be completely tested. So definitely something we'd like to do. It's just not as high a priority as some other things right now.
Any chance of getting a die trader in Cyrodiil?
Die trader?
Or the
die station.
The die station.
So there should be 3 of them.
Gate.
Yeah, there's one at each gate. So there's 2 gates for each alliance in Cyrodiil, and there's 1 die station for each alliance. It's at the. They're all located where the other crafting tables are.
Okay,
so if
so
you go to the
south.
gate with the crafting tables, there's die stations there.
No,
I've never found it, so.
It's just on the outside of a UAD.
Is it because
No, haven't heard.
are there no map pins?
I haven't seen it. No.
Oh, you haven't heard?
Yeah.
It's at the south gate, you know the crafting house that's on the left?
Yeah.
How it has like those 2 doors, like you can come in this way and come out this way, and the bank's like over here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like behind this, like on this wall right here.
Okay.
It's like kind of hidden on the wall, but yeah.
If they're, I'll look into
We
seeing
can
if
double
there's
check,
a
make sure they're
icon.
marked correctly, and we can also add more if it comes out. I know Cyrodiil's a pretty big place, right?
Yeah.
Back. You. That.
Yeah, so I have a question that sort of spans a little bit what you guys are working on. It's a little bit drifting into itemizations, so maybe you can just approach it from your angle.
Yeah, we may be able to talk about it.
So in terms of using interactable objects within the world, crafting, other things like that, right now there's not really a lot of what someone might call lottery drops in ESO. Like you just do something enough and then every once in a while you'll get really lucky and get something and there'll be this huge moment of exuberance. And so the sort of the Nirnhone crafting materials right now in Craglorn are kind of like that, where people are going crazy about mine all the void stones so I can get my Nirnhone traits and stuff. So that's one thing that kind of springs to mind. There's the collectibles in the achievement sense that are very rare drops, but if you're looking to expand on vanity pets, expand on costumes, expand on mounts, what are your thoughts about sort of very rare world drops that don't have a necessarily strictly established way that you get them?
So in general, we want aspirational objects. We want things that people have to work towards. We want things that people have to, that have high value in the game. It's funny that you bring up the Nernhome thing. We've actually gotten feedback that it's actually a little bit of a frustration point because of how rare it is.
No, keep it the way it is.
Keep it rare. So we definitely want to keep things rare. We don't want to make things trivial to the point where, all right, everybody has an infinite amount of every different thing. You have an opportunity cost in terms of how you're going to spend your time and what you're going to acquire. That being said, there is a balance between I go out and spend 3 days doing nothing but harvesting and I get nothing and I have no control over it, it's completely random, versus maybe I have some agency over it. Right now, one of the notions that we have is if you do those crafting rates that we talked about, even though there's a small group of high yield nodes, maybe they have a higher percentage chance than the average node in the world to give Nern Crux. That being said, I mean, we absolutely, we're already looking at things like the Dwemer style chapters in the Dwemer style book. Those are things where they're really, really rare. You're going to have to go out and find them, but you have some way of narrowing that search. As opposed to, I'm just killing everything in the world, I'm just killing any boss, I'm just killing any random thing and hoping I get it. I'm going to go specifically to Dwemer ruins. I'm going to kill Dwemer automatons, and that is going to then drive it to me. The Craglorn Nernhome thing was sort of the first sort of push in that direction, whereas I have to go to Upper Craglorn to have a chance at this. This is a decision that I have to make dealing with the higher level mobs as opposed to going somewhere else.
So specifically related to that point about the potentially negative feedback you got about the Nern.
Well, it's been mixed, I should say.
Yeah, but have you at all considered adding the possibility of those to Cyrodiil nodes as well, because that would have really nice side effects.
It has come up in discussion, and we are actually talking about a number of changes we can make.
I mean, and there is danger associated with harvesting in Cyrodiil too, so it's not just like a free pass.
We realize that harvesting in Cyrodiil is not necessarily ideal or super valuable right now, and it's something that we have talked about a number of ways. There's a lot of different directions we can go in it. Miracrux is a potential as well. We were sort of torn internally because it's thematically tied to Upper Craglorn, and with Elder Scrolls, in general, we want things to feel contextually appropriate. We don't want it to be like, oh, I got the Dwemer thing from Mudcrab. It's like, well, that doesn't make sense. So anywhere we can try to make that feel a little more correct, then we try to do so. That being said, nothing is ruled out, and we want to make Cyrodiil harvesting better and more valuable.
A mechanical solution for Cyrodiil harvesting would be nice.
Yeah. All right, going back to the front here. I'm sorry, did you have a? No. Okay, I wasn't sure if you had
that. You guys handle the tabber system too, right?
Yes.
So, with two things connected to that, is it possible to get like a barding for our horse that has our tabard on it? And would it be possible to get the same emblems on our tabard to be able to attach it to our shield, so we can match our tabards and our shields?
Shields are new.
Yeah, I think shields are there's hard limitations with shields. However, with the barding, it's definitely something we've talked about. We're actually right now looking, sort of in association with the collection system, potentially having mounts be integrated with that. What the limitations are with our system, how dynamic we can make them, how varied we can make them, if we can have them modified piecemeal, which the system wasn't honestly originally made to be that modular, but we're looking at updating it so that it can be. If we do get that underlying tech, we absolutely can look at putting barding on that. We would like to be able to have that barding and that guild identification as widespread as possible, and it's something that there's a lot of things that we weren't able to get in that initial pass that we want to add to it.
Yeah, I do.
Sort of going up and down.
Yeah, to add on to the horses, one of the things is a banner, a flag that you carry with that wouldn't be attached to the horse, but could be attached to your player sitting on the horse.
So like your players holding it?
Yeah, like you go into battle and you have a flag. I mean, they'd have to kind of get rid of that once you got off your horse, but right now your horse just disappears from underneath you, so I don't see that being a...
Yeah, that one's not something that we have been experimenting with too much, because there's so many underlying pieces with the horses that we need to address first. We have talked about, the possibility of adding back banners one day, the possibility of having additional holdables one day. None of that is right up front and center in terms of priority, but it's stuff that we've absolutely discussed.
Did you...
If you're not the faction of your guild, it will be white.
And then with the, we were talking about costumes earlier, and what if you wanted to wear a costume with a tabard? Because right now they use the same spot, and I was a huge fan of one particular costume, but then you want to show your guild
Right.
crest. So
that
it's,
is absolutely something that we need to resolve as part of that collection system to a large extent in terms of, well, does a tabard count as a costume or do we need to separate that out? Right now, those conversations are underway. I'm really responsible for writing a design for that over the next 2 days. So we're looking to tackle that and looking to make that better. I can't say it's going to end up one specific way, but we're aware of it, and it is kind of awkward that you're being forced to make that choice. And if we can avoid that, we will.
This is for you, sir. For the provisioning, I didn't hear you say anything about it, so I really wanted to ask, because I know a lot of McGillies are interested.
Sure.
Are you going to be implementing changes soon about having food and drink buffs at the same time?
We're actually going to be discussing that with gameplay over the coming days. I know they have some reservations, and I know there are a lot of people who want to do it. So it's currently technically feasible, but it's a question of whether or not it will be unbalancing, and that's not a call I get to make.
Well, it's the thing, like if you ask any in-game PvE or anything, no one uses drinks. Absolutely no one. And you know, they would substantially increase their usefulness, or maybe if you had to use both, both of them would only be you could use both, but their effectiveness would be reduced if you want to use both at the same time, or something.
And a number of those solutions are actually on the table right now, but we can't commit to any of them at this juncture.
Yeah, we definitely can identify it as an issue. We definitely don't like the idea that half of provisioning is pretty much disregarded, especially with the revamp we're doing to try to make it a little bit more compelling. We're talking to gameplay. We hope that we can find some kind of solution that will allow both to be present, but it's fundamentally up to them in terms of maintaining game balance and improving game balance. Going back down to the
I have a question about the Dreamer chapter. Is it right that I need all the single chapters to build the book? And
No.
learn then the book?
You don't build the book. You learn the chapters individually, or you could read the book and get all of the chapters from that.
But the book is really rare.
Yes.
So just to make that clear, it's not like, I got a couple chapters or a book.
It's roughly in the same area, yes.
Yeah, I found one of those ones.
And what about vanity pets? Can we learn someday the pets into a book? Because my inventory is always full because I have 10 collections.
Absolutely. Part of the collection system, if you want to scroll back up to the mock-up.
Ah, that's a collection.
Yeah,
I was just thinking like having a mini guy in PC while he's riding into the house.
Meanwhile,
He's got a white flag
Time travel!
Yeah, so right here.
Your banner's white and Cyrodiil?
Yes, it would be not in your inventory at all.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's the plan, that's the hope, that's what we're working towards. We're just sort of cycling.
10 minutes.
All right, let's try to burn through some more. You, sir?
Regarding the collection system, do you plan on weapon skins to add weapon skins?
Weapon skins?
Yeah, weapon skins, for example, you can add costumes, which is skins for your armor. Well, what I was thinking, and what many people thinking, is that the game lacks outstanding weapon skins.
So it's something we've talked about, especially when the die system came up. Right now, we're holding off on that because we feel it's important that your weapon stands out as what it is in terms of what you acquired, so it's identifiable. That being said, there's nothing to say that down the road we're always adding new weapons and armor and new equipment. We're always looking to make them very dramatic and visible. When we add glass, that will be very distinct that you're wielding a glass blade, and everybody will be able to identify that you're wielding a glass blade. But in terms of making that glass blade look like something else, that's probably less likely. What's
I'm just pointing people over against.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we were just going down.
Yeah, we were just going up and down the rows, but whatever you want to do. I guess we'll keep going. We'll try to burn through them kind of quickly.
Okay, two questions. One question, the tabard for the armor. It's a problem. People don't see our guild logo because it's only on the breast and you're running and from behind there's nothing to see. And if I want to use a costume, I don't have my guild tabard on. Why did you do this with a cloak and have a cloak on the back?
Or put the logo on the back of the tabard.
Just made me think of something.
And on the shield.
So,
Then.
oh, on the shield, yeah, on the shield.
Yeah, some of these are hard technical limitations in terms of applying it to, say, the shield. We're definitely looking at ways to be able to apply your guild logo to more places in general. Instead of, like, there was mention of horse barding, there was mention of, putting it on the back. There's a lot of different possibilities that we would like to expand that into. We are very pro, guild self-identification. The more ways possible, the better. We're definitely taking this feedback down. We know the players looking for it. We're looking for it, but we can use it to drive more prioritization to say, hey, maybe we can get this included.
Okay, and the second one is with guild. If I have items sold in the auctioneer of my guild, I get a post. You sold it for 400 gold, but I don't know in which guild I sold it, and I don't know which item I sold. I sold an item for 400 gold, and that's very.
We absolutely.
If I have 4 trading guilds, which I must have with this auction system, then I don't get the feedback I need.
Absolutely, that's something that I personally added to the backlog a while ago in terms of getting very, more detailed, specific information when you sell something. It's not something, from talking to the engineers, it's not a trivial matter to just pass that data through. So we'll actually have to have additional back-end support to do that. But it's an improvement. It's on the list. We want to do it. It's just a question. I hate to keep using the same phrase, but it's a matter of priorities versus other things that are taking those engineering and UI resources at any given time.
I will ask all my last questions now. First, normally glass armor has the specific color for the glass, but nevertheless will it be dyeable. And in the recipes there was fish for cooking, but I don't guess, although I hope it is fish that I catch, or is it just fish that is laying around. And clicky wheel, click on chairs and sit on chairs.
Okay, I'll do the first two and then you do the third one.
All right.
So we're talking about how we're going to handle dyeing and glass. One of the possibilities, nothing is finalized whatsoever, is that you would be dyeing the accent colors and not the actual physical material of the glass. So in this case, you would see the pieces that are actually straight up glass versus the people that are the piping that's metal. You would be able to dye the metal, but not necessarily the glass. That's one possibility. Another would be that we limit how much variance you can actually apply to the glass so that it looks like literally different colored glass, but not painted glass.
So you're not sure what you are doing, and if you
We're
make the glass dyeable,
Right.
it would still look like glass.
Right.
It is a little bit
That's a
blue,
flat
but it's still
requirement.
glass.
We can't have it where you get glass and then you dye it and then it looks
It'll
like
work
every
No,
other
it
same
should
way.
look like glass, but maybe like blue.
It'll have the same texture. It'll work like leather armor does now. So if you have a piece of leather armor when it is dyed a like dark color, it doesn't change much, right? Like it still has that same dark sheen to it. I would assume that glass would work something like that, where when our artists make the material glass, it'll have certain properties that will carry over to the dye system when a dye is applied to it. Yeah, I think that is a pretty sound thing.
We're still exploring it because if we prototype it and it looks awful, then obviously we're not going to do that.
And because I'm still talking chairs, we've talked about it.
That ties into
nothing's been
the
committed.
larger initiatives
Nothing's
with
committed.
World Interactivity, where
We can't make commitments.
we've been putting a priority on stuff that you actually can mechanically benefit from. I click on a piece of food, I get that piece of food. For things that are more cosmetic, like I click on an object and it moves the chair 2 feet, or I sit in the chair. Those are things that are longer term goals, but they're
Chairs are
still
tricky
present for interactivity.
As a role player, I do benefit.
100%. But I'm saying in terms of supporting mechanical systems, like if you weren't able to be a provisioner because you couldn't click on food, versus you can sit in a chair, we had to make the call that we need you to be able to get the food. And then the other question was fish, if you wanted to.
Yes, you will be using the fish that you fish up as a fisher who fishes.
Where were we in? I think we were going forward.
You're going up.
Back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
He was waiting by the way.
Yeah,
Guild Tabards is a really good step in the right direction, but we still cannot self-identify. Do you guys have plans for us to show our names off in game?
So that is largely a UI directive at that point in terms of how much is being displayed by default. I believe there are some mods that you can use to do that, but in terms of a default function, that's largely up to them. I know there's a overall directive to keep the UI clean and as accessible as possible, and so they've done everything they can to avoid clutter. And I know there's some concerns that if you went in this area and you see 100 names, that would drown out everything else. And so there's definitely concerns there.
I would definitely rather, know who I'm fighting.
I know, I would definitely bring this up, maybe with AVA as well in terms of, the identification and things like that. They have a really good backlog of the different issues facing AVA players and how they're tackling them. So they may be able to give you some more feedback on that.
Segue in on his, couldn't you just stick it with the, like right now you have like the title, whatever title you declare, underneath the name when you target somebody. Couldn't you just throw another bar on there that says their guild?
Potentially.
Or even make their guild a achievement in the title.
A small icon who indicates this is a guild member, because we run around and see no one and we don't know
but
if
that's
this
a
is
different one.
Yeah, the small icon was the name.
But his was about seeing from
Target identification is definitely critical, and that is something that starts getting more into gameplay.
It's like trying to market a company without the actual brand name, just with like a logo.
Totally makes sense.
Just like the title that the guild be a title. Like you can be Fighters Guild Champion or whatever the title is, and then you can say, as a title, the guild.
I see what you're saying.
So it's the player has to choose, do I want to have a title or do I want to show my guild?
You can put them together, guild number, fighter, guild champion.
You guys don't handle this though, do you? This is a different team that does this, correct?
There's a little bit of overlap in terms of, titles in general is technically a system. AVA and guild identification and target selection is a little bit more gameplay, but we all work, hand in hand, and very often most of these systems cover multiple departments. But this is feedback we can definitely incorporate into our backlog and then bring it up with the appropriate other departments to make sure we're tackling all the issues. I think we're just about out of time here. I'm going to try to take a couple more quick questions here, sir.
Just had a quick one, and actually, Tropos, you were up before me, so let's go in that order. Go ahead, take my spot.
Really quick. One collectible type that has been sort of seemingly neglected is the Mages Guild books. Like you need like maybe a third of them to max that out, and there's no like achievements for getting them all, no dies, no sort of.
Why is that?
It seems a little stranded.
Don't yell at me.
Dogs.
There's so many Mages Guild books, but there's not really like a. I mean, you get Mages rank 10 really early on,
and I mean that's. If you're getting every single one using add-ons and stuff, we definitely wanted to make sure we made it a valuable system for players that are just going and wandering through the world and finding them wherever they find them. They need to be able to get them. There's also the lore angle where we want these to be very lore heavy, and that's meant to be part of the reward, obviously. Not having an achievement is definitely something we can look at rectifying.
So yeah, we're actively working to improve the achievement system. I don't know if you guys have noticed over the last couple patches, but Jason, who's sitting back there, emails me every Monday with broken achievements and problems and things like that. And we're actively trying to fix all the achievements. Every time you look at your achievement library, picture my face.
They're just gonna picture your face.
Picture my face.
Nice.
Just change the order over.
I have a feeling with just my face. Yeah, I have a feeling that after we get downstairs, you might see that Mages Guild achievement coming soon.
Definitely something that we can address internally.
Do you guys handle the system for the loyalty program?
No, that is not.
Then I pass. I'll save that.
Last question.
Mine's very, very quick. Scaling the emblem on the tabards. Some of the tabard emblems do not fit with the trim, they overlap. If we could scale the emblem to larger or smaller to make it look correct on the tabard, because some of them it looks too small on too.
For the emblem tabard?
Yeah. Okay, we'll look into it and make sure that that's on Art's radar, because that'll be Art making sure that it fits with the...
Like, as in terms that we can scale it ourselves and make it larger or smaller.
That will be a larger initiative, but definitely something we can talk about and potentially put on the backlog if...
And if I can piggyback on that, there's a lot of games out there that allow you to import your own graphics for your guild.
So
this is going to be a bunch of nude girls on the front of people's tabards.
Sure, there'd be a lot of graphic symbols, but if you had a qualifier that you had to have, for example, 100 members in a guild or 50 members in a guild, and that you could submit it. I mean, it takes
Can you
5
guys
seconds of looking at a GIF to see if it's a penis or if it's a legitimate, logo.
It's something that has been brought up, but we would need the infrastructure to support it. And right now, we try to give a nice diversity in terms of the symbols and emblems available by default.
Legal's having a heart attack right now.
There's so many logos out there. If they approve something, you can
We're part of the people implementing leaderboard, but it depends on what system you're on. So if you're talking about the system or how it works with ratings, how it works with EVA or whatever.
Like they did it in what was that one game?
RHHS.
Aeon had it originally too. It was one of the first ones to have it, and it was just a bunch of boobs. There was boobs everywhere, all through the game.
Classes, skills, and pretty much the nuts and bolts of itemization and numbers in the game. So really save all of your really hard pressing questions for Eric. He really likes that. Writing and lore. So there'll actually be a session on lore. Will come tomorrow. That's going to be delivered by Wynn and Lawrence. So that should be a really good one as well. More fun. Trials, Dungeons and Dragons Star Arena will come up after that, given by Jeremy Serra, who I don't know if you've met before, but Jeremy is awesome. This will go on to some of the pressing questions that I've read about, like what about longer raids and things like that. So Jeremy will be able to address those questions. Then we have also the justice system, rounding it all out, where Scott Nixon will be giving the presentation on the justice system, and I'll be there for moral support. So. That's kind of the schedule as it rounds out. So again, if you think your questions are on specific things, go ahead and wait for the session for specifics, so you'll probably get the best answer. But again, we don't want to restrict your questions, just wanted to say this is kind of the lineup so you'll know when to ask specific questions.
And to be perfectly honest, we cheated a little bit and read the Atropos posting on what questions should we ask the ZOS devs when we were there. So we all read through that. So
we would never read the boards ahead of that. Okay, so
I'm actually going to go get a printout for everybody of the schedule.
Okay.
It occurs to me that it did change a bit. As I said, it might, between when I send it out to you and what is actually happening.
You want to use the clicker?
I don't need the clicker. I think we just have a couple of.
The latest in presentation technology.
Did you copy your stuff over?
Yeah, it's all okay. So Jared Carr is the art director for the game. So he's responsible for the way the game looks, and in many ways, as you'll see, the way it feels through combat animations and so forth. So he's going to be concentrating on how we're making combat better, more responsive, and more fun. Jared Carr.
Good morning. First off, I just want to say thanks for coming. I know that there are a lot of places that you guys could be right now, and very happy that you're here. We appreciate you guys. As Matt said, this session is going to be about combat responsiveness. If you saw the presentation at QuakeCon, I touched on a little bit of these topics. We just wanted to get a little more information to you. And we have members from the team here, and really just wanted to open this up for dialogue between you, to kind of get your concerns and get ideas from you about what you would like to see improved in the game. So, excuse me, I'm out of breath because I ran up and down the stairs trying to get my team. So first off, we have Sean Miller, who's our animation director, who's going to cover all the animation improvements that we've been working on in the game to make combat look and feel better. So,
Hey everybody, as Jared said, I'm really excited to have you guys here. It gives us a great opportunity to kind of talk to you guys, show you some of the things that we're working on, and get your feedback on the things that we're doing, and really make sure that we're aligned with the things that you guys want to see as we go forward. So really excited to be able to share that with you. So one one of the things that we've been doing as a team is taking a look at the experience that we have as a game post-shipping and and taking a look at the feedback that we get from players. What are people saying, especially when the game first came out, how people responded to things that they were enjoying, things that they were frustrated with. And we took a look and we kind of put all those things together into something that we could focus on as a team. That became the combat responsiveness. What is combat responsiveness? It's not just the click on the button and something happens, which is really important. It's the feedback that you get. We wanted people to always know what was going on. That was a goal for us with the animation going into it. It's also improving the flow of the combat. It should be smooth. When can I attack? When can I use my ability? Did I successfully attack? All those things are really important to the flow of how the game goes. We also took a look at some of the issues that made the animations seem kind of buggy or broken. There are things where, well, how much of it is lag and how much of it feels like lag, but it's not. Where are the things that players are actually doing? It's great when you suddenly have thousands of people doing stuff. You get a lot more feedback about how people are actually going to use the things that you did. Also, in a game like this, the system kind of matures over time. So we wanted to also take a look at the lessons that we learned over the development and sort of start to apply those to things going forward. How can we make things look better? How can we make things feel better? So we went through all the classes and the weapons. We took a look at the animations that were there. Wanted to make sure that we had clear silhouettes, made it easier for you to be able to tell what weapon someone was carrying, what weapon I'm carrying, being able to also immerse you down into the player a little bit, into the gameplay a little bit better. The attack timing was really important. Obviously, combat responsiveness, that's our #1 goal. Does it feel responsible when I click that button or when I release that button? Does it do what I expect it to do? And can I do what I want to be able to do? So we took a look at it not just from the keyframe animation, we also looked at it from a text standpoint. We kind of took a look at all the different things that were starting to come up. We wanted to make sure that it was clear when you can make your next attack, and some of that stuff seemed a little bit mushy. One of the feedback that we got was there were certain things where people didn't understand when they could do it, and just, we wanted to make sure that you knew when an attack had successfully gone off and when you connected with your enemy, and all those kinds of things are important in combat. Obviously, you guys know that stuff. Also, I wanted to make sure that the weapon choices felt meaningful, and that's not just from a design standpoint. There's a balance issue of I have a giant sword. It's going to be, I want it to feel heavy, I want it to feel powerful, but I also don't want it to be so slow and ponderous that I don't want to use it, but it's going to do more damage. So all those kinds of things we had to take into account. And the goal is not to change the game out from underneath everybody, but to enhance it and kind of embrace it. And so we took a look at things like the impacts, how we were handling them, when they were happening, what they look like, not just on the enemy, but also in how we were communicating with the player. We'll see some video I'll show in a few minutes that'll kind of, we'll talk a little bit more about how we handled some of those things. The flow, making sure that the animations flow smoothly between the heavy and light attacks, and when you're using your abilities, we want it all to feel like a realistically fantastic experience. So the first thing that we started with was we took a look at the sword and shield. That also is that encompasses a bunch of things, but essentially it's the baseline for the medium combat kind of speed. We wanted to make sure that it felt smooth and natural. We wanted to make sure that the attack windows that you had to use were very clear. When can I do my next attack, as I mentioned? When can I use an ability? And we wanted to make sure that visually it was never jarring or distracting. So I'm going to show a little bit before and then a little bit after. Of course, you guys are familiar with the before because that's what you guys are sort of playing in now. But I think it's really useful to kind of see the comparison of what we had and then some of the things that we are doing to it. Do we have sound? the sound up.
Eric Roble.
Shing, shing, shing. So this is the before, kind of taking through the first person and third person kind of experience. There are some hitches. There are things where we were trying to solve issues with hitting. I'm just going to pause for a second. When we were hitting, we had hit stop in so that you could tell when you hit, but it felt more like laggy or broken. It didn't feel like it was part of the flow of the animation. So what we did is we changed up some of the poses, the postures, but we also changed the energy behind the attacks, and we made it. We put stuff in there that actually used the same kind of an idea of stopping when we hit something, but wanted to make it more visceral. We wanted to make it feel like when you successfully hit it, that weapon turned in the flesh of your enemy, and just to add that kind of a feel to it. I swear there was audio in here.
It could be muted on the computer.
When this is over, I'm just going to take a quick look at that. It says here that there's audio. So you get a sense, even even with the blocking, we wanted you to be able to do your interrupts and have a good flow.
Nothing to see here.
I'll just keep talking. The next up is going to be the two-handed sword. So having our baseline, there we go. Thanks, Lana. Perfect. So appreciate that. We wanted to make sure that the sword, as I said, when you have the two-handed sword, we want it to feel heavy, we want it to feel powerful, all the things you expect of a two-handed sword. We wanted to make sure that it didn't feel too slow, and I will say that your damage per second, that stuff is not the kind of stuff that's going to change. Eric, actually, you'll talk to him later. He's going to talk a little bit about the balancing issues and the things that we do to help make sure that that experience stays consistent with what you expect. So you sort of see the hit stop that we have in there, where the sword kind of hitches. The flow of the combat is a little more. It has a slower pace to it. We do have the concept of misses, so that the misses feel like misses, but they didn't necessarily work as well with the rest of the combat animation. So now you get you still get a slower, heavy weight to the sword, but the flow works a little bit better. You can see when the sword connects, it reflects off of the enemy, and when you're doing your misses, the animations, the movement flows smoothly from one thing to the next.
Yeah, it's really the speed change. You go from slow to fast when you attack.
Yeah, I can't wait for you guys to get it on your hands, because I gotta tell you, when you get in there and you play it, it just it feels so good. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Well, it kind of looks beforehand like you're swinging into like some tar and you get stuck on it, and then you follow through. But the after looks a lot cleaner follow through.
Yeah. So if the sword, if the two-handed sword is the sort of the ultimate sort of in the heavy, the dual wield is something we wanted to feel fast, agile. We wanted to feel quick. So we did some things where we changed up things so that when you're doing your multiple fast attacks, it doesn't get repetitive and it feels different. And we wanted to make sure that it had that's the sequencing and kind of, so why is it left and why is it right and when does it play, those types of things, and flowing between the heavy and the light attacks. So in the cleaned up one, we've stood him up a little bit more. The animations go quickly between one and the other, so you can really feel like you're fast and agile. Kept the flavor of the attacks. We just smoothed them out a little bit, and on the whiffs, we made it so that they flow a little bit better. Next up was the bow. So with the bow, the changes were pretty subtle here, but we wanted to make sure that when you were using the bow, that you felt like, you know, the fantasy archer that we expect. We wanted to make it feel fast and fluid. There's the changes here are a little bit more subtle, but the pace in general is a little slower. We didn't have to worry so much about the differences between hits and misses with the bow. So then move forward a little bit here.
I like the stealth aspect.
It doesn't like that I fast forwarded. So now you can tell that it's live. All right, we'll go ahead to the next slide. So we got a lot of stuff to get through today. Another thing we took a look at was the staff. The staff was something where the flow of the staff combat, well, it's used a lot in the Raged, and it's really powerful. It didn't feel as smooth and satisfying to use. So we took a look at, just at the base level, the flow of how we were handling the going from one animation and one movement to the next and one attack to the next. And I wanted to make sure also that you had a better sense that when you were channeling, that we were building up to something. To communicate when you're going to hold out for that heavy attack, that you're building towards more damage and whatnot. So this was actually where I think we were the most successful in being able to communicate that. We also wanted to know when you had a target. Because before, the way that it was handling it, when you were channeling, and if you didn't have a target, it wasn't very clear. So we worked to fix that. We also were able to create a unique silhouette. Just like when you have different kinds of weapons, you have a two-handed sword versus a one-handed sword. We wanted to make sure that when you were using different kinds of staffs, if we could get that to feel a little bit more different. So we gave them some different stances, and we gave more flavor to their base level attacks, not just the special attacks that we have. So we're going to start off with the fire, the destruction fire, frost. So this is what it was before. Fire flies from the end, but doesn't always necessarily. If you're trying to do optimal flow for combat, it doesn't always come from where you expect it. It doesn't always work the way you'd like it to. Now we have a much faster flow, and we wanted to make it feel like you were controlling the magic, so that the magic in our world has some weight to it. When you're channeling, you'll see that it behaves differently now when you don't have a target. Your fast attack works as expected. Actually, no, I take that back. That's on the next one that we're going to see that. We didn't necessarily need that with the fire. I apologize for that. But on something like the lightning, it became really important because you had to have that connection between your magic and what you were doing. So here you'll see sort of some of the changes that we made to the lightning attack. The lights feel very similar, but now you can see that build over time as you're lighting your enemy up. there's a very different stance when you have a target versus when you have from when you don't. And when you're blocking and interrupting, we wanted to make that feel a bit more natural and powerful. So we were able to also give the restoration stats a little bit of a different feel. So now we've got a different kind of a personality when you're just standing, and the attacks still very responsive. And when you get in and you do your heavy attacks, you can see the longer that you're holding it down, you're getting a sense that you're building and you're drawing that magic. So, you know, all in all, I don't have stuff today to show you on how it flows with the abilities. We're working on that right now as well. That's a really important thing, because especially when you're in the heat of battle, the flow of these types of combat moves and your use of abilities and all that stuff has to flow really smooth, and that's something that's really important to us. You know, getting rid of that sense of false lag. What are hitches in the system? What are things we can do to make it flow is really important. And then where are issues where we actually have those kinds of performance and things. And I think Rob's going to talk about some of the things that we have on that. Afterwards, we'll have some Q&A. I'd love to hear any feedback that you have on what you saw, and if you have any questions. Thank you.
So next up we have Rob Niquette. If you remember from QuakeCon, I talked a little bit about the particle effects calling system that just went into the game recently. Rob was responsible for that work, and he's going to talk a little bit about that stuff today.
Yep. But I remembered that the one thing we did before that, which was huge, was weapon swap responsiveness. That was the first thing we did on the team, kind of at the beginning of summer. And that, just as a quick summary, there was two aspects to that. One is I have to rebuild your character, which, to suit the new weapons. And you wouldn't necessarily know this, but the way in our system, that just takes, we have to go and grab so many files, and it just takes a long time, just to get resources off the hard drive. And the second aspect is there is a server round trip to, does the weapon swap happen? So when we looked at the worst case scenario, your weapon swap could take 2 seconds. So that would be, if I simulate a really slow connection to the server, that would be half a second there, and then if I simulated a really slow hard drive, that would be 1.5. So I said, okay, obviously this doesn't work. So the first thing we did is we pre-built your character with his other weapon set, and took a 1.5 seconds off of that worst case. So now all you see on weapon swap is your latency and your server response time. So that was the first thing we did. That went out in August, I think. So then the next thing we moved on to is just looking for opportunities for performance improvements in our worst load, which would be Cyrodiil, large scale battles. So one thing we have there is your awareness range is very far in Cyrodiil, and in some cases you know about something 100 meters away. And when something's 100 meters away, it's pretty small on your screen. So, we did a little analysis, and we just figured a simple culling rule set to reduce the particle effects. Because the other thing is we have a fixed number. We have a maximum number of particle effects we can, simulate, and we're just hitting the top. We're just hitting the max all the time in Cyrodiil for a whole variety of reasons. So we just saw that this is an opportunity to reduce that load. So this went out, I think in 1.44, I think. There was probably just one line in the patch notes, effects prioritization system. It might have been the update before that. So here is kind of a before video these are NPCs in a test area, and you know, I made tons of things that are really far away. And you know, you can see all this combat going on in the distance. Our particle numbers in the bottom right, we're, you know, pretty high. We're pretty close to our maximum, like 3/4, 80% maybe. So, with some simple, well, difficult to implement, but simple distance rules, we were able to just say, there's a line out there where we stop the particles. So look at these guys way in the distance. You can see they're there. They're animating. You can tell they're fighting. We're just not showing their projectiles or any of their, you know, particle effects. But you still know there's stuff going on. And now watch as I get closer, these particles, they turn on. So that's where we are now. So, and we felt like, you know, we got some savings in terms of getting off of our particle caps. And in general, we think, you know, you don't see a problem, right? I think it still looks natural. And then just to reveal the radius, I have a debug feature so I can see there's the radius. So you'll see there's a group that's going to come into radius and they'll just light up. That's the slider that's in the graphics options, particle suppression distance. So if you think you've got a pretty beefy computer, you can always turn it up. So yeah, this took a bunch of work. We rolled it out recently, and you know, it helps. So that you can see in this situation that I showed you, it's everyone spread out. They're outside of like a keep walls. And if you're in that situation in Cyrodiil where there's a lot going on, everyone's spread out, this is helping. Like it's reducing the amount of load in your system. Unfortunately, as you could probably guess, if everyone's in the same spot, that they're not beyond the distance, right? So everything's active. So we have obviously a few situations that are kind of our worst case scenarios right now where everybody's focused. You know, they're all sitting on the flag at a capture point, or they just took a wall down and everyone's like the pitched battle at the wall, right? And everyone's together. They're all within that suppression distance, so it does not help there, but it helps everywhere else.
Use this in the actual patch?
This is live now.
Yeah, it's live.
This went out in, I think it was 1.4.4, which was a couple weeks ago, right? Last 2 Mondays ago.
2 Mondays ago.
But I might be wrong. It might have been the update before that. I don't keep track.
2 Tuesdays.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't want to be a negative nanny on this, but that's not
Fine.
our experience in game.
Okay. What's your experience? Because we want to hear it.
My experience in game in Cyrodiil right now is that I'm so lagged and so bogged down I can't even notice a change in combat responsiveness.
Yep.
The culling is causing standards and bat swarms that you can't even see. And I can clearly see the difference here, and I'm excited when I see this, and I'm like all pumped and stoked, and I'm going, but this isn't what's happening to me and the people that I'm playing with in game. And you know, I don't know if other people are having the same situation, but it's particularly since 1.4, the lags and the crashes have almost made Cyrodiil unplayable for us.
Yeah. The crashes are something else, but
yes,
and we're
not
working to
related
fix
to
them.
this.
Yep.
I'm just saying
You're
I
right.
can't. I don't experience this not because this is bad, but because there are other things.
Right. You're right.
So we'd actually like to talk about and try and figure out what those specifics might be, so that we can give the engineers some better clues as to dig into those things. We have Rob, we have Colin McGinley, who's another client engineer. We have Brian Axelson in the back, who's a server engineer. Ed and Dave, some animators. So any questions about this stuff? That's what we want this time for, for us to begin developing an agenda for what this group is going to be doing going forward. So other topics or some things that I've heard their problems with CC break. And we've anecdotally heard about these issues, but we've had trouble actually digging into to determine what the exact problem is. So any information from you guys would be super helpful for us. There are other topics that we can talk about, but we want to hear from you what those things are.
So my first recommendations for when you experience bad performance of the client, there's a couple of external things that can kind of ruin your day a little bit that I can't control, and so I just want to put those first. And if you're already doing them, then your experience is authentically probably an issue with our stuff. So one of them is if your patcher is open, and sadly it thrashes your hard drive a bit. So you got to close it when you're done patching. And there's nothing I could do, but it just kind of interferes with our ability to access the hard drive. All programs really. There's new options in all the browsers, all the web browsers nowadays, and it's on by default. And it's called hardware acceleration. So it's kind of hard to find these options; they're a little bit buried. But it basically, it's trying to send some stuff to graphics card, and we're getting contention with our game, and it's basically like you're running two games. Like two separate apps are going to the graphics card, and the browser doesn't need to do that, and it really slows us down. If you could turn that off, because obviously everyone's got a browser open, right? Like you put that on the side, you're looking at stuff, and so if you didn't know about that, take a look at it. Yes.
It's concerning some performance. I've had some reports of people telling that sometimes when you add the CPU with multi-core, the other core is not being active. And there was some kind of trick, like changing something in the BIOS system to allow the game to activate the core that were deactivated when you were not requiring a lot of performance for your computer. So I don't know if there is something that you know, or
I'm not familiar with that one. I'm skeptical that it works.
Me too, but
we actually we do have certain areas that in our game that benefit from multi-core, and we parallelize up to 4 cores for certain operations. So there's just certain times. The other cores, I don't know how good the reporting is for those, but we'll just light them up every once in a while for certain phases of our updates, but it's not constant. So they are definitely helping in certain localized areas. Yes.
When you run those tests, so you run them like 100% local? Like when you have all your bots, are they local to this building?
Yes.
So you have absolutely no latency issues?
Correct. We have ways to simulate it, but you're right. Like the things I do at my desk are not your experience, right? And that brings us to a really important point. There's a whole class of issues that arise in the live game that do not happen readily here in the office, right? So these are most of the issues that get out, right? That we don't catch. So there's a real challenge there.
On the calling system, we actually did organize a playtest on PTS where Rob was actually profiling on the live servers while that was going on, so we could get better information. So as these systems come online, we're making that a practice, so that we can just get better testing and better numbers. So.
And when I profile the game, I go directly to live. I learned that lesson shortly after launch. That's like the only real data, right? Is what's on live. It's none of our internal stuff is the same. So. The third thing I would look at if you have poor performance is just make sure your video drivers are updated. If they're not, and who knows when a new update is released, you kind of have to check for that periodically. And then the last one is we all use lots and lots of add-ons, and there's nothing preventing an add-on from just doing lots of work for no reason. So it just depends how they were coded. I encountered one like 2 weeks ago that I used that I didn't. It was just asking us to do tons and tons of work for and it was a crafting add-on. So, you know, that affected my game, and I didn't really look into specifically how it was coded or how often, but it was hammering us. So, what you can do is you can say, here's my experience with all my add-ons that I love, and just try for a few minutes, just turn everything off and see if that freed up some frame rate. And you know, if it didn't, then your add-ons are good, right? And we obviously have, you know, plenty of work to do on our side, performance-wise. But you might have found that you have an add-on that's really creating a lot of load.
Benchmark test for add-ons or so.
For what?
A benchmark test for add-ons. So if I started an add-on, I can make a benchmark test, and I see if the framework also better or not.
You would like us to create a benchmark?
Yeah. So I can install 100 add-ons and.
Yeah.
You can actually already do that.
I think the best test is play.
Okay.
Maybe.
Not many add-on authors do, but you can. Tools are already there.
Yeah.
For what?
Within the API, there's tools to already benchmark add-on performance.
I don't create benchmarks.
Sure.
Don't create add-ons, but I load them down and try them out, and I often have the problem I can't come into the game because in the loading screen that add-on loads too much information or so on, ESO head and what they are add-ons, and that would be good, more responsiveness from the add-ons, from you to get if the add-on is good or not good, or if there's a problem and so on.
Yeah,
because you didn't have a minimap, I must have the minimap add-on, and the first minimap add-on I had didn't work in Cyrodiil. I can't port from the way shrines to the castles because the add-on don't work with this minimap add-on. That's a problem. More responsive for the add-ons would be good.
Any other experiences?
I got something. So when you say it's thrashing the hard drive, one of the things that, the reason I don't ever notice it, I'll be watching Twitch TV, 1080p, 60 games in frame, or 60 FPS in game. I don't have an issue with the hard drive because I use a RAM cache. So any reads that are going to the drive aren't actually hitting the hard drive. Is there anything you can do to sort of cache some of these calls that are going on from the client, the launcher?
We do. Well, from the launcher, we didn't write the launcher.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not our code.
Not your code.
Yeah. It's built on a third-party software that we've limited options.
Okay.
I mean, just a callback to close the launcher when you start the game.
Yeah.
Like you're not patching in the background anyways, so.
Or whenever you hit play, just have it close automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Another question I have for you regarding the combat responsiveness in Cyrodiil is what your guys' take is on macros that create animation cancelling.
Yeah, I was gonna
I'm not in charge of that. see that? I just dodged.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not letting you off the hook that easy. Who is? Who would we talk to next time about that?
Address that? Sure. So, I'm Chris, by the way.
Chris Joss.
I'm the lead UI designer, and working with Jared on the combat responsiveness team. So, I was talking yesterday actually with some of the programmers to determine what are some of the behaviors that are being reported with macroing and animation canceling. One of the things that's been tricky for us to determine is how the specific animation canceling combinations are being played out with the abilities to do some of the behaviors that are being reported. It could be a potential data issue with one or two abilities that we're trying to track down and determine. If there's specific cases that you know of that, hey, if I do X, Y, Z, it's resulting in this, or if another player has done that to you, we definitely want to look into that and figure that out. From what we've researched, we're trying to make sure that there isn't anything that would let you actually circumvent the intended behavior that's in the game. So you shouldn't be able to cancel a whole bunch of things that fire off 5 abilities at once, for example. So if there's something like that, we definitely want to know how that is being done. We're looking.
If maybe we can get together then at some point, because afterwards, when maybe next week or something, I'll send you a link and show you a macro that we put together that it'll not only, it's with light and heavy attacks and using venom arrow with a bow. What will happen is actually the light attack will prop for triple damage, like every 3rd or 4th hit, and double damage very frequently.
Yeah, that'd be great information.
Yeah, and that's obviously game breaking when people are running around with that kind of stuff.
And to be clear, anyone that uses something to play the game for them is a cheater. That's your basic question.
I'm not saying, it's kind of like we start getting into the ethics part of what's cheating and what's not cheating.
If they're exploiting a bug, it's kind of on us to fix the bug. But if they're actually writing macros that use screen space and screen grabbers, and people that do that, that's cheating.
Yeah, and it's being used like on Razor.
And the problem is it's almost impossible for us to prove. Because the information we get is that they're just doing it really fast. But players know when they run into players that are doing this. So if you just report them to CS, it'll eventually. If enough players report a player cheating, eventually action will be taken.
But even if if you know of specific examples, I'm sure Gina and Jess would be more than happy to get that down. We want to look into that. We want to make sure that those scenarios aren't breaking the game.
And on some level, animation canceling is a problem in every game. It's just we can do things to make it not quite as big a problem. We just get information to us and about which attacks they're exploiting.
Yeah, and obviously I know we're on stamina and magicka based pools and everything, but even like putting in it might have to have like a little timer that you can only use venom arrow once every half second or every second, so that you can still do it manually and probably not notice a difference, but that it would hinder the people that are doing the macros.
That is traditionally the way that you fix those. Yeah. But just get information to us and we'll.
Question back here.
Just with the animation canceling, you can pretty much do it to any ability with block.
Yeah.
Like any ability, as long as you block afterwards, cancels the animation, you can follow up with another one.
Yeah, we just have so many instants. So many of our abilities are instant cast. It's like instant. There's no time between except for the cooldown. Right, sure.
Yeah, so I've got a couple questions, but one that's sort of related to what we're talking about right now with the canceling, and not necessarily animation canceling on abilities, but in terms of like the roadmap forward for combat and the way that it feels in general. So the way that, for example, attack clipping works, or clipping an ability usage by blocking halfway through it, does the way that those mechanics operate in game exist because the animations work that way? Or do the animations exist to support that mechanical structure of combat? And if so, what's the roadmap going forward?
Do you want to talk to that a little bit?
Yeah. Attack clipping and...
I can talk a little bit towards that. We have an underlying combat system that controls when you're in attack, and actually one of the things that we've addressed in combat responsiveness is try to get the communication and upfront a little bit more, so that we're communicating more during the animation when you need the information, because people are kind of clipping things out. Things like when you can block, and those are kind of design choices to be able to allow you to always be able to block. And when they're getting exploited to kind of break the game a little bit, they're complicated problems for us to solve. But it's not necessarily animation driving that. We're actually trying to work within the system to give you the best visual experience while
so the animations are supporting the mechanics in this case.
Yeah. And there was an issue which we have fixed, which was when animations were canceled, effects were not playing and audio was not playing. So you actually weren't getting the visual feedback that an impact actually happened, even though an animation wasn't canceled. So that visual and auditory experience has been cleaned up, just to make that clearer. So in other words, you could execute an attack, cancel it, the animation would not play, but the impacts wouldn't play, the sound wouldn't play, so you
Health
wouldn't
bar
know
wouldn't
that.
update.
Right. So what's that?
And the health bar wouldn't update.
Right. So there are a lot of these little issues that we're looking into to just clean up the experience so those visual cues are clearer.
Can I make an additional point on that?
Yes, Colin.
I'm Colin, one of the engineers. So part of this all stems from block, and initially block is deemed to be like the most important action that must happen no matter what. So no matter what you're doing, if you decide to put a block, the guy blocks. And so that kind of trumps everything else. And that is kind of one of the core parts of the combat system. And of course, that results in a lot of the exceptions of weird things are happening with animation cancelling. And I just would like to, and maybe scroll forward, if you block while another ability is going off, do you expect that previous ability to complete successfully, or would you expect it to be essentially cancelled and not do any damage whatsoever?
Logically or in practice?
Because yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is it preference, or is it stylistically? Is it design choice? I mean, yeah, people can argue either way. Like, I did it, therefore damage should not be done. But it's like, well, I kind of have did it, so it should go off anyway. So, and we had that was a big internal debate with that whole system was going in and which way it would go. We tried both ways, and it definitely felt off when your initial ability, when it got your block, came in and interrupted it, that it didn't do anything at all. It felt bad. But I'm wondering whether perception-wise that that's a bad thing, and that put ourselves in a hole with that. People can feel one way or the other that they like the way it is right now, but we're just not communicating it well, or that it shouldn't have been that way in the first place.
So, I'm sure everyone has ideas here, but I mean, I love what you said about block and how it's like the most important sort of reflexive, instinctual reaction that the player can take in the game, and I think I would totally support that as something that should continue. But part of the problem with blocking currently is that it's not really being used as that sort of reflexive, reactionary mechanic that it really should be, because people just hold block the entire time.
Yes.
You're just using your abilities, holding block the entire time. No one can CC you, no one can put effects on you, no one, you take half damage. Everyone, you'll just use your stamina for that, use magicka for everything else. And so it's not an action combat experience. It's not a combat, it's not responsive. You're just holding it, and you get that benefit passively. So I feel like blocking, I agree with what you said. It should override other things, but if you override something else with a block, you should override it with that block. You should block instead of doing whatever else you were doing.
Yeah, and I know it's something that comes up a lot when I talk to you guys, is that if you are already blocking, you should not be able to use another ability.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
It's one of the two, because basically blocking is like just become another shield that's stacked on top of everything else. It's on permanently, and you cast out of it, and because it's on permanently, you don't even have to reactivate blocking. It's like people are hiding behind it.
You might as well just tape your right mouse button down.
And the way,
That's right. I should say like the timing aspect of it is like totally.
Well, there's no time.
There is no timing because it's on permanently. It's on permanently. And again, I agree with the Tropos. The way that you describe it is how it should be. It should be that, oh wow, something's coming in. Let me block this. Let me dodge that, and then it overrides that. But that whole interaction aspect of that is negated. It's non-existent because it's on permanently.
Yeah, because if you rebind your interrupt, you can cast any ability. Doesn't matter what it is while blocking. It's as if blocking itself should cost stamina. Because if you're holding your arms up, eventually you're gonna get tired. It does if you get hit.
Yeah, when you get hit.
But if you're gonna hold it, you should eventually drain out of stamina so they can't do it.
Yeah, and that creates the other problem for the stamina builds, because again it puts the magicka builds at an advantage because they use stamina purely for blocking with that perma block, and the stamina based builds which we're trying to move towards to make them more viable and more playable, they're almost penalised against the Magicka-based builds that permablock. And sorry, I didn't mean to have your hand up.
I have an idea that could be a solution if we took another bar for blocking into the game. So it's not based on stamina if you block, but based on another bar like stamina 2 bar. And if you block, this bar is used and not the stamina, because at the moment, so like you say, if you block, you can do everything at the same time, and characters who use very often Magicka are can block more than characters who use stamina.
Maybe you could toggle it between whether you wanted it to draw from your Magicka pool or your stamina pool. Could be a relatively easy solution.
Could be a solution for this problem.
In my opinion, I think if you block, you shouldn't be allowed to do something else.
Agreed.
Because you can easily abuse the system. For instance, you can see a Dragon Knight using permanent block and spamming lava whip, for instance, which makes no sense to me.
I remember
this is a conversation we really should probably have with combat team. Do you guys think?
Like when Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Eric
there's
gets
some really
you
good ideas
tomorrow,
here, and I know I've also heard the idea of the longer you block, the less effective it gets. Like it basically becomes completely ineffective.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of potential
solutions,
but I think it's a good note for us to take back, and we can certainly circle around with those guys as well. So.
I have some question from...
Yes, second row.
Okay.
Second row.
Not for blocking, and I don't have experience with a tank build because I only play 5 months caster.
Yeah.
So I didn't use block. I don't know what block is. So in the dungeons it's okay. I must go outside of the red cycles, and then it's good, wonderful, and casting. But I hear often from my tank guild members and so on, they said the responsiveness, if I hit hard, or if I be hitted, or if I in ego perspective and don't see the red cycles on the, it's a problem. They say, well, I'm hitting the boss and I block and I block and I'm hitting the boss, but they don't see in the ego perspective there is something coming or exploding. They always have to play outside the character, and some players loves to play inside in the ego perspective, and there should be a shimmering in the screen or something if something to come.
Indicator.
Indicators.
This is the man who is listening.
They will explode in 10 seconds something. Okay, or in 2 seconds something, and so that's a tank.
That's great feedback, and it's something we've also discussed internally. There's definitely certain feedback that you get when you're in third person versus first person. A good example is the area you're talking about.
Our tank every time is dead.
There's
bosses, he's dead. Why you are dead? Oh, I don't see anything. Okay.
That's something that
always in TS. You must go. You must go.
Yeah, no, it's tricky, especially in first person with some of those more intense combat scenarios. But it's definitely something that we want to look into on combat responsiveness, like what feedback is getting lost in first person that you would normally expect to get while in third person. To your point, as an example, it'd be great to just kind of say like, hey, let's have a shimmer or a screen effect that's at the bottom of the screen. There's a lot of things that we end up having to consider when we're doing some of that.
And always the I hit or I been hitted. How hard I hit or how hard I'm hit. It's a little tricky in German.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like getting more of that kind of impact of I think a smaller hit or a larger hit.
It will don't work. More blood. That's
right.
But something the enemy will drive more away, or
Yeah, feels the energy.
or I
Of the
will,
blow.
if I get a hard hit, so I don't look every time there on the red,
Health bar.
yeah, on the life bar. So I will know. Oh, this was hard. I must go away. This it's harder than. So I in Fungal Grotto, the first boss, the gift poison on the ground. I stay in there. I think, oh, a little bit poison, but it's hard. It's yeah. I'm dead in 2 seconds or 3 seconds in this poison. This poison is harder than other poison. So, but I didn't get this. I have to have more reaction, more information.
I think that's a great point
Then recaps, then I'm dead, so...
that recaps will help you after the fact, but...
Dungeon mechanics are different because they're designed to learn as you go.
Yeah, but
like what
it's
to
so,
avoid, what not to avoid.
When I did in real life, I didn't I don't have a dead recap. But if I hit the hot plate on the oven, I know, it's very hot, it's a little bit hot, or so
And now you know the poison in Fungal Grotto.
Before I'm dead.
Hopefully it only took you one time to realize that. I actually have a basic question for you guys. How many of you ever play in first person? Ever?
Sometimes.
Well, more than 5%.
Hell no.
Oh no. Probably more than 5% of the time.
Do you? Okay.
Depends what I'm playing.
Yeah, we've
I
always
like
wanted
to play
ask
first person
users
with bow.
actually, because there's really no way for us to track if anyone actually does it. So we know what we do, but I'm just curious to see if you guys do it.
Yeah, I did most, like, when I played, like, I just did most of, like, the story solo, and I did all that in first person, and then when I felt like I was getting more into PvP, I started, like, just noticing I would, like, scroll back, because I couldn't see stuff.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I really enjoyed being in first person for talking to NPCs and even questing and things like that.
Yeah, it's wonderful because you see the mobs
Yeah.
greater and their scars in the face.
Yeah, you
and
see
so.
detail.
Yeah, it's wonderful, but I don't play so because I don't see the red sign and so on.
So on that point, how many of you want to play in first person but don't because the feedback is not clear enough?
I think if it was more responsive, a lot of people would. But the fact that if you play first person in any PvE or PvP combat, you're pretty much gifting yourself. Because you don't have the ability to see what other people can see. You're playing at a disadvantage in a sense.
You're always going to be at a disadvantage in first person. You can't change that
Yeah.
because you can't see behind you. You know, but
But in a PvE place, I mean, seeing behind you really isn't as important because you're always moving forward. There's never anything coming up behind you unless you're in a boss fight.
Well, I would say respectfully to I am a tank in PvE, and having the third person view is absolutely crucial. Like my camera in DSA is spinning around in circles. I'm like looking behind me every second. Like it's impossible for me to look straight ahead for more than 2 seconds because I have to chain something or CCM or block, or like if there's a charge coming, I get in front of it to keep them from charging into my teammates. And that also, that like tanking or healing I don't know how you guys could do it, but it would be literally impossible to effectively do it in first person. Because like as a tank, I make it my personal job to block charges into my party. And that also came into a funny thing I wanted to ask you about. I wear Hisbark 5-piece light on my tank. Was it designed to dodge charges? Because in DSA, the Wamasu came and I dodged him. I was like, whoop! And he like ran by me and he killed one of my players. Because I was like intending to block it, but I juked him.
That's a good one.
And he ran straight through me and killed 2 of my guys. Because they were standing behind me like, oh, Nick's got this. And then I juked him. I dodged it and I was like, I don't know what just happened, guys.
Tell me again, what's the dodge ability?
From the Hisbark.
From the Hisbark.
No, Hisbark does it automatically.
Okay.
And like, is it meant? Because it literally jukes everything. If Zeus threw a lightning bolt at me, I could juke it. like
ask the
it
right
jukes
guy.
projectiles.
Yeah, I'm not
and-
certain on that.
We have
I
to
would
ask Eric.
Yeah,
ask
wait for
Eric
the-
and
wait for the game
skills, the
present.
skills and abilities.
We'll relay it to him.
Yeah, and then like with the combat system, the Hispark is cool. You know, I'm doing Michael Jackson dance moves and stuff, which is cool because I'm like woo and juking stuff. And the underlying problem, it looks cool, but I can't tell when I'm blocking, and it freaks me out as a tank. I'm panicking because I'm doing this and stuff. In you know in DSA, the second my block is down, I am curb stomped. I am dead. You know, I'll get hit by a volcanic room and then just get smacked by a Centurion the second I land, and I'm dead. And like with the weapon swapping is awesome. Thank you so much. Like that, like because I think like 3 moves ahead every time I'm doing something. I'm like bars are like this, and I don't use macros. But it's like sometimes when I weapon swap, my block drops and I don't even know it because my Hispark is I'm moving around and I can't tell that my block has dropped because my shield's doing this when my dodging animation, and I can't see it. And the only indicator of that is, as far as I know, is FTC. I switched over to Surrender because I just got sick of FTC. And unfortunately, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
You had a question a long time ago.
Yeah, it's about the particle effects.
Yes.
Could you just layer the particle effects so I could strip it down as I needed for my gameplay? So instead of, you know, having the full-on sparkles and everything, maybe it just has a shield effect so I see someone's hit, but I don't get the full effects of it that's dragging the machine down. So I could literally choose from my machine on the slider bar, I want this much on screen, and just layer it.
How... The trick is, like, how do you decide what other things you really need to know?
It'd be easier for us to do it for you. It would be very difficult for us to do it for everyone, because
Well,
everyone would want different
well, I mean the
types of
actual
particles.
graphical effect, because it's got several steps in the animation itself. Couldn't you say, okay, there's point B, point C, point D in it, this is where, okay, the lens flare kicks in here, the sparkle effect kicks in here, and then I could just kind of pull away, or just give me the ability to lower the particle effects.
Do you mean like a level of detail?
Yeah,
For the particle?
just for particle effects, so I could strip it down to its bare minimum so I could see it happening, but I'm not getting that full in-your-face machine hog.
So the issue you're trying to address is performance?
Right, but I think it would help with the Cyrodiil issue too, because you wouldn't get the whole, you know, it's great using an NPC setup because but they use a timed battle process. If you got a bunch of guys dropping impulse as fast as they can, and you got 40 people doing it around you all at once, that's going to have a bit more of a system hog than what you were showing on there. And if we could control that ourselves to say, okay, I want to see this going off, but I don't want to see, 30,000 pieces of fairy dust on my screen.
Yeah.
Part of the issue is that we did not design the actual ability effects themselves to scale in that manner. So to do a system, we could do a system like that. That would involve us actually going through and recreating all of the effects, so that based on a slider or some set of parameters, they would scale down in a predictable way. There's not at this stage. I don't know about systematic way to do that.
It's tough because also, like, depending on your role or just your preferences, you might want to see things that other people just don't care about, right? Like, I don't need heal sparkles visible necessarily, unless I'm a healer. I need to know who's got it. But as DPS, I don't really care that all those other guys have it. It doesn't matter to me. So it's tough.
Right, but your abilities are already basically color-coded as it is. If you look at the healing, they're all a yellow color anyway, so you know healing's going off regardless of having the sparkles. So as long as you just saw that, almost say it's like a yellow outline or a shield or something, at least you know that it has gone off, but you're not getting that in-your-face effect.
Right. So, yeah, I guess then it would be just a simple LOD system, but I think we would still have to go in and specifically author those LODs.
Thousands of particle systems.
A lot of work.
Question about the visual effects, especially area of effects. For instance, in Cyrodiil, how to make a clear distinction between spells of my allies and spells of the enemies. We often see red circles. That's clear, but sometimes we don't see we can see the area of effects of our allies, and we don't know, oh, should I go there or not? For instance, the standard, Dragon Knight standard.
Standard.
We don't know if it's our own standard or if it's the standard of the enemy, so we don't know if we have to go there or not. So it's a big issue.
Blue cycles for blue, yellow cycles for yellow, and
yeah, for
we can
instance.
do the green and red circles on an ability by ability basis.
And also visual
we
effects
can add
about when you're stunned, disoriented, or off balance. Sometimes we can't see that, especially in mass combat in Cyrodiil. Sometimes I can't move, but I don't know if it's because I'm immobilized or if I'm stunned. And it's very difficult to know.
In some other games, in this red cycle is a logo of the emblem of the Alliance. So you can see red cycle, there is a dragon head. Ah, it's a good faction.
Yeah, I'm in the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
Red is good.
Yeah, no, they can all be red, but the emblem
flag.
in the must be the falcon or the Mary or so. The name.
Sure, I think it would be pretty straightforward for us to do a DK standard that was Alliance specific.
Or at the red cycle, so very small objects, so there is not the big emblem in the middle. So on the red cycle there are some indicators of the Alliance or so, something. You know, this is a bet from the enemy. Yeah, this is from a mob. Yeah, there are Dedra.
I think it'd be easy enough if they just stuck the logo of the realm on the standard.
Just make it red and green. Green helps, red hurts.
Could be the word standard could be green or red. The word standard.
What's that?
The word standard could be green or red, or so you can visually see that's danger here or not. That's
One of the suggestions we had for
Richard?
was put the lance flag on it.
Yeah, so about the effects calling, since we're sort of on that subject. And I'm sure you probably already have some logic behind what gets called, other than just the range slider.
There's a little more, yeah.
But it occurs to me that there's definitely things that players care about more, and there's a definite priority in terms of relevance of effects, like a weapon proc, like your weapon procs a fire effect, like that doesn't matter.
So we talked about that kind of thing. Sorry to interrupt. We talked about that kind of thing as we were designing it, and we didn't take that step until we got sort of the first implementation of the system out there to see if that was going to solve the problem and do the trick. So, would you like to see those additional priorities?
I would. I think that would make a lot of sense. I mean, if you cull out, before you even think about range, like if as a first slice you cull out weapon procs, and then, for targets that are sufficiently far away, you cull out direct targeted effects, like player A targeting player B with a single target spell, whether it's a heal or a damage. Like, that's not relevant to me if I'm 100 yards away. But maybe at that same distance away, if someone's dropped the Dragon Knight standard, I do care more about that. And so, if you cull out the weapon effects, you cull out single target spells, and then after that, maybe you've got area of effect abilities that have a higher rendering priority, independent necessarily of the range. And then even on top of that, like ultimate abilities, the way that the game is currently structured, those are so game-changing. Like, I would want to see those even if they're further away. I might not care about the single target regeneration heal that my group mate's doing on me, but I do care about the Dragon Knight standard that's 100 feet away. So,
is that, do other people agree with that?
Yes, I do. I think we would have to agree upon what the prioritizations are, and I'm not disagreeing with yours, but to get at least within Cyrodiil what the general consensus amongst the player base would be is what are the most important things for you to see and what are the least important things for you to see, and then there'll be a whole batch in the middle that will never agree upon that you can kind of like
I think
that is true about
in Dark Age this was inside, right? In Dark Age of Camelot there was this option to say my effects, my group effects, or all effects.
But most people just ran around looking at the ground.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because the leg, yes.
I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was wondering, it's kind of on the same effect as culling, but with siege weapons, is there any way that you can hide foliage when you're zoomed out?
To hide the what?
The trees.
Oh, yeah.
Because I always seem to find the place where I throw down the trebuchet and
That
then
has been
zoom
on the
out,
list of
and then
worst
all of a sudden
stories.
I'm like in this
Yeah.
bush and I can't see anything.
There's a.
That's happened to me a lot.
It's not just that, but it's even things like when you go through a door and there's another character there and you're seeing the inside of their skull. And
Yeah.
it's like there are a lot of issues that
The,
touches on.
the other one with that,
Fix.
going on to that, is also the use of siege weapon, particularly on your home keeps. You know, your 3 home keeps, if the outer walls are breached and you're trying to put up siege weapons on the inner keep, unless you can put it up on the corners, if you're backed up against the wall, you have no way of seeing where you're shooting or hitting. And obviously you've got the problem because you've got the wall behind you and you can't take the wall out from the game, but maybe have an option of being able to stand beside the siege weapon so that you'd still have visibility or something like that, so that you could see where you're shooting. That might help resolve it.
So, it's like on the topic of what Atropos was saying though, it does sound like a really interesting idea, because I don't know if anyone else would agree, but in some cases the user experience in Serialville, like you're saying, with a lot of people stacking on flag, is like, it's like a 100-man army moving in a small area, and as they approach you can feel your game start to lag and slow down. And they get really close, you start pressing buttons, and just nothing's happening. And then all of a sudden, you're on your load screen, and then all of a sudden, you're logged out, you know? So it's like, I don't know if that's a graphics issue or a server issue. I'm not a computer guy, so I don't know, but it seems like something in there could be optimized maybe.
Right, I have not experienced the log out, so I can't say where that came from. But obviously when there's a lot
We
of
see
players.
reports of it though, it just never happens to us.
Yeah.
Even about like crashes and rollbacks and people being logged out. Anyone else experience this?
All the time. All the time.
I also know Brian, when he talks with you all, that he was gonna at least touch upon some of the crashes and some of the things he may have more details specifically on.
Oh yeah, I don't know if this is like the wrong venue.
No,
I
I mean, it's great to ask
at all.
anything, I was just gonna say, I think Brian was gonna touch on some of that a little bit as well.
In the PvP section.
Dan, I was also wondering if there's any kind of prioritization with, like, in particular healing spells that heal over time. I'm seeing my friend die in front of me, I'm targeting towards them, and I'm spamming that heal button, and my heal's going over there, going over there, going over here, but it's not going to my friend who's dying over here.
Right. There,
I mean, it's going to
just
the
turn
rabbit
around.
that got hit.
There is a prioritization, but if it's not working the way you expect, definitely bring that up with Eric.
Okay.
Not to defer it to.
No problem, I just
But
wanted to know if
guy.
it was an animation issue or UI issue or what, but yeah, if you're even, like, you're trying to target towards somebody saying, this guy needs priority on my heal, you know, it just seems to go anywhere but there.
What section is Eric in?
He's gonna be first, tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, player abilities,
Yeah.
but if it's likely ability data related if it's, because they have a logic for how it determines that, and if it's, but I'm not gonna say it's not UI, in the sense that if you're looking at something and you fire it, it's not firing the way you expect. It could be anywhere from the data up to the client.
That's kind of why I figure I'll ask you here and I'll find who to ask.
We would start with Eric, just saying, hey, is this, set up the way we expect it to?
Okay.
You had your hand up.
Sorry.
Yes, I like how you guys have the priority list and stuff for abilities, but the self-procking, like when you do a proc, like a crystal shard proc, it's still kind of low. Like I'm in the middle of the battle, I can't tell when it procs for the instant cast. So is there any way to modify the list?
Can you remind me which proc you're talking about?
Crystal Shard's the sorcerer one.
Yeah, I know, hit him and then stun the other guy, but is there something on yourself?
Your hands light up to
while
indicate
casting.
that you can do the instant cast. So not while casting.
Oh, that, yes. The random chance for an instant, the next one is instant. I'm not sure
doesn't
what
show
we
up
do to
sometimes.
visualize that. Okay, I'll look into that.
We'll make a note of that.
And there's a few little nitpicky things, but like you could be like 2 feet after a bolt escape, and you're like 2 feet off the ground. But a lot of times you're like rolling at the end of the bolt escape, as if you fell a long distance. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. But
It is
during
based
that-
on forward velocity.
Yeah, during that roll time, you can't, weapon weapon swap, reusabilities.
Good.
Man in the green shirt.
It feels.
The animators have a little bit of control over when and when you cannot use abilities, and there are basically two cases where they disallow it, and that is during roll dodge and ball rolls, and that's essentially because your character is in a circle on the ground, and being able to cast abilities during that time looks kind of weird, and so it was deemed that looked so broken that disable abilities in
Well, the thing is, I'm like 2 feet off the ground and I'm still rolling, so.
No, our intention was that roll wouldn't happen unless we were falling and taking damage. So if it's happening with horizontal velocity,
that's
we could definitely pick it.
Alright, thank you.
And really one comment on that, if you spam the healing spell as you're falling, when you hit the ground, you will cast the heal before you roll, and that can allow you to instantly heal yourself from the ground. Use that a lot to jump off keeps.
Don't fix that,
What-
save my life.
What kind of heal? What kind of heal are you referring to?
Breath of life, anything that's instant, basically. If
Not
you
the
have
ground
to target
ones,
the ground,
yeah.
you won't be able to use
Right,
it, but if it's an instant spell, you can use it.
I can do it for very high things.
Is there something at reaction, or does it put, one moment. Passt dieses Buffen und so jetzt in dieses Thema? Also dass ich mal Reaction bekomme von Buffs? Which buff I have, which buff has them up, and I don't see them anywhere, I don't see a timer, I only must see and look at my character and look there.
So his question is if there's a chance that we get a better input of which buffs and debuffs are active on my character.
Buffs and debuffs basically on the heads-up display, the HUD.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we always try to communicate with
Yeah,
particle
so
effects.
we definitely there's a lot of feedback regarding wanting to get more information on the HUD. It's something that we're looking into. Nothing right now that we can announce, but we're looking at everything from is there anything more we can do to communicate it visually? Is there anything more we can do on the attribute bars? We didn't want to just straight up put buff icons on the HUD because a lot of the buffs are short and we didn't want it all to just be blinking all over the UI. So that's where we started with the foundation for, hey, let's try to communicate the overall effect that you're getting on the attribute bars. Sometimes that works great, sometimes it does not. Part of what we're going to be looking at on combat response is like, is there a way we could communicate that through better messaging on the UI, or is it not just the UI? Is it something with audio cues? So I know that's not necessarily an answer, but we're aware of it, and we're going to look at further ways of improving that, but nothing we can announce right now.
Quick question, it's 11:30, do we need to stop, or can we keep going?
Do we have any? We're till 12.
Yes. Oh, we're till 12,
Yeah,
okay.
do we have any more combat responsiveness presentations? Okay, it's all.
No, it's all with people, yeah.
I'm gonna bring up weapon swap again.
Sure.
For some reason, it seems to be counted as a spell, so when you're in a negate field or something, you cannot weapon swap. It feels
Really? I did not know
really,
that.
really
Yep.
bad.
Can I tag on to weapon swap as well?
Yes.
Is it possible to take weapon swap away from being a toggle ability? Because if you're experiencing lag and you really need to get to that second bar to heal yourself, and your bar swaps, then it swaps again because you're spamming it, to move it to a, let's say you're hitting Alt tilde for bar 2. So you can spam one button because you say, I want to get to bar 2 and I want to make sure the server knows I want to get to bar 2.
We consider that 2 different bindings.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
So you're saying
we
like
can consider
doing it
that.
from
One
memory, so
says-
not even having
no,
it switch,
one
you just
says
do like Alt tilde
set one,
and then 2,
the other
and it would
one
just
says
do
set
that
2.
skill in the background.
That would be
without swapping.
something, or a second binding to take you to bar
Let's do
2.
that.
So you're not hitting one button, being bar 1, one button again for bar 2, because then you can go back and forth, but just one ability to take you to bar 2. Because when I was playing in beta, that was the first thing I noticed. I hit level 15, I'm in the beta, and I'm trying to get back and forth. And this was before the improvement, so it took even longer.
Yeah,
so
it was terrible.
it was much more of an impact when you hit the wrong bar. And so I'd ask Wicked, I was like, hey, can you make a add-on real quick to change my bindings? But that's not in there.
No, we'll discuss that.
Yes.
Would it be, this is a suggestion, would it be possible to maybe be able to weapon swap on a horse? Because there's times in battle you're like, oh man, I gotta get this other
Trying to think.
the other side. Just can't.
Yeah.
There's more question for you. I don't know if there's
Maybe.
any. That's true.
Animation-wise,
I can't remember if there's a conflict in any system about that, but maybe.
We'll write it down. I didn't know if there was something with like textual weapons.
Hiding your weapons when you're on a horse, so you don't necessarily know what you have.
Flying off cliffs when you're on a horse.
I do like the death animation when you die on your horse, because the horse is laying there with you. Never even knew that was in game until I
I
saw
would like to
something
see more visual effects when someone is on fire, for instance, or having a poison or a disease or something like that. I can see the effect on some creatures in PvE, but in Zero Deal I can hardly see this kind of damage over time on the people or on the enemies, or even on allies. I would like to see more spectacular effects when somebody's on fire, you know, so we can see that, yes, this guy is having something on it.
I'm not sure if this is an animation thing, so bear with me. In Cyrodiil, a lot of times, like, there's a big change that happened in 1.3 with all charge abilities. Like, during the duration you're getting charged, you're rooted and you can't use any abilities. It really messes with the flow of combat, for me anyway.
You mean charging up a heavy attack of your own, or
just like
a guy is charging at you?
Someone's charging at you using any charge ability. And if you're getting cascaded by these charges, you can't do anything for the entire duration. It feels very stiff. I'm not sure if you guys would, this would be a bug from animation or
we have we have several things where, especially like if a projectile is on the way and it's going to stun you, like we might be displaying it in a time delay, but the stun is not delayed and it has to be obeyed. So we're cleaning some of those up. And this could be another example of that. It's like the stun is on you and we're just not showing the charge early enough, so it might be one of those.
It doesn't feel like it feels more like a root more than anything, but you can't do anything. Even if you're blocking, you know, it's just, I don't know if it's ever been brought up before. It happened at 1.3.
Just kind of going back to what our European counterparts were saying earlier, and the debuffs and the spectacular effects. So I understand that you might not be able to right now implement more like buffs and debuffs in the heads-up display, and I understand you guys want to have more immersion for the player, and that's awesome. But what about considering like loosening the grip on the API a little bit, so if the player wanted that information, they could put it there? I mean, is that something we can conceivably talk about?
It's, so, right now where the API is at is, basically, we want to, it's a delicate balance trying to make sure we open it up so that everyone can use the API the way we hope that you'd like to use it, as well as making sure that people don't have necessarily an advantage using any of the things that aren't exposed to the default UI. We are kind of always looking at, is there ways to open up certain other areas of the API, but we also want to be kind of cautious of like, hey, can these be used in malicious ways that most normal add-on developers would not necessarily use, but can be used in ways that we didn't even expect. That's one of the concerns we have with opening up a lot of the things with the buffs and debuffs, and even some of the things related to the chat, because players can and were using those in ways where we did not anticipate to automate a lot of the things that were happening in combat. It's definitely something we're always looking at. There's nothing that we have to announce right now in terms of additional things that we're opening up, but I definitely encourage, if there's specific areas where you feel like it should be open and that you can't see how it could be used maliciously, let the community team know, and we'll look into it even further. But it's basically, we're always looking at, hey, what can we give to the players with the APIs that we have for new features, existing features, as well as what is we have to be a little bit more careful with it.
Well, I just piggyback on something Chris said. If there's anything with buffs, debuffs, hot stops, boots that we can communicate better through animation, let us know.
And even in
Obviously,
the
the
UI,
numbers and the countdown timers, have
right.
their own advantages, but sometimes it's just not.
Right, like, and tying into that, even with the UI, like as an example, I know one of the things that we'd like to do is when you have any effects that are showing up on your attribute bar, if your bars are already filled up, it fades them out. Well, we're talking about like, well, it makes sense to kind of keep that up because you want to know what the overall effect is on the player. But if there's suggestions that you have on the default UI as well in terms of like, you know, what still keeps you in the experience of looking at the world, but what are the key things that we're kind of missing out on, that no matter what we do with the animation or the VFX or the audio, it's just not working, then we can kind of look at, okay, what is, you know, a generic concept we can do? Like, is it just like, you know, as an example, one of the games I worked on in the past was a mobile game. A lot less real estate that you have to work with, but we kind of had like a general concept of like, here's a debuff that means you're slowed down, here's a debuff that means you have less damage. So we're definitely looking into ways that we can do it on the UI as well, where it makes sense to reinforce the VFX and the audio. But we do prefer to have, like, you know, you be able to get that messaging as much as possible in the game.
So I think that's a little unrealistic in a lot of cases. Like it's a very noble idea. There's just too much going on. Like specifically, like say if you're fighting like a 12-man raid boss, okay, you might have a tank apply Pierce Armor debuff to the mob. That might change your decision about which ability you use. Oh, now it's got an armor debuff. Now it's got a spell resistance debuff. There's no way to know. You know what I mean? There's no information. And it's unlikely that you're going to stack like 25 animations on this boss, like, oh, there's Elemental Drain, and oh, I see this little kink in his armor, he's got Pierce Armor. I mean, it's just, you're never going to be able to optimize. And it's one thing with, like, you know, some like the higher level players that, you know, practice and they know their tank's always going to have that upper, they're always going to have Elemental Drain up. When you're talking about like a casual player trying to defeat a new boss or something like that, not only do they not know if the effect is active, and then they fail, you know, or for various reasons, like they don't do enough damage, and they fail, I don't know why. They don't even know that they're not doing it right, you know what I mean? Having that kind of UI feedback allows people to optimize the play. I mean...
No, I mean, it's good feedback, and like I said, you know, part of the combat responsiveness isn't just in the world, it is also on the UI side that we want to see if there's ways to improve it.
We've got you a lot already. We'll come back to you. Yes.
Okay. I have a question for you, the UI, and I mean, without an add-on, I cannot see the hit points and the percent of a boss, for example. So I just have to load one add-on for this, and I'm a player who loves it to play without any add-ons. But it's very important for me in the new arena or in the PvP to see how many lives the bosses or the other players have. And could you make this possible?
I'll
build it in.
I'll build it down, and I'll definitely talk to programs, see if it's something that we could include as an option to toggle on and off for the players that want.
I would say 25% is the break point, because that's where a lot of the executes come in. So maybe just changing the bar to like a dark red or something when you hit that. I think that's probably the most important one, because that's when everyone starts kicking into the high DPS mode.
The problem with the health bar that collapses from both sides is it's hard to do the mental math on what percentage is remaining. Like if it was a one side down and when one end stays where it is, it's a lot easier to do that mental computation. But both sides collapsing in, it's really hard to. You think the boss is at half health and it's like at 33% because the visual, like, optical illusion of.
Yeah. Front row.
To go back to the combat animations before that were being changed, everyone always says dual wield is so much fun, and I always wonder why. And then when you put them side by side like that, I noticed why. The game's very cinematic, and you lost a lot of that in the combat initially. It didn't feel as cinematic as the rest of the game. Now, one thing I noticed with the dual wield, it's very, very flamboyant. Like, there's flourishes, there's changes of grips on the weapons. Your sword and board and your two-hand, they don't have that. It's just slash, 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 slash. And it feels very kind of boring and not part of the, disconnected from the rest of the game and the whole cinematic way of things. So perhaps maybe adding more flourishes and making it feel a little bit more flamboyant, a little bit more showy, would make it feel more exciting to play.
Changing your grip or something?
Yeah, like changing your grip on your sword, reversing your grips, like things like that. Even like the whole Spartan style of attacking with your shield, maybe on your third attack that you smack them with the side of your shield, like things like that, I think would create that whole action feel.
But animation canceling does ruin a lot of that. If you have a broadsword and you cast an ability during a light swing, you're not going to see one or the other, because it's going to pick one of the animations and show you. So you don't see these awesome abilities you just showed because you're doing two things at once.
That's one of the things we're trying to balance that out, because especially at the high level of play, a lot of the flow of it isn't to watch the rest of your light attacks. So we're balancing right now, and we're kind of asking ourselves, well, how deep do we go with those variations? Because the way that people are playing, you're not necessarily going to see it. In my heart, it's near and dear to want to make those really cool flourishy animations. But we're also trying to balance it against what people are actually going to see in the flow of their actual gameplay. So it's really good feedback to hear that you want. How many people kind of agree with that would like to see more flourish type variations? Does it matter whether it's light attacks or heavy attacks? Abilities, making abilities more showy?
Yeah, I use heavy attacks to restore stamina now. It's awesome.
So, I'm sorry, heavy attacks, where would you want to see the flourish? Where would be the
I think in any style, anything that has a continuous flow to it, instead of just seeing the monotonous chop, like you're chopping wood, anything that has a continuous combat should have some sort of action cinematic feel to it, because you can't have a game that's pretty much a live movie and then have a combat thing where it's a guy chopping a wooden dummy. And that's kind of some of the times that you get that feeling. And if you got rid of that feeling and flowed it into the game as a whole to make it one giant experience, I think it would really cut down on people's complaints about issues with combat.
So you mean even like if you're having like a dagger, like on an occasion there's like a stab, and then like that's just random?
Well, if you watch the video when the dual wield is done, if you, especially first person, notice that when they stab, he would reverse the grip and roll the dagger around in his hand and hold it the other way. There's no reason you can't do that with a two-handed sword, where you just, your next swing comes up from a backhanded swing, or, you shift your grip a little bit to stab out, or anything. Just something that changes the monotonous of the chopping the wood.
Yeah. Or even something like you said with Spartan, where if he is holding blocking, he does do a light attack, he can do it over his shield. Right? Maybe he isn't blocking because he obviously can't block at the same time, but he can have that animation.
Cool. Thank you, Dak. Black Jacket?
So I wanted to go back to the one-handed shield responsiveness. One of the problems that we've been having is that when you weapon swap while holding a one-handed shield, or when you roll dodge while holding a one-handed shield, your block drops while you're doing that. And that causes problems when you have various stacked effects, such as a boss using a power bash on you at the same time as you have to roll dodge out of a lightning bolt, for example. It has caused a lot of problems with that. Especially with Dragon Star Arena, where there are a lot of different effects being stacked together all at once.
Yeah, and it's like build off of that when run out of like red AoEs, and then right when you roll out, you get hit by a power attack, and you're just knocked on your face.
But
you don't even see it coming.
Roll dodge at the same time?
I don't think so, but it's kind of the responsiveness of the combat under the current scenario. If block were to be changed, then that wouldn't be a problem, but as it stands right now, it's a problem the way the game currently plays.
Did both of those attacks come from the same monster?
Not always, but sometimes. Like, for example, I can give you an example of Dragon Star Stage 4. The boss uses Cinderstorm and Power Bash, and often what he does is he drops Cinderstorm and then immediately goes into a Power Bash. So you have to quickly roll dodge or wait until after the Power Bash, which can cause problems, especially when there are other adds stacked on top of that, because there is a Battle Mage there, and it uses a negate field plus like a circle that forces you to roll dodge out.
Yeah, it's a little harder to coordinate multiple monsters, but it's like definitely like one guy who says you need to roll and block at the same time, like that kind of sucks. Yeah, that's probably something we should fix. So. You're next.
Okay. Two things for casters. We are often talking about tanks. casters have a pet, have two pets, have the Twilight Daedra and so on. And there's a question in my guild. I didn't know before that I can control them a little bit. There should be a button how to control the pet. I don't know. My pets are always attacking. It's okay. But they ask about a pet UI or a pet information window or a pet help.
Controls,
Pet help. If you cast your first pet, you will get the information. With this, you can defensive. You can attack it, or let attack it, or not attack it, and so on. So pet control would be good. And there's a second thing in this. My first time in Cracklon was last week. I played 5 months, and so I see the first time the ritual with the priest who must cast and have a live button, a big live button.
Yeah.
So like the end bosses, they have a big live button. But there the live button is for the priest who get killed, and so it's a little bit complicated to understand. The bosses, okay, they are dead, but then the priest is dead, and the priest should be.
Are you saying that the friendly health bars need to be
friendly
differentiated from the enemy?
In green would be a good thing. So I know that's a green health bar, and above that there's a red health bar, and so I know this is my friendly character. This is this is an enemy, or pet control or a friendly control window. So I see. Okay, this is.
We actually talked at one point about making friendly health, be green as an example.
Yeah.
Then you get the flip side of like, oh, is that their stamina?
Yeah.
So it's it's definitely trying to figure out what's more.
What about just putting a green border around it?
That's also an option. So
yeah, green border. It's a red.
Okay, I got one more quick thing. Just a suggestion for fear. There's no animation for it, so when you're in PvP, you're rooted and you're feared at the same time. You're like, what the heck's going on? Because you don't have any animation or indicator to tell you that, hey, I'm feared, I need to break this. So
he runs, right?
Is there any way to put some like animation to know you're feared?
Well, he runs. So
But
it's
if you're
locomotion
rooted,
animation.
For every control.
Don't run, so.
I would say for every control spell, because sometimes it's very hard to make a distinction between, hey, I can see that I cannot move, but I don't know why I cannot move. Is it because I'm immobilized, or just because I'm stunned, or because I'm sometimes also fear and immobilized at the same time?
A yellow puddle
So
appears under
how
your
can
character.
I react? Should I dodge, or should I CC break, or I don't know. And a couple of seconds I'm losing just to determine why I cannot move is just the seconds that make that where I'm killed.
Is part of it, so clearly there are communication problems with you're rooted or stunned or whatever, and you don't know why it happened.
It's just a lack of animation.
But are there also problems where when you try to CC break, you can't? Or when you try to get out,
Yeah,
you
so
can't?
also some issues with the unstoppable skill, where you have it on you, but you still take the control effect sometimes. Don't know. That can find a situation where I can have a very good example and show to you when it happens. Because it happens sometimes. So, but yeah, sometimes we have the unstoppable on us, and we still are stunned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are one of the ones that it's very hard for us to create it internally, like in a clean situation.
To reproduce it, to really dig into what exactly the problem is. So we're very interested in this topic, and anything that you could actually write down for us and send to Jess that could go to the team, that would give us specifics that we can really dig into. We would love that information.
And also, when you completely lose control of your character, you can't trigger any skill anymore. The only thing you can do is just to quit the game and relaunch the game sometimes. Don't know if you have already see
that. That one came back. That was there at launch, and we fixed it, but then it somehow came back. Less frequently than it was originally.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to isolate and figure that one out.
Yeah, just really quick, I do have a question, but really quick about his question and fear. It occurs to me that you already have a really nice effect in the game. It's the like creepy, ethereal spiders coming down. It's in like Spindle Clutch. It's really obvious, like you're freaking out. There's these like ghost spiders. I mean, that or something like it. Like there's like this ghost or something on your screen. I mean, that sounds cheesy, but like something like an overlay on your screen that would be very obvious that you are feared, and that's why you're not taking action. I mean, that effect already exists in the game, so plug and play. Right? It's an instant improvement.
Like a urine puddle underneath your character.
My actual question, to change gears just very slightly, is actually about sound, and we don't have like a sound segment, but it's really related to combat responsiveness and feel, so maybe I can feel it anyways. Not
we can bring in guys, we can bring in audio guys like in one of the other sessions.
I will play games other than ESO.
Yeah.
And one thing that I always notice when going back and forth between ESO and other games that have action combat is that the action combat in most other games, if not all, has a much more substantial bass element to it. Like I'll be playing some other game and then I'll switch to ESO and I'll feel like my subwoofer just turned off. It's very treble, very like high in the decibel range. I'm not a sound designer, so I don't know the specifics, but I know that if I'm playing another game, and I could name a few, for example, but you know, if I hit with my two-handed hammer, it's this like really like oomph, and I hit with a two-handed sword in ESO, and it's like
No, that's great. Like that's great, because I didn't know that.
That's excellent.
So I'm wondering why and it's not just combat sounds. Like there just doesn't seem to be a lot of bass in ESO at all.
We need to ask our audio guys. Maybe there's a bug. Maybe it was off. You know, obviously so many people play with headphones. It doesn't show itself.
I play both the speakers and headphones, and I agree either way. Whether I'm using my Astros or whether I'm using my 2.1, just desktop speakers.
Right.
There's no bass. I don't know.
I'll pull in one of our audio guys for one of the sessions. We'll find an appropriate one.
This would be help for the topic before how hard I will be hit. Or,
feedback. Right.
More bass, more hit.
And you can even have the feeling that you hit harder and you are causing more damage. Just because you have a better sound. That's just a matter of feeling.
The new Force Shock has a ton of bass on it, though.
Just turns into a rave.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, okay, it's other game, it's Hearthstone. If you, with a small boom, and if you hit with 8, boom!
And the crowd cheers too.
The rumbling of the screen and so on, you see that was hard.
Just out of curiosity, how many people are experiencing that with the bass? Because I don't know if it could be a specific audio card or a specific audio driver issue we have with our game. But several sounds like that.
Well, I wanted to build off of Atropos' thing. I think that's a really good point. Like, if you use Impulse, like, it's a fire explosion. I feel like there should be some sub to that, I know this is going to be extreme, but an example of like C4, there is bass when C4 goes off. It is an explosion. It doesn't feel like an explosion. It's like king, and like the sound when it hits multiple ads, it's like someone's like knocking on a door, or something. Do you know what I mean? When you're like standing there, the sound just doesn't sound right. If you know what I mean, like if you're getting hit by a fire wave, does it sound like you're knocking on a door? Do you see what I'm saying? It's like a click, clonk, 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 like that when you're hitting them.
Right.
You know, I don't know if you guys.
Right, we might be playing the default sound instead of an appropriate sound.
We do have an audio representative on our team. I apologize for not inviting him to this meeting, but we do have this.
on the flip side of that, it gives you a sense of you're hitting something. But it doesn't sound right, but it's kind of a double-edged sword there.
We will pass this.
I have kids. I never get to hear the game, so.
Same here. They won't let me talk because they're sleeping.
Your thunder sounds awesome though. Like it sounds really
Yes.
like
Well, let me ask you this: do you hear the bass on the thunder?
Yes, I hear the bass on the thunder.
Okay.
That's like the one sound effect.
So it does work.
It does work.
I actually thought it was a thunderstorm outside.
That sound effect.
I know it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I just think the rest of the game isn't at that level. I don't know.
Ja, heißen denn die Dinger jetzt nochmal, die von oben?
We'll get the audio guys in for another session. It's 12 o'clock now, so I don't know if we have to break.
Okay. Thanks everybody. We really appreciate your time, and we've got lots of notes, and we're going to go back and go through them and put together an agenda for next week. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you.
For lunch, we have everything set up downstairs, kind of where breakfast.
Whenever some of the guys from Bethesda come up here, they just want Chick-fil-A. They just come out here, Chick-fil-A. So it's always funny seeing different foods that come in. So how were the presentations earlier? Did you guys get lots of questions answered?
Yes.
Lots of questions unanswered?
Lots of soon.
Especially in the last presentation, a lot of questions not answered.
Nothing that can be committed to.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about it, yeah, right.
Yeah, the system guys are doing as best as they can to get stuff made, but can't necessarily tell you when or exactly how much.
So I think I mentioned this to a few of you, but Brian is the PvP lead, but more specifically, he's the PvP systems lead. So he does not. He does.
I'll explain it. Don't worry.
He does not deal with things like AoE caps and crowd control problems.
The door still killing.
And class balance and stealth. It's not his wheelhouse.
It's my wheelhouse in another game.
He also does not read the forums because it causes PTSD.
Believe me, I've seen lots of Wheelers who just go kill himself.
They should have, you know how they do the celebrities read tweets that are...
Sad tweets? Oh,
yeah.
That was going to be part of this presentation.
You should do that with the forum posts.
Something like, I've read the posts and then have like Everybody Hurts play in the background, but
we would have brought you a cookie.
A little bit too combative.
I would have shared my cookie.
Yes.
Would have shared your empathy.
Would have been a pity cookie.
Pity cookie?
Sorry, what?
Did anybody fly in from Dallas?
I took a long 49-minute flight.
You got your beat. Mine was an hour and 9 minutes.
I actually slept though, so.
Oh, damn. That's pretty good.
47.3 minutes.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to record just for reference.
Ah!
Now I can hold you to everything you say.
Let's go do this and make you freak out like what the hell is it?
They turn the lights off front here for you.
No, it's a genetic condition. Every day.
Are everybody accounted for, Gina?
Yay! You're from Mostly Harmless, right?
Yep.
You guys won the PvP thing? You won the PvP?
Everybody have their laptops ready and notepads ready and laser beam eyeballs ready for me? Alright. So here's your first major controversial Q&A of the day, probably, that'll come up. I'm Brian Wheeler, the lead PvP designer, and we'll get into all the fun things of what you see on the screen. In case anybody is new to it, what AVA means is Alliance versus Alliance. There should be another versus Alliance there, but we wanted to be short and sweet by just saying AVA. So,
Instead of
Whoever did the PowerPoint charges by letter.
Yeah, that's true. So, who are we? Who is the PvP team? There's a few of us in here. Ben is in the back. He's been with me since Mythic days. Mike Julius is our head artist. He's in here as well. And then a couple other guys downstairs still diligently working on Imperial City at the moment to make sure we get all of the voiceover work in for you guys here when it comes online. So what do we cover? Basically the keeps, siege weaponry, campaign rules, how you get alliance points, how many alliance points you get, any of the content that you fight over. We don't, as much as the forums want me to be the person who answers for all of these things. Player-to-player combat, abilities, items, gear, casting a fireball from your hand or from a staff. That is not our purview, despite the fact that my title is player versus player. It is not player versus player being your abilities, how combat works, etc., etc. So I know that on the forums, Gina, Jess, and I get asked a lot of stuff, and I'm one of the more responding devs. And sorry to disappoint anybody when I say, hey, I have to have the combat team answer it. But you guys will get a chance to ask them directly tomorrow. Eric will be up here, and he'll be able to answer any of the questions regarding those wonderful topics like AE cap, and as well as why doesn't my fireball do this much damage as opposed to that much damage. So the forums, this is where I was going to put up mean tweets and everybody hurts, but I figured we should just say that we read it a lot. Ben reads it, I read it probably the most. Going through feedback, I reply when I can, and on things that I can't reply on, I just say, hey, I pass it along to the appropriate team that can handle it. Stuff like the combat abilities, I pass it over to the guys and they take a look at it. Things such as crashes or any server instability things, I send those over to the engineering team. Several changes have gone in directly from feedback by you guys and by the forums. Things like campaign rule sets. I know that during some of the guild forum conversations that I hopped into, there were requests for shorter campaigns. Shortly thereafter, we saw that some of the shorter campaigns weren't populated enough, so we reverted that and went with some 30 days. There are lots of feedback that we get that we respond to, lots that we catalog, and a lot that we try to change and make sure we get in there for the betterment of the game. But sadly, we have to make sure we get it all in a timely manner without interrupting progress on Imperial City as well. So while some of the updates come in quicker, some takes a little bit longer to get in, like the poster and door fix, which Rob, he's in here too, he's one of our client programmers, he's done a great job in getting that in. But he and I can testament that was a bitch to nail down.
It's fucking hard.
Yeah, so it's not as easy as just fix it, so it sucks. But some of the changes that have gone in, the mercenaries, we play tested them internally, play tested them in beta. They were pretty popular, but when they got into the live scenario with tons of people playing them, they turned out to be not so nice. Yeah. So we ripped them out. We figured, why have something in there that is not performing the way we wanted to, so we pulled it. It was going to take probably just as long to figure out what was wrong with them as with the poster and doors, so we were like, let's just pull them for the time being. We don't know if they're going to come back, but at least that's some of the feedback that we reacted to directly. Again, campaign variants, stuff like shorter campaigns, longer campaigns, rewards. I know you have a question. We'll get to a Q&A section at the end. Don't worry. You just write it down. You guys have me for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, and this portion for me is pretty quick. And of course, anti-emperor farming stuff. We've seen a little bit of that. We're still keeping an eye on it. I know that there are still tactics out there players use, but we're still looking. What's next? I can tell you in update 5, the minimum requirement for buying forward camps. If you guys have read the forums, you know this. We're making a rank requirement on it to start. We'll see how that goes. Some of the other things, like suggestions like resurrecting within the radius of the forward camp, we're looking into doing that right now. Initially we brought that up, but it was deemed a little, and I use the words directly, scary by our engineers, because they didn't want to worry about tracking too much player position enough as is. But they're looking into it again, seeing what they can add to it to make sure it's not as nasty on the server to track player position on the client and the server at the same time to see that they can resurrect there. There's also a little bit of UI work with that involved. It's not just as simple as just make them resurrect in the circle. anti-tunneling boundaries. We know that people still use rapid mounting, dismounting to get through fixtures. And then when they get through the fixtures, they get into large flat swaths of terrain that was never built. Then they drop forward cams. So we're trying to fix that by putting in basically a teleport barrier, much like the infamous teleport barrier that got disabled in patch 2 or 3, something like that. We have that back on, but it surrounds all of Cyrodiil. So hopefully that'll cut back on a little bit of the forward camping out in the wild, as it were. And buffs going local only. That one is another one to help cut down on the fact where players use campaign Hatteras or Chillrend as their home campaign, go into another campaign with all the buffs from it. That in Update 5 will fix some of those issues where you get the buffs from the campaign you're in only. Hopefully that'll help solve some of it, but we know that doesn't solve all of it.
How does that affect PvE?
You carry your buffs with you from your home into PvE right now. We're looking at deciphering if we're going to do that or not still. And for future updates, oil pod adjustments, as you guys heard, we're looking at adding a 6-meter minimum distance traveled, because oil pods right now, they're being used for tactics other than what they were originally designed to do. They're meant to be defensive position, drop oil on people, not run up in the middle of a field, point blank AE people.
Is the outer wall of a keep 6 meters?
It's 8 meters, so it'll trigger. Yep. And if it was 5 meters, 4 meters, I'd just say 6 meters, because that's the one I know offhand. We'll obviously do a hardcore scrub to make sure it does trigger at 6 meters. If it needs to be 4 meters, it's just enough so you can't just be like, F you all, you're dead. So that's what we need to make sure doesn't happen. And Elder Scroll bonus changes. There's been some requests to make them a little bit more, for lack of a better word, sexy. So some of the guys are looking into how to make that a little bit more fancy for people. Of course, that's not it. Other issues we know about are cataloging and making sure we get to them. Population imbalances, we know about those. We have to be aware of the global population, not only in US, but in Europe, and coming soon on console. We have to be aware of population across all of those, so we're looking at solutions for how to fix those. There's nothing solid right now, so sadly I can't really talk about it. Spirit of the game antics. It's a nice broad statement for any time you guys report somebody on the forums with big bold letters, Gina, James, get these people banned. We get in touch with CS and we make sure that they are being handled in terms of looking at, we action them when we can, but sadly we can't catch everybody. That's where some of your reports from the forums, as well as just in-game, come in handy. Crashes, both client and server side, we're aware of those, and Rob is here as one of the engineers who looks into those things. We're trying to make sure we catch them all. Unfortunately, Elder Scrolls Online is a big game, and anytime you move one brick out of the Jenga block, who knows where it's going to pop somewhere else. So we try to catch them as we can. And of course, spies and trolls, guesting issues. We're looking at maybe putting tighter restrictions on guesting or just flat out removing it. We'll see what happens in the coming months. But that, I know it's another hot issue that people talk about. There are a couple dials we can tweak with that. We can make the guesting cooldown separate from the the home assignment cooldown. We can make one 2 weeks if we felt like it. So there's various dials we can turn. We're looking at what we can possibly do that's not too impactful to make everybody go crazy. So coming soon. I know soon is a relative term that you guys see all the time. It's pretty much trademark, copywritten, and smiley face at this point. So we're going to talk about it a little bit now. It's a PvE zone with PvP. The main... it's pretty blunt. The main areas are the sewers and the districts. The sewers, it's pretty much a super huge, long public dungeon. And the districts, this is where capture locations are, as well as various events. I'll show you a few of those, but to give you an idea, the arena is taken over by Dromora, and they're having some pretty sick games happening in there. I'll show you basically some fights in there later on. The difficulty has gone back and forth. We've gone from public dungeon to hardcore veteran 14, to Veteran 5. So now we're back at, we're pretty happy with the, bless you. So we're pretty happy with the concept that it's kind of a reward zone. Pretty much the fact of once you get access to it, you can go in there with 1 or 2 players, have a good time. It's not necessarily something that is hardcore that's going to require a group or more to run through the content. We want as many people to experience it. Plus, it's a PvP zone. We can't have ridiculously 10 or 12 pulls at once while you're dealing with fighting off as a hard pack on your back. So it's tuned with not just the content in mind or the player skill or gear in mind, but also the fact that it is a PvP flagged location.
Veteran rank?
Excuse me?
Veteran rank?
It is veteran rank 14. In terms of its, flat out veteran rank of what the monsters are, it's 14. That's how it stands now. We'll see obviously how it hits when it hits the PTS and goes from there. And each campaign will have its own Imperial City. I know that it gets a little bit back to some of the population questions. One thing that we can assure you is that the population in Imperial City, as well as Cyrodiil, as well as the caves in Cyrodiil, as well as the sewers in here, all share the same population cap. So you won't have to worry about, I went into Imperial City, I'm trying to get back into my campaign to help them out, take a keep, and I can't, and I got a queue. Once you're in Imperial City or Cyrodiil, you're considered in all of those things. So you wouldn't have to worry about queuing to get back to where you came from or queuing to get into Imperial City. It's all under the shared same population cap. More PvP in my PvE. I know at QuakeCon we said 1 side at a time. During testing, it just wasn't enough. We tried 2 sides and found it was alright. So we're doing 3 sides allowed at a maximum, but that 3 sides is gated by owning your 6 native keeps. So this adds a 3rd gameplay rule to Cyrodiil. Right now there's capture the 6 keeps around Imperial City to crown your Emperor. There's capture the 3 keeps to open up the gates to get to your Elder Scrolls. And this adds the concept of home security. If you secure your 6, then you can go into Imperial City. But if you take 1 from the enemy, they can't get in. If you get lost one of yours, then you can't get in. So it very much adds another gameplay rule as a metagame to Cyrodiil as a whole. Helps spread out some of the population, as well as also make sure that if people do flood into Imperial City, one alliance may be weak, and you can go ahead and take their keeps out in Cyrodiil. So it adds that extra gameplay rule of making sure your home keeps are secure. I know we have the buff in there for owning your own 6 keeps, but that was a lot of the feedback was that's cute, but not enough. So this will hopefully give you a little bit more onus, a little bit more desire to defend your home territory before going out and turning the whole map red or blue or yellow, depending upon which alliance you are.
Does this replace the rule that you originally had for like you had to own 10 keeps or 12 keeps? I like it. I think it's going to get far more interactivity. Good.
And plus, it gets more. It gets a lot more people in Imperial City for the fighting. I mean, it's a PvP zone. Granted, the wipe, running through, burning through, killing everybody on the way is great. But then when you clear them all out, it's like, all right, well, I guess we'll hang out for a bit or log out. We didn't like that, so we're looking at 3 sides. We'll see how it goes with PTS, but we do have the ability to, on a campaign-by-campaign basis, change the rule set. We could make it on one campaign, it's majority. On another campaign, it's your native 6 plus 1. In another campaign, it can be just your 6. So we do have the ability to do that. We're going to start with 3 sides being able to have access if you own your native keeps, and then you can simply just take it away by taking Ash or taking Chala Mo. I know you guys love that word. So what's in there? New armor sets. If you guys saw the QuakeCon video, I'll show you also in game in a minute. The Zivkin Imperial Daedric, as they've been getting called. Their official name is Zivkin. They're fancy badass Dremora. They're the guys you saw in the Blur trailer, for lack of a better way to word it. 6 new 8-hour buffs. The Mundus Stone buffs? They're sort of like that, but they're not permanent. They last for 8 hours, and they're AE beneficial. So what that means is I could get a buff in this example, which helps all the range of the restoration staff abilities of anybody near me have 5 more meters. We hooked in all basically the weapon skill lines for this to either give you more range, more effectiveness, or some other variant thereof. We'll nail them all down for you later on, but this is just one example of one of the 6. And we wanted to have a nod to the Divines. Their placement has changed. I also stated in QuakeCon that we were going to have all 8 for the 8 Divines in the Elven Gardens, but we actually changed that. We're putting them in each of the captural districts. There'll be 2 in each of them, so that's a chance to spread out the population as well as give you more of a reason to capture a district. The new crafting style, you'll actually not only be able to kill Dremora baddies to get the gear, but also craft it. Much like I think Michael and the items gang just talked about, they're looking at how they're going to source it. I don't know if we're going to source it as chapters or if we're going to do it as a single book. They're going to see how things go over with the Dwemer, right? See how that goes. And obviously, there's going to be lots of stuff to kill, to get loot, lots of XP. All the quests in here will have their experience and XP and gold cranked up to the highest possible that we can give you for more of a reason to go in there, and not only for PvP, but for PvE. So, you know, it's a lot of talk. I don't know if you guys have been in game yet today, so instead of talking about it, this is the entry location for Old Mary. I know there's a big hullabaloo about we only play Daggerfall. That's BS. I play Old Mary. But this is just an idea of kind of how it looks and how it sounds. Hey, we have sound. Our sound designer, Matt Conway, would be ridiculously happy about this. You get to hear that lovely robo voice that you haven't heard in so long.
Don't get me wrong.
Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, the general will give you the gist of the story that, hey, it's taken over. We don't know exactly what's going on up there. Report to some of the Fighters Guild contacts we have up there. So he'll send you on a basic quest to go up into the districts.
Is this like a secondary save zone?
This is a secondary save zone, exactly. Because right here, this door takes you out into the sewers, and the sewers has a little ledge where you drop down into the actual sewer space, actually get fighting and get rumbling, and you can be camped. There can be guys right here waiting for you.
You're gonna get killed before you ever get.
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that there's a door over here you can also use to go up and down. I know that there's going to be people camping it, etc., which is why we had the water. But also, this is something you don't see right here. It may be listed in this location. No, good. You didn't see all those super duper buffs. Down here and up here. Shut up, cheat. Up here, much like at the back of keeps in 1.4 or 1.3, it was 1.3, there's a chain suppression pull zone up here. So as an ally, I can't yank people up here. Sorry, as an ally, in quotes. And also down here, there's, back in the lower location, there's a suppression range for you not being able to jump up. So this area right here is safe. The range, you can actually shoot people that are down there. So in terms of the worry about getting camped, we've seen that this leads to a lot of fighting right here, but also the simple fact of I can just come down that door, pop through and kill people too. Also, we all know with Mage Light, I can find the stealthers that are waiting for me too.
Can you put siege up there?
No siege is actually allowable in here. It's a funky, screaming server restriction where, for lack of a better way to word it, we can't have things get spawned in by the players in many locations besides Cyrodiil, because it chews up a lot of processing power on the server, and that's why you won't see things in here like keep walls getting blown up, or some of the things that you're used to in Cyrodiil. But obviously the NPCs still have their collision, that's a client-side thing that we want to ensure, and plus the rats, you can walk over them, it's okay. You gotta change the lighting so they can see.
Yeah. Turn stuff.
Is that better? Darker?
Oh.
How's that?
Yeah.
No?
Am I the only one that just wants to
That was just
Can you guys at least see your notes?
Can you see your notes? Everybody, you need to adjust your eyes.
Let me check.
If you die in here and you don't own it, where do you spawn? Do you
Um,
spawn inside so you continue to fight, or do you get spawned outside?
Based on the size of this space, there's two major zones. There's the sewers, which I'm in right now, and there's also the districts. So we have a respawn point in the sewers because we didn't want it to be too, Jesus, ridiculously punishing. I know that there's the desire to kick you out entirely, but every single playtest we've had about it, that has resulted in people coming in and wanting to skewer me. So we know that that's one of the things that players want, a sense of kicking people out. But we don't want to be too penalty. My bow is not that badass. I have a cheat on. The mobs are not that weak. Don't worry. But that's just kind of like an idea. I'll show you where you respawn real quick if you want to see. If I can. Oh, hold on. You're gonna see a lot of cheating commands here that none of you will be able to use.
Oh.
Sorry. Aw.
I can see the log.
Oh, I'm dead.
You can be killed.
I can be killed. So you can either resurrect with a soul shard if you have one, or you can respawn at a way shrine, which in this case is the entry point of your sewer location. Or if you took a PvP death, you can respawn at a captured location in the districts. Speaking of that, I might as well hop up there and show you guys some of those things.
And the spawn location doesn't change if you own or don't own the city?
The only thing that changes are the capture locations. If you own or don't own them, those allow you to respawn at them or not, depending upon, just like a keep. Like if you own a keep, you can respawn at it. Same functionality in here. If you own a district, you can respawn at a ledge nearby that lets you, pop up and you're okay. That's Eric Roble.
Hi, Eric.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Right now, this is.
Yes, I got a cheer.
Yes, you got a cheer. Nice. So the sewer entries all pop up just like this. And you come out into the territory. There's crafting stations. There's clan fear. But each of these crafting stations, they're locked unless you own the district. And some of those will give special gear sets. We're still nailing those down, what those set bonuses are. I'm cheating again, sorry.
Oh.
There's a big anchor. You guys should recognize that from outside of Cyrodiil. Now you can actually see it while you're in here. Alright. So, some of these are very, very, very placeholder because obviously we're not going to ship it with a gray box and blinking discs. Some of these things are in the middle of being changed right now as we speak. But to give you an idea, if you could see in your head, it's not a gray podium, but much more some Daedric stone with a Molag Bal sigil in the middle of it. That ray of light you should recognize from around keep flags to show you that you own it or don't own it. This is a purple color. Purple is not obviously yellow, blue, or red, which means Molag Bal can actually own portions of this and actually own it. When the anchor's in place, you kind of can see, hey, it's in there, bad things are happening. There's going to be some more effects with this to sell that. But when you come down here, there are these portals. Ah, my effect is gone. Sorry. Shit, you didn't see that. Oh, wait. Did I spell it wrong? That's better.
That's the way I like to see the bow.
Bow, you said, right?
So, that then becomes open. You get sucked into a portion of Cold Harbor up above. I know some of you are going, oh, Cold Harbor, you gotta be kidding. But this is much more on the sense of you're on the offense as opposed to just trying to sneak through it and stay alive. I'm probably gonna cheat down here. So here's a pinion. You should be able to recognize that from Dark Anchor work. But also, there's the Zivkin armor. You'll be able to craft that. That's the heavy. This is light. You won't be able to have those gross eyes, and that's a Grievous Twilight. You'll be able to make the armor and the weapons as well. And again, that'll be something that you can learn from the books or from the chapters. I know, it's terrible. I don't do these things on live, I promise. I'd be fired if I was. So, you siphon the energy off the pinion. Go by him. Go back to the market district. Now remember, all that is PvP flagged. Like we've actually seen in tests people fight each other in that location. It's kind of fun. So these guys are now defending the pinion. If you are actually in this location when that buff gets activated on you, you see how my hands are kind of have this glowy look? You actually see these guys spawn in, like, oh, crap, and then we now need to defend this. And I'm going to do this again. Oops. Again, imagine that the sigil is getting sort of powered up, and then when all these guys defending it are dead, you're going to interact with this. And please, again, ignore the fact that this is placeholder, fancy gray thing just doing a silly animation. It's amazing. So, yeah, I know. So, now that pinion itself, right there, is Aldmerion.
Can you see this from other? Can you see this from other sections that someone's in the middle doing this?
You can't see that, but you will be able to see the overall status of the district. Just like you can't see the general status of a flag inside of a keep, you can only see who owns the keep itself. It's keeping that same thing intact here. But
all those to own the district?
yes, there's 3 of those. There's 3 of these things per district. And again, remember, this is also content. Sorry, 3. 1 anchor in the Market, Noble, and Arboretum district. There's only 3 of these things. If you see on the greater big map, 1, 2, and 3. They all have 3 of these podiums or control portions that you have to flip to get to your side. And one of the other things to bear in mind is not only can this be flipped by from the Dremora control to your alliance, but also if an Aldmeri alliance flip this, and if Daggerfall or Ebonheart come up to it, they can interact with it and flip it for themselves. So there is a way to actually take it away from an alliance as opposed to having to have to go through the entire cycle of going into Cold Harbor and flip it from Dremora. I'll show you briefly what this looks like as it stands today in terms of when the anchor flips. This is missing some sound effects, so it's going to sound like an old, actually nothing like as if you had it on mute. So, that goes away. It's going to be obviously much more fanfare and effects and such like that.
Hopefully there's some bass to it.
There'll be some what? Some bass, yeah, like on the stage at QuakeCon where my fillings rattled off. I swear to God, that thing was insane. So some guys come out, they defend it now. So you actually have a little bit more indication that your alliance owns it. Some banners appear on the buildings around it. And then if you die, you can actually respawn there. See how it's yellow, but when it's not owned, it's white. So it kind of gives you an idea of, hey, that side owns it. Also, your respawn point isn't out here in the middle of nowhere, because we all know that you would just get ganked and killed. So we added a elevated location here. This is the place you actually respawn. So you can drop down, get back into combat, so you're not worried about getting spawn camped the second you respawn. That gives you a chance to fight baddies away in case there's some patrolling nearby.
You can't get chained up there, can you?
Excuse me?
You can't get chained or
Nope.
dragon lead
There'll
or
be
anything?
there'll be suppression zones there as well to make sure you can't get pulled up or pulled down.
So this outer part, is this open at all times that you
Yep.
can fight over? There's
Yep.
no, you don't need to control the 6 keeps around to get in?
As soon as you get in, you can stay in technically forever as long as you want.
In order to get in, you have to own 6 keeps around it?
Yep. You have to own your native. You have to own your native 6 keeps, not the 6 keeps
Okay.
around Imperial City. The 6 keeps around Imperial City will still gate Emperorship.
I don't foresee myself leaving here.
Hey, that's good.
You might want to start kicking people when they die then.
So, yeah.
Because I'm not leaving.
So if you lose,
if you don't have a respawn point, you won't be able to respawn in there, will you?
You can't respawn in the district. Like if I die right now,
You can go back
I'll
to the
do it.
sewers.
Respawn in the sewer.
Oh, durability.
if you lose one of your home keeps while in here, will you get kicked out?
No, you don't get booted out. That again, we noticed was a huge frustration point. And I know that there is a generational gap here that we're trying to span. I very much appreciate the hardcore badass side of PvP. However, we also don't want to make people just throw their keyboard across the room and say, F this, I'm never going to play it again, due to the fact that they respawn out in Cyrodiil.
Once they get a new keyboard, they'll be back.
Yeah, they'll flip a keyboard and they'll come back. Exactly. So this is where you respawn, which is not a small means of traveling back. Like to get back to the market, I either need to travel through the sewers to go up to the temple or to the Arboretum. To get back up there, there's also a shortcut here, but it's in most cases it doesn't take you right back to that location. You need to hoof it to get back there. It's much like you need to hoof it in Cyrodiil to get back to a small location. There's no forward camps in Imperial City. That's kind of another big thing to make sure you know about. So you can't just use a forward camp to get back to a location quickly via death. That's not to say people won't have forward camps out at the entry location in Cyrodiil to get back in quickly. So this is kind of an idea of one of the refuges.
Why must they torment us? Why can't they leave?
Poor guy. And this lets you get right back up to the Arboretum. Each district has one way up to it from the sewer, or depending upon if it's a capture district or not, one alliance will let you get back up there quickly, just like that from the Old Mary location.
Could you just press your map quickly right there, just so I have an idea where you popped out at?
Right about here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And where I was before that was way up here capturing the market.
Yep, yep.
Actually, the market may be recaptured, but let me jump here real quick. This is one of those, hi, wherever that is. Here's you don't care, that's cute. This is one of those shrines we were talking about, where you can get some buffs that last for 8 hours. Yeah, I'm on super speed. So it's, again, it's much like Mundustone. It gives you a nice little warning. This is what it's about to do. You just say, yeah, give it to me.
So once you're in here, what's the incentive to go back out?
To go back out?
Yeah.
Helping your friends fight.
My friends, I'm inside.
PvP. It's more of a matter of, it just depends on what content you want to do. If you want to run around and do the Imperial City content, that's fine. If you want to run around Cyrodiil, you can do it there. It's kind of another reason why.
What if everybody just wants to be in there?
In here, there is a cap on the zone as a whole. We're still nailing that down. There can't be. It can't be the same number as Cyrodiil because then everybody could flow into here at the same time. So it'll be a lower number than the amount we have for Cyrodiil, but again, the population is shared across both. So it is something we are aware of, and when we get into PTS, I mean, that's technically a beta for this, we'll be watching those population caps much more intently to see what the right number is.
So there's no way, if we don't have any keeps in my alley, that my people that are in the city come out.
If you come out, you can't get back in if you don't own 6.
But they will not kick out.
No, they won't get kicked out.
If they want to be,
they want to stay in.
They will not help for getting the keys.
Right.
Because they have to get their.
I get what you're saying.
They haven't to help.
They have to help. If you log out, you can log back in the same location. Like if I log out right here, this is where I log out.
So you have to control the 6 keeps around the city to get in.
No, you own
6 home keeps.
Your 6 home keeps.
Oh, 6 home keeps.
So
Logout should be the same as
these
Cyrodiil.
6 if you're a Daggerfall.
Okay.
These 6 if you're Alt Mary. These 6 if you're Ebony.
Ironically, Brian, this might help cure some of the lag issues of the population of
May.
Cyrodiil.
It may. I've asked recently about what's been going on with 1.4. Why are things getting laggy? They're looking into it. And it may help, like you said, spread the population out, which would have less of a concentration of players out there. God, it's a nasty sound. It's so gross. There's a Flesh Colossus.
That looks
Sweet.
Hurry.
One of the... God, that's terrible typing. Everybody asked about the arena. If it's going to be... you can hear them actually talking right now. It's not necessarily Dragon Star Arena, but it is a small wave event. Considering the fact that it is in open space, we couldn't necessarily do the same depth that the Dragon Star Arena does, but it is a wave event that I'll get to here to show you.
And this is all PvP as well, right?
Yep. Everything is PvP.
And this is the very center circle of the map, right?
No, this is this portion.
Okay.
Right there. The center is White Gold Tower, which is not accessible at this time.
Okay.
So a mob can show up and just wreck you?
Yep.
In the middle of it?
Yep.
Nice.
Which we've had happen. We actually put a gate here, and one of the fun things we've seen is a bunch of Ebonheart guys are hanging out here, just watching Daggerfall in their fight. God, this is terrible. And just waiting for them to finish, or get on the last monster, and then they jumped in and killed people. So, it was fun.
So it's safe to assume the next thing after this is going to be the White Gold Tower?
I'd love to say yes, but I'm not in charge of the mega schedule, so.
What's the incentive for this?
For this?
For doing it, for completing it?
When you complete these events, there'll be some treasure chests and loot that you get. That'll be one of the main sources of getting the Dramar or Zivkin gear. When you finish off an event here, or in the temple, or in Elven Gardens, those are sort of the event story-driven districts. You'll get a better chance of gear. White gold. White, as in white. Gold as in I don't have anything goldy.
So, like, if you're on the last boss or whatever, and Ebonheart comes in and just wrecks your day, will they get the loot? Like, will they get the end thing? They can just wait for you to do all the work, and then kick you in the curb.
And the chests are locked to those people who win it, or are they free-for-all chests?
I believe they're going to be based on whoever got the killing blow.
Okay. Is there an overseer watching, and does he just thumb down?
The overseer will hop down. Right now, this is.
What would the name of the other two
Is it, so would it be the party that got the killing blow, or everybody in that alliance?
Whoa!
Last hit.
Hold on. I heard three at once. I heard somebody over there.
What are the name of the other two districts?
For the events?
Yes.
The Elven Gardens and the Temple District.
Thank you.
It's called the Temple because Talos doesn't exist yet. So there's some lore for you for the day. I heard another one this way and then that way.
Healers won't have a chance at the loot then.
It's gonna be based off of who's on the event, most likely.
There is an event tracker that actually
complete yet,
tracks.
but so technically, if somebody else goes in and they kill you or they don't knock you off the event list, then you're probably still gonna get credit for it. But we haven't actually tested that stuff yet. That's still in progress, like doing the reward phase of most of these events.
And this is where I plug the PTS and say, come on, let's test this. When the time comes.
Right. And there was one more over here.
Oh, that answered my question as well.
Okay. It looks like this is in an in-between phase. Sorry. But there's normally a game master up there. There's a bunch of guys cheering.
Is it like your classic overseer up there?
Yeah, they hang out. There she is. Well, here we go.
Welcome, my victims, to the arena.
Roll dodge. So, stage one. Has him show up. He eats people and kills them and stuff.
It's gut stripping.
Oh.
Rob's not very strong.
So you have a certain amount of time to kill this guy. Cheated.
Such a star, true talent, but just wait.
Hello.
Oh, that's Conway. Just ignore his name. I know. So then this guy, this harvester shows up. She's mean.
Oh, harvesters are mean.
She'll do some other tricks. There's the old orbs. We all know about those. Test guys.
Before she gets you. So, a rare treat for our audience. Finally, working close to end.
I know that Robo Voice is so entertaining. I know, terrible.
It's very intimidating.
It's like, oh my god. So there, she sends out her big boy. She's also firing down artillery from above, which is why some of this happens. So when he gets down to a certain health, she comes down here. Kills our sound guy. There's a lot of teleportation around. I cheated. So you kill those guys, and at this point, there'll be a little more fanfare that's not in just yet, but a treasure chest would spawn.
Suspended up till a new game master appears. Survivors are free to go, but encouraged to stay. Those who leave will be rounded up later.
And they say rounded up later because, seriously. Oh, boo. Out here you see a bunch of people that are literally being rounded up. I mean, that's just one of the activities, along with the capture district. We also have a variant. Go back to cheat mode. There's a variant on Dark Anchors in here as well, where they're tunneling from below. So instead of the Dark Anchors appearing above you, they kind of come out of these portals, so to speak. And these are also like mini wave events. Kill those guys, bad guys come out. Yeah, there's a bunch of dead guys around me right now, so that's why the interaction's wonky. But just to give you an idea, you know, it's sort of another variant on shutting down a portal. And there'll be a treasure chest response in that case too. So it's not just about running around free willy-nilly, just finding people to kill. There's lots of content to do in here as well. There's quest lines that lead you through each of the districts. There's quest lines that send you through the sewers. There's lots of mini bosses and bosses to kill. So it's not just, you know, like your typical run around and do a dungeon crawl. There's lots of things to do, lots of people to kill when they get access. And I'm going to hop back here so you guys can actually see that it gets recaptured. But I'm also going to open up questions, start firing them away about either what you saw, anything happening with Cyrodiil, and I'm probably going to end up working this way to this way just so nobody thinks I'm being picky. Yep, I am.
You got something.
Like that. Sorry, I know.
Squeeze all mine into one.
So, first of all, it's like to compliment you. This looks awesome. Really excited about it. I have a question about what you said about PvP buffs earlier. So I heard you say they'd be local to campaign, and then you were unclear as to if they'll extend into other areas. Or?
Right now, we're making the buffs that are currently in Cyrodiil right now. Yeah. Those are going to be local. We're debating whether we're going to make the buffs that are currently in there be local and not outside of PvP. That's the debatable portion right now. The thing we know is going to happen in 1.5 is if I'm in Bloodthorn, and I go to Hatteras, I'm not carrying buffs from Bloodthorn or Chillrend. I'm getting the buffs from my alliance that is actually in the campaign that I'm in. However, if I'm in, let's say, Aridin, I'm going to get buffs from whatever my home campaign assignment is.
Okay.
So I know that that's sort of one of the other things that is deemed as part of a problem. Hey, they recaptured it. Part of a problem that people are using the home buffs for raids and for PvE things, or sorry, trials. That's why we're not quite fully convinced that we should rip it out in terms of having it be a PvP only.
Okay, so So you're saying that the buffs may or may not continue to be in raids, or it will not be in raids?
May or may not. We haven't sold one way or another on it just yet.
This is actually this is a pretty important topic for some of us. I know we're not. Some of us are in more PvP-oriented factions, but like, for instance, EP in North America, maybe we're just not as good at PvP. I don't know. Okay, we don't hold any buff servers. So the point is, let's envision you're a player. You work 9 to 5. You come home. You want to raid. You don't really PvP. Should you be forced to go out, secure a buff server, obtain and hold those buffs before you can compete in a raid? Because these endgame content events are only balanced once.
Right, and I know that
the difficulty, there's not 2 levels of difficulty.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So it breaks the raid experience for people who don't have it.
I think that the raid guys or trials guys are trying to make it so that the raids are not as dependent upon needing these buffs and treating it purely as a bonus. And the fact of you can beat it, but you don't need these buffs to do it. I know that there's a perception of, well, we can't beat it if we don't have them. And there's that in-between step of I have enough gear to be able to beat it and I don't have enough gear to be able to beat it. And this helps bridge it. I think they're trying to soften that blow. And that's why it's such a hard thing to say, shut them off or turn it off.
That really creates another problem now, because if you balance the content to be, it should be balanced for no buffs. Okay, now if you have the buffs, it's too easy.
Then you rip through it, right? That's why it's so.
So like,
that's why it's not easy.
The only real logical solution is for them not to be in instance events like that. And you can have them out in the world.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's like breaking the balance of the game.
Right.
You don't think so?
I would love to speak on behalf of the trials team, but I can't. But I get what you're saying, that it is a very delicate line to balance whether you require these or they are truly a bonus. And that's why it's just not as easy as turn them on, turn them off. That's why any of the new buffs that we create from the Divines, that is a PvP only buff, because we don't want to have this compounded more so. Where it's like, well, we got to go to Imperial City now, and we don't want to have that type of a feeling that, well, if I don't have the keep buffs, we can't do the raid. So we got the keep buffs, but now we need the Imperial City Divine buffs, and now we need to go into Imperial City. We don't want to compound on top of that. So it's very much a case of we're looking at the game as a whole when we add anything from this point forward. But also the trials, we need to make sure that they can be done without them. It is a tricky situation, and that's why it's just not as easy as going to flick they're off or turn them on. I get what you're saying.
People are going to say that anyway, though.
I know. Yeah, it's a very tricky thing, like exactly what you're saying. Some people work 9 to 5; they can't be on all the time to secure the keep bonuses.
Right.
And it's hard. So that's why it's not a simple decision purely based on what I think should be done. It's very much kind of a level of it goes to gameplay, trials, PvP, everybody, and that's why it's just not that easy.
Decides where PvP buffs are active?
It's kind of a group of us that have to decide it, and that's why it's just not my call. It's kind of on me, as well as Rich Lambert, the main content lead, Paul, all of us talk about what we're going to do with it.
Does anyone else have like a vastly different opinion about this? It's like a pretty big topic on my side.
I think people should quit their jobs and take keeps.
No, I have to say I agree with them. Like the PvP buff issue is a major issue for those of us who are clearing at the top level. I think us, myself, ZB, and Mist currently are the ones that have cleared Dragonstar Veteran, and obviously it's been a major point of contention for all of us as to the difficulty of the content based on those PvP buffs, and it has significantly affected it.
Yep. That's why, again, getting back to that point, it's not as easy as just saying we're gonna shut them off. Just like, hey, yeah, no problem. It affects the whole game, which is why it hasn't been turned off yet. That's why we are or aren't going to do it. We're still debating about it daily. Working my way over. Yep.
I'm gonna make a suggestion. Can we make resources more strategically valuable?
Yeah,
right now they're all pretty much the same feeling.
We thought about doing that. So whoever's phone up here, by the way, their battery is low.
Yeah.
Do you want me to hit the OK button? No? Okay.
It'll just keep going.
Yeah, we've actually talked about making the resources have a little bit more meat in terms of either having them affect the keep walls and doors more so, and have the keep walls and doors much weaker initially. There are many ways we could go about doing that. But yeah, we've talked about it, and it's one of the things that we can do. Bless you. That isn't a heavy load on any other systems in the game. That's something we can change internally. We've talked about doing things along those lines too. Yeah.
I got something about emperorship.
Sure.
Is it ever going to be kind of tailored towards rewarding the people that are actually leading? Because an emperor should be a leader, and what an emperor is today is the guy that has the most time to grind out his AP.
Yeah, we had several systems written up prior to launch. What we were going to do, sort of, this is going to sound silly, pyramid scheme, much like the sense of, you know, leadership points, so to speak. But it just got too much to be able to get in for launch. We are going to try to see if we can reorganize that system later on. But it's very much one that I know of. Well, the guys on top of the leaderboard can just be the guys that are the AP farmers, or the guys who run out and just group up and figure out a way to get the most AP by either getting the defensive tick or just face rolling everybody.
Right.
So I get what you're saying, that it should be the leaders.
Like I've personally crowned 9 emperors, but I'll never see.
No, you'll never be one, exactly. Yeah. Yep, I get what
so,
you're saying.
You know, it's just kind of frustrating, and especially being the person that's usually the guy getting the crown is the most egotistical, self-absorbed.
The guy going, go here, why did you go there, you blah, blah,
Right,
blah.
he's sitting there trash talking the entire group of people, and
then they get the
he's
emperor.
the guy that's gonna be emperor if I do all the dirty work. So
Always the bridesmaid.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again?
Well, oh, yeah, you were already there, so.
Um,
I'm gonna hit him then. I promise.
I thought I had time.
Okay, your turn.
I was told to ask that there are quite a few objects that you can use in Cyrodiil, like ballista and the oil and wall repair kits and all that stuff, and you use them on the same quick slot menu as you use your buff food and your dreams and all this. And I was told that it is so much that another quick slot menu just for PvP items would be nice. Like you have it for baits, because you always have to think about which items can I pick with me in my quick slot menu if I also have to have my 3 buff, if I have my 3 potions and my buff food, and then I only have place for this, and I can't pick this with me, or I have to switch it, and yeah, another quick slot.
I'll bring that up to Chris and the UI guys.
And even on that, if you can fix the quick slot thing when you try to choose something from the quick slot menu in Cyrodiil, that menu is jumping up and down. You're trying to get
trying to
slot
move and
ballista, and it resets. And I mean, you can spend 5 minutes literally just trying to slot a ballista.
Quick fix for that is just in your inventory, pick it up, and then hit Q. You can drop it in, and it won't jump around on you like that.
Didn't know that. That's a good tip. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass that stuff along to the UI team. Sorry, you remembered?
Yes, my guild was wondering if you can increase the radius of the defense ticks for defending a keep to like a
That one's tricky because that varies on a keep by keep basis, based on proximity of where the resources are next to them. We have to actually paint those things out. It's not as simple as a circle radius. So in some cases, we can expand them, but they may bleed into a resource location, and in that case, you wouldn't get a defensive tick or a capture tick at the resource. But yeah, we can look at some of those. If you
you're
have
chasing the enemy raid out and you're already over,
and you're already away from the tick, right?
You're at the resources already.
We can look at
like you gotta run back.
We can look at the subgrounds.
Yeah, we can take a peek at
We
some
can
of
probably
those.
making some overlap might have problematic.
But we'll see what we can do. Yeah.
Can you increase the speed the tick occurs at?
Yes.
That would be the easiest thing.
We've done that once. I can do it again, but remember that the tick would also result, if it's a faster tick, it would also result in fewer AP getting distributed. That's the only thing. I got no
I'd
problem.
rather have fewer than none.
That makes sense.
What if when you leave the area, it just gives you whatever you would have earned with that?
Yeah.
We've thought about doing that. The only worry about that is marking the record on the player that they've earned credit, and that's another bit or two on the server that it always has to track. I mean, it's a great idea. It's just a matter of storage and tracking and bandwidth that the server has to worry about monitoring every frame. So it's definitely things we've thought about. There are conversations I've had with our lead engineer about putting credit differently. Right now we have credit based on the person who's killed, not as the person who's doing the killing. Possibly reversing that may fix some of those things. But they're still figuring out what's going to be the best way to do it.
So back when we had issues with the mercenaries,
right.
we just took them out of the game. They weren't helping players so much, kind of detrimental gameplay. In open beta, I played in there. We had mostly harmless. We had the like 2 main groups, and then we had a covert op group go in and like weaken walls that we would know where it's weak. But then that's when people didn't have forward camps.
Right.
And so
but now they have forward.
Now there's forward camps, and if you hit map, I don't know about the other campaigns, but on DC, almost every keep has one in it, whether it's under attack or not. Because when people are dying, they see it gets under siege. I'll respawn there. And there's nothing more demoralizing than having your group at the front door. You have 3 guys up on the wall looking for forward camps, but then in that one tower, one goes up, and then they just pour out. Like that, to me, is breaking the gameplay.
That's where we're talking about having it so you can only respawn at a forward camp within the radius of the forward camp.
Not enough. Can you take them out until you fix that? Until it's fixed?
We've thought about
Like you
doing
did
that.
with Mercs?
We've thought about doing that as well. Our first step is increasing the cost, not increasing the cost, increasing the requirement to buy them. If there's still issues, we can, like you said, shut them off for the time being.
There will still be issues.
I know there will still be issues.
Because what's raising the rank that you need to be able to buy them? The people that are low level, they don't have the AP to be able to buy them. The people that are the higher rank are the ones that are buying them in bulk. It's not going to help the problem any. It's going to compound it.
Yeah,
because then the guilds that are farming the people that are doing this tactic are the ones that are going to have the camps to be able to do this. The people that are getting farmed, they're not going to have the AP to be able to even get anywhere other than their home base.
To go with that question, are they mailing it to themselves or putting it into banks? Because we are making them no trade as well.
The faction, just pull it out of the bank, you already got it. So.
Yeah, we are trying to make them no trade. There's some crazy restrictions on that. So
they sell very well in the stores.
I know they do.
10,000 gold each.
There are some other things that we can look at with those. Like I said, I know that they are a big issue.
They make death meaningless.
Yep.
Like any place you die, you just find a forward camp and you go to it.
Can you make them so that you can only put them outside of the keep radius or an objective radius? Because that way they're at least exposed.
That may be doable because we have an alliance restriction already that you can't put them into an enemy one. We could probably just adjust that so that you can't put them in any.
Right, because then at least it's exposed, and it's not like they spawn up in some tower that you can't even really get to without getting obliterated.
As long as post and doors are properly and fully fixed, there's nothing worse than a friendly forward camp in front of a post and door you can't walk through.
And then one of the things we looked at is we actually had members time how long it takes to walk from one keep to another, and it was like 1.5 minutes. And then some people are saying, well, I want Call of Duty, I want to get in the battle, I want to be fighting all the time. And then I bring up the PvE side of, if you die in a trial, you might be sitting there for 5 minutes while they finish the fight. What about those people that want to get back in? Like, is waiting 5 minutes too long? Or in our time, we timed it, and if you have a transit line, it's 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I remember that same argument internally many times. Ben can attest to this as well. Like, Cyrodiil was built over the course of 4 years or so, and it was originally conceived with the concept that everybody would have 100% speed of mount as well. So that 1.5 to 45 seconds worth of time, depending upon if you're mounted, running, sprinting, anything like that, lots of the tests were deemed, oh my god, that's too much.
Before we had board camps, you guys can't believe that every playtest we had, like, you need to respawn closer to the action.
Right.
So it's been a bit of a balancing act between trying to get that in, making sure people can feel like they can get the action.
And you spoke about two of the crowds that are at war, so to speak. Call of Duty, Halo, FPS, I need to fight right the hell now. RPG, traditionalists, hardcore, we want a war. no, you lost, you gotta come back.
Yeah.
Along with the concept of horses moving as fast as they move now, that could be another reason why forward cams may get shut off after this first chance. We're gonna see about the respawn radius, possibly not respawning near, dropping them near a keep at all. I know Atropos has, and Andrew has some things he wants to chime in on this as well.
Yeah, and my last point also, with the removal of them and making people run, you don't have 20 people drop out and another 20 drop out,
right.
and you have 40 people sitting in one spot in the middle of a battle. So then you're also moving people throughout Cyrodiil more, and then you're spreading that lag out.
Yep, that goes back to
supply lining an actual thing.
Making supply line a real thing again. Yeah, I know that in other games, a lot of the supply lines were ripped out to promote much more traffic after the fact. This could be one of the things we end up doing as well to promote more foot traffic. I'm pretty sure it's going to be seen as what the hell, you took away my fast means of getting around Cyrodiil, but also it may be a positive in the long term to get more people to move around and get more open field fights. So the first step is doing the requirement. If that doesn't fix enough, I know everybody in here is saying it's not going to be enough, but we need to actually put it in and see how it goes and go from there. I'll get to you next. Andy.
Okay, thanks, Brent. It's monumentally hard for me to choose one question about Cyrodiil. But if I can piggyback just really quick on the forward camp thing, it seems like there's a really simple way to win with everyone by maybe considering a special rules campaign, like a hardcore campaign or something without the camps.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right, there are two crowds. There's the crowd that wants to jump in, have easy access, you know, right into the fight, and there's the people that want a more authentic, more unforgiving, more engaging PvP experience, and I don't see why you can't cater to both.
I do get that we can cater to both. We actually had our first semi-attempt at that with veteran, non-veteran, 30-day 14-5.
Yeah. That's not quite the dimension that
It's not the
people seem to
quite,
care
yeah.
about, though.
It is definitely one of those things of a first shot at it. I think that doing a much more hardcore rule set, not necessarily permadeath or anything like that, but
Yeah,
much more
not that
traditionalist
far.
in terms of you get the supply line and your horse. Good luck.
Yeah.
That could be an option.
Anyways, if I can cheat and ask an actual additional question.
I know you're picking it.
So I'm wondering a lot about your long-run vision for the structure of alliance points and alliance points rewards and PvP progression and how you grow your character through PvP, because I feel like, I guess as a DAOC veteran, and then, you know, even in comparison to other games that aren't quite as much like the PvP Holy Grail as DAOC, there just is not really PvP progression in ESO. I don't feel like people really care about alliance points. I don't really care about alliance points. I would like that to matter more. And I'm wondering how, you know, you're adding more places to fight, but, you know, should there be an element of just more than just PvP just for fun? There's also some way that you're growing your character, because there's not currently, really.
We have talked about, Eric is in here too, he can kind of chime in on this if he wants to.
Hey guys.
We've talked a bit about expanding the Alliance skill lines to be a little bit more meaty, but nothing too in-depth just yet. I do think that there are opportunities there to expand on the Alliance point system, not just for gear, not just for potions, but for investment in my character.
I mean, it really relates to the issue that Ben raised, is that at the moment, like, APs are meh, but like the only real reward in Cyrodiil is ambush.
Right.
And so it's a very much you're either first or you're nothing scenario, and that's disappointing for a lot of people. You're either first or you're nothing. And I mean, if you're not first, you get APs, but who cares? Who
Yeah,
cares?
what are you spending on? I got gear.
Okay, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I
Part
think
of the
that.
problem right now too is there's no cap on gear. So as soon as we release a new season of gear, you can just buy everything because you have all the AP, right? So if you can only get a certain amount at one time, then we come out with new gear. You could buy one piece, but then you'll have to play for a while to accumulate enough to buy more and more pieces.
And while, I mean, like Eric said, that is one means of progression. I get what you're saying, though. There isn't the... I spec my character out for crit and stealth mastery. Right now. But then this patch came out and made that class do this instead, so ooh, I need to respec my character to be able to do this instead. I get what you're saying, that there is a little bit of an opportunity missed there where we could take alliance points and expand on character development a little bit more. I think that is something we would like to do in the future. I don't know where that stands right now in the grand scheme of things, however. But yeah, I very much would like alliance point progression, as well as just PvP as a whole, to give you a little bit more character depth, not just the fact of, I got my 5 skills and my my passives from the alliance, sorry, 6 skills and passives from the assault and support lines. We're seeing what we can add.
I'm just going to knock some quick suggestions out and never put my hand up again. One, using the resources to be able to actually upgrade the keeps. So if you hold the keep, you have the ability to add additional defenses to it. 2 additional siege machines like breach towers, things of that nature. 3, like the DayZ system where zombies spawn on players, how about having rifts spawn on groups of PvPers and drop a bunch of Daedra on them? And 4, which actually connects to the point that was just made, a group of our membership was interested in adding more positions other than Emperor. So the examples that they gave were things such as if you held a certain keep, like Blue Road Keep, you could become the Baron of that keep, and it would give you defensive bonuses when defending that keep. And it will give you more, once the Emperorship was taken, it will give you more positions to kind of aim for. So there was more functionality out there for people to actually want to compete to get those different positions.
We actually, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We do have the ability to add, this sounds stupid, a runner-up. Yeah, like Seneschal or, you know, Emperor's Little Buddies. List and skills that we can add in, maybe. We just never got the time to add it because it requires a lot of extra work to be done in terms of making the abilities and the PFX and all the other things to do it. We do have the option to add in runner-up rewards for the Emperor, like the next 10 or 20 people in line that would have possibly been the Emperor, or people that actually helped them out. Local keep buffs or something else, kind of like what you were talking about, making yourself a Baron. Would a local keep buff kind of do that, or do you want to like just one person?
I think it should be a local keep buff where, you know, your faction obviously has to have the keep, and then someone could kind of be declared the Baron of that keep, and it would enforce for people to want to defend certain keeps, because you'd have a group of people that want to defend this because they get bonuses for defending, and they also get to keep the title that they've obtained.
Maybe if that particular person that claimed the keep,
the guild,
is at the keep when it's being attacked, they get like some AoE buff for everybody that comes and helps protect. Again, not overwhelming or anything like
just
that.
Something like extra.
Something to aim for.
Yeah, exactly. Something that makes it worthwhile.
Brian, the thing that Andrew in the front row, not Andrew here, brought up was the idea that I passed along to you from them, where like if you are holding the lumber mill, you could get lumber from the lumber mill to reinforce the doors on your keep.
Yep.
Right? And same thing with like the other objectives.
We have keep upgrades, but they're a little
passive.
They're like how they work in
Yeah.
Warhammer, where you could physically choose your upgrades, which I know we talked about doing that a little bit before launch, but it was one of those things that's pretty involved in terms of adding UI and adding.
I mean, we could do some stuff, honestly, where if I own the lumber mill, we spawn interactable wood piles that you can then use to repair the walls.
Do you have to carry
anything.
Stuff like that.
Anything to give people a reason to own these things.
Maybe if you're assaulting, you can have a ladder.
That's the breach
A ladder
tower
that
thing.
shoots out really far that you can run across.
Grappling
hook. Trailer. Yeah.
I have some questions to the Imperial City. What's the point to hold all the 3 districts, and what's the point of the 3 other districts? And is there a mega end boss at the sewers? Also?
There are some big bad bosses that are hiding in the sewers, as well as that pop up in here. If you own all 3, there isn't any sort of meta. You own all 3 because they get recaptured within 10-15 minutes, maybe, Ben?
Depends on if somebody's willing to defend it or not.
Right.
The Daedra will come back and recapture it.
So it's more of a matter of just reinforcing your position in Imperial City to be able to respawn in Imperial City up in the district. That's kind of one of the main bonuses. The other main point is that I know they're not appearing on the map right now, just the one, the dye station. If you own a district either, you know, if you own the market district, the crafting stations in here actually open up for you where you can craft the gear, where if you don't own the station, you can't craft the gear. And we're looking at having the market district, the noble, and the arboretum. Each of those will have a different set bonus in terms of the gear in each of those. So the set bonus from here may be, just crazy thing out of my brain, extra crit damage. Another one may be extra, pops a blade turn, and another one may be, I don't know, you can run faster.
And you only can get this if you have this.
If I own that
district.
Yep.
Okay.
And you can only craft it if you own that district.
Okay.
That's the immediate, like right now, thing. Besides the fact that you can respawn.
Okay, the 3 districts and the arena district. But
The
so what's
arena-
the 2 other districts?
Yeah, the arena, the temple, and the Elven Gardens, they're much more story driven, and that'll be sort of kind of where you get a better sense of what's going on in the city as opposed to what do I get out of the city for me. It's more of a matter of they help tell a bit of a story to it as well. In the temple district, for example, they're trying to kickstart the plane meld again. That, you know, in the beginning when you get stabbed when you create your character, they're trying to do that all over again that you help stop. So it's a little bit more of a story driven area, but also you get gold and loot, and there'll be treasure chests to find. There's a new gear access thing that we're adding in here called Imperial Caches, where if you kill various Dremora and NPCs throughout the territory, you'll get a key. And it's going to be an Imperial key or a Daedric key. And then if you find a Daedric or Imperial chest, you can unlock that chest and then get gear out of it that is very specific and fancy, like blue or purple or higher.
Can you do something like that with PvP fighting too, or?
Not just yet. I know what you know, loot from players would be awesome.
Well, I mean, like, there's all this PvE stuff coming in, but PvP it still seems like a side.
Yeah, we're working on trying to get more stuff into PvP. The entire team right now is focused on getting this to you guys first, and then we hit Cyrodiil as we can in stride with this. It is tricky to balance the two. I won't lie. I watch the forums and fix what I can and bring it up to the engineers when I can, and we fix what we can. But making sure that we get this to you guys in as good as possible in the state without ripping resources out of here to put in Cyrodiil to add more robust systems. It's a tricky balance, and we're doing our best to keep everybody playing Cyrodiil while getting this done.
Do you think after IC hits live, your focus will shift back to?
I would like that. I'd like that very much to do so. Yep.
I have two questions. One's relative to how the people will get motivated to get into either the Imperial City or just to continue the war effort in Cyrodiil. As you said, we have a lot of alliance points today, but there is nothing we can do with it.
Nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, and also for the alliance ranks, we have the same problem. Past the rank 24, there is no reason to go beyond this cap, because you
Past 24, there's no reason to go beyond it.
Yeah, once you have reached level 24 in Cyrodiil, you are rank 10 in the Alliance skill tree.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
So there is no reason to go beyond this point. And also, if you look at all the bosses you can find in the Imperial City, my expectation is that you will take time and spend a lot of effort to get these bosses down. But what about the reward? If the reward is not that great, people will be a bit disappointed.
Yeah,
so it's very important to always make sure that people are well rewarded for their effort. So it's very important. So I would like to know if you have plans to make sure that this will be the case. And also, okay, Cyrodiil looks great because you can, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of great fight with the other faction in Cyrodiil, like there was in Dark Age of Camelot in the Abyss dungeon. And but what will make the people get outside of the Imperial City? Do you have some plans like increasing the buff of the Elder Scrolls, so when people get an alert about their scrolls being stolen, they would be willing to get out of yes, to get out and defend them.
Which order do you want? We'll go in the first order. The first order in terms of alliance rank beyond 24 doesn't net you anything with your skill lines. Again, we're looking at expanding the skill line tree from assault and support. That'll be obviously more stuff you can strive towards getting. The cap, in case anybody was curious, is alliance rank 50.
Yeah.
But
it takes a year to go to this cap,
it's
or even more.
Long cap, yeah. We are looking at expanding, going back to kind of what Andrew was asking about, what point and purpose do I have for continually PvPing to advance my character. We are looking at expanding the alliance rank abilities to see what else we can add to it to have you progress more towards higher ranks. We've toyed with the thought of putting in alliance rank specific gear. We haven't put that in just yet because we're a little worried that it may be too elitist. But
people like to show off.
Exactly, that was the other point I was going to say. People like to show off.
There were some people that was a proposing system where the stuff that you can have either in the Imperial City or even in Cyrodiil could be linked to a certain rank. So when you reach a rank, you unlock the right to wear this gear, for instance. So that would be a new motivation for people.
Yep, we thought about doing that too. Going for the Elder Scroll buff question. That gets back to, during the presentation, we talked about reanalyzing the Elder Scroll buffs to make them a little bit more quote-unquote sexy. When you lose them, we want you to feel like you should go back and resecure those things. That'll help pull you out of Imperial City. To go along with that, we are also looking at the keep bonuses. To go back to the question about the PvE requirement of, we need the bonuses to do trials and raids, maybe making them as a holistic change across the board for when people try to do trials with the buffs, making the buffs a little bit more interesting as well, not just a simple crit bonus or weapon strength bonus. So we're looking at all those things to make sure that people just don't stay parked in here 24/7.
And is there any chance that all these progressions is ever linked to the new champion system? For instance, when you get a certain rank in Cyrodiil, Alliance rank I mean, then you unlock some passive abilities that you can then buy with your champion points. You know what I mean?
To the guy's next presentation, right?
Yeah.
They come up next.
I think that's linked. It's the same thing for PvE, for instance. You can get a lot. You can have a high rank in the undaunted skill trees, but to a certain point, then there is nothing you can earn, so you are blocked in your progression. There is no more you can do. So what I would expect is that for PvE, but also for PvP, you can unlock some new passive abilities, and then you spend your champion points to buy them. But that would be a part of the progression for PvP.
Yeah, that would definitely be something. Remember to bring that up, obviously, in the next one as well. I think Paul and Maria are going to be talking about champion system next, but remember that to bring that up to those guys too.
Okay.
Next. I'm going to go back now.
At the beginning of the game, well, let's say at the release of the game, it was actually possible to level up the character at the same equal speed as in PvE. But then the quest for killing people was turned into daily quest.
Right.
And the speed dropped significantly. Will it be possible to level up your character in the same speed again as in PvE? Because that's a fact, because of that, many of my people just left.
Yeah, we've thought about, we've increased the experience that you earn from player kills up to, I think it's like 4 times a monster kill right now. We've talked about increasing that again to help speed up the rate in which you can get experience from player kills. The behavior noted from the kill players was the reason we changed it to daily. We didn't just want players to run out to a bridge, get to 20, and then suicide to get the quest again, to go back out there, which is why we changed it. It wasn't necessarily that they were gaining experience too quick or any of that type of way. It was just more of promoting shitty behavior, for lack of a better way to word it. So we are looking at bumping up experience gains from player kills. That's another reason why all the experience that you gain from inside here is cranked up as high as it can possibly go. But yeah, I'd like experience to be faster for sure. I think they may be doing that in update 5 or update 6, one of those two.
Yeah, but the thing is, all the people say, I know, they say it's still not enough.
Still not enough. Yeah, it is. The thing that's the big difference between the two is that PvE you have an expected rate of gain because you can run out to an area and you know you're going to find monsters to kill and just shoot through them. Whereas in PvP you can go out and you may find people to kill, they may kill you.
It took me 2 weeks in PvP to level them up. I'm still not at 14 yet.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. I get it.
I kill a lot of people. A lot.
Yep. We've talked about increasing the XP and the VP. Next to Andrew. Yeah.
That's me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 2 comments on Imperial City and then I have a question. The first is in your sewer section, when you were showing the zone where you have 2 doors, one of them is raised and the other lowered, with that water section.
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment on, as the opposing faction, it would be really, really easy to gank and completely deny that whole area. Just because of one pillar I saw that was right in the corner of the room. There was a pillar where you'd be able to hide behind it, and you'd be able to kill every player coming out the door, but also pick off all of the people coming through the water. Because when you're in water, you're completely vulnerable. There's nothing you can do if somebody attacks you.
That's why I find it so odd. Like this spot where you come in, there's a river.
Yeah, we've thought about lots of solutions for that. We may be able to pull the water out because we have the chain and the jump suppression abilities. That may help. But yeah, it's definitely one of those tricky things where the reason we put the water in the first place was because people were chain pulling people up or dragon leaping up from the ground. So we're like, okay, fine, let's just put water there because you can't do jack. But now that we have the subzones in there, maybe we can pull it out. It's something that me and Mike can work out to see if we still need it or not. The other complaint we would then need to worry about is, oh my god, I took falling damage. Not as much, but I get what you're saying.
There's definitely something dark and just put stairs.
Yeah, it's true. Well, if you put stairs straight up, like if you could do a double ledge.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a ledge for sure that they just can't right up. And,
Yeah, we originally had a double edge.
Yeah.
But if there's 2 doors, you still have the option not to take the water door.
There's that door down there.
I mean, then
people could be chilling out right here, just like, come on out.
So it's actually behind, if you were to turn around there, right there behind, next to those boxes right there, you would easily be able to kill anybody who came through the door, and then just around the corner is the pool. Right, so
So
the
you can
pool's
hang
right
out here
there.
or here.
You could easily kill people coming up the stairs out of the pool as well. I'm just imagining this from my point of view, because this is exactly what we would do.
It's definitely one of those things that we'll toy with a little bit more about this water. I know that we put it in initially because of the dragon leap up and the chain pull up issues, but we managed to get some new tech that actually suppresses the range of those abilities, so you can't yank and you can't jump after we put this in.
How big are these views? How big are these points? How often you can find those points, those 2 farming?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is. I mean,
is it big or not? Or?
How big is the sewers? As big as another zone I can't mention. That you guys ask about all the time.
What if you put a cascading waterfall down in front of it so people can see you coming out the door, so the group would actually jump through the water from the waterfall, and it would give you some sort of cover on the upper level?
So like right here?
Well, see how the upper platform is?
From the, behind the waterfall and game.
Yeah, that's what, like you have a waterfall there, and then people can't physically see you
Oh, they can't
coming out of
see
the
you, I see what
door.
you're saying. Yeah,
And then
yeah,
you could
yeah.
just jump through the waterfall into the water, and it's kind of the option of surprise.
I get you. That's a thought too. Mike.
Okay, so that was.
Oh, crap, yeah, sorry.
That was just one of my
Sorry.
comments. The other one was combat the flags. So when you flip the control of that chain in the
Yeah.
Imperial City, currently in the combat log, you can actually see those flips, and you know anywhere in the world what has flipped. And that's currently in the game for keeps as well. Like if I'm approaching a keep, I can see that the flag has flipped, even though you're not supposed to know that.
Right.
I don't know if that's intentionally in the API, but that is something that's there right now.
I can ask. I mean, a long time ago, those things used to be broadcast.
Yeah.
Like center screen broadcast.
Yeah.
We got yelled at a lot.
It was a little
Yeah.
That's what people wanted, but it was also just spamming the ever-loving hell out of you. But I'll ask Chris if he wants to keep it or not.
Yeah, because essentially right now, like, if a group is trying to sneak in and get a key, we are able to see in our combat log that that is happening and respond to it immediately. And I can understand how that might not be exactly what's intended.
There is.
Yeah.
I know that one. It just exposes the stuff that we've suppressed from the client. We'll work your way back to you guys, but you're next.
Can we use siege weapons in the Imperial City and the sewers?
Sadly, no.
Okay.
We can't have players spawn them going back to some of the server restrictions that we have on the zone. Yes?
Alrighty, I have about 120 comments, but to spare everybody here and my back from getting up, if you could pass those to Brian. Those for you.
Oh shit.
Bible.
It will be a while.
Exactly. You can
Which one do you
either-
want me to
Contents,
answer?
but us can't see.
You can either read them or make paper planes out of them or do whatever. We actually feel that that's very often what happens with our comments on the forums.
I read them all, and I actually
I know you do.
I answered to your post at one time.
Which I appreciate, and I'll reiterate to you, what we said one time when we had our voice comms chat.
Yep.
Is that Cyrodiil for me still is, and I've been solidly MMOing for 17 years ever since UO originally came out. It is the most beautiful, most wonderful and expansive place to PvP ever, and that opinion hasn't changed. And my biggest concern, and the biggest concern for our community of the North, is that I love everything that's being seen here. I'm excited about it. My concern is that of the 450 members that we started, because of what's happening in Cyrodiil, and that's primarily the lack of response on the side of ZeniMax to exploitation and to things like Emperor farming. And I know you don't want to overreact and have knee-jerk reactions and kind of like overkill stuff, but it has driven hundreds upon hundreds of the members of our community away from the game, that if we don't, and the current lag situation and the disconnects that we have right now, you add that on top of the frustration that is created with the perceived non-existent policy with regarding exploits. And I know you guys are looking after it in the background, but the perception from the player base is very different to the reality of the hard work you guys are doing here. And my concern is, I might not have people left in the guild to enjoy this.
I get what you're saying. Yep. And a lot of the times when we see some of those behaviors, I've actually talked with some of the heads at the CS location. Like the first time when it was patch 3, I think, Jess called me up. God, I think I was at E3 when Jess called me up and said, there are people behind enemy gates, what do we do? I called up Rich Rasmussen, one of our leads at CS. I said, can you post people just behind the gates to watch? And I think that they do action them, but it's just not public that they get action. And I think that could be part of some of the perception.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need like a public list like some police stations put up the names of Johns who solicit, prostitutes. We don't, I'm all for your naming and shaming policy on the forums and everything like that. What I don't get is that if a video has been posted, and I'll use the example of the invulnerability exploit.
Right.
If a video was posted 5 weeks ago,
it's still just posted 5 weeks ago.
It was posted 5 weeks ago, and we finally got, I think it was earlier this week, or actually it was towards the end of last week, after 5 weeks, we get a small post saying, well, we've seen something where we can tweak a couple of things. It's, to be quite honest with you, it's just perceived as being wishy-washy, instead of saying, you know what, we're a new game. We all understand that you're a new game, that there are going to be bugs, that there are going to be imbalances. I think we all understand that. But we also want to feel that the kind of like or at least a large part of our player population, wants to feel that their best interests are at heart, rather than instead of defending this one person that is exploiting, and I'll call it exactly what it is even if you guys won't, that they have immunity for such a long period of time that they don't want to fight this guy for 5 weeks in a row. It's like, oh, you know what, and we're not on the forums here, but you know, Blinks is online. Okay, well, we're not going to go fight over on that side. We're just going to go, I'm going to log out and I'm going to go play Archage, or I'm going to play League of Legends and come back in maybe 3 hours' time, and hopefully they've had their fill. I mean, these to me are the kind of things that are destroying the player base within Cyrodiil itself that I think really needs such a look at.
Yeah, I think having some more interaction with you guys will help with that. The visibility from our side, in terms of, yeah, we know about it, type of responses. I mean, I put up the responses that I can when I can.
Which is so appreciated, and then you get crucified.
Jess has recently sent out a company-wide email to saying, hey, look, if you guys want to post, feel free to post. I'll make sure that they don't say anything like you guys are jerks and F you, we're not going to respond. But they have put out a concerted effort to make sure that we have a bit more of a presence on the forums to know, hey, we know about this, and it's not going to take 5 weeks to get back to you. I can't promise it, but there is a motion internally to try and get more presence on the forums and more sort of, hey, yeah, we are listening, we are watching. I know I do it just as often as I can, but I would obviously love more interaction with you guys more than I can.
Well, you still have to get your job done.
Still got to do this, right?
You know, and I'm keenly aware of that, but it's as I say, we have to have the players to play the game.
To play the game, exactly. It is a game that requires other people, especially in Cyrodiil, and that gets back to some of the things like trying to nail down the poster and door.
Yeah.
Like, I know that was an issue since launch, and trying to get that thing nailed down.
Or even for me, literally, almost criminal to sit and watch the Emperor farming for so many months after it was reported, and almost on a weekly basis see the player populations.
So, we can do this, we can't do that. Yeah, I get you. We're working on getting response time faster, not only on the forums but in game as well. It's just a tricky process to make sure we don't curb stomp current content as well as plans with what we may need to do as a knee jerk, or what we need to have CS or our community engagement team get in touch with people. I try talking with CS directly when it's like a major issue. Like when the guys can get behind enemy lines and drop forward camps in your starter location, like that's when I called up CS immediately. I was like, come on guys, we gotta have people posted to watch this stuff.
I understand that, but 4 weeks or 6 weeks later it's still occurring.
It's still problems, yeah. I know.
That's my point.
And that's stuff that we can pass along continually. Jess and Gina and I keep harping on it, like keep watching it.
Why is it you don't issue the people a 3-day ban and just tell them, hey, you know what, you're fucking the game up for everybody else and we're not going to tolerate it?
I wish I knew. I don't do CS.
When do we talk to them?
I get what you're saying, and sadly I don't make the CS policies. I started out in CS, God knows how long ago, and Mythic, but I get the frustration.
Guys, I would say 1 or 2 more questions.
Can you press R? It's driving me crazy. Thank you.
I'm going to sweep back over here, so I'm going to go, as quickly as I can, or we can just have you guys rush and go each other.
I would just, real quick, I was wondering if there was any way to get to VR rank in Cyrodiil only.
Yeah,
without sleeping.
Just takes forever.
Well, I mean, once you get there, how do you complete the kill Mullen ball?
Oh, that one?
It rolls over. Yeah. It rolls over. I've leveled from level 10 to VR 13 purely in Cyrodiil.
It just takes a long time.
Yeah. You don't get to be able to get the Cold Harbor and you miss out on one of the Sky Shards.
Well, I don't really consider that missing out, but...
Population is a huge issue in Cyrodiil.
Yeah.
Is there any way to implement dynamic locks or whatever? So the
we thought about that. We thought about doing some things like that.
I know it would be tough to do, but
if this side has 100, then that side can't get above 100 until they all equal 100. We've talked about doing some things like that. We talked about.
Because then it could actually, you know, maybe spread people out more to different servers instead of just at one way.
Yep, we've talked about some things like that. We haven't gone full bore on any sort of population changes along those lines just yet, just because the resources.
Are there some other ideas that you can say you're talking
Not
about?
yet, no. I mean, we've talked about variance in scoring, variance in population allowed, having a better soft cap, so to speak.
Because it works when everything's even. Oh, man,
but when it's uneven, it's crazy.
It's uneven. It's just that's where most of the people don't want to play anymore.
Yep. We're good. I'm gonna try to beat Gene and cycle to you guys real quick.
This point to me?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just interested in hearing your thoughts on like more of the single player, like solo style of PvP. I really enjoy that, and I feel like over the past couple months, and I think some of it may relate to forward camps, but I wanted to get your opinion on it. But I was really enjoying being able to go and sit in supply lines and very strategically maybe, you know, pick somebody off or whatever, and every time lately that I've ever tried to do that, it's like, you know, you get that guy down to half health and then you're hit with 10 of his friends, and it's just like tons of zergs everywhere. And from somebody that enjoys playing solo and not necessarily always in a group, I'm wondering, you know, how Imperial City is going to impact that. Like, is that more of like a smaller scale PvP experience, and also like what your thoughts and plans are for just generally the future of Cyrodiil and like a solo player's, you know, experience.
This has to be the last question. That was Paul telling me to. I'd like to do more solo content. That's sort of what Cyrodiil is focused on adding as well. Imperial City is added, but going too far beyond that, I can't speak as far as the plans for having more solo content. I do think that while one person can make a change in the war, by going out and dropping siege weaponry way out, that's not enough. There needs to be more, like, I can actually kill people.
Well, I know, like, some people like myself just get even like, I get a big rush from just like beating somebody one-on-one.
Yeah.
And that's like one of the things I've really enjoyed about, you know, PvP itself.
Some of this stuff in Imperial City will help with satisfying that to a degree, but obviously there needs to be some more work. Yeah. I'd love to answer, but Paul is here to talk about things next. Andrew, if you can send, if anybody else has questions, send them over to Jess and Gina. If you have them, I'm guessing everybody has lots of stuff ready to still ask. They can get it to me and I can answer you. But thanks for watching. I hope you guys liked it. And this thing is just about dead.
No, it's not dead yet.
It's not dead yet. It's like that close.
Everybody, there's a break now.
I'm sorry.
So get some fresh air, some fresh drinks, whatever you need. We are going to be talking about the champion system in the game. So for a show of hands, how many people are veteran rank 1 or above in the room? Wow, that's almost 19 people. All right. How many people are satisfied with the veteran content at this point? 2 people that work here. Okay. That's what we have. So we feel the same way. So this is something we've been working on for a while, as you probably know. And now I'm going to give you the typical disclaimer that we always give in one of these, which is, you know, everything is subject to change. And hopefully that's good news, because part of the reason this is subject to change is we actually want your feedback on what we're talking about, which is why we have you today. So that's a really cool thing for us. It's very rare that we as developers get that opportunity to do that. So thank you guys for coming out sincerely. All right. Here's what you may know. So hopefully you have seen the QuakeCon video about the champion system. And if you haven't seen the QuakeCon video, you were probably badly picked by your guild to come here. So first, we have, what you may know is that this is a progression system that, you know, past level 50, which of course goes into your veteran ranks, that provides significant growth opportunity for your account. So not just your character, but your whole account, right? And so Maria's going to go into that because that's actually part of the fun part, whereas I get the other stuff. All right, what you may not know is it is a complete overhaul of game numbers and the way some abilities work. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today. So that's the first part of this presentation.
And so the first question you may have is why? And well, one, we can't just put the champion system on top of the current game, or on top of the current system. Well, we could, but we'd be pretty irresponsible to do so, right? So imagine that what we're doing is we're actually increasing the player overall effectiveness in the game, right? So if we increase the player overall effectiveness by 20%, then we'd actually have to start doing things like changing the monster effectiveness by 20%, right? So you actually have to balance this out, so you don't just make the players, so much better than the content, because then veteran content isn't fun, the trials aren't fun, the veteran dungeons aren't fun, all of that stuff, right? You have to make sure the game has parity and offers a challenge to the players, which I'm sure you're very well aware of. So that means, no matter how we slice it, a complete rebalance is necessary. Now how you go about that complete rebalance, it can be done a number of ways. But that is the truth of adding the champion system into something like that, and that is why you can't take these things so lightly. So that is why you may be saying, hey, where is this new, champion system, and when is it coming online? Well, this is one of the reasons why it's going to take some time. Okay, so forgive me, this animation is going, it's going to skip one, but I'm going to go ahead and put it up. So one of the other things you might imagine is we have to add granularity to the system. Let me explain why. If I give you the chance to increase the number 40 by 1%, what are you going to get? I didn't mean to give you a math problem. Right, but it's not going to be well represented by the game at all, right? Because it's 1%, it's 1/100th of 40, okay? So from a back end of the game, it would completely know what that is. It would know that that's 0.4 at this point, right? But from the front end of the game, you're not going to see any representation of that whatsoever. So when you think about that, what we have to do is we have to allow you, for when you push the button to say, hey, I want this to be important, we actually have to say, if you're adding 1%, we have to make that feel meaningful to you. And the simplest, best way to explain that is we're going to multiply everything times 10. Right? So all the numbers you currently see in the game for, say, armor, for spell penetration, all those numbers will be multiplied by 10. And we're not doing that willy-nilly. We're doing that so you actually see the results of adding a percentage point to your character. All right? So the next part is adding points to soft capped abilities would be bad. Okay, which may be a strong way of saying everybody here hopefully knows what the soft capping is, right? The soft capping is when diminishing returns for your points start. And so you start getting diminishing returns on these numbers that you're working with. So as you add more armor, even though it says you're adding 50 points of armor on a specific piece of armor, you'll actually get less value for that on diminishing returns. And there's a number of reasons we do that, and I'll go into that in a minute. But the champion system is also based on a series of slightly diminishing returns. It's not quite the same thing. So imagine that I say at the very beginning of the champion system, and actually Maria will go into this even some more, is you have 1% at the first part. Now the next point you spend in the champion system might be worth 0.98% or 0.97%, right? So you're still getting value for the points that you're spending, but each time you get slightly less value, and there's a reason for that, and there's a very good reason for that. But adding that onto soft cap numbers would feel really strange and would be hard just to figure out mathematically. We don't want to be that, kind of obtuse, so to speak. We want to make sure that all the numbers are clear. So we have to make sure that it feels good, so we're going to take out soft capping from the game on that stuff. Wow, imagine, that's okay, but you know where I'm going with this. All right, thank you so much, that's it for the day. All right, so, all right. And furthermore, if we're going to do all of this, this is a good time to correct all of the other issues that we have. Okay, this is a good time to correct issues. I didn't even put all of. So ignore that I just said all of. But this is a good time to correct the issues that we have in the game. And I'll go into some of these other issues that you see now. Okay? All right, so what are the benefits of the current system? Why does the current system exist the way it does if we're not completely satisfied? And in a word, it's beta, but I'll explain it. Now, understand that I am talking to the 1%. Hopefully everybody here in this room understands that you're the 1%. You're the elite of probably the players in the game, but there's 99% of the players who probably aren't as skilled as you are. And in fact, there's 80% who I know aren't as skilled as you guys are. And so that's a really important thing to understand. Because one of the benefits of the current system is it helps prevent bad builds. We have a game that is based on having to block, having to interrupt, and having to dodge, and knowing when to do all of those things. Is any of that hard? Not really. I mean, we didn't build it to be hard. We built it to be something you had to watch and engage in. But for some people, it's actually really hard. When you add on top of that the freedom to build your character the way you want to build your character, then you get to people who are actually able to kind of create what they consider bad builds, because they're having to get past the skill requirements of just general player dexterity skill as well as the character build skill. So we started to see a gulf in beta where we had a bunch of people saying, the game is too hard. And then we had a bunch of other people saying, probably the people in this room, the game is too easy, right? Because you've already figured out all the mathematical puzzle to it. And then we have the other people who are just like, I don't get it, I'm dying all the time, right? So what we did to help prevent that was we allowed a freedom of how to play, which allows players to go over limits. And I'm going to try to explain that the best way I know how. So imagine you have, and I'm going to use armor a lot in this presentation, imagine you have 150 armor points total that you can have, right? But what we've said is, well, we're going to let players get to these armor totals in a lot of different ways. So not just the armor you wear, but the abilities you use, the potions you use, the enchantments you use, and all of these things. And it actually allows players to go over the complete total of the 150. And by allowing people to go over that total, that means that a lot of people kind of reach maximum effectiveness pretty easily. But by allowing players to reach maximum effectiveness pretty easily, wow, that's a mouthful. What that actually does is that then means that you start to have people who are able to kind of, not abuse the system, but use the system to their greatest effect, which is, imagine we have light armor wearers who could suddenly get to the top of the armor chain, right? And that's kind of what you're seeing right now, is you have light armor tanks, and everybody's seen that. And that wasn't really our intention with it. What we were trying to do is we were trying to help out those players who really couldn't grok the system as well and try to help them along. So there was a lot of benefit to the current system. All right, but let's talk about the improvements needed in the current system and some of the things we've analyzed here. Well, what is happening is that the trade-offs aren't as pronounced, and you see this a lot. So I just mentioned like light armor wearers can become, some of the best tanks because they can already reach the same amount of armor that somebody in heavy armor could wear. So that means you're not having to make a trade-off or a decision point of, well, why do I want to wear heavy armor when it seems so obvious that you want to wear light armor because that can already get you what you want. You have other benefits to your Magicka and Magicka regen and those things. And so that's why you see a lot of these Magicka tanks going on. All right, here's another one for Andrew. It's too easy to hit soft cap right now, right? So this is something we didn't really intend, but it's just really fast when you start to see those diminishing returns kick in. Now there's a reason for this, but that's still, to a lot of players, they see that symbol as very negative versus something that's positive to them, okay? And then the other thing, and this is kind of a back-end thing on our end, it actually makes balance harder for us because once you can start to overlap in these systems, we have to come up with other ways to make light armor more meaningful heavy armor more meaningful versus light armor. And so that's just harder on us as a crew versus what we'd really like to do, which is just have the armor mean the armor, and that's it, right? So that's the things we want to address among many others. So let's talk about, all right, I just said we're going to rebalance the game. Hopefully that fills everybody here with the same amount of fear and concern it fills us with, right? But where do we start? Well, this is the first one, again. That's the first thing we're going to do, is remove soft caps, right? Now this is all on the back end. If we started doing all of this stuff on what we call our currently live branch, then you would see all of this stuff happen immediately and then the game would completely break. So we actually have to take this to a completely different section of development and kind of do this in its own sandbox type of scenario. All right? Then we're going to have to add granularity. So what would that look like? All right, well that jump too. All right, so as we can see here, this is pretty familiar, right? This is just armor. This is what's on, pretty much live right now. Okay, and everybody should be pretty, used to something of this nature. But if you remove that soft cap and you start to look at these numbers, they go up. It's one of those things where we have to look at and say, like, okay, these numbers seem high, but they're actually not that much less understandable, and you start to actually see the benefits of what 1% does to these numbers, okay? All right, so what else do we have to do? Well, we have to get limits. Okay, what do I mean by get limits? So imagine that what we say is that armor actually caps out at 50% mitigation. So there is a translation from how much armor, and which on live is around, at level 50, around 3,000 armor equals 50% mitigation right now. By the way, physical mitigation, as Marie is telling me, yes. But what that means is that you can never get over 50% physical mitigation in the game. You just can't. It's hard cap. That's it. That's all the benefit you're ever going to get out of it. So if you go over 3,000 at level 50, that's all that's going to happen there. So anything you put past that is not really useful for you, other than if somebody's coming up and puncturing you, you have a bit of a, I guess a buffer, so to speak, so that it'll take you down. But that's what we mean by getting limits. So we have to know at each level what we want those top limits to be. So whether we want that to be 3,000 at level 50 or whether we want that to be 30,000. And there's a reason we have to get that limit. I'm going to call that the pie because we're going to slice the limits into that delicious pie. So what does that mean? And I will show you in just a second, I promise. This will start to clear up. So we're going to also then, once we slice these limits, we're going to have to change the numbers and abilities, items, enchantments, all of the things that can modify these basic stats. Okay? Let's look at the live pie right now. This pie is a lie, so I could have just called this the lie pie. Because, as I said, this actually goes over the limits. Right? So imagine I can get past, right now, the 3,000 in armor. And then it doesn't matter what else happens. But what you may not know is what each individual thing contributes, or what the contribution is for each of these different things. What if I told you shield right now is 1% of the contribution to total armor that you could possibly have? Or reinforced and defending, those traits were actually 8%. Enchants at 10%, item set bonuses are at 9%, additive buffs. So additive buffs, to explain this, are, since we have a total in numbers, and I was using the number 3,000 in armor, right? Additive buffs just mean that they're just going to add that number. So they're going to add 600 to that number, right? So whatever that number is in armor, that's what an additive buff is. A multiplicative buff is saying I'm going to multiply some amount times the base of whatever you have, right? So that's what the difference is between a multiplicative buff and an additive buff is. So for instance, if you have less base armor, a multiplicative buff will actually be somewhat less effective than, say, an additive buff would be, which is just a direct number. Let's look at what happens if we go with the champion system. All right. Now these are suggested, and these are what we're actually looking at putting into the numbers now. So again, we're taking armor as a representative. When I'm using armor here, this isn't just applying to armor. This is applying to health, magicka. This is applying to other things like spell crit. What else, Maria?
Power.
Power, yeah. So any of the stats you can imagine, we're going through and we're doing this for every stat. We're taking this pie slicing activity for each stat, right? So now look at the base. Now the base is 24% versus the base only being 8%. By the way, that base means armor. So imagine that even maxed out legendary heavy armor was only going to give you 8% of the total that you could actually ever achieve. But now, it'll give you 24%. Okay? The Mundus buffs will give you 2%. A shield, now 5% versus 1%. Reinforced is 4%, defending is 2%. Reason reinforced is more is because you have so many pieces of armor that can be reinforced versus defending, which is the trait on the weapon, right? That can actually, so we want to make sure that you have more percentage available to multiple pieces of armor versus one weapon. Okay, we have enchants. Those are going to add up to 4% of this total value for the armor. And we have item set bonuses, which will now add up to 5%. Then we have buffs. Buffs are what we're considering active casted abilities in this case. So that means like anything that adds to your armor is something that you'll actually have to activate. And the reason this is such a large piece is we want combat to still be very active. And so we want you to have to, in certain situations, add to this, right? And then we have champion, all right? So champion then it goes into 24% of the total slice of pie. So that means out of all of the amounts of armor, you can now look at this and see how it's very neatly sectioned out into all of the different traits, enchantments, food, buffs, all of those things. Okay? So that's kind of the way we're going about making sure that the champion system is going to be balanced. But that's only part of it. Right? So next, once we've done all of that, Andrew, go ahead.
I just had a question about the pie concept. Do each of those sources have an independent limit, or can you absorb, like if you reduce one slice of the pie, can you make up for that with other?
You cannot.
Okay.
In fact, they do have, the reason they're sliced like this is because they are limited in that way.
Okay.
So no shield can go over 5%. There's two things, and I'm glad you asked this, that actually can go outside the limits. That's ultimates, and that's racial passes.
Okay.
Those will be outside of their pies.
So it seems very paper, like there's different stacking families, but you can't. Okay, yeah, I think I understand.
Okay, great.
Could you actually just bring a pie next time? Because this is very easy.
So sure, we can bring pie. Okay, so if we have to change all of the numbers in the abilities, items, and enchants now to match all of the things that we just said. So now that we know all the numbers for each individual contribution, then that's when we're going to change all of the numbers in those things, right? But then we have to get what we call rate limits, and this is pretty common. So now we have to find out what the potential maximum output of damage somebody has is, right? So this is things like DPS. There's other things like how much damage you can absorb. So these rate limits on these activities in the game, because you can't just do the, hey, here's the numbers and does it work? You actually have to, play them and see if that's actually going to work out the way you expect. So that's why we have to get the rate limits. Then once we do that, we will adjust the NPC and monster stats and abilities. Okay, so once we know what the players can do, then we're going to start adjusting all of the monsters and all of the abilities the monsters have. So this is how we start balancing things like trials, Dragon Star Arenas, and all that versus this. And of course, there's this next one, which is test, correct, test, and correct. And so that's kind of what we're going to do. So before I hand this over to Maria, are there any questions about how this is going to work? Any questions on the back end? I know this is a lot to take in. I know this hopefully simplified it somewhat, but I know it's a complex thing. Yes?
I've got a question about the price. If I want to get to the maximum number, do I have to use as many defending and reinforced items as I can? And if I don't, I just don't get the numbers.
That's right. You won't get the maximum. Okay. Sorry, I have one more slide after this. I forgot. But go ahead.
So the composition of the pie, the theoretical maximum in terms of like something like armor or any of your other stats, that's going to be different for each of the 4 classes because of the class abilities that go into the buffs slice.
Yes.
How is that going to work?
Well, what it's going to say is that each of the classes will have their own contribution to certain things. So you're actually talking about the abilities and buffs, right?
Yeah.
So there may be some classes, although this is going to go out in testing, that won't get to that max, so we'll have to do things to actually get them to that max. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's why I was saying this is going to change some abilities as well.
So for example, if some classes are able to get the maximum out of like for example buffs that they could get there, or they choose to go all into enchanting where somebody else doesn't, you can still make up that somewhere else. You either go down another skill line or something like that. You'll never be able to reach over that limit, so you'll only ever be able to get to the maximum total contribution of the slice of that pie.
But the composition of the pie will
But the composition of the pie will not shift.
No.
No. You just may not be able to fill up that slice. You'll have to make up for it in another slice somewhere else. Yeah. Most people will not be able to fill up the whole pie unless they go completely into that.
So like if you put 2% into shield, you can put that added 3% somewhere else?
No.
No.
You have lost that 3%.
Yes. You have lost. Yeah, that's exactly right.
So effectively it makes you make like meaningful choices between how you're doing.
Right. So I'll come back to the questions real quick. So let me go through that. So what does this mean, really? So in fact, you'll have to make commitments to be the best at a stat, which is going to really, really, really give us more varied builds and more interdependence on the varied builds, right? So this means your builds and your choices are you're going to feel them a lot more. It's going to matter a lot more to you. So this is the other one. We'll be changing some abilities. Andrew, your question is here. We will be changing some abilities, and one of the things we're going to start out with is there may be abilities that no longer stack. And part of this reason is because we want those abilities to feel really meaningful when you kick them off. And so we want to make sure that they have the maximum amount of the pie they can actually have given for those buffs and whatnot. Okay? And itemization is going to be a lot more important at this point, right? If we're saying that you have to get reinforced, but you can't get to that max without everything being reinforced, then that means you're going to have to make a decision at that point. Now, we don't expect everybody to go to the maximum at every stat. You'll be effective if you don't, but you'll be the best if you do at a certain thing. Okay? And then the dynamics of combat are going to change greatly. So this is going to change the way you go into approach situations and any of your veteran content, Dragonstar Arena, the trials, those things, because we're going to balance it so at overland content, just say normal overland content and say the 1 to 50, you'd probably get by with only having to have like maybe 40% of any particular stat, maybe even less. But later on in these trials and things like that, you're going to want to have closer to 90% to 100% in those. Okay, sorry, that was the last slide. So now, let's ask questions.
Are you going to talk about what this means to heavy, light, medium armor, or is Maria doing that?
Yeah, I can talk about what it means to heavy, light, medium armor. I'll go through the questions and I'll round back up to that.
This is looking as ESO 2, in fact, when I look at that. It's like if we are going to play a brand new game, because a lot of things are going to change, and in a positive way, according to me. I'm very glad about what I've seen today. And when can we expect to see the first changes of the champion system?
That's a good question. I'm going to be honest with you. When it's ready, this is a system you cannot take lightly, right? And when you change stuff like this, you have to make sure we've play tested and we've balanced. So I honestly, we have a date we're shooting for, but I don't even feel comfortable giving that out until we actually see all of how this is actually working out in testing at this point. So.
Okay, so when I look at this, I see two things. I see groundwork for additional systems later on to make it easier for you guys. And I see the ability to tweak my character on a finer level. But what's it going to mean to Joe Casual? How is the casual player that plays 2 hours a week going to really notice the effect? Is it going to be noticeable to them, or is it just going to be same old, they just don't have a little icon that shows a soft cap?
Okay, there's a couple of different ways I could look at that. Hopefully, for how they feel about the game and the way it's balanced, and I'll go back to Jess's question on this, right? So let me go back to the pie real quick. What they'll probably notice first off is something on armor. Imagine I take this and I slice this into 3s here. That's light armor, that's medium armor, and that's heavy armor, right? And so light armor wearers are probably going to feel a little bit more squishy than they do right now. And they'll be able to augment that through various means, but that's one of the first things I think they'll notice. That's going to be true. But hopefully we've got it balanced so they don't notice it as much as the higher level players do, the less casual people do. The other thing that they're going to notice probably right away is the champion system coming online. We're going to balance it hopefully in the 1 to 50, and that's where I'm assuming what you mean when you say mostly casual players are. Then what they'll notice is, oh, when I get to champion, I actually feel a lot more powerful, and the content becomes even easier because this applies to my entire account, not just my character. And so I'm able to put points in that I want to put points into all of these different stats.
So you're saying as you level up, it gradually takes more of an effect, and they'll notice it, so they'll kind of have a time to adjust as they level?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was more worried about it being an in your face, here it is sort of thing, and that turns a lot of people off.
So are we. That's going to be the balancing trick for us, right? That you mentioned. That's why I went through the whole part at the beginning of we had to make sure in beta we were adjusting to these, but this will actually allow us to balance it a little easier and have a language internally that makes more sense for how to balance to lower level players.
So I look at this pie and I see 4% reinforced. So out of your 3,000 armor, you can do 4% if you pick that trait. How are you going to handle something like impenetrable, where you're not taking an arrow shot, reducing 100 damage down to, with this here would be 96, but you're reducing 50% of their potential. So you got a trait out there that's so good but doesn't directly reduce damage.
It will change some of the ways that traits are calculated as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we've been talking about specifically that scenario yesterday, and we were talking about ways to adjust that. One of the ways that came up, I think, was we were talking about going to flat numbers on that, because flat numbers will actually help us make the comparison a little bit easier versus the penetration being, you know, like on a percentage basis.
Like a rating.
Yeah. And that way we can also make it so when it levels, that rating keeps going up. So, or the effectiveness of it keeps going up, sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
I see you, with the champion system, there are 3 big pieces. So the champion, the buffs, and the base. And you told us that the base is the armor that I'm wearing. So the problem at the moment is for many players I know, and for me especially, I am playing an orc and I love heavy armor. But if I play as a healer or DPS, then it is not very good to wear heavy armor because the stats and the buffs are not good for this. So my question is, with the champion system, can I wear heavy armor instead if I DPS or heal, or is it?
If I understand your question correctly, I actually think the champion system is going to make it so if you want to, say, play a tank role, you're going to want the heavy armor. If you're going to want to play a DPS role, you're probably going to wear medium or light. And if you're going to want to play the healing role, you're probably going to want to play, you know, something that gains magicka quicker, and that's probably going to be the light armor, right? So I think it's actually going to take what you're saying and make it more so into that.
But if you want to wear heavy armor, you can make up your lack of magicka in the champion system, as well as other itemization things like enchants and things like that.
Right. Yeah.
My question is, if the champion system, I see the armor will 24% from the champion system. Till now, my veteran rank is 0%.
Right.
And okay, I see now, if I do the champion system, I will have more armor. Okay. So, but will it help to make the content, the Alliance Stones 2, Alliance Stones 2, Alliance Stones 3 meaningful? So, or can I get to Cracklawn after level 50 and can go there and raid with my guild mates and do the group content, or must I do these 10 zones for the champion system to have the 24?
No, we'll balance Craglorn we'll balance everything appropriate to you not needing to go so strictly into the champion system. Maria's actually going to get into a little bit of that. Because I think there's actually 2 questions you might have there, and one of them will also involve player separation, because if I have 24%, there's going to be some questions about player separation that Maria's actually going to answer for you. So I'm going to hold on that and see if she doesn't help clear that up. Okay. Here.
When you roll this out, is this going to roll out in one giant patch, or is it going to be incremental patches?
Well, okay, so what we're doing right now is we're doing some back-end ability tweaking. That will probably come out in an earlier update. That'll start doing things like preparing it for the system coming up. So there'll be some abilities that actually change, and I think people will scratch their head and say, well, why did this ability change? But it'll come up in a slew of other ability changes where people go, yes! Right? And then it's not really to bait and switch, it's really just to prep for the system. So there will be changes that prep for the system, but this is all part of what we're going to call phase 3 coming in. Yes.
Quick question. Would this pie then basically apply the same to critical damage, the way that the percentages are done? And that if you were to take, for example, instead of, you're going to have the trade-off where your enchantment now might be a critical enchantment, and your trait would change to precise on the weapon, and then you would be using your championship points and basically not applying them to armor, but you'd apply them to critical or spell penetration, or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
And you're just going to have to choose. You might put I'm imagining that this is, if you invested 100% of your championship points, it would make up 24% of the pie, right?
It would.
But you might then want to invest 50% in critical and 50% in armor, and so it's just going to.
And once you understand, as I said, when Maria comes up, she'll explain kind of the back end of it, and you'll understand why it's actually more advantageous in the champion system, specifically this piece of pie for you to split up a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, I see that.
Okay. Yes, Andrew.
So I really like what I'm seeing here, but I'm curious in terms of the player experience that you envision, and for the average player seeing this sort of thing in game. What are the challenges that you envision for helping them to understand how this system works without them needing to see a PowerPoint presentation and a pie chart?
Well,
in terms of the UI and being able to see where the contribution to your stat comes from, or
if you want me to be honest, 90% of our players don't care. They just kind of trust us, right? And I mean, right or wrong, they do. And so what ends up happening is that when that goes through, they'll just say like, oh cool, I'm getting more of this particular stat, or oh cool, I'm getting more of this particular stat. That tends to be about the way 80%, and I'm actually being really lowballing that, people play. And so it's really for the hardcore people that really kind of get into how the numbers are set up and what the limits are and things of that nature.
But you don't have to worry about going over, because these are the theoretical limits, so it's like you're never like, oh, I've got too much of this.
Right. And like I said, the first thing they're going to feel is they might feel a little bit squishy for their light armor, and they'll notice that, oh, I no longer have this soft capping thing going on, and oh, all the numbers got bigger. Why did they do that? That will probably be the biggest question we get, is why did all the numbers get bigger? These look uglier than the smaller numbers.
I mean, I'm just thinking back to the Dayoc tooltips or whatever, where it showed you here's your base, here's from your equipment, here's from your buffs.
Right.
And that kind of breakdown.
We are doing an
I felt like
entire
was really helpful.
kind of tooltip overhaul for a lot of the abilities to explain them a lot more. Eric Roble, who's going to present tomorrow, will explain a lot of the ability changes that are going to happen. But yeah, tooltips is a big part of that.
And you would be shocked, or maybe not, by the number of people that pick armor based on how it looks.
Yeah.
Even irregardless of type. Like what looks good as opposed to anything.
Well, if I'm going to die in the battlefield, I'm going to die dressed well.
I've seen your pink armor.
It's good. It's the right month. I worked hard for that.
The pink ranger stands out.
I would like to get on his point, because I think the current behavior of people don't care too much about their stats is because, as you already mentioned, you reach the soft caps pretty fast and pretty easy. But with these changes, you don't anymore. And if you want to get as high as possible, you need to know somehow how you get there. And not everyone is a theory crafter like many sitting here. Like, I'm not a theory crafter at all. I hate numbers actually, but I want to get the best out of my tank.
Sure.
And I don't use 400 different add-ons that tell me so many numbers. I don't want that.
Let me reassure you. So with this system, for the first time, we're not actually, because we're taking away the soft caps and things of that nature, we're not actually doing anything that you wouldn't expect. Which means that when you put on a better piece of armor, you're actually getting the full benefit of that armor. When you put on reinforced armor, you're getting the full benefit of reinforced. You'll always know that everything that adds to your armor is making your armor better. That's the benefit.
So I can think for myself, if I want highest numbers for armor, I just take everything. I need everything that pushes my armor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the simplest way to think of it. So it's actually simplifying things from that angle, right? Versus, oh, well, I only have to equip 4 pieces of reinforced and 3 pieces of, penetration, or sorry, it's 1, but yes. All right. There was a question over here.
Is this replacing the veteran system? Like, we're going to see our vet levels disappear?
Yep, Maria will talk about that in a second. That yep was yes, I'm acknowledging your question, and Maria will talk about that.
I've heard about a system with Season 1, Season 2, etc., which is, I guess, something to make sure people always have a mean to have a progression, a way to progress the character. And I have a question about this pie then. Imagine that the 24% represents 1,000 points. Does it mean that if we want to scale the system so that the character, the player can have more stats, this means that the 24% may represent 2,000 points in the future and remain just 24%?
To put this the simplest way possible, the percentages here will not change.
Okay.
The total pie will change.
Oh, okay, that's okay, great.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to, when you said you're going to get the full benefit of whatever stat you're going to use, does this also include like enchants and stuff like that? For example, Magica Regen, there's if you put it on your ring, and you say it adds 12, but if you actually go into your stat, it doesn't actually add 12 because it adds 12 to the base, and then I believe there's a percentage to Magica Regen that's taken into account off of the base to give you your full number.
This will simplify all of that.
Okay, I was trying to figure out the math of that, and it's just.
Yay! Oh. Yes.
So as you said, we are the 1%, so we get it. What the issue is, and this is my suggestion to you, please release a video explaining this before you release this patch. Because I'm going to tell you right now what all the Chicken Littles are going to say. You're forcing me to wear armor I don't want to wear. That's what's going to come right out on the forums, and there's just going to be a flame war right off the bat if you don't really explain it in detail.
Right. We do have a write-up planned. Matt volunteered to explain all of this to the players.
I'll personally go to everyone's house.
With a pie. Just to make sure.
Is there going to be any form of diminishing return for something like, say, armor? Because the biggest concern for me, and the reason that the soft cap was so good, was that it prevents armor from becoming increasingly good as you get more of it. Because if the cap was 99% and you had 98%, and you increased yourself to 99% with one piece, now you're taking half as much damage. And that goes all the way back down to 0. It gets better the more you have. Is there going to be any type of diminishing return to help reduce that effect? Or is it just going to become more and more effective as you get closer to the maximum 50%?
I'm not sure I fully understood what you saw the benefit as being, to be honest with you.
Okay, so if I have, everything on that chart except for Mundus, for example.
Yeah.
So everything on that chart puts me at 98%.
Yep.
And then I go get the Mundus, which gives me another 2% armor, increases my damage mitigation to 99%. I'm now taking half as much damage as before I had that Mundus. Yes, but I'm just giving an example to make it easier to understand.
Oh, okay, so let's see if I can answer it. I think I understand now, which is the way this will work, all of this is a number that we have. Again, it's like that 3,000, although it will be 30,000 later, right? What this will do is it will guarantee you that if you had everything, you would never go over 50% mitigation.
Right.
Okay? So that's the most important thing to understand about this versus soft caps, which actually allow you to go over 50% mitigation, right? Or sorry, they don't allow you to go over 50% mitigation, but they allow you to go over the number that represents 50% mitigation. So you would get over 3,000. And as I said, the only benefit to that really is if somebody does a puncture, then that'll reduce your armor, and then you might still be at 50%
And for example, this is only the armor pie. So if you go 99 into armor, you didn't go into magic resist. We have another pie for blocking. We have another pie, it's just, even if you're the main tank for a raid, maybe armor is not necessarily the very top thing you need to have. Or maybe that is the top thing you need to have, but you also need to take into account there's going to be spells thrown at you, there's going to be a whole bunch of other things. We account for you are going to be blocking. So we're doing a lot more damage to you than just that 50% mitigation can account for.
You mean that you are doing this to make sure that people are have now a real role in
truly make a choice
about
what you're
tank role or true healer role or DPS role.
Right. The way you equip yourself is going to be really important now.
Oh, okay, great.
That's not quite what I was trying to get at. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if I have 0 armor and I go get that Mundus, it's only going to increase my damage mitigation by 1%. So I'm going to take 1% less damage than I did before. But if I'm at the hard cap, or close to the hard cap at 49%, and then I go get that Mundus, it's going to boost me up to 50%, and now I'm actually taking 2% less damage than I did before. So the Mundus is more effective the more armor that I actually have.
Yes, okay, I see. The system will account for that.
Okay,
because,
so it will have a diminishing effect.
Well, it'll have a flat number that it's associating with it at this point, which, if that makes sense.
It's a flat number of the max.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll know that you can never get above X number of armor. And Mundus Stone will add that X according to what level you are.
Right.
And I'm going to let Maria talk now, and then we'll go over questions again.
Will you be talking about pi also?
Yeah, I'll be talking about that 24%. Unless you got all the answers from Paul, and I can just. So hi.
One more slide to click through. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Mariela Prando. I've met a bunch of you before. I'm a gameplay designer here at ZeniMax. I'm the PO for Champion, which means the internal point of contact within the company for the Champion system. So we're going to talk about that 24% in the pie. What is Champion? It is a new progression system that will allow your character to advance and progress past your level 50. So once you hit level 50, there's another progression system that opens up, and you can start spending more points in that system, and that system is Champion. You can spend Champion system points in 9 different constellations. When you spend your points, you get passives. We're going to take a look at a bunch of those passives that you can earn a little bit later. All the characters on your account get the benefits that you have earned, and this includes your non-level 50 characters. So as soon as you hit level 50, Champion unlocks for your account. You can start earning Champion points, start spending Champion points. You can spend those Champion points on your level 50 character, and you can spend them on your non-level 50 character, on your level 32 character. Those points are not shared. So you can spend, if you have 50 Champion points, you can spend 50 Champion points on your highest level character, and you can also spend 50 Champion points on your alts. So it is just a system that rewards your entire account and all of your characters on it. You will be able to respec it per character. So one character can have one spec, and another character can have another spec of Champion points.
One question?
Yeah.
This 50 points, if I have 8 alts and make 50 points for 8 alts, can I outspend in one?
No.
So I can spend 400 points in one?
No, so you have 50 points, and one alt can spend 50 points, another alt can spend 50 points, another alt can spend 50 points. That spec applies to that character only, so your specs don't cross. I'll act it out.
Maria,
Yeah.
each alt can spend those 50 points differently. Right?
Absolutely. So if one of your alts is, this is my healing spellcasting character, I want to spend all my Champion points on that, or this is my tank character, or this is my RP character, this is my PvP character, this is my crafting character.
So, this leads to a question then. So, say somebody they just want one character.
Yep.
And they're completely invested in that single character, where other people may have 8 or whatever. How are you going to differentiate, like, how the people that have a lot of characters can accumulate a lot of points versus the guy that just has 1?
Okay, so Champion is also earned account-wide. So Champion, the whole system is earned and rewarded account-wide. So I was going to show you a slide about how you earn it, but you earn it through EXP, and only level 50 characters can earn towards the next Champion point. So if you play on one level 50 character and you earn Champion points there, and then you decide to go over to another level 50 character point, or another level 50 character and earn EXP there, it all goes into the same pool.
Okay.
So it's not like playing on 2 different characters is going to earn you more points. You're earning as many experience points as your account can earn, however you decide to play it.
Projector will be on in just a few
That.
seconds, sorry.
So yes, we are tracking EXP. So if you are a veteran rank 14 character right now, and you've been veteran rank 14 and you've been earning EXP, as as soon as the champion system comes online, you're going to have a whole slew of champion points to start spending, because we're just going to reward you all those points.
Right. To clarify that one thing, though, I wouldn't say that we don't want to put anybody so far ahead of other people that it imbalances it, so we will start everybody with a maximum amount. There will be a maximum amount that anybody can start off with, right?
Yeah,
to bootstrap the system.
We're going to have a conversion ratio that we're working on. I'm one of those characters that wants all my champion points rewarded to me. So yes, we will be giving champion points. If the person, when we launched a champion system and somebody's turned veteran rank 14 and you've been veteran rank 14 for a couple months, you'll have more points than they do.
So what if you have multiple, like you're sitting right now with like...
If you're sitting on 3 veteran rank 14 characters, you're going to have a whole bunch of champion points based on the EXP, right? So if you played that character a bunch, yes, you'll have more champion points because you have obviously played past level 50 for the amount of experience it requires to get to veteran rank, so you're going to get that. But it's all based on experience. So if I played on the same character for the amount of time that you played on 3 characters, I'm going to have champion points.
So my veteran 14 rank can play more and get more points.
You can continue to be rewarded points for a very, very long time. I'll tell you those numbers.
If you're a VR6 character, you're still earning.
You will still earn champion
just
points.
not as many.
You're just not as many, right? Because obviously you haven't played as long, so you haven't earned as much experience.
Okay.
What does that mean for veteran? We are going to introduce champion, and when we introduce champion, both champion and veteran will exist. But the ultimate goal is to get rid of veteran. But we want to get the champion system out to you guys. It's a fun system. We can keep them together. The reason why we're not getting rid of the reason why we're not getting rid of veteran immediately is because it has a lot of repercussions for itemization, balance, and things like that. So for right now, we're going to keep veteran, but we're gonna give you guys champion with the goal of getting rid of veteran. And then we're going to do a conversion. In update 5, we are going to convert veteran ranks from using veteran points, which is like this nebulous point system, to experience points. And that's going to help prep us to getting to the champion system. So what that means is you're going to continue to earn experience just like you always have. We're going to do a conversion from this right now, so when you log on and this conversion happens, you probably won't see very much of a change, honestly, on your character. You'll be at the same rank, same spot within the rank, things like that. Veteran points will no longer exist. They're banished from the game, they don't exist anymore. Experience is all we care about now. Yep.
Right now they kind of use the veteran point system and the veteran rank to be kind of like gear gates, so we just went from 12 to 14 for new gear. Is the champion system going to have any sort of restrictions on gear?
Not until we get rid of veteran, which there's a lot of things that we're working on. One of those things is that. Do we go to a champion rating system? Do we go to extra level? There's a lot of different ways we can get rid of veteran, but we want to see what the response is first, so we kind of figure out which way we want to take it. But there's a lot of different options we could take that away. Yeah.
Sorry, I still want to, like, right now I have 2 V14 alts, and with someone with 1 Vet 14 alt out of the gate, will I have more champion points than someone who has 1 Vet 14 alt? That's like just plain. Let's say I've had a Vet 14, 2 Vet 14s for 2 months, and someone who's only had 1 Vet 14 for 2 months. Will we both have the same champion, exact same amount?
It depends. Okay, so if you have earned your 2 Vet rank 14 characters, and combined your total has been 80 million experience points, but I played my 1 Vet rank 14 character and I've gotten 120 million experience points, I might have more champion points than you. So we are tracking your EXP, and it is going to be based on EXP. We're going to have a maximum amount that we're going to reward out of the gate, just because we don't want people so radically, so much higher than people, but that number is still going to be a very high number. What that number is, I don't honestly know yet, because we're still doing the conversions right now. We're taking a look at our live data to see how much EXP people have actually earned and what that actually converts to. Yep.
Right. Can I go back? Because I think the question was slightly different, if I understood it, which is, will 2 characters get me more right out of the gate than one character.
Yeah, because a lot of my players are freaking out. They're like,
Yeah.
well, I don't want to build an alt. F that. You know, I was born to be a healer. And
The answer is right now, we don't know. There you go. We will probably play with both solutions to see how they go, to see if like you get slightly more than one. But again, we want to be very careful how we bootstrap this system. And so my leaning is going to be one character. It's vet rank 14. The amount you get would just be based off one character, and then everything else would go up. But probably that's what.
Yeah, we're not going to be rewarding the champion points right out the gate, so we want people to start grinding your second character right now today. It's not going to be like that at all.
because that's been the kind of the word on the street is get as many alts
That
as
word's
you
wrong.
can.
The word on the street.
Get as many alts as you can before it drops.
Nope, that's not true.
I was told to ask if when you are converting the experience later to champion points and now the veteran points, does it make sense when you hit V14 to continue play that character, because you can see how many mobs have I killed, how many veteran points or experience points did I make behind hitting veteran level 14, or would it be wiser to say, okay, I hit V14 and now I play one of my alts and get it up?
So only level 50 characters and above, obviously that means vet rank characters, can earn champion points for your account. So it's actually beneficial to continue playing your vet rank character. Now I think, is this a question for the conversion similar to this, where it's as soon as the system comes out, if I have more vet rank characters, I'm going to get more champion points? We are not leaning towards that, so we don't want people to just start rushing a bunch of alts out. Also, only level 50 characters get you champion points as well. So your level 32 is not gonna help you because champion unlocks at 50.
Yeah, so let's say you have a V14 and a V6.
Yeah.
And then can you see how many points I make with my V14, because I can't see it anymore? I hit V14 and then my bar is full and I have no idea.
I understand. Yeah, so we are actually going to change the UI once champion comes out, and unfortunately not before that, but when champion comes out, we're going to have a champion point bar that's going to show you your progress towards your next champion point. We don't show you your experience continuing to go up right now. I think there are mods out there that allow you to see it, but
you can track it.
But you can track it. We're tracking it.
Yes.
So we know the number.
You know, and you can convert the points that I don't see that I have.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. So continuing to play your VR14 character is worthwhile to you. Yep.
While it probably doesn't affect anyone in here, there are a lot of players that don't get to max level because they like having 8 different alts and they play to 8 different alts. What would be the problem with taking that XP? It's going to be a much slower pace because they're not gaining as much per kill or per quest as a max level. So why not include those lower levels with even at the lesser XP gains? Because if they never get max level, they're never going to see that last 24% of the pie.
I think some of the thought there, and this is actually going to play really importantly when console comes out, because nobody's going to have, except for the people that are transferring over, are going to have champion at that time. So I think what the most important thing is, while you're leveling up, we don't want to put 3 or 4 or 5 different progression systems on you. You're earning attribute points, you're earning skill points, you're earning champion points, you're getting gear, you're getting, you're doing your main quest, you're doing your alliance quest, you're doing all these different things, you're doing your fighter skill and all that stuff. I don't think that if you enjoy playing at those low levels right now, I think you're going to continue to do so. Most of the champion system is combat bonuses, combat passives. So if you're role-playing or something like that, it's not going to be a detriment in that situation. If you do want to get champion points, you'll need a level 50 character as the design stands right now. I actually haven't thought of the person that doesn't want to get to max level. Yeah. So it's something to think about.
Well,
I mean,
I think of one guy in our guild who he's been playing since Alpha, I believe, and he's such an altaholic that when he hit that first VR rank, the whole guild lit up with cheers because of that.
Say, now he has a reason to get fit.
Now he has a reason.
So that's part of the reason. It is meant to be something that you look forward to, and you're like, oh, cool! I can't wait to get there.
Yep.
guess this is more of a future question, but with the removal of vet ranks, what happens when you release new content and raise the level cap? Are we going to go up from level 50 to 51 or 55?
We have a
or
lot
are
of
we just going to level up and
yeah, unfortunately that is a big nebulous question right now. We can do that. We can increase levels. We could convert veteran ranks to levels. We could come up with this new champion rating system where we give all these players a rating and all the new content has a rating. There's a lot of different ways we can go with it, and honestly, there's no right answer right now.
So, all we don't know?
We don't know. We don't know how we're going to get rid of it. We want to. There's a lot of different ways we could. We want to see how champion settles, and then figure out how we're going to remove it from there. Yep.
So then Imperial City makes sense because there is PvE content for X and PvP content, so I can get more champion points in Imperial City. If I only do Cyrodiil, then I will
We are taking a look at Cyrodiil experience right now, figuring how to make it more beneficial for you to actually get more experience in Cyrodiil. The problem there is kind of the spirit of the game problem, where we don't want people to just line up at the bottom of the gate and have people trading pouring oil and getting experience that way. So unfortunately, Cyrodiil is a very risky situation for rewarding a lot of EXP. We don't want to do it on keeps because we don't want you to start trading keeps back and forth to start earning a bunch of experience points. I think once we start going into what you can actually earn in champion, you'll see that as you get more and more champion points and start getting into those things that you really, really want to focus on, then you start getting into the finer details. So really the most important champion points you get are the beginning ones, and which allows people to catch up. But Cyrodiil is a risk. We are going to adjust the numbers in there. We have already adjusted the numbers elsewhere. For example, in Cyrodiil, because we're no longer rewarding veteran points, tower grind will no longer be the most efficient method of getting EXP. Actually playing the POIs and doing all the stories is actually the most effective method now. POI tower is still a thing. You can do it if you really just hate doing content and fighting awesome bosses. But actually doing the POIs is actually the most effective method right now.
The problem is more my players leave at veteran 1, rank 1, rank 2 because they want to do this, the second and the third alliance. And they can't get to the trial content in Cracklawn because it's veteran rank 10.
So the other thing we're going to be doing right here is we have realized that it takes players stay at their veteran ranks for about 25 hours. And that's a really long time. We have reduced that number down to 15 hours. We are drastically reducing the amount of EXP it's going to take to earn a veteran point. When you earn a veteran point, we're going to give you an attribute point, just like when you were leveling up, so you're going to get a health stamina magicka point. You're also going to get a skill point, just like you did when you leveled up. Now, when you get veteran ranks right now, you passively increase in your attributes, so your health magicka and stamina kind of passively goes up. We've reduced how much we're passively giving you and making that more of an active choice now. So not only have we reduced the amount of time it takes to earn veteran ranks, so hopefully when you get there, it's not just like a brick wall of veteran ranks, but there's actually a really good reason to go and do them. And because the most effective method of getting veteran points is actually playing the game now, hopefully if you like playing the game, you'll continue to do so and earn more veteran ranks. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, it's a question. Must I do the the two other alliances, or can I go right at 50 to Cracklawn and?
I've done Cracklawn at veteran rank 1 right now. The question is, are you good enough to do Cracklawn at veteran rank 1? There's a lot of different ways that you can go through it. I think the most effective method is going to be taking a group with you. So if you have friends who are veteran rank 6 or whatever, and they want to play with you, you can go through with that.
Or can I say at 50 I go to Cyrodiil?
You
do
can
a
go
little bit PvP and BVP
and now Imperial City is going to be around.
And then go to Cracklawn.
Yep. So you can go do Imperial City. You can go do Cracklawn. You can go do that stuff. I believe you guys had questions up first.
So obviously, like, you know, everyone here is going to share some of this information with their guild. So until the point in which this launches, what's going to stop all the exporters from going, oh man, I'm veteran rank 14, but they're already logging how many experience points I am gaining. So instead of doing PvP all day, I'm just going to go crazily grind bosses and crag learn so that my counter is as high as it can be by the time.
We're going to put a max on the amount of champion points we're going to reward out the gate. We don't know what that number is, but there isn't a person that can go get 1,800 champion points at the gate.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
So, this seems like a very sort of shift to a much more horizontal-based progression model at level 50. And so, you know, how do you think that will, what implications do you think that will have for sort of like Cadwell's Gold, Cadwell's Silver? Will you let people have a choice now? And then also in terms of like, Serpent Trial is harder than the Mage Trial. Like, how are you going to let them know the order in which they might tackle different challenges, or the veteran dungeons? I guess those are in a scale now, so.
Yes, so we are talking about changing a lot of, with the champion system we have to change a lot of the balance of the whole game anyway. We have been talking about unlocking, for example, Silver and Gold, or Cadwell Silvers and Cadwell Gold at the same time, allowing you to just play that. We haven't confirmed it yet, but we are thinking towards those lines. So you can pick more of what you want to do instead of saying, I have to go through this, then I have to go through this, then I have to go through this. Now, for the trials, we do want those to be hard challenges. But what we are going to do is we're going to scale dungeons. So if you are veteran rank, 8 or whatever, and you want to go do Fungal Grotto, non-veteran version Fungal Grotto, you can now. Fungal Grotto is veteran 8. So there's still going to be a lot of different challenges you can do. That answers a little bit of your question too. If you wanted to go do dungeons, now that dungeons scale, they're worth the EXP now.
Do you envision the trials still being sort of a vertical progression structure, though?
So, let me just answer this as straight as I can. I'd love to see vertical progression in the way we're talking about with earning levels go away completely after 50, right? That would be my dream, honestly. Now, when you're talking about trials, we want trials to be a certain level of difficulty. That we say we start off the champion system like, okay, here's where the level of difficulty is, here's the watermark, right? Then when we introduce any new content from that, the way we would raise that watermark would probably be through itemization. So that would be more of how you're progressing, because you have to want to get new things, right? That's all part of the fun, and that's part of the chase. But we don't want you to feel like, I can't go into Cyrodiil, right? And that's when we talked about the seasonal gear, which was brought up earlier. And what that means is that say again that watermark was at season 1, and then we'd say, okay, well season 4 you're so much more powerful than you were at season 1, but it turns out we actually make it easier to get season 2 gear. Right? Just as like we introduced this so you're not so far behind, you can catch up pretty easily at that point. So there might be a vertical progression as far as gear is concerned, but probably not as much in player level that way.
Sounds great.
So back to Paul's awesome pie, just for a second.
You haven't even seen the fun.
I would go coconut pie.
Okay.
That's just me. For a lot of my players who are looking into min-maxing and stuff, you said the champion system, I mean, I'm going to use an analogy as in the Paragon system in Diablo 3, where the roof is, in that system, there is no roof. You just keep going and going and going. And you said the roof is very high. Can you only min-max that 24% when you reach whatever the ceiling is you establish?
Yes, absolutely. So we do not expect, we expect maybe 1% of players to ever reach that ceiling of a full 24% slice of pie. Now, I'm going to go into the contributions in a little bit, so I'm going to skip ahead here because a lot of the next slides we've actually already talked about through question answering. Oops, I turned it off. How are points earned? You earn them through EXP. The points are they're based on your account. You can spec out any of your characters however you like. The pool is not shared. And non-level 50 characters can can allocate those points to, and only level 50 characters can earn towards new points. So anybody can spend the points, only level 50 can earn new ones. How are the points spent? So that's a good question, and instead of making you read this wall of text, instead I'm going to show this video. Video.
Just a picture of a pie in an oven.
So this is the champion system. That might be familiar if you saw the QuakeCon video. And basically the way that this works is, I'm going to go back a little bit.
Desktop wallpaper.
So there's 3 major constellations if you guys are familiar with the lore. There's the warrior, which is health, thief, which is stamina, mage, which is magicka. Okay? So under the 3 major constellations are 3 minor constellations. When you earn your first champion point, your very first champion point, you must spend it in the warrior. So you must spend it in the constellations that are in the red area. Then you spend your next point in stamina, you spend your next point in magicka, health, stamina, magicka, health, stamina. You just keep going around the sky. So as you earn a point, you travel around the sky and pick one of the 3 minor constellations to spend your point in. So let me go back to here, just pause it. No, I didn't mean stop.
So what you're saying is you have to spend a point in all 3 major attributes before you can get to any of the minors?
No, I'm sorry. So what I meant was, so this is the warrior. There's the steed, the lady, and the lord in the warrior. You can spend your point in any 3 of these constellations. You can spend it anywhere you want in here, in the red area. Your next point, you have to spend in any of the 3 constellations in the green area. And the next point you have to spend in any of the constellations in the
I
blue
have
area.
2. I can go with the 3 in there.
So if you want to spend 2 points in the lady, you need to spend a point in the lady, spend a point here, spend a point here, then spend the next point in the lady. Okay? So as you spend a point, you basically are starting to travel around the sky. I see lots of questions already. Why?
Yes. Why can't I just put all my points into the warrior if I want?
Because we want you to start diversifying what you're going to do. So if you want to spend a bunch of points in armor, that's great. You can spend all your points in the Lord. Start spending them there. But you may not just want armor, you also probably want to reduce the amount of time that your character is stunned, or make it so when you roll dodge, stamina abilities are able to be used easier. Maybe you want to get some spell mitigation, or maybe you want to make it so when you block more projectiles, or maybe, so there's a lot of different defensive options in the whole tree. So it's not like defense is here.
Okay.
And you have to wait to spend all your points in defense. It's armor is here. Roll dodging is here. Spell mitigation is here. And you will be able to focus your character while still traveling around the sky. So there's options for your character. If you're like, I'm a tank, there are still places to spend your points in stamina. There's still places to spend your points in magicka.
That are relevant to tanking.
That are relevant to tanking. If you're a magicka character, there are still relevant places to spend your points in the other 2. Yep.
Will there be tiers we have to unlock?
I'm glad you asked that question. I'll go into that in just a second. Yep.
Wouldn't it be easier just to go the prerequisite system where certain skills and certain trees require a prerequisite from another skill instead of forcing people to go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1? So say I wanted to get to a certain point in, say, the lover tree. So I had to put so many points in a skill that was in the warrior to access the one in lover, or say I wanted to get into the mage tree, I had to put so much in the warrior to get to a certain skill in the mage tree, and actually require that skill to be the prerequisite for the previous skill.
So there's 2 reasons we went with this. One of the reasons is, as soon as you go into this constellation, there's 4 things to spend it on. So you have 4 options, 4 options, 4 options. We want to give you as many options as possible and many ways to customize your character. If you're restricted by, I have to spend, exactly these points in this situation, in this location, in order to unlock the thing I really, really want, I don't think that's going to get you the kind of character that
I meant more of a corresponding skill. So say, I had something that had additional increase on block or something like that, and then I had another skill in a different tree that reduced the amount of stamina required to do said skill. but in order to reach the reduction, I had to first take the block skill itself, so they're connected together.
Yeah, let me just cut down to the straight note. This slows people down from overpowering things too early.
Okay. And it looks like pie.
Sweet.
Are the higher ones going to cost more? Is everything just 1 point, or the higher ones, precise strikes, going to cost 3 champion points per level? Or whatever.
So you see.
Or is it like Skyrim where they have to connect?
So basically, the way I want to get to a tree that I can actually start mousing over. Okay, so I'm sorry for these ENG things. I actually shot this morning, and this is what our dev currently looks like. So the way that this works is, unfortunately, we don't have our UI complete, but there are 4 stars in here. That is Light Armor Focus, Frost Might, Spell Soak, and Infusion are the 4 options that you can go into right away. I know that this is not laid out perfectly, but I did this morning, I'm sorry. So there are 4 options as soon as you get into the tree, or into the constellation, that you can choose your points in. If you start spending, say you spent 10 points in the entire constellation, Merchant Favored becomes unlocked. You don't have to spend a point in it, you are just rewarded with Merchant Favor. So there are 4 things that you can spend your points in. There are 4 things that automatically unlock for the amount of points that you spent in them, and you are just rewarded that passive automatically. Does that make sense yet?
So basically, we're customizing in the Atronach tree, like light armor focus. You really want to focus on that, then
Yeah,
things
if you're
start
like,
unlocking.
I don't care about any of these things, I just want to put 100 points in light armor focus. I don't care about any of these other stats, I don't care about the frostmite, don't care. I'm going to put 100 points into light armor focus, that's fine. All 4 of those rewarded passes will unlock for you. Doesn't matter where you spend your points in the Atronach, you will get rewarded for the amount of points that you're spending in there.
So there's no hierarchy we have to follow. We can pick any of the 4.
Any of the 4. Any of the 4 you want, and any of the other constellations you want as well. The only restriction is you must travel around the sky.
And there are always 8 in the 9.
Yes, there's always 8 in the constellation. So
Okay.
there's always 4 that you choose, and 4 that are unlocked.
Okay.
Do you have an example of how the distribution of points can be?
So... No, that's not what I meant. Let's go to here. Let's go to here. So this example is the Lord. I know that's a picture of the lady, but the example that I wrote down is the Lord. So in the Lord, there is a skill called Stout, and it reduces the duration that the player is stunned. That could be something you want. It could not be something you want. There's 3 other options if you want to go into the Lord. There's also 2 other constellations within the Warrior. So if you don't like the Lord at all, you don't have to go into the Lord. But if you spend 100 points in the Lord, you unlock Last Stand. There's a 10-point unlock, 30-point unlock, 50-point unlock, and a 100-point unlock. So this is the highest possible unlock you can get within the Lord. Yep.
This is a good question. So I'm envisioning going around the sky, and let's say you want to respec. Can I be like, oh, well, I'm going to put 100 points here, or do you have to click it once, go around, click,
Right.
like 300 times rotating around the sky to respec?
So,
That's going to drive people nuts.
so we have decided to come up with this kind of respec mode in which you say, I'm going to respec. And the system goes, okay, and you can unclick stars here, click them over here. You say, nope, just wipe the whole pie, or you can say, wipe the entire mage pie. I'm going to redo all my mage points.
As long as it balances at the end, it's okay.
As long as it balances at the end, and then you hit confirm, and it'll respec. Our first iteration of that is probably unclicking and then clicking again. We're hoping to get the full option of respec, and I know the secondary question is, why can't I do that for skills? That's also something that we're thinking about. That's also something we're thinking about for skills. It's just time that it takes, but we will have a much easier system, because if you have 2,100 champion points, yeah, you don't want to click 2,100 times, right?
So how much point I could spend in light armor?
700.
10 or 100?
700. You can put 700 points in light armor.
In this one?
You can
In
put
this one
700 points in stout.
So that's the max 700.
So 700 in one star.
In 1 star.
1 star.
So there's
That's-
2,100
Let me give
points.
you the translation for this. So we expect earning a champion point to take you about 1 hour.
Okay. That's nice, okay.
700 times in a circle though.
What's the difference?
And you
If
got
I do understand the system, if I want to be to put most of my points in the warrior constellation, if I do understand the system, I also have to put some points in the other constellation. How is it balanced? How many points I have to put in the other constellation
It's
compared to the warrior constellation?
your points have to be split into a third. So you will
One third, one third, one third.
1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Yep. But there are points, if you're a tank, there are points worth spending in Magicka. If you want to get spell resist, or you want to get spell soak. When you block, you get Magicka back, things like that. So
And
there are,
the reason for this constraints is just to make sure that people are not going to be way too powerful in just one constellation, right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Is there going to be the opportunity to earn champion points in Cyrodiil at the same rate that you'd be able to earn it in PvE? Because right now, there is a large disparity, like for instance, when VR12 came out, when VR14 came out, some people prefer to stay in Cyrodiil and just kind of like progress slowly.
Yep.
And some people prefer to go to Craglorn and grind it out in 2-3 hours.
Yep.
And that's fine, there's not that big of a difference. But with the champion system, if there's that disparity of earning XP in the one environment and not earning in the other, you're basically going to be penalised for wanting to play your playstyle if your playstyle happens to be PvP.
We have played with the idea of earning, because just like you earn skill points from completing a quest or something like that, we have played with the thought of earning champion points through another means, but until we actually get the system in and testing, we're holding off on that for right now. But there are ways that we could reward players through champion points through other means. We could earn them through alliance rewards and things like that. One of the risks that we don't want to increase experience too much, we actually have already increased experience, I think for package 5, for AVAs, we don't want that experience trading. So if there's another way that we can reward that PvP player, we'll start exploring that as well.
I think that's the main point. So I'm not saying that anybody in this room might do this, but let's say Maria calls me on the phone and says, hey, can you log into your Aldmeri character and I can just kill you over and over again to get experience? Then that becomes one of the things. We have to be very careful about the amount of experience we give in Cyrodiil, and that's part of the reason why. But we're not saying we don't want you to gain experience, we're just saying we have to be careful about the faucets that give you experience.
I understand and I fully empathise with that, because as most people who follow the forums know, I'm very much against exploiting and all of that stuff. But are you not kind of like punishing the legitimate players at that point who play PvP so as to discourage the kind of like the non-legitimate players, for want of a better word?
Which is why we're raising it now, and we're going to see how it goes. So in other words, we're kind of just seeing how it goes to make sure that those people can get, the legitimate players can get.
We are absolutely tracking the rate of EXP gain in the different areas of the game right now, and if we find that one area of the game is just not rewarding at all, and we don't want people to stop playing Cyrodiil, right? So we'll have to come up with another means to reward those players champion points, and we can do it through different systems. Right now the only system is EXP, but just like we can reward skill points through the completion of a quest, or we can give you items in the Alliance War for your contributions, we can think of things like that as well. But I think we just changed the EXP values, so we need to see how that goes first, see what the values are, and then if we need to reward players in different ways, we can start exploring that as well.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes,
uncomfortably.
it answers my question whether I'm satisfied is a different thing. Because I think you have to be more proactive
Yeah.
on basically rooting out the bad players that are making it difficult for the legitimate players to advance in PvP.
I hear you, but I'm going to tell you the honest truth on this, and whether you're satisfied with this answer or not is up to you. But you can't determine intent. That's the developer's nightmares. We can never determine intent of players.
We want all the systems of the game to be rewarding, and if one system is not, we will certainly rework it to be.
Yeah.
But we have to see first, unfortunately.
We'll throw it out there. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Two things. One, I actually appreciate that you take your time on increasing experience in PvP, because Star Wars, when that came out, they didn't. People were rank 100 in the Warlord status in the first 5 days. Not because they were exploiting, but because they all went out to Ilum and they just died and killed each other, and boom, instantly top level. They didn't revert anything, so I'm happy that not everyone's ranked 50 already in ESO, because 1 week was, whoops, we hit 100 times the experience rate on accident. So I appreciate that. Another, you said earlier about an hour per champion point, and then I guess you would be dead on then with the 1% getting 2100 points, because if you look at game tracking places like Raptor, 1,000 hours right now will put you at about the top 1%. So that's interesting that you always see those points coming in, and I like that. That's a really good system.
She was first.
Oh,
You can let her go first.
I know that there are many casual players who are afraid of the champion system. The reason is because they are already so slow that they are way behind many players. And they are afraid that when you change it to the champion system, that the fast players already are way far before them, and they will never ever close the gap.
Absolutely. Yep.
And they have no information yet about what you thought about it.
Okay. So that is a huge concern with the champion system. So I'm just going to go over this really fast, and then we'll do questions again, but I want to go over making sure that when we introduce the players to the champion system, that there isn't just this huge, division between the players that have a ton of champion points and between the players that don't have a ton of champion points in concerns of power and potential. So we don't want things to happen where it's like, you must have 1,700 champion points to even walk inside this house. Things like that. So we don't want things like that to happen to players. We don't want to divide them. We want to reward them, but we still don't want to divide players. One of the ways that we're doing this is points are more meaningful in the beginning of the system. And what that means is the value of a point degrades as you continue to spend points into that specific skill. So for example, you can spend 700 points in light armor. The first point that you spend in light armor gives you a 1% bonus to light armor. The 40th point you spend in light armor gives you a 0.1% increase to light armor. So you could spend your next 41th point in light armor to give you another plus 1% increase, or you could go spend it in health and get a 1% increase in health, right? So it's actually going to encourage you to start dividing up your points in the beginning of the system, because you get a much higher benefit to spending those points in the beginning. So for example, your question of armor. I need to put 700 points in armor to get that 24%. How many points do I need to spend in armor to get 19%? It's not half of that. Things like that. You can get up to that threshold that we balance out much faster than you can completely fill the pie. So the person that's 6 months late to the system is not completely getting left behind, because the first points that they spend are way more valuable than the person that's been in the system is spending for a long time. Now the person that's been in the system for a long time is 5% better at that thing, just because they've gotten more. So you're still more powerful, you're just not so so significantly more powerful that you can't even be friends with this person anymore. Yep.
There is also a situation where people who are playing the game don't see any benefits when they are reaching a certain level cap, and then at the end they just leave the game because they are not rewarded anymore. So that's a matter of balance between the casual players and the hardcore players. But how does the system will scale up with any tier system that you would like to implement in a way that could also be a solution to prevent the casual gamers to be way too far from the hardcore gamers, you know? When you reach season 2, when you reach season 3, you can, if you are a casual gamer, you can reach season 2 much more in a faster way.
Yep.
So you can close the gap, you know?
One of the things that Paul talked about is, and I'll get to your question in a moment, sorry, I know you had your hand up for a while.
Is it only percentage? So if you reach the third tier of the season system, then it's just a matter of having more stats, more points. Just
yes,
you have 20% more points because you have invested champion points in a particular constellation system.
Yes, it won't be based on season. It will be based on your play. So your experience, or if we do another reward system through AVA or anything that's giving less rewards than we expect it to be now. So it won't be. So if you've been playing longer, you will have more champion points, but you won't be so out of range of the people that are trying to catch up. I don't know if that kind of answered your question, but there will be a way for people to catch up, and it's called Enlightenment. But I want to get to your question first, because I know you've been
So the last slide kind of answered my question that obviously there's the diminishing returns with the points you put in there. But like, for example, Stout, if you put 700 points into that, what is the maximum effect of the reduction of being stunned or whatever?
So we're going to have to look at the reduction pie, but it's probably around 24%.
Okay, so if it's 1 second, 24% off of that is the max you can get if you put every single point into that.
Yes.
Okay.
Assuming that 24% is the percentage of the champion pie that we put into that, into reductions. So I'm going to go into Enlightenment, which is a way for people to catch up. If anybody's got any questions before that. Okay. Sorry, I've been skipping around. You guys asked really good questions, so I'm basically skipping around. So what Enlightenment is it boosts the EXP earned towards champion points only. So it works on your level 50 character, because your level 50 character is the only one that can earn champion points. And it boosts the experience that you're going to earn towards your next champion point. So your level 50 character actually gets more experience when they're enlightened, rewarding your entire account with champion points. You accumulate Enlightenment as long as a level 50 character exists on your account. That means if you're logged off or logged on. So while your account exists, with a level 50 character on it, you will get Enlightenment. So if you're like, I don't want to play my level 50 character right now, I'm going to go play my level 32 character, and I'm just going to like play around or whatever, your level 32 character won't have Enlightenment, but your account will be earning it. So when you go back to your level 50 character, boom, you have Enlightenment, and you can speed up your skill gain. So there's not a penalty for not playing that level 50 character, because your account is accumulating Enlightenment, and when you go back to that level 50 character, you're going to be able to get your next skill point, or your next, champion point, a lot faster. Enlightenment can be only used by level 50 characters, and it helps people catch up. So if you log on, obviously if you log on 24 hours a day, and you play 24 hours a day earning EXP, yeah, you're going to earn more champion points than the person that only logs in 5 hours a day. But that person that's logged in for 5 hours has Enlightenment, and you've burned up all of yours. So while you still are going to be earning more, because obviously you're playing more and you're getting more EXP, the person that's like, I'm just going to let my Enlightenment accumulate, and then I'm going to log on tomorrow, and I'm going to burn all my Enlightenment, and then when it's gone, I'm going to go to my level 32 character, play around, do some dungeons, maybe I'll roleplay, maybe I'll craft a little bit, and then I'll go back to my level 50 character, and I'll start earning some champion points, or I'll go play a skilled up dungeon. So it's, yep.
It's account wide, like it's one bar?
It's account wide. So if you have 2 level 50 characters, that enlightenment, just like experience, is into the same pool. So if you use up your enlightenment on one character, then you won't have it on the other character. But you can go back and forth between the characters, spend your enlightenment on either of the 50 characters that you want. Yep.
Would both level 50 characters be earning enlightenment, or is
Yes.
it? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I should say enlightenment is like an unlock, just like champion. So if your account has at least 1 level 50, and then it doesn't matter however many level 50s you have after that, you're still earning the same value of enlightenment.
Cool, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is there a maximum?
There is a maximum. I don't know that number right off the bat. We're playing with as much as it takes to get a champion point.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it starting right from the moment you log off, or is it starting at a later point? So when you log off with your level 50 and you log on the next evening again, you already have enlightenment, or is it if you are logged out for a longer period?
So you will be getting enlightenment on time intervals, which is right now it's like 5 or 10 minutes. Just we're playing with however many pings we can give to the server. Right now I think it's every 10 minutes we're just going to give you X amount of enlightenment. That X meaning I don't know the exact number right now, but we're going to give you X amount of enlightenment. It doesn't matter if you're logged on. It doesn't matter if you're logged off. It doesn't matter if you're on a level 50 character. It doesn't matter if you're just sitting in town doing nothing. Every 10 minutes, you'll be rewarded with, boom, there's your enlightenment, boom, there's your enlightenment, boom, there's enlightenment. You'll only see this if you log on to your level 50 character. So if you're on your level 32, you will not be spending your enlightenment, and you will not be earning your champion points. But as soon as you log into your level 50 character in there, your enlightenment's waiting for you. Go ahead, go have fun. Yep.
Next question, can you turn the enlightenment on or off? Because maybe if you're on your level 50 character, and you're wanting, for example, to roleplay or something like that, is that enlightenment getting burned up? Or
I'm sorry. No, it's not. It doesn't get used unless you're earning experience. So
understand.
if you're just sitting in town doing nothing, it just boosts the amount of experience that you're gonna earn. So it's not like, boom, it gives you 10 minutes and then that time goes down. It just gives you an amount. And then gives you an amount. And that amount can accumulate, or you can decide not to spend it. I'm just going to sit in town, or I'm going to craft, so I'm not earning EXP right now, or I'm going to go sit in Cyrodiil and just stand on a mountain and go like this.
And does it carry over, or is it on 24-hour periods? Or?
It carries over up to the maximum, so there is at a certain point, your enlightenment will be full. Right now, we're playing with that full amount being the amount it takes to get a champion point.
Gotcha.
We have 20 minutes.
What?
20 minutes.
Oh, I thought you said 20 seconds. That's like, great questions. Another question? Yep.
Comment. Whoever did the art for that.
It's me. No, it's not me.
It's beautiful. Whoever did it, it looks amazing.
For the champion system?
Yeah, it's really well done.
I will pass that along. I thought they did a great job as well.
Yeah.
I never actually went through the whole video, so
Yeah.
I'll just play it for you guys. So as you can see the stars are in the different constellations. I just shot this morning, so this is what it looks like currently in development. The art, the star art is probably going to change. We're going to have it more clear, so it's like, you know that this hasn't had a point in it, or this is unlocked, things like that. Yep.
It's much more a Skyrim feeling, I think.
Yeah, looks like spirits.
I have a question about Stout again. So you told us if you spend 700 points in it, the mitigation is kept on, let's say, 50%.
Mm-hmm.
So when do I know it's useless to put more points in it?
You won't be able to put 701 points in it. It'll lock out. You just can't put another point into it. It will tell you every time you put a point into it how much you're going to earn. So it'll say, you currently have 15% reduction in duration, and if you spend a point, you're going to get 15.1 time reduction. So it'll let you know what your next point is going to reward you, and you might say, at 15%, and the next one only gives me 0.1%, I'm going to start spending my points in bow proficiency, and I'm going to start doing more damage with bows. Or I'm going to start putting more points into heavy armor, or you know, hey, I'm only 3 points away from unlocking the 100 tier in Warrior, let me go do that.
Okay, thank you.
How are you feeling about the visibility of someone's champion level? Do you want that to be public knowledge? Or?
So that is something that we have been toying with. We have a couple different ways that we can do it. So unlike veteran rank, where it just says veteran 14 and I'm veteran 2, I'm not going to go fight that guy, you know, things like that. We have an idea of iconography that we can put on the health bar to help you know how many champion points, know roughly how within the power level is. Now, honestly, we hope that players aren't so far from each other that you don't even have a chance. Because if they spent 700 points in one place, maybe you spend 300 points somewhere else, and that 300 points is actually more useful to you. So we are designing it with the goal in mind that you want to diversify your points. And in doing so, you're going to gradually grow in power, but you're not going to leave people so far behind that it's just unreasonable that a skilled player cannot beat you. But if through testing we find that, nope, when somebody has 24% more armor than you, you probably want to know that, we do have a plan for iconography.
In terms of the way that players socialize, though, do you envision it being a status symbol, or?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's just like the same way that veteran rank is a status symbol. I mean, it's something that everybody can achieve, so it's not something like the Serpent Trial, where it's like, I beat the Serpent Trial, and boom, I'm wearing the Serpent Trial dye, and I've got the Serpent Trial helmet and everything, and you're like, that guy's awesome, there's no way I can beat the Serpent Trial. But if you're like, that guy's got 700 champion points, you're like, ooh, scary, I've got 400, you know, like, at what point is it more important to know? And we can only figure that out through testing, honestly.
I think one of the other things we've been discussing internally and are kind of mixed on is the champion rating, which is a combination not just of how many points you spent in the champion system, but actually what your armor totals end up being. So kind of a rating of your overall strength as a player. And there's a lot of benefits to this, which enables you to find out whether you're up to a certain challenge, whether you can attack that monster or whatever. But then there are a lot of issues with that, which is, you know, some people feel like lesser class citizens because they're not of a certain champion rating. So we have to be really careful about it, but it's something we're talking about internally, like what's the best way to handle it.
And also because your build, that 24% you're getting from buffs is still 24%. Your actives are just as important as champion because it's the same. Your base value is also 24. Your items and your activations together are more than champion. So it's the champion rating is that, but it's also how do we rate somebody's build? Can we even do that? You know, as the system keeps evolving, as abilities keep changing and things like that. So a lot of questions there. We have some ways to deal with it, but we won't know until testing. Did I use?
It's pretty close. It's pretty close. I mean, we have some questions.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That we could ask, but we can also ask that as a dinner as well, or we can ask them now. When are we supposed to head over for dinner?
The drivers are supposed to be here around 7:30.
7:30.
I think our dinner reservations are 8, so it's pretty relaxed. It's only like 10 minutes away from here.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Can I change as well?
Yeah, I was thinking to run back to the hotel.
Can we like go change?
Can you go change? Yeah, absolutely.
We'll be at dinner.
We'll be at dinner.
Bad if just the player knows himself what his champion rating is. It's, you know.
Well, once that player knows, somebody will create the add-on that lets the other people know, right? I mean, there is that possibility. So if we ever get a rating, then it's probably something that will be public anyway.
We'll be at dinner.
There's 3 type of constellation, each divided into 3 parts.
Correct.
Does it mean that each of the 3 parts there is a healing part, DPS part, and tanky part, or?
Not necessarily. It goes more towards the theme of what that is. Let me go back in this video and we can actually go over some of the passives. Now, these passives obviously might change through development. So, for example, the shadow, the theme is obviously stealth, sneaky, shadowy stuff. So we have Defile, which I believe is disease benefits, resistances to disease, and also more disease damage. So if you're a werewolf and you start doing disease damage with their new werewolf abilities that are coming out. Combat Medic, which allows you, when you're while you're resurrecting a player, you take less damage. So you are just suddenly harder to kill while resurrecting somebody. So if you're standing there resurrecting and you see like this sword coming at your face, you're like, maybe I can stay here, you know. So there's that. Elusive is while you're roll dodging, you take less damage from direct damage abilities. Direct damage abilities are fire on the ground, things that you can't dodge. So things like fire on the ground or environmental effects, you can't actually dodge because they're not projectiles, they're not physical things. But while you're roll dodging, you'll take less damage. Blade Expert is what it sounds like. You do more damage with blades. Nimble is you take less damage from direct damage, and Elusive is actually when you roll dodge, you get a bonus to your stamina for attacks. So as soon as you roll dodge, you can start going into attacks because all of a sudden you've got the stamina to use them. Treasure Hunter is when you open treasure, you find more gold. I honestly forgot what Skirmisher does. There's 72 abilities, by the way. And Shadow Strike is while you're stealthed, your heavy attacks. Oh, and Shadow Strike's an unlock. It's the 100-point unlock in Shadow. So when you are stealth, your heavy attacks charge 50% faster. So you can go into stealth and all of a sudden just come out with a heavy attack.
Does that work with like proccing Veil of Blades?
It works with things like invisibility. So if you start.
Well, yeah, if you proc Veil of Blades, you'll be invisible and you can do it.
So if you take an invisibility potion and you're a which is what I do in combat, and you're a Dragon Knight or something, you're just like, oh, I'm invisible. It's like heavy attack.
So if Dark Cloak starts working again, that'll be really useful.
Yeah. Yep.
Would there be a tooltip so I see which of these skills is unlocked with 100 points spent?
Absolutely. So unfortunately,
because now I have no idea.
Yeah, absolutely. This is all like in development UI right now. So absolutely, the stars will be different colors. They'll be different sizes. They'll be much more prominent. You won't have all this like clutter ENG0, which means in engineering it means it's not ready to be seen. Here it is. So obviously the lover is a little bit different. She's more focused on bows. She gives you bonus speed. She makes gathering faster, so you just can pick up things a lot faster. She's more focused on speed. Yep.
So the max level in the future is 50.
We have no current plans to do anything like
50.
Yeah.
And where takes this normal fungal grotto
I'm sorry?
and veteran fungal grotto place? What will then be?
So what we're kind of thinking of for the non-veteran and veterans is what we really call them internally is part 1 and part 2.
Okay.
So it's the first part of the story and the conclusion of the story is how we kind of talk about them internally. And we call them veteran because they unlock at veteran. But now because dungeons will scale, you could play Fungal Grotto Part 1, which right now to you guys is non-veteran Fungal Grotto, at veteran rank, whatever you want. It scales up to 12 right now because we want to keep whatever the newest dungeon at the highest veteran rank, which is currently 14, which is City of Ash. And
yes, which you'll see tomorrow.
Which you'll see tomorrow, spoiler alert. But yeah, all the dungeons will scale up to 12. And then if you want to see part 2, you can see that as well. Now, that part 2 will still unlock when you hit veteran rank. But now, when you hit veteran rank, all of the veteran dungeons will unlock. Yep.
What the question I have read several times in the forums is what happens with the current veteran rank equipment, the recipes, the potions, because how does the system know I'm still able to take it and who is not able to use it?
So it'll still be dependent on your level. So if you and I go into a dungeon and I'm veteran rank 3 and you're veteran rank 5, which means you have the veteran rank 5 recipes, the item that is able to be used, for example, consummate honey brittle, I can't use that because the item level requirement is still veteran 5. So even if you give it to me, I can't use it, but I can use anything else you give me. When the loot drops in the dungeon, it will scale to whichever is lowest, the monster or you. So if we go into a dungeon and the dungeon is scaled to veteran rank 3, and you are veteran rank 5, veteran rank 3 items will drop. But I'm veteran rank 3, and so I'll get veteran rank 3 items.
But what I meant is when the champion system starts. And
when we get rid of veteran. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
And
So that's
we don't know.
Yeah, that's a really good
We have
question.
no idea.
What you saw most of today was phase 3 versus what is the phase 4, which is we actually get rid of the veteran ranks itself in its entirety. So if we get rid of the veteran ranks in its entirety, what you might see is a complete flattening of all of that stuff.
Well, we don't know. We have 3 or 4 different options we can go with, but that's like phase 5, and we're on phase 3 right now, so design down the road. I'm sorry?
Phase 1.
Phase 1.
Phase 2 will be...
Slight modifications to the abilities.
Well, it's on PTS, right? So it will be on PTS soon, which is update 5.
Okay. Oh yeah, which is the veteran points change.
Right. And that'll be phase 2. And then we'll get to phase 3, which is most of what you saw today.
Yeah.
Is it possible we can see this in update 6?
I would say anything is possible except that.
Yeah.
This really is going to take a lot of balancing and whatnot. So I mean, I wouldn't say never except
you
in
will
this case.
see. You will start to see ability changes to start getting ready for stuff. You'll see in each of the updates things getting ready and kind of like, hey, we're getting closer, you know, before we just like, haha, we redid everything, and we'll start, you know, communicating more with you guys and the rest of the community before we just, hey, guess what, change everything. Yep.
I know Paul said this will be released when it's ready, but you kind of said that console players will be able to already have this. Console was pushed back 6 months, which I assume would have been November.
No,
I don't know
again, this console's not tied to this at all. I mean, we think in terms of console and PC a lot, but that has nothing to do with this whatsoever. Right?
I was just saying in relation to when they start playing, there will be new players. So there won't be a whole slew of, you know, veteran people.
We're gonna stop right now. I think we have the car taking us for the restaurant in about half an hour. So if you guys want to go back to the hotel, just leave your things there and come back for the car. We need to start.
And the car's leaving from here at Zenimax or at the hotel?
Yes, I think so. I don't know.
That was in.
Maybe.
It's a pretty short walk.
What I understand it was leaving from here. Let me just come forward.
So,
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, that's a lot of questions.
Tell everyone about this.
That's, I think, why it was bad that I forgot to remove the comments.
Yeah, I didn't actually do it on purpose. I
Good
just
thing
like,
we don't listen. It's like the
There's a live
check,
video
whatever,
right now.
I'm reading this. Yeah, I just opened Paul's presentation and then copied all my stuff in there and deleted all his. And then like... Good luck, Paul! But it just didn't put the confidential in there, and then when I made a new slide it would put confidential, so I just like deleted it from the company. Are we about ready to get going?
I think we're still missing some people.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Got everybody, got quiet now.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like
Got everybody
Give everyone a top 10.
Gotta be gameplay.
No.
15. Yeah, we're missing 4 people. I would wait.
Who?
14?
Does anyone know where they are? Are they
How
just
can you be
wandering
missing
around?
14 people?
No, 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Nick, you sent out that email about the morning playtest being killed by these people or something, and I thought like some of them got killed or something, and then I couldn't do the presentation. I was like, what? Oh my god! Because like Outlook clipped it in the middle, so I didn't see the full title of your email.
I feel like I probably would have done more than an email.
Sorry, guys.
Some people had been killed.
It wasn't even sent with high.
It was a wild
night
last night.
It's such a treacherous trip from the hotel over here.
There was this bus. Watch out for that dog. Boom. Hit by a greyhound.
Choked on bacon this morning.
I know, right?
Gotta get through
I've
5 more
had
presentations.
at least 5 ounces by now. I'm gonna be loose now. It's opening me up.
Hot yoga.
That was actually how fun
Why do you think these are up here?
You're gonna be so jealous.
Oh, I must
In
know.
retreat?
You're gonna be
It's
so
a
jealous.
ninja, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god, I need that.
That guy's no
That guy's got a bow. You know, all kinds of ninjas. You don't even have socks.
Ninja socks are
I know, I'm just not making it today.
You are so.
Our shoes are in one piece.
Well, my dog got my shoe back here, so it's a little tattered.
You know, look forward to 3 years from now when you're still wearing those shoes and we can see all of your toes.
There'll be sandals by then.
To be fair, those shoes were 8 years old. Okay, those shoes lasted 8 years.
They were born before Doug.
I had those shoes longer than Cody's.
Whoa. Steady there, buddy.
I don't actually.
Alright. Alright, so good? Mood lighting, the top 10. Everyone see? Is that good? Silence is consent.
That's funny because I just turned the lights down low too. So. Hey everyone, I'm Eric Noble.
Hi, Eric.
I've talked to a number of the guilds so far on voice chat, so some of you guys probably know me, some of you don't. I'm in charge of gameplay, which is supporting the abilities as well as additional systems behind them, such as blocking, sprinting, ultimate generation, and nerfing vampire. Because I basically nerf vampire every single patch, and it's still too good, so that's definitely something we're looking at.
Get rid of them.
And this presentation will be sort of a 1-2 knockout punch because you also get itemization. So, a lot of information. I'll try to get through it pretty quickly so that we can get to a question and answer session. So, the number one thing we're focused on right now is build diversity. And specifically, we're looking at addressing this through buffing abilities and not through nerfing abilities. In general, try to avoid nerfing abilities as much as possible. Sometimes some abilities are just end up being so powerful, especially when you can stack them with different other abilities that like it just completely breaks the game, so we have to nerf things. But in general, you know, going forward, you know, we've gotten a lot of momentum that we're just going to be pretty much buffing abilities as much as possible. So in particular, one of the goals is that stamina and magicka abilities can do equivalent damage. Right now, magicka abilities are sort of ahead on that, and everyone's all like, yeah, you just wear light armor and you know have a staff and you do like more damage than anything else is possible right now. Additionally, we don't want one weapon to be the primary way of increasing your damage. specifically, there was the issue where everyone was running around with restoration staffs because you got the 10% damage bonus with every single ability, and it's like, our intent wasn't that the staff that heals you is also the staff that does the most damage, because it's like, why ever use any other weapon in the game, right? So that's a change we made recently that's gonna promote build diversity. And lastly, the niche sort of abilities that are only useful in a very specific situation, such as the fighter guild abilities, we want those abilities to be really good, since you're not going to be using them a lot of the time. So they, you get in a situation that's really hard, so you're like, let me switch over and use this ability that's really good for this situation. So we want those to be appropriately powerful, since they're not going to be used all the time. And overall, we're going to be doing a pass where there's a lot of abilities that sort of are like falling below the threshold of usefulness. So we just want to like bring, like, there's abilities that are really good, and instead of like bringing them down, we want to bring the not as useful abilities up. So the first major effort we made with this was weapon abilities, and you'll be seeing these updates in these changes in the next major update. Specifically the heavy attack stuff we did in 4 just because we wanted to like get that out and encourage people to be using more heavy attacks and being able to refund resources. Also, I'll go over briefly the actual changes that we made in package 5. The patch notes will be coming out to you guys pretty soon, so I don't want to spend a lot of time reviewing them, but I'll just sort of like give you guys a taste of what's coming up with those. And then lastly, kind of like just to sort of reiterate this point, because this is really important, is that we want magic gun stamina abilities to be competitive in terms of the highest possible damage per second. There shouldn't be like, this is always better than this weapon, or this build is always better than someone running around with a destruction staff or something like that. Also, we're planning on adding some new AVA abilities. And this will be going in the future, so if you guys have any sort of ideas or input, we would love to hear it. But here's sort of the rough idea of what we're planning on adding. We want to add an AoE damage ability that's sort of in the theme of the AVA abilities, which is hitting a massive number of targets and being really good against a huge clump of people. This ability would be a cast time ability, so it's got more of this sort of like risk versus reward of, this is going to do a huge amount of damage if I can get it off, but there's a lot of people running around with interrupts and stuff, so I need to sort of like tactically use it from the right position where people can't find me, or have people in my group distracting the enemy so they don't see me casting it. Also, we don't have a lot of stealth detection, interplay between like, this guy can do this ability and then this guy can do this ability. And Mage Light is really the only thing we have right now that lets you detect stealth people. So we're planning on adding something that would give you a more active way of detecting stealthers, so you can like shoot out a flare or like cast some sort of line ability that'll travel in front of you to reveal stealth enemies. And this is especially important because everyone in the game can crouch, so having a way to reveal people is really important. We're also looking at adding healing debuff that everyone would have access to. Right now there's a pretty limited number of abilities where you can gain access to it. So we're looking at different ways to reduce the amount of healing, and like potentially giving some sort of morph where you could apply an AoE sort of debuff like this. So we've got a lot of good stuff coming there. And then lastly, in terms of, I think this one will be really good because there's really not a lot of ways to heal with stamina. So a stamina-based heal is going to really open up different options that players have with creating, unique different builds. So right now the ultimate generation it's very inconsistent. There's some builds where you're playing like a tank character, so you're not attacking very much, you have a really low critical strike, so your ultimate generation is kind of here. There's what the average sort of DPSer can do, because they are using all attack abilities instead of defensive abilities. And then there's sort of like the extreme cases up here where people are using fast ticking dots that and then they also have a high amount of ultimate, so they're just, you know, getting tick spit really, really quickly. So the goal is to sort of bring everything closer to a median point, so that there isn't a huge discrepancy of like some people are just like firing off ultimates all over the place, and some people they're like, you know, they'll go through an entire fight and they can't even use one ultimate, like an entire boss fight or something like that. Additionally, just sort of promote build diversity within ultimates. Something we did in one of the previous patches was make it so that ultimates now look at your highest stat. So if your magicka is higher, it'll scale off your magicka, and if your stamina is higher, it'll scale off your stamina. And as well the spell power versus the weapon damage. The one thing that's not being looked at right now is critical strike, so I want to get that in there too, just to fully sort of promote the fact that any build can use ultimate abilities and they'll be useful and powerful. So I actually have the 30-page document that you guys were nice enough to provide for me. I read through all that last night. I did my homework.
Thank you.
And there's a lot of really good suggestions in there. And a big sort of initiative we're taking on is updating all of the lesser used class abilities to promote build diversity. So there's a lot of stuff. An example I'll give you just to help cement that is like the Nightblade haste ability. Because of light attack weaving, that ability just ends up not being very useful in pretty much every build. So that's a specific example, but we're going to go through every single ability and every single morph and make sure this is a valid choice of like, some people might take this morph, some people might take this morph, they're good in different situations, and that everything is going to be useful and feel powerful. And in general, like I was saying before, that's the plan is sort of to buff up the lesser used ones and not sort of nerf the most powerful ones that people really like. Additionally, in this pass, there's a number of synergy abilities that just aren't sort of worth your time of pressing the button. They're not worth the global cooldown, or they're not worth the time it takes to channel the ability, like the charge Astronaut, for example. So we're going to be reevaluating every single synergy ability to make sure that like you want to do it when it comes up and not like, oh god, this synergy, and now it's just like sitting in front of my face the whole time and like I wanted it to go away, so maybe I'll press X, but that's not actually, you know, an action I want to take with my character. In addition to this change, what we want to do is make synergy use more contextual, and there are a couple of examples of this in the game right now, and I think they are working really well. For example, the Blood Altar ability, the synergy for you to heal yourself only pops up when you're at low health. So you don't constantly have this press X in your face all the time that would do nothing at all. Additionally, the Templar's AoE healing ability, it has a synergy that lets you purge yourself and remove a negative effect from yourself. That synergy only pops up when you actually have a negative effect on your character, so it's not a synergy that's sort of sitting around, sort of like eating up room where you could be doing another synergy that you actually want to. And a potential solution that we have talked about this for synergies is like, you could pop up a radial menu so you could select what synergy you want to use, but that's gonna disrupt the flow of gameplay, and like, we want you to be like in the world, looking at, you know, like the cool artwork and the monsters and trying to like avoid it, you know, effects and hit guys instead of, you know, trying to mess with UI elements. So some changes we're looking at in the future for contextual synergy usage is basically just to reduce the number of press X prompts that you have available at a certain time. So the Storm Astronaut, for example, it has a pretty large radius for activating the synergy. So just shrinking down that radius to a really small area around the Astronaut means that people will only get that synergy prompt if they're interested in using the synergy. So you actually have to like run right up to the Astronaut and then press the button, instead of I'm just standing here, you know, in melee combat hitting a dude and then someone drops the Astronaut and now I keep getting the synergy opportunity. Additionally, during this class ability updates, we like more class abilities to be useful for stamina builds. So a couple examples of this that we've been talking about is you could morph an ability like Veiled Strike, and then it would cost stamina instead of magicka, and it would scale off your stamina stats and your weapon damage. This Sorcerer's ability that lets you Dark Deal, where you can transfer your stamina into magicka. You'd be able to morph it, and then it would swap it and do it the other way. So then you could turn your magicka into stamina. And then there's some just sort of general changes we want to make overall to the system. First off is making it more understandable what stats modify what abilities. Because right now you're like, wait, does this ability use melee critical strike or spell critical strike? Because it's technically like a spell and it costs magicka, but I have to stand in melee range to hit the guy. So we're going to be cleaning that all up in a more easy to understand and concise manner. So if it costs magicka, it scales off your spell power and it uses your spell crit. And if it costs stamina, it scales off your weapon damage and it uses your weapon crit. In terms of giving you a broader selection of abilities to use sort of in all situations, we want to make there's a lot of abilities that bosses are just completely immune to their effects, like stuns, because, you know, obviously if you can stun a boss over and over again, it's not going to be a very fun, compelling fight, right? So, but we do want to make abilities that provide a stun or, you know, immobilize or whatever to have some function in those fights. So we're looking at adding a specific benefit for each specific ability. So, for example, the Dragon Knight's Stone Fist, when you use it against a boss, instead of stunning the boss, it would give you bonus armor. Also, I think generally most of so you guys play the game all the time and you're really hardcore. So I think most of the abilities you guys have figured out just because, you know, you'll go in with a spreadsheet and test different abilities in different situations and you sort of understand everything that's going on. But particularly for the less hardcore people, doing a tooltip clarity pass just to make sure everything is really clear and easy to understand is going to help a lot. And then even if you are hardcore, you know, like, there's probably a couple things that are still not 100% clear, so that's something we're going to be working on with the Tooltip Clarity Pass. So right now you can block and use any abilities that you want all the time, and it seems a little bit broken because you're able to have really strong defense and really high damage at the same time. And we specifically did that so that block would feel responsive, so that whenever someone was, you know, activating a big heavy attack or they were shooting a projectile, that you could at the last minute be like, no, let me put my shield up, and it would stop that attack. However, we want there to be a trade-off of like, I'm using defensive stuff, so I'm dealing less damage, or I'm going to have less defenses and I'm going to be activating my abilities right now. So, okay. It's all red up here, it's not red over there, so that's good. I might have do I have like a red illuminating glow right now? Yeah. It's not because I'm evil. Okay, don't worry, everything's fine. Yeah, so there's a couple things we're looking at for changing that. Potentially, like adding some sort of cooldown when you use block, so you can't use block again. Increasing the resource cost when you're blocked multiple times, or if you use something while you're blocking. There's a couple different things that we're looking at, but it's definitely a problem we're aware of and we're working on.
Yeah, Eric, an idea on that might be that if you know, for the perma blockers, is if you have block up for, let's say, more than a second or 1.5
Yeah, it has
seconds,
like an increased cost.
Yeah, it really starts depleting your stamina.
Yep, absolutely.
That would take care of it.
So AoE target caps. Right now in AVA, the most effective strategy is to just get as many people as you can all standing, clumped together in a tight location, and then just like move as a pack, and like any sort of AoE damage will just be distributed throughout the people in your group, and it's easy to heal that. That's not the gameplay we want. More what we're looking for is that when you see a big group of people, you want to do an AoE on those people, and it's gonna be effective, and they do not want to get hit by AoEs. So that's why we're going to be updating the number of targets that you can hit with AoE abilities. There's definitely a lot of considerations to doing this, because if I can go in and cast an AoE and it hits 100 people, you're like, oh, well, I do that twice and I have my full ultimate bar, right? Additionally, if you can apply secondary effects like stuns, and I can run in and do an AoE stun and hit 100 people, and then like my friend, can do an AoE stun as soon as the CC immunity wears off, like that's not gonna be very fun either. The server definitely has a lot more calculations if it's got to update damage numbers to see how many people are getting hit every time. And additionally, there's PvE balance concerns as well as PvE, especially if like heals could hit an increased number of people. So the solution we're looking at for this, we're still playing with numbers on exactly how many people you would be able to hit with AoEs, and we're looking at damage fall off, and then so that the Zerg sort of mentality is going to be maintained if healing also gets that same increase, because you'll be able to do a lot of damage, but then they can do a lot of healing. So we're going to be keeping healing at 6 targets, but then any AoE ability is not going to be capped in that way, so you'll be able to do significantly more damage with AoE damage. So this will sort of create a situation where people kind of want to spread out more tactically in like groups of 6 and spread themselves, so you're not just like a huge big massive ball, so it's going to require a lot more communication and strategy and tactics.
Hey Eric, can you just clarify real quick? You said sort of area of effect, where are you talking about like a very central, like high damage area, and then the further it goes out that damage dissipates, or am I misinterpreting what you're saying? It sounded like you mentioned something about like a
damage fall off basically. Like yeah, so it'd be like the first X number of targets take full damage, and then like targets after that take half damage, and then maybe targets after that take 25% damage. So we're still sort of playing with the numbers of exactly what we want the fall off to work. But
so the radius of where you're standing in relation to where it's being casted doesn't have an effect?
It would be the 6 closest targets to you would take the most damage, and then targets who are further away would take less damage.
Would it be 6 closest to you, or 6 if it's a ranged AoE? Would it be 6 from the center of the impact?
Yeah, so it'd be the center of the impact. Yeah, if you're throwing something out like Nova, whereas if it's Impulse, you are the center of it. So yeah, whatever the center of the AoE is, it would be that. All right, time for itemization. Let me finish everything, and then you can ask questions about gameplay or itemization or something else random that maybe I'll be able to answer. I got everything you need. All right, so we've come up with a new thing for itemization, some Undaunted monster helms. Basically, the concept behind these is that you kill a boss in a veteran dungeon, and then you get to take its power. So you'll kill the boss, and you have a chance to get a helm that looks like the head of the boss. And this also will tie in with the new Undaunted repeatable quests. You'll be able to complete those and get the shoulder piece from the boss, and then when you have those 2 items, it's basically a set that gives you a power similar to the boss. We couldn't actually give you like a 1-for-1 corresponding power that a boss had, because like a boss might have something where he casts like an AoE stun that does 5,000 damage, and we didn't want to give you that sort of ability, or the boss has some sort of like channel thing where the boss is not doing anything, just standing there, and then it like lifts up the player and stuns them for a really long time. Additionally, we wanted to give people a variety of gameplay options with these monster helms. So some of them are good for healers and proc when you heal. Some proc off of heavy attacks. Some proc off like when you get hit, and they'll give you a defensive buff or buff your party. And then there's a number of damage options as well, proccing like when you do damage, or more sort of niche things like when you deal damage with a ticking effect. So then you can make a build where you're like, let me just do all ticking effects and I can do a whole bunch of damage with this. So I'm actually going to go in-game. It's not, oh man, it's so red over here.
Hey, Eric, did you wiggle something?
1,000?
1,200. There you go.
Okay. Did someone else say something?
I was telling you to
Usually
jiggle
closer to
something.
wiggle, jiggles all day.
Not me.
Oh, it's in your displays.
Yeah, I know. This has been happening for a while.
Keep going.
But it's disconcerting.
Wow, that's like perfect.
It's disconcerting because you've got the red light on yourself, and at the same time you're talking about wearing spaces.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy's in IT, right?
Get that man raised.
Oh no, the underbelly. Our test area.
Yeah, this is a
Isn't
test
it
zone.
beautiful?
You'll notice it just like it cuts off
It's beautiful.
in random places. So
Best one I've ever seen.
Maria will build this.
yep.
It's great.
Marino, plan to everyone. If you have complaints, she's right here.
It's a perfect area. I like the lava.
Yeah, look at
That's
that.
nice, right?
It's amazing. It'll kill you too. It's dangerous.
To eat males, man.
So I wanted to show off some of the monster mass as well as some of the changes that we've made to the weapon abilities here. So let me talk about the skills first. I'm gonna go for two-handed first. With cleave, we increase the initial damage that you deal with cleave, so it's more in line with impulse. So if you see a big group of people, you just want to run in and cleave them as much as possible, and the two morphs support that really well because the damage shield gets bigger the more people you hit with brawler, or the other morph gives you more ultimate the more people you hit, so that works out really well. Critical charge, we reduce the base damage a little bit because there's sort of like a critical charge build where you can like back up and charge and back up and charge, and you end up dealing sort of more damage than you would with any other weapon ability, but it like looks really goofy and like the gameplay is weird. So we increase the damage on the morph that is based on the distance you charge. So if you're far away, you can still get really big hits like you were before, but you can't just like keep charging to someone who's like right on top of you, basically. With uppercut, we reduce the cast time and increase the damage so that this is sort of the bread and butter damage ability you'll be wanting to use with two-handed. Reverse slash was generally in a pretty good spot. The executioner morph was really popular, where you deal additional damage with all your abilities against low health targets, but the other one it does splash damage based on how much damage you deal, but the value was really low. It was only like 20% splash damage, so we just pretty sure that just doubled, so it's 40% now, so you get a lot more splash damage out of this. And then I think Momentum received the biggest change of the two-handed abilities. Previously it gave you a stacking bonus, which wasn't sort of easy to see since we don't have like buff icons. It's hard to tell exactly what the bonus is that you're getting. So instead of that, we just give you a flat 20% addition to your weapon power. We made it last a lot longer, and also it gives you a heal while it's active. Because a lot of times, as a two-handed guy, you're right there in the thick of the action, you know, getting hit by incidental damage, potentially with AoEs and stuff. So that just gives you heal the whole time it's going. And the morph, which gave you a heal at the very end. It was a great idea. I like the idea of it a lot, but you're like, well, I need to be healed, but I have to wait another 10 seconds for the ability to finish and actually be activated, and then we increased the duration further, so the problem was even complicated further. So with that morph now, the heal the strength increases the longer the ability is active, and then at any time you can press momentum to sort of refresh the buff, and it'll give you that heal instantly. So the longer you wait, the bigger the heal you'll get. And when it falls off naturally, you'll get like a really big heal, but anytime you can sort of like cash it in for a heal. Forceful, we just made since two-hand is about doing AoE damage, we just doubled the number of targets that you can hit with forceful, so it'll do splash damage to 2 targets instead of 1. And then the last change we made is this used to be Arcane Fighter, where it would increase the proc chance of things, which didn't really felt like it was thematically appropriate for two-handed. It felt more like a destruction staff kind of ability, so we just took that out and came up with a new thing that works off heavy attacks. And this is particularly more potent now since that you get stamina back when you use heavy attacks with two-hander. Alright, so now I'm gonna put on a cool mask and fight things. I got 3 to show off here. Put on, wait, is this the coolest one? I don't want to show the coolest one first. Alright, whatever, I'm just showing it. Alright, so this is the Daedroth. So you get to look. This is like one of my favorite ones. Like, I just log into character select and I'm like, glad I work here, because my character can look like this. Oh yeah!
You can talk to him.
So just
What does he say?
Does that... Alright, we found a bug.
Take
Good
the conversation
job.
prompt off the data.
Thanks, glad you guys are here. This is already working out really well.
You could at least make him say something funny.
Because you get better conversation in your banner.
Kill me.
Yeah, so that's obviously not supposed to be on there. Yeah, so when you get one of any of these, you just get a 1-piece set bonus just for finding it. And then when you get 2 pieces for all these sets, that's when you get the cool set bonus. This one, it's a chance when you use light or heavy attacks to summon a Daedroth, and he goes around and beats people up with you. This one's pretty cool too. So you can look like a Spider Daedra. And this one procs off. It has a chance to go on your heavy attacks. Probably want to just start on in here with a heavy attack. Got him. Yeah. So that one summons a spiderweb. I'll fight some more guys just to show that one a little bit better. It summons a spiderweb that snares the enemies, and it deals damage over time to anything in the area. Got him. I don't know who updated the mouse and the keyboard here, but I really appreciate it, because last time I gave a presentation, I was like hitting escape and going into mouse look mode, and it was just like, it was a total disaster. Alright, let me switch over to bow real quick. Talk about bow. So poison arrow, we didn't want bow to have too much burst damage, because it's really good in PvP right now. Like, because you can sneak and get a whole cast time off of snipe, you know, and then you can like start another one, and they're like not even sure where the first arrow came, and you're already doing more of them. So instead of just flat out increasing the base damage, we increase the damage over time for poison arrow. For volley, we just made it do a whole bunch more damage every time it ticks. Scattershot, we didn't make any significant changes to this one. It's fairly good, especially the morph that lets you jump back, the Magnum Shot. That one, I love that one. Arrow spray, the damage is fairly competitive on this one. The biggest problem is just kind of hard to hit people with it, so we increased the arc of it, and it now matches closer to what the effect actually looks like, and you just, you know, a lot easier to hit more targets with it. Snipe, remember how the cast time of this used to be like 3 seconds? We've been reducing it. So it's now down to basically 1.3 if you add sort of the additional cooldown at the end to it. So Snipe is the bread and butter ability that you'll use when you're DPSing with the bow. And it's a lot closer to like sort of the cadence you could use with a normal class ability like Crystal Shards or something like that. Generally, with the passes, we didn't make too many changes, except for specifically long shots. you notice, I was talking about the tooltip clarity. This is sort of a good example of tooltip clarity, where it says it does a 12% damage bonus for distance enemies, but you don't know like how far away they are. So that'll be handled in one of the future updates. But we did change it such that you get the damage bonus a lot sooner. You had to be 32 meters away from a target to get the full 12% damage bonus, which meant snipe was the only ability that you could actually get it, so we significantly reduced that range. So when you're standing close to max range, you'll be able to get that damage bonus with every ability that you're using against the enemy. And then I'm a big fan of this bummer set. It's really cool. And this one, to sort of like have different playstyles and stuff that these support, this one's kind of more of a fun one. Because it summons a robot that can restore any of your resource pools, and it's random. So it could be health, magic, or stamina. So it's not always going to be like, oh, it's giving me exactly the thing I want at the exact moment, but it restores a lot, and sometimes can come in a really clutch situation and help you cast a lot more abilities. So you see this one, it got like the Magicka ability. So this also sort of promotes. I feel like these guys are gonna kill me. that there are concerns with talking while you're playing.
That's abilities designer admirable, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me play more like you would actually play with a bow. So let me like sneak up on this guy. Yeah, now you're in trouble. And so this set, it procs off any ability usage. So in particular, this one's really good to have if you're doing a sort of hybrid build where you have Magicka and Stamina, because then no matter which robot gets summoned, you'll be able to utilize what resource he's giving you. And he procs off of any ability usage. Yeah, I'm just playing this like two-hander, which is why it's like not going great. I'm just like running up and meleeing him with my bow. I'm actually not this bad, just so you know.
Drink more water.
Alright, just let me take a sip real quick. Alright, there we go. Ready to do this. Come on, robot. Come on. Oh, jeez. This is like.
You got health.
I didn't drink enough water.
Spatial awareness. Line of sight.
There's nowhere to line us. Oh God, there's nowhere. And that concludes my presentation.
You'd be kicked from the right group for that.
Yep.
Buff stamina.
Alright, so yeah, that's an example of some of the monster masks you can get. They all have cool procs like that, where they'll summon something or make you summon a meteor that does a whole bunch of damage, all kinds of cool stuff like that. So there's one of those that will be dropping in every veteran dungeon coming up in package 5. And then next on our list is to do all the normal dungeons too. There's significantly more normal dungeons, so we'll be working on that. And I have just sort of some concept art of some of the masks from the normal dungeons coming up, but I didn't want to give you too much excitement all at once, so the pictures are later. Alright, so I want to talk about just sort of some changes that are kind of minor, but I feel like they go a long way for certain different reasons. Coming up in package 5, we adjusted the gold drop rates. The total amount of gold that's dropped is going to be the same, but the distribution is going to be different. So instead of every time you kill a humanoid and it always drops 1 gold, now sometimes you'll kill a humanoid and it won't drop any gold, or it'll drop a random amount. So there's going to be a lot more variety and diversity in the gold drop rates, because it seems kind of unlikely that you would kill 200 monsters and they will all have exactly 1 gold in their pocket. So it just sort of, it makes it feel more immersive, like something that would actually happen to a person instead of like reminding you that you're playing a simulation.
Minimum wage in Tamriel has been
Extremely low. At least one of those guys would have 2 gold because he took 1 gold from one of the other dudes who had 1 gold. Additionally, on the gold stuff, put gold in the rewards for the worthy from the AVA bags, because in AVA you're killing people all the time, but you can't actually loot their corpse the way you would for a monster. So this was to help offset that.
Just make it so we can loot them.
We have talked about that. There's certain concerns that would sort of like break the flow of combat, because then instead of fighting stuff, you're just like running around the ground like picking up loot the whole time. And then another big thing I want to talk about with itemization is sort of the role of crafting and how it's working with sort of the new tiers of gear that we come out with. Right now, as soon as we release veteran 14 gear or veteran rank 15 gear, you can just craft pretty much everything instantly, because you had all the ore saved up and you had all the crafting materials you needed ready to go. And then you're not sort of like incrementally rewarded for playing the content. You're like, well, I basically I got all my gear, like I'm good to go now. So in the future and with the champion system, we're looking at making either each time we increase the veteran rank, there's a new type of ore that you need to craft that material, or there's a new sort of booster you would need to craft each piece. So then you would need to fight different bosses, within the new content, and sort of encourage people to experience that and go out and fight different things to be able to make their full set of gear. So there's a number of traits that are underperforming right now. There's a couple that are really popular and really powerful, and then there's some that ended up being just not quite as useful and beneficial as we were hoping for. And also, I hope you guys weren't expecting to not see any spreadsheets in a gameplay presentation, because you were sorely mistaken.
Not a game without spreadsheets.
So specifically, this little diagram over here is talking about ornate and intricate. We want these items to influence your behavior and for you to be excited about it. Like, oh, I got an ornate item, great, let me go sell it. Or I got an intricate item, I really want to deconstruct this and get the inspiration, instead of like, yeah, I guess I'll just sell this because it doesn't actually give me that much of a bonus, especially when I have 60 different items in my inventory that I'm dealing with. And one other point with that is that most of the stuff with ornate that drops is usually white or green quality, so it was only giving you like 125% increased sell value, which isn't a huge increased bonus. So with ornate and intricate, we updated the numbers for both of them, so you just get a lot more gold or a lot more inspiration when you get these items and sell or deconstruct them. Additionally, with reinforced, that was another trait where it was just really underperforming and not as useful as some of the other stats. So we basically just almost doubled the value that you get from this trait. And those new values now match what we expect the values to be for the champion system for how useful this trait is. So we're sort of laying some of the groundwork for champion systems, since it is such a big change to so many systems. It's great if we can do any of that stuff now. Hey, what's up? Guess he wasn't interested in this.
Oh, this is my office.
Exploration is another one that's not quite working the way we want it to, is not quite as useful. Certainly some of the changes we're making, like when you're leveling up a veteran character now, you're getting experience points and veteran points. That's one of the changes that's coming up, so that will make exploration more useful, but generally you've explored most of this stuff, and exploration rewards you for putting on a full set of exploration and then just running around a whole bunch and not fighting any monsters, and then taking it all off. And we want all the traits to be sort of more combat oriented, so that was sort of a bigger change, and that's why that's not like in right now, but we're looking at giving that additionally some sort of combat bonus, so you would get more experience when you're fighting monsters in addition to the exploration. charged is another one where increasing the charges on your weapon, that's okay, but like you want it to like be more effective and more useful in combat, because you can always just use a soul gem to recharge an item. So love to hear any ideas that you guys have for updating traits. Something we've been playing around is maybe increasing the ultimate generation with a trait like this. Weighted is similar to the Nightblade Haste, just because it gives attack speed, and attack speed is not super useful since you're doing a light attack and an ability and then a light attack. So we're looking at just changing the way that haste works in general, such that it reduces the cooldown of your abilities. So then you can use abilities more frequently, so you'd be doing more damage, but you'd also be expending resources more quickly, so then you would sort of be able to create a unique type of haste build where you're using things that give you resources back, but then you're spending the resources really quickly. The last one on the list is Sharpened. I realized there was a bug where Sharpened just completely reduced all the mitigation of the monsters to 0. That was obviously not intended. And when this trait is working, it's slightly underperforming, mainly just because monsters' armor and spell resist is not super high, especially when compared to players. So something we're looking at doing, particularly in the champion system, is increasing the armor and spell resist that monsters have. So then traits like this and abilities that reduce those values are going to be really helpful. And here's some cool artwork. So back to the Undaunted monster helms. These are going to be some of the new ones we're adding once we have all the normal dungeon masks completed. So you look like Clanfear. You can get a Lamia hat if you're into that kind of thing. And also we have a Dread King. Don't worry about that hair. This is concept art, so it's not final like what's going to be in the game. This is just sort of some different ideas that.
He's literally Predator.
Alright. So some of the new item sets coming up in package 5? Update 5? Yeah. So the Veteran City of Ash ones, which is the new dungeon that's coming, there'll be more information on that, but those are focusing on the use of heavy attacks for both tanks and light and medium DPS users. They'll give you different bonuses to that. The Undaunted sets are focusing on rewarding you for having a hybrid sort of build where you mix stamina and magic abilities. And since generally mixing a hybrid of those abilities is going to be less effective because not every ability is sort of scaling off your highest stat then, this set is then more powerful to sort of compensate for that. And it opens up sort of a new different style of gameplay that might not have really been efficient or useful previously. Crafting, there's the new Mundus Twiceborn Star set. I think that was covered in the previous presentation, but I just wanted to mention it there. Additionally, in the Serpent Trial, we've added sort of like upgraded versions of the current sets, so they'll have all the same bonuses that they did in addition to a new powerful bonus that increases the previous set one. So, for example, the warrior one that turns you to stone, it reduces the cooldown of that, so it can happen a lot more frequently, and it also gives you a big chunk of ultimate when it procs. So you can, as a tank, you're like, oh man, I'm really low, so now it saves me, and now I can activate my ultimate. Here's some more concept art that we're working on for new AVA armor sets. Additionally, the art on the far right, where it's a whole bunch of like crazy outlandish colors, we do that on every armor set to figure out the tinting. So that determines what the primary and the secondary and stuff like that on the tint looks like. And also that's sort of a determination of what different materials the thing is made out of. So like these, some pieces are like the leather armor and some pieces are the heavy armor. And then those pieces end up looking different also when you apply tints to them. So the ability altering weapons, I was talking with a guild a couple weeks ago, and and you guys said it was generally pretty cool and you liked them, but they weren't quite worth replacing one of your previous items because the previous item, yeah, you're the guy. Yeah, that was great feedback. And yeah, they didn't give any sort of, like, you had to break a set to do it and then you were losing that bonus. So we made it so that all of these items now give you a bonus equivalent to what a set bonus would be. So we don't always, are able to like update and put in feedback right away, but like we definitely hear everything you guys are saying and are paying attention to it and are trying to make changes, when we can. So for ability altering weapons, that was sort of a first tier or forced release where we did the first ability in every skill line. The plan going forward is that we're going to make an ability altering weapon for every single weapon ability in the game. And we're going to have them be visually thematic to different monsters in the world. Somewhat similar to the monster mask, but not quite. Like, you might have a bow that has some harpy feathers on it or like you might have, a mace similar to what a troll was using. And that's the thing I just said, in case you wanted to see it in words. Alright, so all the stuff I cover, this is a huge amount of updates. Like, we're changing and updating every single ability to be more powerful, and like we're coming up with all these different new sets and new things like that. But there have been a lot of bugs that took longer to get fixed than we would have liked. So I just wanted to say that, like, on gameplay we were just kind of understaffed. We have more people now, and that's how we're going to be able to get all this stuff done and get it out to you guys quickly. These guys, we got some new people. Joe Blackburn, Hans Larson in the audience. They've been working hard all day long to try and get some of these changes out to you. And then, especially, so I just wanted to talk about some particularly really problematic abilities and bugs and things that we've been addressing. So, annulment in particular was causing a lot of problems because you could stack the 50% damage reduction from annulment with the vampire's reduced damage taken when you get lower health. So combining those two, when you got low health, you would be taking 80 or more % less damage from all attacks, and you had a damage shield on you as well, so you were sort of basically unkillable. So the update for that is that it no longer gives you that flat up 50% to all damage, but to compensate, I increased the value of the shield by 120% or so, and made it so that it only works on spells. So it's still really effective for what it was particularly designed to do, which is to stop spell damage. But if people then have a counter where they can just use melee attacks and it'll go through the shield, and you won't stop it.
Are you gonna stop shield stacking as well, or?
So this is why shield stacking was such an issue, is because the 50% damage from annulment applied to every single shield.
Yeah.
So you can still use multiple shields and have a big damage shield if you want, but they won't all get like the super annulment bonus, basically.
So if you have a barrier over an annulment, the barrier won't get the annulment 50% reduction.
Exactly. But you still have both of those damage shields, and it still absorbs the full damage amount. So you can still like stack them if you want. It's just like not some super overpowered combinatoric effect.
I can't believe you found that word. It's like 6 syllables.
Lastly, everyone's favorite Shadow Cloak. So we've been working on this one for a while, and certainly the part of the problem with development is you come up with a fix for something and that fix works great, but then when the ability is used in a different situation, some other problem happens. So like we'll fix something with Shadow Cloak and then some other thing will change and then like it's broken in another way. So I had QA do a full workup after the last update, and there's a bunch of small issues that can occur in different places. Like if someone uses a charge ability after you use Shadow Cloak, and they have a weapon proc that can pull you out. So there's a bunch of still minor issues with Shadow Cloak of different sort of edge case things, but we had QA go through and like use every ability against someone who's Shadow Cloak. So we have a list of those bugs and we're working on fixing them. All right, whew, did it. I'm sure you guys have a bunch of questions you'd like to ask me for Q&A. Yep, those are hands. I also had some questions for you. Any sort of major gameplay issues that you guys think are occurring in the game right now, but I haven't talked about? I'd love to hear.
Also, keep in mind that audio people are present now.
That's true. We got some guys just for if you want to talk about bass. We got guys who love bass. Yeah, so we're going over every ability and buffing. Week ones, I got a 30-page packet I read on some stuff. But if you guys want to send like Jess and Gina an email of like you just want to go through every ability, like that would be awesome, and I'd love to read it. I'm interested what you guys think of the heavy attack resource restore changes that we made. And lastly, something we've been thinking about is adjusting how CC breaks. So I'm wondering if you guys are happy with how it works right now. Do you think it should last longer, have a shorter cooldown, or do you or the cost should be tweaked, anything like that you think should be changed with that? And go questions.
I have
Start in the first row and snake back.
a very niche issue.
Sure.
It has to do with the archers in AVA in the non-VR campaign. They hit at the VR campaign level.
Oh, yeah, that sounds
Their
not
quick
good.
shots are hitting you for almost 1700, which is like your full health.
Oh yeah, that's brutal.
So if you run up the stairs with the Zerg, half of your Zerg will die before they get to the top of the stairs.
That's brutal. Okay,
So
yep.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I don't know if I've reported it, but I don't know if it ever got to where it needed to go. So
Yeah, I don't specifically work on AVA stuff, but I know a certain Brian Wheeler that may be here.
yeah, it's a little. I'm pretty sure the damage numbers aren't what they should be,
Okay, yeah, we'll look into that.
but it's only the archers.
Okay, cool. There's another person in front of her. Okay, yep.
I'll address the Shadow Cloak
Awesome.
thing. I've been playing Nightblade since beta release, still playing it.
Mhm.
Why is an ability like Shadow Cloak, something that costs magicka, and it's a core mechanic escape for the Nightblade, countered by a Detect Potion or Mage Light? Things that are not, if I were to hit a potion and everyone in 28 meters lost their damage shield, would that be just as fair?
Is the potion...
Detect Potion will discover anyone who's in Shadow Cloak. Like, I agree with the discover people in Sneak, but if you use Shadow Cloak, if you're near someone with Mage Light, someone's going to bolt escape right on top of you with Mage Light, get detected.
Yeah, so
and a consumable discovers you. So
yeah, so the consumable, it should only give you a slight bonus to your detection, so that it should be easier to see someone, but then like, since your detection is not as good in your rear arc, that they shouldn't be able to see you very well there. So potentially the potion is just giving a bigger bonus than it should.
I believe the potion reads detection between 28 meters.
Yeah, if I could chime in on that real quick, I know some of my guys in PvP who use that with the detection, and they can detect people who are trying to gank so far away and kill them before they can even react. The radius is that massive. They would hit a stealth potion and a detect potion, and they would just kill like, let's say he's hiding in a tree somewhere. They would be able to target him and kill him while he's stealth before he can even react. The distance is that massive on those detect potions.
Okay, yeah, we'll just evaluate how much of a bonus. It's certainly not supposed to be that big. It's supposed to be, it's a little easier for you to see stealth people, not you can see the entire world, that's, and see people who are behind walls and stuff like that. Like, that's not the intention with that.
So my comment with the Shadow Cloak is a consumable, or people are taking Mage Light for the crit bonus. I mean, detecting someone in stealth is good, but if someone has Shadow Cloak, should they be able to be detected freely by spending resources?
Yeah, so that's why I was talking about sort of like of creating a new AVA ability where that's the specific goal is to detect people. Right now, there's just the use of Mage Light is so prolific because it gives you that huge critical strike bonus that people are using it for that, and then they get the added bonus. So we'll be looking at tweaking Mage Light in the future so that it's focused on one of those things or the other, and not you get two super good effects all at the same time. This guy looks like he really wants to ask a question, and then I'll go back down.
This is
He was like, give me. I didn't want you to pee in your pants, so I had to get your question.
So I got one thing to answer your question in terms of heavy attack resource store. I think it's really great, but I saw like someone did a forum post analyzing how much it's giving you, and different weapons are giving you different amounts. At least from what I understand, it seems like some weapons aren't really giving you a substantial amount. Like bow really seems to give you a very small amount.
Yeah, so we scaled it based on the speed of your heavy attacks.
Okay.
Because we didn't want, someone who could do really fast heavy attacks with a bow shouldn't get the same amount per attack.
Okay. And quick question on itemization in, say, Dragon Stars, for example.
Oh man, I got a guy who wants to talk to you about that.
Oh, is
Where's
this
my Jason Barnes at?
Is this the wrong segment for that?
Oh, yeah.
No, you can ask him.
Yeah, we got Jason. He's here.
I mean, I could wait till that presentation was. It's just basically, like, for example, like the hard mode versions of loot is barely better. You know, it's like it's so close. And then, like, you're getting like V13 items in Dragon Star, but you can't even get in there. Clear V14.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
we know about that, and we made a bunch of updates, and our good friend Jason will tell you more about that at a later presentation.
Okay, alright, fair enough.
Down here?
I have two questions. One related to the CC, quad control skills. I have the feeling that we are really missing quad control skills. I mean, efficient quad control skills. Because everybody can CC break easily. You can also, even if you don't wear a full set of heavy armor, you can have an unstoppable skill. So we are completely immune to CC for 10 seconds. And this is leading to a situation where the CC effects are just not efficient at all. And this is, I really miss the strategic dimension that CC can bring to the PvP especially. When I was playing on Dark Age of Camelot, that the CC was forcing people to spread out. Otherwise, if they did not spread out, they were all CC, and then they could be killed very easily. So that's an important strategic dimension to the game, and this is really missing in ESO. And I would like to know if there is plan to add this important part in the game again.
Yeah, so particularly in that game, they had a lot of like AoE CC stuns, which is like fun for the one dude who's using that ability, but then like the 25 people who just got stunned are like not having a good time. So I agree that we want to have some sort of more strategic positioning of different players in terms of spreading out, but instead of doing that with CC, I want to do that with damage on area effect attacks and increasing the caps of damage an AoE ability can do.
Okay. Well, I'm not yet completely.
But yeah, I think CC, it feels like a little too weak right now, so that's why we're thinking about potentially using this knob to adjust that by making the immunity not last as long or cost a little bit more. So it's like I could get out of this, but you know I can't get out of every single thing that happens.
I agree with you. It's not fun to be CC'd, but you are responsible for not being CC'd if you do the right move at the right time. So if people get CC'd, maybe he's doing something wrong. So he has to move to split, and this is a great tool to control masses. And we don't have these tools, and this is, in my opinion, one of the reasons why we can see huge Zerg bows, you know, in Cyrodiil everywhere.
Yeah, if those guys could get AoE stunned, they would not be all stacking up like that. Yeah, definitely true.
And second question was about the 5 skills limitation. That's a difficult topic, you know?
Oh, yep, that one comes up.
I can understand the limitation in PvE because when you are about to make a boss encounter, you have to choose the right skill for that boss, and that's... I can understand that, but in PvP this is just a huge source of frustration because when you are slotting some skill in your bar, you are quite good to some situation, but when you are facing another situation and you don't know in advance which situation you are facing in Cyrodiil, then the skills you have slotted are not the right one, and you know that you will lose the combat just because you don't have the right skill at that moment. And this is why I'm talking about a huge source of frustration in that case. And you don't imagine how many people have just left the game because of that. This is leading to poor gameplay because you are basically only slotting the best skills you can have in the game, and that's all. And I know a lot of people who don't like the idea to not to be able to use the right skill at the right time just because you have this 5 skill limitation.
Yeah. So, couple comments on that. First of all, there is the weapon. Part of the reason we have weapon swap when we made it so responsive is that basically doubles the number of different abilities you can use in combat. We do like the fact that you're sort of, when you're going into PvP, you're picking your deck of like, these are like the 10 abilities I'm going to be using, and I'm good in some situations, but I'm not good in other situations. And that's part of the reason you want to group with other people and work together, because you can be like, all right, I'm going to be the guy who's really good at detecting stealthers, you're going to be the guy, you know, who's really good at healing, and you're going to be, you know, the guy who's good at protecting us. So we kind of want people to have specific roles that they want, and not like I can do everything, you know, like I'm good at everything all the time, so like I don't even need a group with people, right? Something we have been looking at though to sort of like give people more sort of flexibility with different, and just sort of ease of transitioning between different builds is some sort of manager that, like an equip slot manager, where it'd be like when you put on this sword, then it changes all your abilities to sword abilities, or it changes all your abilities to bow abilities, so you can make, you know, specific loadouts. And then, you know, it's easy for you to flip between different gameplay modes if you're like, I just fought this guy and he beat me because, you know, I didn't have X ability, so let me just swap to this different equipment setup and this weapon and stuff.
Yeah, but you talked about some niche skills that you would like to have in the game, and I appreciate that, but if these are niche skills, there's no chance that they ever get in my bar.
Yeah, so I talked about specifically buffing those, so that like when you use like this skill that you're carrying around, like it's taking up one of your 10 slots, which is, you know, a valuable resource. So like that ability needs to be really good when the right situation arises. So that's why we're going to be looking at all those sort of niche skills that aren't as popular to sort of make them even more useful in this certain situation that they were made for. Next question?
Yeah, I actually want to kind of like give a counter to that, and that is the fact that.
Oh, why did I answer the question? I got other people here, man.
Very often, you know, I'll find myself wishing, wow, I wish I had 7 ability slots, or 8 ability slots, or 10 ability slots. And I realised that the reason I want 7, 8, or 10 ability slots is to make it easy, so that if I find myself in this situation, I can handle it. You know, there's the 5 ability slots for me is a great game, kind of like an expanded game of rock, paper, scissors. Whereas if I have 10 ability slots, I can be rock or paper or scissors at any time I want. And for me, the 5 ability slots, frustrating as it is sometimes, I now have to make that choice between, do I build myself as a full DPS build and not have the things to escape, or do I have, you know, more stuff like concealed weapon to run away fast, but now I'm not doing as much DPS. And so there's more thought that has to go into the style of play that you're going to choose versus just reacting. You have to kind of like in a way be proactive. And so, you know, I want to give that as a counter, because I think I don't want that as kind of like the only feedback, even though I agree that it's valid feedback, because a lot of our players in our guild are divided on this as well. Some want 10 abilities or 20 ability slots, and some say, as much as it can be frustrating, 5 is actually perfect, because you get more than that and you start getting to these invulnerable builds kind of thing, where you can either do this or do that,
yeah, absolutely.
And you're just standing there.
Like it's definitely a hard choice and it's controversial, but
yeah, exactly. That's I just wanted to respond to that. Thank you.
Second row questions.
So first, when you went through the blocking thing, I didn't get the impression that you're going to do away with being able to cast through blocks. That's my first thing. Or
yeah, we don't have a specific, like, this is exactly how we're going to solve it right now, so I was just sort of giving up some different potential solutions. But yeah, we don't want you to be able to have really strong offense and defense, you know, for an extended period of time, so like but we do want to keep the responsiveness of block, so like it's kind of a tricky situation. There's a bunch of different situations, like we could make it so that you just couldn't activate an ability while you block, but then you could activate the ability and then press block again, and then you'd have to be like going back and forth, and like that would create, you know, a lot of weird gameplay.
Okay, and then second only thing, I think the heavy attack restore, why logically it doesn't make sense that you swing a heavy axe and you get more stamina back, you're like, whoa, I'm pumped up now. That's awesome. But I think it's a great risk and reward system, especially in DSA. Sometimes I'll time it wrong and eat a crystal frag to the face. While I'm doing that, I'm like up here, frag, I'm on my ass. I think that's a good direction. And then thirdly, a lot of my guildies are pushing for selective alt procking. Like maybe instead of radio menu, have one for utility alts, offensive alts, defensive alts. Because it's always Veil Blades, always procs before everything else, before I want to get to what I want to actually proc. I have to press OK, Veil Blades, okay, I got through that, now I proc what I want to actually proc.
Yeah.
And that's like something that we have a lot of frustration, because everybody has to proc Veil Blades first before they want to proc the ult they actually want to get to.
Yeah.
So
The first thing we're going to be doing is making it so that that synergy doesn't pop up all the time. Like, maybe that synergy only pops up when you're low health, which is when you would want to run away in stealth, right? And then, because especially with like the one morph of it where it gives you the heal too. And yeah, like Veil Blades is really popular. Like the noble one's not quite as bad because like only one person can activate it, and then it's like done. So that's another thing we can look at for that particular ability, is that maybe only one person can activate that, but then the synergy is really powerful for that one person.
Okay. And sorry, last thing is I've been asking a few people, and I know they've been forwarding me to you for the definitive answer.
Oh man, here it comes. Alright, what do you got?
So is Elemental Drain and Purest Armor stacking when you use them? Because that's the only reason I use it in DSA, because we're under the impression it stacks with Elemental Drain and reducing spell resist.
Elemental Drain, and what's the other one?
And Purest Armor. Do the spell resist reduction stack when you put the two same things on like the same boss at the same time?
Right. So we're actually sort of doing sort of like in preparation for champion, we're sort of cleaning up how different buffs and debuffs stacking. So, and we have started this initiative as well with, for example, the low slash ability, that the debuff that provides, you can't stack that with any other similar debuff. Like the Nightblade's Summon Shades also provide the 15% damage reduction. So you can have one of those from one class, but you can't stack a whole bunch of 15% damage reductions, and then it's like, oh, well, now the boss isn't doing any damage at all.
So as of right now, does it stack?
I believe it does, but we will be looking at just sort of doing, an overall passive cleaning up how that looks in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the second row? No? You guys are hard at work? Okay.
I got a couple things. First I want to touch in on the AVA abilities you're looking at. Right now, a lot of people are really pissed off at AoE, so I'm not sure if you want to make that another thing for PvP, so...
What do you mean in particular when you say pissed off by AoE?
The trains and stuff, but I know you'll be standing still casting, but this is like almost like a replacement for the oil pod. Just as somebody can move around into it now, so he said high DPS, castable AoE damage. So I'm pretty sure if that launches, people are going to be pretty pissed off at that too.
It dissuades people from zerging though, that's the point. It's like, it's the anti-zerg mechanic.
You think it is, it's not.
That's exactly
You'll get
how
the
it
zerg
works.
just using that now.
Right.
It's over.
Well, so I mean, that's going to create more sort of strategic gameplay, though, because if one group of people is all standing on top of each other, where the other group has people spread out in different areas, all your AoE is going to do a lot of damage to those guys, whereas they'll just be spreading them out among different small groups, so, like, you're going to win every time in that case. And additionally, this, like, since it has a cast time, like, there's a lot of, everyone can interrupt, and, there's the Venom Arrow and stuff like that to interrupt, so, like, it's more of like a, a risk-reward type of ability that'll help discourage the zerging.
So those were the thoughts. And also, I want to talk about Dragon Knights. Their sustain is like, it's got to be sustained, but their DPS for sustain is just...
Because they have you're talking specifically about the Battle Roar passive, I assume, that every time you activate an ultimate, you get a whole bunch of all your resources again?
Yeah, it's like, they're nearly unkillable, especially with the reflective scales or green dragon's blood. They got all these spammable abilities. Maybe you can do something he did like with Bolt Escape. Have it so if they spam these so many times within 4 seconds,
Yeah, like for the reflective one, there's a number of different options, and that one was actually mentioned in that 30-page write-up where it almost feels like an ultimate ability right now because it just reflects an infinite number of things, right? Like, and that's generally, since you can cast it again and again, like that's not really the gameplay that we would like. So potentially for that one, it could be that it doesn't reflect arrows anymore, or it can only reflect a maximum number of 3 projectiles or something like that. So yeah, there's a number of things we're looking at for the abilities that are just like so much powerful than everything else. Like a couple of those we're gonna nerf, like the ridiculous ones, but we want to, in general, try to focus on buffing things.
Eric, even on that, an idea might be that the reflective scales would reflect abilities done by bows or by staffs, but wouldn't reflect light or heavy attacks. That could be another way around it, but to have kind of like almost this like permanent immunity.
Yeah, like nothing at all. Yeah.
To it.
Yeah, that one I think it's just a little too powerful on the defensive with that ability. So there's a number of different knobs and things we can tweak with that ability.
This is especially true for Magica Dragon Knight, who can chant his skill.
Yeah, you have reduced spell cost and you have such a big mana pool.
Not for stamina. As a stamina Dragon Knight, believe me, I can chant this skill. That's just not possible.
Yeah, so that's definitely what we're looking at. Oh wait, we got a second row. We're gonna go back, second row.
Why can't we have cloaks?
Man, I'm the gameplay guy. Wait, I got some itemization now, huh? That's technically cloaks. Yeah, cloaks are cool. There's
lag.
There's certainly it's pretty hard artistically to make it, move and shimmer and look exactly right, and then you're sort of covering up part of the armor that your character's wearing. So that's more of an artistic call than it is gameplay. So I can't definitively.
I can answer that one.
Yeah, everyone did Congle.
Yeah, we made the decision about, I don't know, you may, if you were involved pretty early, you may have even seen some phases where we actually had them in. Basically, we were doing an analysis of the number of bones we could afford while still having the number of people supported on screen that we currently have. And it was basically 2 that we could have in a cloak. And a cloak that has 2 bones doesn't look like what you want it to. It looks ridiculous. And we were just doing analysis of like, okay, well, what's the amount of work it's going to take, and how many players on screen, and what is the performance that we're going to have to take as a result of that. And it was going to cost us too many players and too much performance in scenarios, so we just made the decision to
an option, no cloak.
Yeah, that because we were assuming the base case was going to have to be not that, then it followed the hard decision of, okay, well then also, if it's going to be an option, we'll have to mass produce a bunch of things where the base case is it being turned off. So we just made that decision very early on, and to save ourselves all the production cost and all of the headaches associated with getting that in. And it was hard. It was not a non-controversial decision internally when we made it, but it was one we sort of made for the performance reasons.
Yes, because you can represent your build with a tablet and a costume. Yeah, you can use 2 items as costume. The tablet is a costume.
Mm-hmm.
That's. I like my skeleton costume, and then I can't use my guild.
So yeah, we did not do it because we hate cloaks,
okay.
And like,
okay.
if like some really awesome server technology comes around in the next couple of years, like maybe we could do that. But yeah, as of right now, it's just there's performance issues.
Okay.
I'll come back. You already got a couple, so I'll come back to you, right?
Hey, thanks, Eric. I have just 1 or 2 quick comments and then 1 question. Just comments about what some other folks have said. The first, the gentleman who asked a question about AOE and the role, about CC and the role of CC and CC breaks. I would like to echo that I'm disappointed with sort of the lack of potency of CC, particularly.
Because everyone just breaks it instantly, basically. So
yeah,
it's
really ineffective, and some of the abilities that are designed to seem to be like a more meaningful CC, like the prison or petrify or whatever, they're kind of worthless, and it's so easy to get out of CC that I'd really like to see that come back into the game more and have tactical use of CC be something that people consider. Like, even from the PvE angle, nobody cares in Dungeons. No one's like, oh, let's CC this guy.
Yeah.
That's not something anyone says ever.
UCC dungeon, you can do that.
It's not even something that crosses your mind.
Just go in and impulse.
So that's sort of controller, or that, I mean, that's a tactical type of gameplay that I would love to see be more important.
Cool. Yeah, we'll definitely be working on that.
The other is about AoE caps. I'm really glad to hear that you're considering ways to address the issue. I think that adding more AoE is not a bad thing, and having AoE damage be more effective is not a bad thing. I kind of disagree with the concern about, you know, oil pots. I think oil pots are kind of standing in right now as a replacement for player-driven AoE, because player-driven AoE is not effective against large numbers. And so I'm happy to see that. I am a little bit, I find the 6-person limit for healing and the 6-person threshold for AoE being fully effective a little confusing, since you've kind of planted your standard on 12 people as like, this is our large group size. Like a Templar or a resto staff goes into a trial and you've got your group all there, and then my big heal that's an area of effect is only hitting, 6 people or 4 people if it's remembrance, which is crazy. And so the tooltips don't indicate that. It just seems like you should be able to heal your trial group if you're in a trial group. So maybe considering a 12-person effective cap on healing would be something to think about. Anyways, on to my question. I'm curious about your thoughts on the two-sided usage of stamina and the sort of multiple dependence of that. In that, unlike Magicka, which is very much a purely sort of offensive or utility-producing resource, stamina has that multiple dependence for everyone. So there's kind of 2 types of builds in ESO. There's the pure Magicka build, and then there's the Magicka Stamina hybrid. And you're looking into ways to make it more possible to make things cost stamina, but making more things scale off of stamina doesn't solve the problem that you need stamina for your defensive action combat actions.
Right, yeah, so part of that initiative is just, like right now, if you're a Magicka build, you just have the availability of a lot more choices, versus, stamina, you're sort of pigeonholed to a smaller number. So that's just like why we're looking at adding more different ways to do stamina stuff. With stamina, in the latest patch, we made it so that you get the same sort of reduction that you had in late armor to stamina cost abilities, and then in addition to that, you also have the 20% cost reduction in all those weapon trees. So as a stamina user, you can sort of like use more defensive abilities if you want. Like, since your pool is so big and you don't use it as fast as a Magicka user is, you can just do, like, if you want to be really defensive, like, you can CC break like as many, a lot more times. You can do a lot more roll dodges versus a Magicka user, and also your abilities are just cheaper, so you won't run out as fast if you're using them. So you'll go down, and then you might use a couple abilities, but like a Magicka user, can only do like 2 stamina abilities.
I mean, I think something to think about internally would be like, okay, suppose you've got a 2600 Magicka guy, and then a 2300, 1700, 2300 stamina, 1700 Magicka guy. In the course of a normal fight, suppose this person needs to take 10 offensive actions and 3 defensive actions. Are both of those people going to be able to do that with the pools that they have available and the cost of those abilities? Because having that entire stamina pool, even if it's small for the magic people, having that entire thing reserved only for your defensive actions is so valuable. Like, not having to worry about that.
Yeah,
having it set aside.
Also in addition to that, as a stamina user, like, you can slot any sort of defensive Magicka ability that you want, and then you have that pool just for, using that extra ability that gives you more damage, or using that ability that'll give you some sort of defensive thing. So
that's true.
It's kind of assumed you'll be spending both of those pools regardless of what your class or build is. But yeah, it's definitely something we're continuing to evaluate, and that's why we've been making changes to give you more stamina and more ways to get stamina if you're running out.
I've just seen a lot of feedback on the forums about considering those defensive actions as maybe drawing from their own separate pool? I mean, is that something that
Yeah, that's definitely something we've
been
considered
receptive
and
to
talked
or
about.
thought about?
Yeah, like we may do that in the future, but all right there.
I just wanted to comment on what Tropos was saying about healers. If you increase that to 12, I would love you. As a dedicated healer, that would be huge. When you showed the AVA armor, I'm really big into faction pride. Like, I mean, my character has the Daggerfall tattoo on his chest. Sadly, nobody can see it unless they run around shirtless, which happens. Does the armor have the Daggerfall symbol on it? I saw the faction symbol in the center. Is that strictly just on that armor, or is it going to be based on the faction?
Yeah, they have the.
Yeah, so they look.
The emblems.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Lion on all three of those.
And then like AD will have the wings and the.
Yep. There's faction specific armor for all those.
On the you asked for like weaker ability comments. I think healing needs to be looked at. In particular, some abilities just aren't working the way they should. Specifically in PvP, like shield ally, it will go on the person that needs it. It goes on the person who's got hit last, which.
So that one's actually set up to be a smart heal, so it goes on the lowest health ally.
It doesn't always go on the lowest health. It seems to go on the person who got hit last.
Okay, we can take a look at that one.
Same
But
with
the intent is it goes to the lowest health guy
Yeah,
who
and
needs
same
it
with
the most.
mutagen. I have to like spam that like 4 or 5 times to get it on the person I want it on. And I just want to touch on the undaunted armor, the head and the shoulders. Is there any thought of allowing us to take those pieces of armor to, say, a crafter and change the set bonus if I just want that plan for your head?
So you're basically talking about transmogrification, right, where you have a really cool look and then you can do it somewhere else.
Yeah, like as a healer, I would love to walk around with plan for your head, but I don't really want that bonus. But style-wise, I would love it.
Yeah, we don't have any plans for that right now, so I don't want to promise that, but like, that's a really cool thing to add that lets people really customize their characters and look the way they want, so in the future maybe. You've had your hand up for a while, and then to the back row.
I want to talk about itemization in PvP. Right now I don't have a drive to get anything else, it's probably because crafting is so powerful.
Yep.
But we need some carrot on a stick in there. Like I got all this AP and nothing to spend it on, but some folk catch or something. And I have 0 drive to go do the PvE stuff either, because it doesn't really pertain to what I want to do.
Yeah, so the goals and philosophies of those is that you can get the highest level gear doing PvP, or you can get the highest level gear doing, PvE content, like whatever your sort of playstyle is more attuned to. And there's just some sort of, inherent problems with like crafting that sort of need to get sorted out, but just the general cadence right now of being rewarded with AVA gear is like, okay, we have new gear, you're like, I'll just spend all my AP and buy everything, you're like, well, now what do I do,
Maybe you can do something like the champion system where you change the points or something, let them keep a little bit.
Yeah, so if we have like a seasonal cap or something like that, so you can only get so much in one season, then you can't carry it over and immediately buy everything. Additionally, something we're talking about is potentially allowing, then when you get to the cap, allowing you to buy different items with your extra AP, so you could buy, different crafting materials or, things that you could sell or potentially use for different activities.
Because right now I don't even know what the heck I'm doing. I like killing people, that's pretty much it.
Alright, I want to support you in all the people that you kill.
What about linking it? What about linking it to the realm rank? I mean, you get the little rank on your AVA. Couldn't you
And then only
link
let
the
them
gear?
buy an item
Yeah.
if they're a certain realm rank. Yeah,
Right.
that's a pretty good idea.
I mean, that would be easy enough solution, and then you can tier it so that you got your different tiers of gear that you can get based on whatever rank you are.
Yeah, I mean, then you would kind of need to like reset it every season though, because then once you got really high, you could sort of just buy all the gear. But yeah, something like that is a good idea for a system that would sort of allow you to progress and unlock more gear and stuff, which is cool. You have a follow-up question on your own question?
Yeah, this is a change the subject to charges in the game. Like if you get charged by somebody, you get locked down. I brought this up yesterday with the animation guys, because I'm not really sure if it's an animation issue or ability issues at the moment. But if you get cascaded by people charging you, you can't do anything. It's kind of like you're rooted, but you can't even cast abilities. PvP, it's really obnoxious.
Yeah, so I think that's just like every charge has like a really short immobilize, just so that like the target, you don't like start charging them and then they like run off this way and then you end up charging nothing. So you.
Changed in
So are you actually unable to activate your abilities, or?
Unable to do my abilities.
Okay, yeah, that's total bug then. You should be able to activate and do stuff.
It's been in since 1.3. There was no.
That wasn't like a new feature we added, by the way.
There was no patch notes on this either, so I'm not sure if it's a bug or not.
Yeah, that's definitely a bug. Yeah, we'll look into that. Someone in the fourth row. Yeah.
I wanted to jump on the healing ultimate, or healing in general, especially the Templar's healing ultimate, because it does only hit 4 targets, but it only stays on those 4 targets, and if you've got the 4-second one, or 6-second healing ultimate that you put down, and it's only staying on those 4 people, and it's not changing to the other people that are now taking more damage, and these 4 people that basically get full health after like maybe 1 or 2 seconds. And you've got the rest of your group just slowly starts dying and dying and dying, but you're now stuck channeling this skill.
Yeah, so the way that's supposed to work is every tick it should look for the lowest health targets and then put it on them. I looked into the 4 target thing, and the max targets is set to 6 on that, so I'll double check just to make sure, but like maybe the effects are only playing on certain targets or something like that. It sounds like there's kind of just some bug with that ability where it's not quite working exactly as it should.
It's already 12:05. We received lunch.
There's so many questions.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we can.
I think we can take a few more questions after you can join us to have lunch downstairs if you want.
Okay. Also, I'm going to the dinner tonight too, so if you guys have questions, feel free to ask me then.
So it's just a warning that we will have to let you go. It's just.
Could you show the armors again, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. Make sure not to take any pictures of these. Oh man. Alright, so I'm just gonna keep answering questions, but if you guys want to go to lunch, you can. Yeah, in the back there? No, you. In the third row.
I'm not in the back.
You're like further back.
Yeah, so I guess I have a question about the interaction of crafting and itemization that you work on. So crafting is challenging because you want it to be competitive, but at the moment it's just so competitive. And so if you're adding any future sort of vertical progression in terms of PvE drops, have you thought about the potential of systems like craft and trade, where crafters can work with people who have found equipment to modify that equipment in some way, like maybe change the trait, maybe change the style? Have you thought about the consequences of the legendary materials? Like there's only one tier of legendary mats, and the economy for those has been really screwed up since day one. It's just like,
yeah, there's just so many gold boosters in the economy right now, right?
And I mean, you get them mailed to you every day. It's just like, here's your free legendaries for everything. Like, how can you do a better job in the future of obeying the MMO rules for itemization that like just work, and ESO doesn't do those now?
Yeah, so potentially something we're looking at is when we release a new tier of gear, that there's also like a new tier of boosters then that you would need to upgrade those. And I'm not actually the crafting guy, so
yeah, sure.
I can't,
But it affects the itemization that you create.
Yes, absolutely. And I definitely be talking to those guys a lot about how we can make crafting still useful and relevant, and that people want to do. So like, yeah, as a crafter, you're talking about like, maybe you can't craft the best gear in the game, but you can offer a service to everyone that you can improve their gear, kind of like you were saying, and like with the upgrades, instead of being able, like, part of the problem with the upgrade is that anytime we want to drop like a green item, that can just instantly get upgraded all the way. So something we're talking about is maybe you can only upgrade it so far, so that crafters would then be valuable to people, but they wouldn't just be like, we just make all the best gear all the time.
Maybe you can have them split it up. They can only make like a few pieces of the gear, but then you have to go elsewhere.
Yeah, another thing is like maybe with crafting, yeah, you can make like really good, hands or shoulders or something like that, but then you explore the world to find the rest of the other pieces.
Yeah.
Yep. Front row, you had a question? Yeah.
Well, mine was just simple.
Oh,
Could you make it so my pet doesn't despawn every time I zone?
Yeah, I totally want to do that. That's super annoying. I'll talk to some programmers and see what we can do with that. No promises, but that's something I would definitely like to fix.
Just one remark. I love the idea of being obliged to spread out, because I want to avoid the new area of effect damage. But still, if I have to spread out there, and there's great chance that I lose contact with my healer, for instance. If I want to make, for instance, 2 groups of 6 people to make sure that these 2 groups of people are getting the right heal, then with the current user interface, there is a risk that it doesn't work at all. Because I don't know where is my healer.
Yeah, well, yes, I think that's going to create a lot of more interesting strategic gameplay and communication, because then you'll be like, all right, we're like Alpha Squad 1, and we want to, like, we'll always go to the left, and Alpha Squad 2, you guys always go to the right, and then that's like a set of group of people who has a healer and a tank or something like that, or like, drop all the AoE heals on this particular group or something like that, because they're being focus fired a lot. So
That's gonna be difficult, huh?
yeah, it's gonna be hard, but I think it's gonna create a lot more interesting, rewarding gameplay. Yes.
Mezs versus hard CCs. So when I talk Mez, I'm thinking more like Bolt Escape, Magnum Shot, Biting Jabs, and then hard CCs like this, Crystal Frags, for example. How come you can stack either one? So if you're not doing one Mez, you can switch over to a hard CC and really lock someone down doing that. So specifically, you get Bolt Escape through, you'll break it, you'll hit with the Crystal Frags, and you'll take another knee, and you'll need to break that one, and then your immunity wears off from the Mez, and you can be
you're saying like some of the really short disorients don't do the CC diminishing returns?
And you can break, like, if you're getting chain Magnum Shot, you can break it. You gotta be really quick, but you only have like a really small window to be able to get out of that CC. But then there's other types of CC that can still be applied to your character.
Yeah, we'll look at making sure everything is sort of applying the CC immunity in the way that you would expect. So yeah, I think some of those should just probably give you immunity so they can't happen over and over again.
Avoiding jabs is a big proponent of that. Maybe just make it so it knocks people on the butt, Might fix it instead of just knocking you back.
The problem with those little trivial effects, everything giving immunity, is that like the actual CCs.
Yeah, that's the exact reason why we didn't just put CC immunity on those. So yeah, I kind of like the idea of this provides us more of a stronger effect, but then it'll make the person immune, so you can't keep doing it to the same person. And then you're like, maybe I'll spread this out, so I'll use it on this guy, and then use it on this guy.
This should be last 2 questions.
All right.
I don't know if the question is here right, but can we get a veteran?
I will totally throw someone else under the bus if I don't really
get
it.
Can we get a veteran version of our real?
Sorry,
a veteran version from the zones of our real, so I don't have to go to the zone in level 20 or 30 or 40.
I think you're talking about the dungeon scaling?
No. My alliance, my faction.
We go to Stone Falls and then go to that Stone Falls.
We have been thinking about doing things like that. We mentioned yesterday that we were thinking about unlocking capital silver and gold at the same time. It's down the line if we do it. But it actually has been something that has been brought up where it's, I'm veteran rank 5 and I haven't finished Grotwood and I want to go back and do the level 30 zone, but now I'm veteran rank, so I'm not really getting anything worthwhile.
Yes.
It's something we've certainly been talking about. There's no direct designs right now, but it is a desire to allow you to go and do whatever content you want to do at whatever.
So I can do the dolmens, the public dungeons, and so on in a veteran version from
The
my realm.
Yeah, the dungeon scaling is kind of like the first go at that, and then seeing how successful that is another thing. The other thing that we are worried about is splitting up players. We don't want to split you up so much that you're in a zone all by yourself. You have your own personal Grotwood or something like that. But it is something we've been talking about.
Alright, we're out for you. Thank you.
Last question.
What are you doing? You work here. Come on. You can ask me whatever you want.
So, that question just came to my head. So we're talking about tanking in the game, right? So you're surrounded by like 10 mobs.
Oh, is this going to be an AoE tanking question?
No, it's not AoE tanking.
Okay, alright.
But right now, it's like whack-a-mole. Literally, like, tanking is whack-a-mole. Something walks away, taunt that. Something walks away, taunt that. I mean, is there any possibility of like a more varied threat system in the game? Or is it just like, you look for everything walking away and you taunt it? Like, is that like the end game tanking solution?
Yeah, we have a couple of sort of threat systems in there where like melee guys who are standing next to a melee guy will sort of like be more inclined to attack that target. I think we could do sort of a better job of defining exactly how that works and like what the mob preferences are like. But yeah, I think yeah we could do better on that. Yeah. I've been told that was the last question.
I just had a comment on that, actually.
Comments on the question?
Would you mind if I just comment on that?
Yeah, real quick. But you're the last one.
Would it be possible for like those small mobs that you, like you have 8 small mobs and then 2 big ones, would it be possible for those 8 small ones to just be permanently taunted, and then the larger ones are the ones where the taunt wears off after 15 seconds and you have to do it again?
Yeah, I mean that's a potential situation. We didn't want the gameplay of the tank just gets everything to attack him the whole time. We wanted it to be more like you identify the major threats in a poll and you get those to attack you, and like then the rest of your group is able to use their sort of defensive abilities, and then they actually have to roll dodge and like watch out for monsters hitting them and blocking at the right time. So having the monster spread and attack different players is kind of a cool dynamic, but we also don't want the gameplay of the tank of having to be like taunt 50 guys one at a time. So yeah, I think there's some room for improvement there.
Maybe what we should do real quick, audio feedback will be downstairs. I think QA will also be downstairs if you have any QA related questions. If you need to go to the bathroom, go towards that door. If you just want to go straight downstairs, go towards.
When glass actually freezes. Yeah.
Hey everybody. So this is fiction writing and lore in the Elder Scrolls Online. It's going to be a little bit different than a lot of the presentations we've had because we can't really tell you what we're working on because spoilers. So what we're going to do is tell you a little bit about the way we work, how the department is organized, and what our jobs are. I'm Wim McLaughlin, I'm the lead writer. This is Lawrence Schick, lead lore master. We're sort of 2 halves of the creative brain over here, working on lore, as you probably suspect, is a huge full-time job on this game. So let's get to it. So this is our writing team. This is the picture we took for our AMA, and a little bit about my background. I've been a professional writer for about 20 years now. The last 12 years in the game industry, I started as a contract writer on the Command & Conquer games for Westwood Studios. And then after they went out of business, I decided I wanted to enter the game industry full-time and became a designer. I spent some time working for NCSoft on Tabula Rasa, which is where I met our creative director, Paul Sage. He was lead designer on that game. And then I moved to BioWare Austin for Star Wars The Old Republic, shipped that one, and then Paul brought me up here. So I've been here for 2.5, almost 3 years now. Script writing. Yes, I'm sorry. My first 10 years in the industry, my first 10 years in my career as a writer was as a film and TV writer. I did some low-budget direct-to-cable stuff, and if anybody is old enough to remember the series Silk Stockings on USA Network, wrote a couple of episodes of that. Real quality stuff. The game industry's better. So just to let you know about sort of the way we work here. So this floor here, probably 3/4 of it is content, and it's a mix of level designers, some environmental artists, but mostly content designers and writers. And our writing team. So our content department is split into what we call zone teams or content teams. And they are assigned a particular chunk of content, and everybody works on it from the beginning. We usually have some kind of a high-level idea of what the theme of the zone is or what kind of history we're going to do for it. That generally comes from Lawrence. And then they take that and they write up our design documents, and the writers participate in that, generating ideas and things. So when it comes time when we know what we want to do with like a particular POI, the writers actually don't generally write the first pass dialogue. Our content designers do. Now, each of these teams also, there's a writer embedded in each content team, but there's also a writing team. So Lawrence and I run the writing team, and then they also have content leads in each of the zone teams, which is a little tricky to manage. But we have bi-weekly meetings, actually 3 times a week with the writing team. We all keep in contact, we review everything. But they spend a lot of time actually embedded in the teams working with the content designers. So first pass on, say, a new point of interest in the game, they'll go through, document it all out, and start the first iteration. So there'll be a particular quest arc they'll go through, and they'll set it up, they'll write the first pass dialogue. And actually, some of our content designers are really good writers. Bethesda Game Studios, the Skyrim guys, actually do hybrid writer-designers. We have such a huge amount of content to do that we need a writing team specifically, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But so the reason why we don't have the writers actually go through what we call a fiction pass on those right away is because we're iterating on gameplay. We want to make sure that it's fun to play, it's understandable, and it's cool before we go in and spend all this time writing all the VO dialogue, which is really consuming. If we decide, it's a teardown or there's going to be major changes, that's a lot of wasted work. So we want to get a first iteration. We get our leads to do a playthrough, our creative director, our lead designer, and the zone lead, and then Lawrence and myself, and we get notes back. We iterate it a few times until everybody's happy with it. Then it goes to the zone team's writer, and they do what's called a fiction pass. I got ahead of myself here. I should be looking here instead of there. So they go to the fiction pass stage. This is basically what I just went. Fiction pass. Once we're solid with gameplay, the fiction pass starts. Fiction pass is really deep. It's not just the VO dialogue, although that's a really important part. But we're also doing journal entries. We're doing NPC names, lore books that are involved with it. Even things like monster abilities. If there's a particular monster that has a particular attack, and that's likely to be player facing, it shows up in a death recap or something, we want to make sure that that name is lore appropriate and cool. So there's a lot to it. It takes a long time to go through and do all of this. This pass is also where we add what we call flavor conversations. Flavor conversations are the additional questions you can ask after the quest is bestowed to ask for more information. It's completely optional material, a deeper delve into lore. I'll get into that a little bit later. So in most cases when we're dealing with, say for an example, in quest bestowal, player clarity is our most important thing. We want the player to know exactly what they're doing and why they're doing it. So clarity of storytelling. Simple, easy to understand, and this is really important. I always say this, whether it's a level 50 quest or a level 1 quest, at the beginning of the storyline, whether it's a quest arc or a new quest, I want somebody who knows nothing about Elder Scrolls to come in, read that dialogue, and know what's expected of them. They might not understand the nuances of the political situations, but they know what they're being asked to do, where they need to go, and why they're being asked to do it. So that's very, very clear, very, very important. Clarity trumps lore. Now, when we get down, lore terms are also awesome. We love lore. We love lore books. We love flavor conversations that delve deeper into it. So what we do is we have the writers ask themselves the question, as a player, I've gotten this quest. What questions might I want to ask about this person who gave me the quest, about this area, as many things as we can think of. And that's what makes up our flavor conversations. And that's a much deeper delve. Again, optional, but important. That's where we do most of our lore. So for example, it's a quest about werewolves. In the bestowal, we say werewolves, not Hircine's curse, because then the player's like, well, what does that mean? And then they go off and, oh, this is about werewolves. We want them to know up front what's going on. But then the NPC may mention Hircine, and there may be a question, who's Hircine? What is Hircine's curse? And we get into that deeper amount of lore as we go. Things that we're trying to avoid, and this is part of the difficulty of the job, exposition and what we call bookending, or if you, I don't know if, from old EverQuest players, hailstorms, where you would ask an NPC a question by hitting H to hail them and get this huge block of text with way too much information. We don't want to do that. We also don't want to fall into the trap, which happens in a lot of RPGs, where you start the quest with a big lore dump. Then you go, you fight some guys, you touch some things, and at the end of it, you turn in the quest, and you get another big lore dump that tells you what just happened. It's not realistic, it's not fun, it's not dramatic. So we try and find ways to sort of meet the story out as we go, and there's a lot of ways to do this. Different optional flavor conversations on NPCs. If you're doing a quest and an NPC is following you on the quest, every single time the quest updates, we try and give them a new greeting. so you can click on them and get more information. We also do theater, which are the scenes that are not, you're not clicking on an NPC, it's either being triggered when you enter an area or by events that are going on or something you just completed where a little scene plays out, which you see all the time in the game and in Skyrim, where NPCs are talking, casting spells, or doing whatever, and it's telling a story. Again, completely optional, because you don't need to watch it. You can turn around and leave or do whatever you want to do. But these are the types of things we do to try and tell more story during the course of gameplay and make the player feel involved rather than just, I was told to kill 6 of these guys and get a doohickey and then come back. So that's very, very important. Another big part of my job, pop culture references and anachronisms. It's funny, in previous games that I've worked at, I've been the biggest offender of these because I love pop culture references, I love puns. In the right game, they're hilarious. In Elder Scrolls, they don't fit. It's established, through 9 games, we just don't do it. Or we try not to do it. So a big part of my job and Lawrence's job is policing these, chasing them down. And it's funny because sometimes it's unintentional. One of the writers will come up with what sounds like a great line. Oh, time for some thrilling heroics. And they don't, oh, that's great. I don't know where I got that from. And then I play through it and I go, wait a minute. That's Firefly, I know. So we try and recognize those things and say, we want to get that sort of the spirit of the line without verbatim using the line. So that's a very big deal. Anachronisms is another thing. There's some leeway. Generally we go back and we say, well, if it's like medieval, Shakespearean, a couple of centuries old and it feels archaic, well, it could be real in the Elder Scrolls, but certain things aren't. And there are certain terms that aren't. The hell, there is no concept of hell in the Elder Scrolls. It's oblivion. So to oblivion with you, not go to hell. So we have to be very careful of those things because when you're writing tons and tons and tons of dialogue, these are the terms that just come out almost automatically. You don't even think about it. Another thing we try to avoid are emotional states and player responses. This is another thing that other games do to great effect. For example, the BioWare, the last company that I worked for, did a lot of, where you'll have a snarky answer, a forceful answer. Well, in Elder Scrolls, unless it's speechcraft, intimidation, or persuade, where you'll have some force behind it, and you can have those things, we try to make them very, very neutral. The best types of player responses are things where the player's emotional state, they can sort of project it over them. Like if they're saying, why are you doing that? It could, if they're the player who is role-playing that they are a friendly, well, why are you doing that? Another player might say, why are you doing that? We try and make them neutral and not lead the player, and especially not force the player to do things or say things they wouldn't want to say. Speechcraft is different, because that's optional. You have the option to have the skills to persuade and intimidate and to use those responses. And they're a lot of fun. Another thing we try not to do, which is difficult at times because you want to, the expediency of telling the story, sometimes it's much easier to just blatantly tell the player up front what's happening. And you can give away twists that are going to happen. If you're in a murder mystery and there's only one suspect, well, it's probably that guy that did it, and there's no surprise. So we try and create, maybe there's 3 or 4 suspects, and we create reasons for them to be under suspicion. And especially do effective things like, this person appears to be the one, and then they're proved to not be to not be the one, to not be guilty. And then you go off into it, and then, as it turns out, they are the guilty one. So it's sort of a misdirect. And we try and have those moments of surprise, and, for people who are really paying attention to the story. And of course, forcing players to do things they don't want to do, that's huge. It's a difficult thing to do, or a difficult thing not to do. Because again, the expediency of the story, we want the player to go off on this adventure, and obviously, they can accept the quest or not, but if they want to do the quest, we want to give them as many options and make it feel like they're the ones driving it. We're not saying you have to do this. We're not giving them forced failure, things like that. Things we try to include in the game. Humor, we love humor. Not pop culture humor, but appropriate Elder Scrolls humor. Characters like Cadwell, like Sheogorath, where they're really fun if they're done right and they're done correctly. And we try and infuse as much of that in because Tamriel's a pretty bleak place. There's a lot of horrible things going on all the time. And we want to break that up as much as we can. We do a lot of visual storytelling, and this is where we work hand in hand with the content designers. The theater scenes I talked about earlier, and even things like level design and just layouts of things. The scenes from the dead, the tableaus all over the game with the skeletons is a great example of that. We loved that we try and engage in that as much as possible. Obviously, most of that is done by the level designers, but we're all thinking, what happened here and how can I work this into my story? A lot of times, things the level designers and world builders will lay out will inspire us to create stories. We go in and say, well, this is interesting, maybe I can use this in the story. So it's very much a collaborative effort. Meaningful choices is another big one too. We try and do this as much as possible. It's a difficult thing to do in an MMO because it's an exponential thing. The more choices you give that lead to completely different outcomes, the more content you're creating at any given time that the average player won't see. So we have to be very, very careful with those, and we want to make sure that those are choices that are interesting and have interesting payoffs. And most importantly, compelling characters with unique voices. That's the most important thing. A lot of fantasy games, there's just sort of your average quest giver that, you know, oh, can you help me, my family, you know. We try and create really interesting characters, and there's so much to draw on with the races, the Khajiit voice and the Argonian voice and the Nord voice. There's nothing funner than writing for a Khajiit. They're hilariously fun to write. So that really lends a lot to it. But then also, how do we make them different? One of the things we found with the first person speak that the Khajiit do is not all of them, we decided not all of them do it. Some of them are more, that live in the cities, that are more, spend more time with other races, may have less of it. They all have a slight accent, but not all of them do the third person. Older Khajiit would tend to do it, more formal Khajiit. Other ones that might, like Raz, who is in a sort of a secret agent for the Queen, might do it sometimes, but when he does it, it's usually because it's part of his personality and his sort of charisma. Other characters don't do it at all that are Khajiit, so it's an interesting thing to do. Another difficult thing to do, speaking of Razumdar, is characters that appear all throughout the game. Continuing characters, recurring characters we call them. It's difficult because we have many different teams working with the same characters and many different writers writing for those characters. And we have to track those quirks. We have to track what they are like. So we keep, first off, in our internal wiki, we have a recurring characters page that says where they appear, what they've done, what they've been through, all of this kind of a thing for our reference. But we also instituted something where we assigned for specific ones, like Razumdar, like Queen Iron, like Cadwell, where one of us is assigned to be sort of to oversee, to be the parent of that character. And even though all the different teams will go through and write dialogue, and many of it's terrific and is usable, that one writer will go through and touch all throughout the game everything that character says, so they have a unique voice that is consistent. And that worked for us really, really well, so that was a challenge. So one of the things I thought would be kind of fun to do, I went around and asked our writers, you know, off the top of your head, who's your favorite character? And it's kind of funny because many of them, of course, came up with characters that they worked on. And I don't think it's about, oh, look what a great job I did. It's more about when you're working with these characters for a long time, you fall in love with them. You really do. They start talking for you, and it's a lot of fun. We love when we see feedback on the forums and fan art and things for characters we created. There's nothing like that. So Lawrence picked Razumdar, who is also one of my favorites.
Who I didn't write at all.
Yeah, that's true. This is true. That is very true. And Michael Zenke, down the bottom, who actually did write, he was the parent of both Iron and Razumdar. So he went through and did a brush on them throughout the game. I had the good fortune, even though I wrote the main quest of the game and created Cadwell, but then Cadwell appears later in the game in the entire Cold Harbor zone. And I didn't write any of that, but I did go through and do a brush to make sure that he was consistent all the way through. And the writers, there were several writers who worked on that who did a great job. I didn't have to change that much. They kind of got it. So that was really fun. Like I said, Michael, Queen Iron. Rebecca Harwick loved Stibbins, Lady Lorent's long-suffering manservant, who we all love, actually. We get him, we probably will get him into much more trouble in the future as well. Bill Slavosek, like Naryu, who is the, Naryu? Pronunciation, I forget how to, Naryu, that's right. She is the...
Close enough.
Yeah. The assassin that you meet in Narcissus, and continues throughout the game, and again, Bill sort of babysat her dialogue and did a brush on her. Yeah, she was the more Tong character. Zach Bush liked Shia Gorath, and who doesn't like him? He was, I mean, his character was established in previous games, obviously, but it's fun to write. He's just, you know, a mad god version of Shrek. It's just hilarious. And then Rob Chesney liked King Faharajad, and Rob also was the voice of the Bill Nighy character, King Yaroon.
King Emmerich.
Or Emmerich, excuse me, thank you. And he rewrote his. I believe it was Bill actually who did the consistency passed on Faharajad, but they're both wonderful characters. And then Jonathan Toe, who is has written many of our dungeons and trials. Alan Wee, who is the spirit in Crypt of Hearts and Veteran Crypt of Hearts that introduces the quest. And my favorite, Abner Thorne. He was so much fun to write because he's just, you know, sort of the villain that you're forced to work with, and his dripping with sarcasm, the stuff between him, Lyris, and Sai Sahan was some of the most satisfying stuff. We got the 3 actors in the studio at the same time, which almost never happens, and had them playing off each other, and I couldn't have been happier with that. It was just so much fun. So that's my presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Lawrence now, tell you some of our war stuff, and then we'll take some questions after. Thanks.
Hey, Summiteers. So yeah, I'm Lawrence Schick. I'm the lore master. I share the writing lead with an Underwind. I've been in this business a long time. I have sort of a complementary background to Winds. More hardcore role-playing game all the way back to the late 70s. On early Dungeons & Dragons stuff, I worked with Gary Gygax. Was one of the first paper game designers to go into video games in the early 80s to Coleco. Worked for some years at Microprose, doing both strategy and role-playing type games. Worked with Sid Meier there. Then in the 90s, I went into my management arc and was a producer, executive producer. I was a general manager of all the games at AOL in the late 90s. Then I dropped that out, went back to writing, and my friend Ken Ralston, who I've known for 25 plus years, and is one of my best buds, and who was the lead designer on Morrowind and Oblivion. He dragged me back into game design to work on the game that turned into Kingdoms of Amalur: Reckoning, which was done at Big Huge Games just down the street. Then about 5.5 years ago, I moved up here, initially as a lead content designer, and it's just been the culmination of all the stuff I've done before, and it's this is just the best gig I've ever had. This is great. So, what the heck do I do? Well, yeah, he is a wizard. We set out some years ago to build this MMO, this big fantasy MMO, and we could have just taken the route of building a fantasy MMO that had a sort of light dusting of Elder Scrolls on top of it, right? Like Lord of the Rings Monopoly. It's just Monopoly with the names changed. But we decided we didn't want to do that, though that would have been the least risky thing to do. We decided we wanted to build a real, genuine, deep entry in the Elder Scrolls series, regardless of what implications that had for sort of standard MMO organization and mechanics. That was a risky thing to do, and there were a lot of people, even internally here at the studio, who thought, yeah, great idea, sure, that's what we'll do, right? But as time went on, and we got deeper and deeper into building an Elder Scrolls MMO, every time something wasn't working right, or something didn't fit, or something didn't play well, we started saying, well, maybe we just need to make it more Elder Scrolls-y. And nearly every time, that was the answer. That gave us the path forward, so that eventually, we were really deep into it. And this was all with the full approval and consultation and help of Bethesda Game Studios. And early on, I sort of took on the main role of consulting with them about about lore matters, and because I was working on the main quest and stuff like that, and I sort of gradually grew into this position of being the guy who you went and asked about the Elder Scrolls stuff. We have everybody on staff, everybody on the dev team is pretty much an Elder Scrolls fan. I mean, when we're interviewing people, that's one of the questions we ask them. Are you an Elder Scrolls fan? It's important. The tone, the feel of the game is very particular. And it's not necessarily, it's easy to kind of just deviate from it and go generic, right? And we need to gently steer things back in the direction of Tamriel when they start veering off toward, Dungeons and Dragons or something. We've been working very closely with Bethesda all along, but always with the clear understanding that they own this property, they control it. We are a sister studio, we're very cordially working with them, but we defer to them on matters of lore and background. Over time, I've learned what their hot buttons are, what are the things to stay away from, what they're totally cool with, and they've even started discussing things back and forth with us. So it's grown into a real collegial working relationship. So what is cool about Elder Scrolls? Why do an Elder Scrolls game rather than some other property? The thing that's unique about Elder Scrolls in the fantasy settings is that it has equivocal lore to it. It's not like Middle-earth, it's not like Forgotten Realms or so many other settings of that sort where, like in Middle-earth, for example, you got the Silmarillion, you got the appendices to the Lord of the Rings, you've got all the jillion books that Christopher Tolkien has edited, and they all come from one big lore daddy. And he says, this is the way it was, this is what happened, and it's all laid out right here. Here's the names, here's what happened to Morgoth. We know exactly what happened to Morgoth, and where Sauron came from, and what he was doing in all those years in between and stuff, because Tolkien said so. Elder Scrolls isn't like that. In the Elder Scrolls, this is one of the great innovations that started coming in around the time of Redguard and Morrowind that really differentiated the series from others. In Elder Scrolls, every bit of lore is delivered from the viewpoint of a character in the game. There's no ex cathedra statements by somebody that, it's like this. In Elder Scrolls, things work like this. Bam. Nope. In Elder Scrolls, we have this sage who tells you this is how it works. And we have this person over here who gives you the history of this area. And it's always done through the point of view of the characters in the game. That leads to two things that are really interesting. One is that it leads to useful inconsistencies. Useful in what way? Why is it useful to have inconsistent lore? That sounds crazy. You should just know, what the heck happened there. Well, it's useful because lore that is delivered by an unreliable narrator. Lore that's delivered by an unreliable narrator gives you lore that has two aspects to it that are of interest that are valuable to the player. One is, he's telling you about what happened when the Akaviri invaded, right? But he's also telling you what he thinks about that and what his culture thinks about that. And so that adds extra nuance and extra flavor that you don't get if stuff is just handed down from on high. It's a different paradigm from Tolkien. It's really a paradigm that comes from H.P. Lovecraft and from his development of the Cthulhu mythos, in which everything is told from characters who are in terrible circumstances, and some of them are mad. So there's really unreliable and inconsistent information there, and it's great. So Nirn is also unique because it's a world of both reason and myth, and these two polar opposite things provide a really interesting tension inside the game and the way you're telling the tale. In a standard fantasy game, it's a medieval setting and you got wizards and they do magic, right? And that's about all the background you need. There's some gods. They give the priest spells and stuff. In Nirn, you've got a world that is really based on mythological background that is drawn from our own history, in such a way that you've got creation myths that lead to, that explain the nature of reality. It's not just Earth with some magic guys casting spells, right? The nature of reality is fundamentally different in the world of Nirn, because it's based, all the natural laws come from the sacrifices that the Aedra made when they made the world. And so Akatosh, when he put himself into the world, he made time happen, right? And so forth and so on with all the different gods. So you've got this really seriously interesting mythological background about the nature of reality and how it was created and how it can be changed, because it's not set forever. It can be further changed by those who can channel magicka and force their will upon it, right? That's what magic is. You're changing reality locally. Sometimes locally, usually temporarily, but you're changing reality. And creatures and characters and beings of mythological levels can change reality in big ways. And that's what happens when you get a dragon break, or a plane meld, or an oblivion crisis, or Alduin coming back from the depths of time. You've got reality changing in big ways. At the same time, you've got all of these people who, unlike in your sort of standard medieval setting, they look at things in a very logical and scientific and organized fashion. You've got all these sages, you've got the Mages Guild researchers, you've got the scholars, and they're all breaking stuff down, and it gives us a way to convey lore in a way that is comfortable for 21st century Western players, because it's couched in terms that are familiar to them, but at the same time, they disagree with each other, and so that makes for interesting tensions between the different cultures and the different ways of looking at things, and it gives a way for us to carry nuance across. And the hero, who's the standard character in all the Elder Scrolls games, is of course one of these mythical focuses, so that's why big important stuff happens around him. So, how do we balance these things out? This first quote here is a paraphrase of something Todd Howard told us. You have to make the world seem as credible and as solid as possible when you've got all this weird shit going on. Because otherwise it's not attached to anything and it just feels weird, right? But if it's attached to real people in a real world where they're really living and doing stuff and making things and then being threatened by amazing supernatural forces, then it matters. Then you can tell human stories within fantastic situations, and it's not just Thundar the Barbarian. Apologies to anybody who's a Thundar the Barbarian fan. So when you're walking around a town, we do our absolute best to make sure that you are talking to people who, this guy, he's working his forge, he's making a plow. For that guy over there who grows pumpkins, pumpkins, of course, are one of the staples of Tamrielic nutrition. But we try to make them as real as possible, and I'm really excited about the oncoming implementation of the justice system, because we'll be going back in and making the world even richer and more interesting and adding more layers of this kind of stuff. I get much more excited about doing the lore of the cultures and the societies than I do about doing the high-level stuff with the Daedric princes and the gods. That stuff is great. I love that shit. I can do that stuff all day. But what's really fun is going in and figuring out, how does an Argonian village work? That's the fun for me. So, how do we deliver all this lore? Because, goddammit, there's a lot of it. And we're making more of it all the time. So, as Wynn alluded to, when we're getting you into a new activity, such as a quest or a POI or a new area you haven't been to before, we just give you enough for context, just to get you going, so that you can get into it, so that you can tell who's who, and start unraveling things. And then beyond that, everything else is opt-in. It's all up to how much does the player want to find out. They can talk to people, they can talk to the quest-involved people and ask them questions and get more information. They can talk to those guys who are standing over there who aren't involved in the quest and don't have anything important to convey related to the quest, but tell you more about the context of the area, may tell you more about the people who are involved in the quest, give you more deep background. You can read books. By God, we put books everywhere. We love them. You can listen to bard songs. You can talk to merchants. They will often have something contextual to tell you besides just, what do you want? The lore books are one of the things I'm responsible for. It's a hallmark of the series, so we knew we needed to have a bunch of them. I told them early on. They said, okay, this is like 4 years ago. They said, make an estimate of how many new books you're going to have in the game. And I sat and I thought about it, and I made some notes and stuff, and I said, oh, about 1,500. And they said, ha 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 ha, you're out of your mind. You get 200. So we ended up with 2,000. And this is in addition to selecting classics from previous Elder Scrolls installments that we felt we needed to have, because they're foundational lore books that tell you about the background of the setting in classic ways, or because they're just so cool we couldn't leave them out. Like the Lusty Argonian Maid. We couldn't deny that to our players, even though it was written 800 years after our game. So
that adaptation was
that is right. So we figured out that it's actually an oral tradition that pervades through Tamrielic society, and so it's been around for a very long time. And that guy Crassius Curio in Morrowind, who claimed to have written it, was just doing the latest version, the latest translation.
We need to write a book about him, about how he was wrong. He claimed it.
But he's in the. But no, never mind.
You're right.
And the thing is, most of these new books are telling about. A lot of them are quest-related books, right? So they're just you bastard, I'm going to get you for this, and here's the incentive for why I did this terrible thing. But also a lot of them just tell about just cast some more light on the information on where you happen to be in this great big world of Tamriel, and what they think about here and how they do stuff. And then we included a sprinkling of really insane deep lore volumes for the serious lore hounds that mostly I wrote that are a ton of fun to write. But you have to step carefully because you're carving channels in the high-level lore of a game that has a big fat history behind it, and the lore hounds take it very seriously, as well they should. Me being one of them.
Lawrence has a wonderful habit of going through and writing not just one book about this topic, but three from three different authors, all of which contradict each other.
I like my dueling sages. Often, because this game is, I think, the biggest and most complicated single piece of entertainment in the history of the planet. We're trying to do so many things at once, right? So all the time, we'll be coming up with new systems, new approaches, new twists on systems, ways to do things in an MMO fashion that are very different from what's been done with single-player games. And so people will figure out how they want it to work, and then they go, whoa, wait a minute, this is different, and we're trying to be Elder Scrollsy. So they'll come to me and say, well, Lawrence, this is what we want to do. Is this okay? Can we do this in the Elder Scrolls? And it's not my job to say, no, sorry, that's not Elder Scrolls. We don't do that. Sorry, go back to the drawing board. It's my job to say, absolutely, this sounds like fun. It's going to be great for an MMO. Here's how we do it in an Elder Scrolls context. And then we just, we tweak it a little bit, or they go ahead and implement it. I make sure that all the names and everything are appropriate for the lore and the setting and the culture, and then I explain it in character dialogue or in lore books or something like that. It was one of the axioms I learned from Sid Meier when I was working at Microprose in the 80s, which was at the time known mainly for military simulations. And he did some of those, like Silent Service and some very famous ones. And his game design axiom was, when you're making a game that is a simulation game, then you figure out where the fun is, you make that game, and then you figure out what it's a simulation of. The way we apply that here is we make the game, we make it fun, and then we figure out why this is actually exactly an extension of previous Elder Scrolls lore and makes perfect sense within the system, within the history. So ultimately, gameplay always wins because it should, because it's a game, and it has to be fun before all. But we always get the last word to explain it.
See what he did there?
Yep. Because that's the end. So now we'll take your questions. Or, do you want?
I'm sure. Well, we'll both field them. He'll take the lore question.
Yes. Down front.
How do you feel about some players taking like the Argonian name style and they start applying it to the Khajiits? Do you try to
feel they should be flogged?
Well, do you try to, from a lore standpoint, push them to let them know that this isn't a typical cat name or?
No, absolutely not. There's plenty of examples of Khajiit names and Argonian names and stuff like that.
As well as Butt Bunch Turdburger.
And so people can follow if they want, right?
I mean, you don't have control over them. But.
No, we don't. We don't have control over that.
We did spend a lot of time with the UI people, though, making sure that if you wanted to have a correct name, you could have it.
Right. So that you could have the sufficient number of hyphens in your name to do that, so that if you were an orc, man, they went crazy when I told them that they had to suppress the capitalization of G on Gro and Gra apostrophe, so on orcish names. They were like, nope, can't do that. Nope, can't do that for months, and then they had to do it. So we provide you the ability to be lore correct, but it's opt-in. As all things with lore, you make your own decisions.
We have enough time to try and make ourselves.
What if you wanted to roleplay an Argonian because there is that Khajiit?
Then you do.
There you go.
What if this one wanted to role play an Argonian? Lizard raised by cat.
So my hand's going to be up a bunch of times, but first, this two-part question. One, could you record an album reading bedtime stories for me so I can sleep better? Two, with something like Sheogorath that has a split personality where he's actually an Aedra and a Daedra at the same time, how much control do you have of being able to bring that into the story? Are you allowed to touch that at all? Is that something that they're like, stay away from, or we're going to put up a barbed wire fence?
We wouldn't want to explain that. We would want to.
But could you bring it into the actual story if you wanted to?
Somewhat. If I had an idea to do that, I would say to Lawrence, is this possible? Will BGS have a problem with this? And he would check it because he's obviously a character that, like any of the David Princes, we have to really be careful around them. We can't say this is what this is.
He is my favorite character, and I think he's phenomenally well written. And the guy who voice acted him should get everyone else's voice acting pay given to him because he was amazing.
He is great.
And Wynn wrote most of his lines. Did you?
Well, I did a first pass on it, and then Michael Zenke went and added some really great stuff too. So it's always a group effort.
Well
you
done.
Can't really have much ownership on it. Even Main Quest, I did the fiction pass on the entirety of it, but some of the best lines came from the content designers. So it's really a collaborative effort.
Yes.
Well, I was reading some forum posts, and somebody brought up that the Elder Scroll really didn't have that much, effect on the main quest like in all the other games. So, for the continuation of the main quest, is there going to be more emphasis on the mysteries of the Elder Scroll? I notice they're all in Cyrodiil right now.
Yeah, we can't. Well, in Cyrodiil, it's a gameplay element. That's the thing where gameplay trumps lore in that way, and we try and make it work as best it can. Part of the thing and part of the fun, I think, of the Elder Scrolls is that technically, we talked about this a lot in the second chapter of the main quest, is they are constantly being rewritten by human actions. And which is a wonderful thing when you need to retcon something like Cyrodiil is a jungle, you know, that we can actually go through and say, you know, what we do affects them. And you can't even study them long enough to find the real truth because you go blind and mad. So it's really like the ultimate MacGuffin for the whole world where, if you know about a MacGuffin, but the thing that everybody wants within a story, it was an Alfred Hitchcock term, and because it can affect our plot, and we can use it to forgive a multitude of sins and change things as we go. So, yeah. I don't know if did I answer your question? I can't really talk about the future of the main story, but.
Someone else went ahead and stole my sort of joke question for you.
Oh,
I was
man.
going to ask if you could DM my next Pathfinder campaign. But I guess one thing I wanted to ask, in terms of writing, was the goal to include meaningful choices. And I think that the game has some really well implemented examples of that. But I think that also for some choices in the game, one frustration I had was that a lot of times the choice you get comes at the end of the story arc.
Right.
And so you go through all this work, and then at the end of the story arc you get to choose, like, you know, is she going to be the queen, or is he going to be the king, or, you know, do you destroy the artifact or let it stay, or...
Part of that is what I talked about when choice is a really difficult thing to do well because it gets exponentially greater. Sure. If you had a choice at the very beginning of the quest, it would essentially be 2 quests. And then half of the people wouldn't see part of the content. And when you're creating a game this big with as much content, the last game I worked on was Star Wars: The Old Republic, which, as you know, BioWare has an incredible depth of choice. That's their whole style of writing. And the nightmare of testing that and making sure, if anybody's played through that, the main quest, the class quest in that, there was a critical path through those, that if at any point the game broke, you could not advance in the game. The game was over for you as a player. And when you're releasing a game of this scope and this magnitude, it's you just can't risk that. You can't risk... You know.
I fully appreciate that, but to a certain extent, isn't that what makes the choice meaningful? Is having it early enough that it does have that kind of consequence? Because at the end of, you know, like, right before I leave the zone, I make this choice, and then I never return. I don't feel the choice.
Right. Well, one way we try to mitigate that is what Wynn was talking about is through recurring characters.
Yeah.
And recurring characters will appear in later zones in the storyline, and then they will react to you, or even appear or not appear, depending upon what choices you've made
Based
earlier.
on it would be
that's a good
the stone. Was the family in Bleak Rock that you could make the choice as to who to save and everything. Those characters continue to show up through the game and will react to you based on what you did, and one of them becomes a major character in the Rift. That's very true. So we have to track those variables throughout the game and know this is what the player chose, and it's a difficult thing to do because those variables, what you did, in our case it's done with quest endings, in BioWare does it with global variables, and towards the end of the game, the amount of variables you're carrying, even on something like the Mass Effect trilogy, you're tracking all the way through that. In Star Wars, there was a massive, huge amount, probably as much as the Mass Effect trilogy, and that we had to continue to track because we were planning on adding new content. But what happened, because we did so many choices and created so much gameplay that your average player wouldn't see, people burn through the game too quickly.
So, and an issue for, I mean, we love doing that business with recurring characters, but we can only do a certain amount of it. For one thing, it's really hard to test, because the game doesn't get tested holistically very much, right? This part gets tested, and then different people test this part, and different people test this part, and they don't necessarily know that they're supposed to be looking out for these recurring characters and making sure they're implemented properly.
Yeah.
So we're still squashing bugs related to those, you know, I'm pretty sure by update 5 that we've got them all. But yeah, that's it's something that is very labor intensive. And you're absolutely right, it makes the game matter. And so we do it as much as we can. We'll try to do it even more in the future because you know, recurring characters are our favorite thing.
Did you
Your turn again.
Because you bring your hand up a minute ago.
Yeah, you can go first. That's fine.
With the player, the dialogue responses, I noticed when I read it, there was a very neutral tone given to it in a subtle way. Was that done consciously with the thought that the player doesn't have a soul?
No.
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 It's a standard in Elder Scrolls games, actually. And when I came in, probably because I had just come from BioWare, there was two things I said. It would be really cool if we could do these things. And it was unequivocally told no. One was emotional content and player responses, because it's not done unless it's speechcraft, and I mentioned that earlier. The other one was, for instance, in a BioWare game, you could be talking to one character and there could be another NPC that joins in the middle of the conversation, so you have three-way conversations. Doesn't happen in Elder Scrolls. You talk to one person. When you exit the conversation, theater happens based on the result of your conversation. And that's the way, that's a tradition. And we didn't want to deviate from that. We didn't want to say, oh, this is a better way to do it, because everybody loves Elder Scrolls games. And there's a certain magic to those things. And we wanted those expectations to be fulfilled.
Yes, as you said, it's intended to make meaningful choices in the game. And I think, could it be possible to employ a karma system, like you're getting good points or bad points for one choice, and your character is a little more shining or
dark side and light side for us.
Yeah. There was something like that in the Fallout games, and we early on we considered that, and we decided that. Given the tone of moral ambiguity that you find in the Elder Scrolls titles in the single-player games, where you can make whatever choice you want, and then you can choose to be a paladin this time, you can choose to be a total rat bastard the next time in a different location, and it's entirely within the player's purview to make those choices.
It's not always a light side and a dark side choice either. Sometimes it's a bad choice and a worse choice.
Right.
There's a lot of weakness to it.
And so we decided that to be Elder Scrolls-y, that we wanted to retain that, because when you have a karma system, you are reinforcing what choices the player makes, so that the more they make this choice, the more they make this choice. And what that does is, it means that those choices over there start to dwindle and disappear. So that over time, characters like in the Fable games, right, they tend to go one pole or the other. You have to work really hard to stay in the middle in a game that has that kind of system. And we didn't see the value of it. So we entertained that thought, but then we decided that we would leave every choice up to the players every time. Yes?
Should players be on the lookout for Easter eggs inside the game?
No.
Elder Scrolls appropriate Easter eggs.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. We tried to police. You can't police whether somebody uses their friend's name in it. There's just no way to tell. We tell people over and over again, and like I said, I look for those things that are obviously out of place, and Lawrence is also looking at anachronisms especially. So we try and do most of them. I mean, this game series, the franchise, has such a great, rich history that we have plenty of Easter eggs that are just Elder Scrolls Easter eggs. Mike the Liar showing up, things like that are Shiogora showing, those things that you just, oh wow, this is great. It reminds me of Morrowind, or it reminds me of Daggerfall, or so appropriate ones. And there are. I mean, there's a lot of little bits of humor that we've put in the things that we've tried to do. The one thing that I like that we did add recently was I think it was a Kotaku article where it was The Onion did a thing with the NPC who was guarding his barrel, and we actually went and put that item in the barrel. Or actually, I think we put a note in the barrel saying that I found this here, referencing the Onion article. But it was completely appropriate within the world. It wasn't glaringly anachronistic or.
Yeah, the Easter eggs we try to put in are are contextual Easter eggs, right? So that this guy here will refer to something that guy said way the hell over there. And, you may never get it, most people may never get it, but if people who get it will say, oh yeah, I know what that means, that refers to that guy over there. So that's, those may be more effort than they're worth, really. But yeah, we do this. Yes? You?
One question I had about recurring characters, because there's one thing you mentioned earlier that's so great. You guys were lucky enough to work with some really outstanding actors and actresses on the game. And for the release version of the game, this was really awesome. How easy is it for you to bring back characters, given
That's a good question. Well, those roles are called stunt casting generally, and it's a great thing. It's great publicity. People who are fans of these actors who might not otherwise see news about the game see this, and they're also fabulous actors. Getting John Cleese was like the highlight of my career, because we didn't have a character for him. We found out that he was available, and we created one for him. I created one for him, and I memorized every line the guy's ever said in his life. An old Monty Python fan, but potentially we could. There are many we would like to bring back. Some of our main cast aren't really stunt cast. They're sort of upper level people like Jennifer Hale and Kevin Michael Richardson, who aren't like Bill Nye is tough, Dumbledore is tough. Alfred Molina is tough, but I would get him back because he was awesome. Yeah. But we would like to. And there are also, without getting spoilery, there are chances that some of these characters might not be around anymore. And if we did bring them back, we would want them to be available to everybody. So we'll see. We've talked about it. There are many we would like to.
Sure.
Yes.
Will we see any more a story based around the tribunal in the future? For me personally, that's a story that's really intrigued me, and I loved seeing Almalexia in the Ebonheart Pack storyline. Will we see any more of that type of thing in the future?
I can't tell you that we will.
Yeah.
That would be spoilery. I can't talk about
Can't say
that. Sounds good.
But that would be really cool.
Yes.
Can we expect something like a dungeon compendium for your dungeons? What is the story of the bosses? Why is this dungeon there?
We try to do that with lore books as much as we can. Dropping them in. Part of the problem with dungeons is you're with your group and everybody's in a big hurry and nobody wants to stop while you read a book. But there are lore books throughout that we do that as much as possible,
For
and
the
we're
bosses,
constantly
so we can get the story of what this boss and this boss and the veteran.
We try to, and we're constantly adding them because we don't need VO for them. So it's really easy to just write a few more books and add them to the
Maybe
game.
if you find NPCs or something in there, they walk with your group, but they're talking while you're walking, kind of thing.
We try to. That gets tough, especially because if you have a group dungeon, you need a lot of enemies, and it can be a frame rate killer. Everybody's got spell effects going off, and the enemies are fighting and stuff, and every single additional person that you add. So those tend to be.
It'd be worse than PvP.
Yeah, 1 to 4, 4-player dungeons or single player. And actually, I would actually brings up an interesting point that I've been wanting to ask you guys to see what you think. Some of our content, obviously, the main quest and the guilds, were intentionally done as single-player instances because we can do storytelling. You would never be able to go to Sancretor with 3 of the companions with you, all talking back and forth and being with them, if we had a multiplayer experience there, because we would have had to have 4 times as many spawns, and it would have been a nightmare. Does that, in a multiplayer game, that was a choice we made, but we're starting to think in future content, do we want to make this, you can go with your friend, or do we want to have them 4-person? Is the single player chapters of the story frustrating to somebody that plays a multiplayer game?
No. I get a lot of resistance for it, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I run a casual community, mostly elderly.
Yeah.
And there are people that cannot progress. We've tried it
by themselves?
Times. Yeah, by themselves. They cannot progress it to save their life.
That's interesting. Huh.
But from a storyline aspect, if you take it away and make it a group atmosphere, you no longer feel like the hero. And that really kills your immersion in the game.
It would be kind of nice if they can basically hire a friend to be a henchman. to come along with them for their story.
And that's something we've talked about too. We'd love to
Because
do something.
it would be nice to be able to go in and help this lady out. I mean, she gets so frustrated, and you know, she's like, "This is like the 150th time I try this, and I always die." And it's like, yeah, you need to learn how to dodge.
Yeah.
But you know, you can't harp on a.
How old is she?
She's 75.
I love her. That's fantastic.
So, but you can't harp on a 75-year-old.
My mom still doesn't know what I do for a living.
Right. So.
I'm sorry. Did you do something there?
Yeah, I just wanted to get in his idea, because in the Old Republic it was possible to take someone with you in the instance, but it was still only your instance, and he didn't make any progress. He also had to do it later, but he was able to help you, so you wouldn't have the problem that there are 6 or 9 or 12 characters with you.
Yeah.
It's still just Titan 1, Edna, and Sai Sahan.
Yeah.
One time, everyone, but the other player could help you, and I think this
Yeah.
would really help a lot of solo players
Yeah,
in the game.
we've talked about that for sure. I would even love to see something similar to them, even if it's your quest. Say you're the person who is, it's your version of the quest, and you come up and you talk to them. At Star Wars, we had a thing where if you were in group, the conversation wouldn't start playing unless the other person came up and was within distance. But we could do it. We wouldn't never have the group conversation thing. That wouldn't work with our game because our characters aren't voiced. But we could do something like their dialogue options are grayed out, but they get to see the conversation and all of that. I like that idea a lot. It's something we've discussed.
That'd be perfect. It'd give us a way to put training wheels on them.
Yeah, exactly. Great. That's great. Great feedback. Thanks.
You can go first. I've already asked a couple.
If you started writing about boats, would they have to make them and put them in the game?
We have boats.
So it's like the never-ending story. You just,
you're mistaking the tail for the dog.
Exactly.
It's you mean actual physical moving
There's a lot of
boats in the
people
game?
that would like some boats in the
that
game.
technology, it's what's called MAGs. It's moving platforms for things like elevators and it's very expensive and very difficult to do. And I don't know if it gives us enough bang for the buck. We'd rather, justice system is a huge effort for our department too, because every character in the game has to respond to justice system now. So everybody needs lines on them. So that's a huge amount of stuff. To go and put the technological expertise into that where, I don't know that it would be a big enough payoff. But I would like to see it. And it's certainly possible in the future, but I don't think in the near term it's probably going to happen.
Okay. In regards to creative control, with a character like Cadwell that was very well written, very well acted, that you guys created from scratch, does Bethesda come in at any point and say, this is ours, we control what happens from here on, or is it just open to you to do whatever you want to do?
It's their prerogative. They're entitled to do whatever they want with the property.
But I'll tell you, we love Bethesda games, and I would love for them to take our characters and do something in the future, because their games take place hundreds of years in the future.
But they wouldn't limit your storyline with it as long as it was within the lore of the actual world itself?
They could if they wanted to, but they haven't shown any interest in it. I mean, here's the thing about creative control with the capital C's, right? Which is that for people like us who've worked in this business since the dawn of time, it's all about collaboration. We don't own these characters, Even the people who have the voice of the character, or in charge of the voice of the character, they know very well that this is all. We all make this game. Hundreds of people made this game. So when somebody steps up and says, "Yeah, well, you can't mess with this because I made that, and that's my thing," you show them the door.
That's true, and it's fun when you're getting stuff from another writer that you're doing a pass on. When you find great stuff, you don't have to change. I wrote a lot of Cadwell's funny lines, but "Victory, thy name is Cadwell" was Bill Slavisek's, and I love that line. He did some great stuff on it, and the other content designers on that team just put in some great stuff. So yeah, I may tweak it a little bit. They hadn't saying what too much to me. It didn't sound John Cleese to me. So
just one more thing about creative control and collaboration. Okay, when you're a game designer, if you're really thinking about what you're doing, the really serious game designers are always thinking about the fact that your collaborator is, in addition to you're working with with 2, 3, 50, 200 other people to make the game. Your ultimate collaborators are the thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions of players who play with the game, right? And their choices, their decisions make the ultimate experience that occurs. And in a multiplayer game, they're collaborating with all the other people who are making those decisions too, right? So you know, you really have to be open and feel like I am making stuff for everybody else to have fun with, right? I am giving them the potential to go and do cool things, and it's theirs. It's not mine, it's everybody's. So that's it. That's
if I could add to that, having worked 10 years in film and TV, where I went to my cave and I wrote, and I came back and they said, we like this, we don't like this, and I go back and I did, you know, it was not a collaborative process. They would give me bad notes and I would try and make them not so bad and turn in my next draft, and it was once I started working in the game industry, I never looked back for a second. Everybody has this, oh, it would be great to be a screenwriter, and I have many, many friends who are writing for film and TV that I've had for decades, and many of them are successful, and very little of their stuff gets made, and it's always frustrating. I wouldn't go back. You could probably pay me to go back there. It'd be a lot.
I could go on and on about the whole genre's roots in tabletop, but yes.
So I'm definitely coming from an MMO background, although I've enjoyed all the Elder Scrolls titles before. One thing that I kind of miss as a player in ESO is the feeling that the world at times is much larger than myself, and that may be at odds sometimes with trying to always paint you as the hero, but I sometimes like feeling like I'm part of something bigger, and I feel like in ESO there's not a lot of characters that are presented as being more powerful than the player. There's not sort of like legends of the world that, you know, exist as forces that, like, I'm not really afraid or in awe of anyone I meet, and in other games you might, I guess like in D&D you might think of like an Elminster or Warcraft like a Grom Hellscream, or even in the Elder Scrolls franchise itself like a Dive Fear or something. You know, there's these sort of legendary characters that's like, whoa, you know, this guy is like a real badass.
They do appear throughout the game. A lot of the ones that are legendary heroes are they're not hostile. We've had a few cases, like in the main quest at one point, you go into a Redguard tomb and you fight some of the classic sword singers that are brought back.
Yeah, but they're very beatable though. They're like weak, and I mean, like Sai Sahan seems like a total badass. Like
what you're saying there though is gameplay and combat, which is a very, very different thing than what we do. So I can agree with you in some ways and stuff, and it's part of what the combat and balance team has been working on. But from our point of view, we try to make them sound as badass as possible and as cool as possible. But you know, their toughness within the game that's kind of not above our pay grade.
Maybe for like the hero, that if you're gonna have that sense of awe about someone, it's probably best that you don't ever actually fight them, because that it's sort of at odds with having gameplay be fun and having that lore.
We did do that with Vanis Galarian.
Yeah.
And
that's a good example.
And we put off actually coming to face with Manamarco as long as we could.
Yeah.
But you got to beat him.
Yes.
But we you know, arguably, you know, you're right, especially in a game that has an alliance war, in which you should have larger than life figures who are directing this war and stuff. But it's you know, there are other players who say who bristle when they encounter a character who is fundamentally more powerful and more badass than they are, and it's like, you know, I'm supposed to be the hero of this goddamn game. Who's this asshole? I want his helmet. Why can't I kill him and take his helmet? You know, so we have to balance this.
We did try and do that, like Queen Iron, who all of us really liked. This sort of, you know, the young elf among the elves who are hundreds of years old, who's really cool and really experienced for her really short years. And she was a really cool character, and in Tenzelwell, she actually joins you. You go with her into the underground there and fight with her. And she's running off ahead of you to fight things before you can even get there. So we did try and do some of that, but we also don't want to take agency away from the player. We do want the player to feel like the hero of his own story. So I think it's a fine line to walk. You're right, though. I agree with, you know, from a dramatic standpoint, it gives you something to aspire to.
So
Sorry,
going
go on.
on to the Manny Marco thing, that just reminded me of when you're, I can't remember where you are, but he's lying there being tortured by Molag Bal's minions and stuff, and you have an option to let him rot in hell, or
release him.
Or release him, and the one thing, the beef I have with this is kind of, it didn't make a difference really if you left him there. Or
Here's the thing, there were certain characters like Manny Marco who appears in later Elder Scrolls games that have already been released but that take place in the future of our game. So we couldn't, whether you released him or somebody else released him, somebody released him because he's in the future games. So we had to make sure that we spent a lot of time looking, and we find it very clever when we can do that behind the scenes, sort of set it up so that no matter what happens, these characters will be in the right position to continue the events that happen in Morrowind or in Oblivion, where we sort of foreshadow those things, so that if you happen to play them in that order or you really know those games well, you might go, oh, wow. So this is the guy who eventually does that, or was the guy they talked about in this, and we're trying to do that more and more as we go on for future planning. I wish I could talk more about it.
yeah, that's why, because I saw that as the main storyline, one of the most important choices you have for forgiving someone, you know.
Yeah.
And I was hoping you guys would put a little, I don't know how you can do it, I'm not a writer, but more weight on that decision, because that like to forgive this human.
It's also a situation where he has been he has betrayed his master Molag Bal. So to an extent, Molag Bal is going to gets more votes than you on what's going to happen to Manny Marco. And there's it's nothing good. It's just but yeah, Wynn's absolutely right. We know what happens to him in the future, and so we have to set that up, and we can't either redeem him or kill him permanently.
That was a good, that is really good feedback. The thing was, that was the end of his story, so it would have to be done through a long, protracted conversation with him, which at that point in the story, we thought kind of broke the action. At that point, everybody's ready to go stop the flame meld and kill Molag Bal, or defeat Molag Bal, because you can't kill a Daedric prince, ever.
Well, it's because I was took by surprise. It was cool that I was given even the opportunity to forgive this man who has been curb-stomping me the whole game.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, the cells along the side of that room contain other characters, and depending on who you defeated or saved, different characters showed up in those, and all of them you could go do it too. It was kind of a little Easter eggy kind of a thing. It wasn't originally part of the storyline for that, but we were like, wouldn't it be cool if we put this in? So we ended up doing it.
So one of the things I noticed, just playing through the story, was that the theme of like these aliens or these Yakutans was a lot more present in ESO than in previous games. I guess my question is like, how did you guys choose to incorporate those groups of people in this game versus possibly others, or maybe even just revealing more information about Argonians or whatever?
Which we will do that.
Yeah, I just thought that was very interesting. I wanted to hear your thoughts.
It's because of our strange situation of being a prequel sequel that it's easier for us to reach into the past, the times before ESO, and talk about what has happened with the ancient Yakutans and reveal more secrets about the Aliens and stuff like that, because it doesn't box Bethesda Game Studios into any particular limits in the future on whatever they want to do with the single-player games. So that's one reason why Craglorn is all about things that happened way in the past, and so is a lot of the Aldmeri Dominion stuff. It's just it leaves more options open for the series. It's just people really like getting more intimations about this very long, deep history that the Elder Scrolls have.
Well, I also in previous installments, Skyrim is all Cyrodiil. It's just one small section. We cover all of the ground of all the previous games and then some. So we have big areas, a huge Redguard area, several zones that cover them, and there's all this history and stuff that we want to. So we have the time, and we quite frankly need the topics to create all this content. There's way more than in any previous single game has ever done. So we end up doing that. We look through, Bethesda has a lore wiki. We look through the online stuff because there's great stuff there too. and look for little germs, little seeds of stories that we can sort of get into and tell more about it and explore those things. A lot of the Argonian, even in our game, I think we explored more of, already have explored more of the Argonian stuff with the histories and the hatching pools and all of that. Than we've never seen that stuff in previous Elder Scrolls games, and we have more coming, a lot more. I would like to do more Khajiit as well because I love those guys.
Yes.
In your game, there's much exploration, and if you talk with NPCs or find a book, and in the book there is a reference to the POE, to the point of interest, then you see it on the map, and you can go there, and you can exploration do without books and without NPCs, and you find it also. It's an idea, but if I speak to an NPC or find a book, and this would reveal something that I not can find if I go through the
then it will be something that will be locked?
So, yes.
Yeah, well, those kind of, just from a technical standard, those kind of permissions, can I enter this door or not, are based on a quest state that you're in. So what we would need to do would be to actually push a quest to you through it, and we have talked about doing that.
Yeah. So I would find a book, and there would as information behind the waterfall. There you can find, and I can find it. There is a wall, and I can find it.
There are actually some circumstances of that happening. Generally, it's the book as an object in the world is an interactable object that serves as a quest giver, and you bring it up. The problem is we like the book interface with the parchment and everything. Generally, you get the conversation interface with that, so it's a little less. We usually do it with like a note or or an object like that, where the text has the description. We're talking about the possibility of actually bestowing quests using the book interface, which I would love to do. I think that would be great.
Yeah, we need to get some extra tech for that.
We need some extra tech, and we have so many things, especially, like I said again, Justice System is so much new tech that's going to hit every area of the game, and that's really our focus right now. And I think you guys will appreciate it.
But speaking of Justice System, there will be some things you'll be hearing about later today called bandit dens, that if you're an enforcer, that you can only get to by doing enforcer stuff. And they're not available to anybody who hasn't...
We can't give away other people's spoilers.
Yep. Sorry.
They'll come in and they'll be like, we already heard about this.
Yes.
Could you tell us more about the process of creation? Because as every writer knows, it's very important to keep pace in a story, and it's a very difficult thing to do. And not all media types translate over, so screenplays don't exactly translate into gaming, so as they don't translate into literature. How, coming from such a varied background as you both come from, how do you kind of keep track of that and keep that pace going to fit it into the whole cinematic and action feel of the game?
It's a very big deal for me as somebody who came from a different field coming into it, and it's a lot of, I don't know if any of you guys saw our Twitch live stream, but I talked about this a little bit in that. The most important thing as a writer, and obviously as a designer, but as a writer, if you're coming in from another medium, is you have to know, you have to be a game player. You have to know what the medium is about and how it works, because it's very, very different. There's also the difference between writing text that is meant to be read, like World of Warcraft dialogue, or that is meant to be VO'd by an actor, because there's a very different cadence to it. People, if you're reading and you read an incomplete sentence, it feels awkward. But people don't talk in complete sentences. They talk in sentence fragments, they trail off, they say, all of those things. That there's an art to doing that, and that's about hiring really good writers. I think we got really, really lucky. And early on, when I came on, our writing team was half the size. We doubled it in the first 3 months I was here, and just got some really good people. It didn't hurt that I came off of Star Wars, and they had trimmed some of their staff, and they grabbed some of their best people, so that was a really good thing. But yeah, there's definitely challenges to doing that. It is a very different medium, and even from the point of view like a first-person shooter versus an online RPG, and single player versus multiplayer, they all have different challenges. It's a difficult thing to do. One of the biggest challenges in our game, because when you're writing single, we call them SATs or barks, that are the lines that are recorded that when theater is happening between two NPCs, they're saying them. Those actors are very seldom in the same room when they're doing them, and they're doing tons of lines and reading them. So it's really important to have those lines, to take the time to write a line and also give notes about how it should be delivered, so that when all of that is assembled together, it sounds like a natural conversation, and it's exciting, and it tells a story. And it's difficult to do. Sometimes they come back and the actor's reading of that line, because they recorded one line in the middle of it, an hour away from when they recorded the 4 other lines in that dialogue, doesn't sound right. The balance is off, and we have to do pickups, and they have to go in and re-record them, and so it's a real challenge. And like I said, the tendency with writing little bursts of dialogue that are going to, the game tools are going to pull from an action list and say, play this line on this NPC, play this line on this NPC, have this guy walk here, play this line on this NPC. All of those timings, when you're doing them as a writer, you have a little block. You don't have a script. You're not seeing the whole thing. You have to write the lines individually, and there's a tendency to just kind of burn through them and do them quickly because it's not as much fun. But you can't do that, because those dramatic, for the people who do pay attention to the theater, that's where the game comes alive. When you come out of that conversation and stuff starts happening around you and you see this going on and you feel like you're there, it's critical. So we really have to pay attention to all of that stuff. It's definitely a challenge. It's definitely a challenge.
And as I think you were alluding to, you know, when you're writing in other media, you really try to build up a head of steam and get your head into the space where it's one of the functions that Win and I serve here is that when our writers get stuck, when they get off track, when they're just unsure of themselves, they'll come and ask us. Our door is always open, and you know, we never get to build up a head of steam on anything, because we've got writers and content designers coming in through the door all day long saying, can we do this, and well, how do we do that, and I'm thinking about this, and what do you think of this character? And so it's up to us to kind of nudge them on and keep them moving and
focus, stay on target.
Yes, in ESO we can be a vampire or a werewolf. So can we expect in the future to be a zombie or werefish or something?
Interesting.
Would you like that?
To be a slaughterfish. Yes.
A zombie.
You want to be? That's the first I've heard anybody express that interest, actually. I want to be a were-slaughterfish.
Land sharks.
We'll take that under advisement. The zombies and the werewolves are being those things. Those are things that have been traditionally possible in the single-player games. That doesn't mean that we can't add other things, but those were base things that we knew we had to have. But beyond that, it's interesting to think about. What to think about that? Make a note. Yes.
So gameplay comes first, and then you guys fill in the pieces to make the story compelling. Given the way that questing works in ESO, the gameplay for questing is fairly directed. It makes it very easy for the player to figure out where you need to go and what you need to do. Have you thought of any creative ways to maybe write, puzzles or mysteries? Given the way that gameplay already exists, is that possible to do in future content where maybe there's something the player can figure out without it being sort of shoved down their throat quite as directly?
We have little vignettes and things that happen all over the game. We call IC, or independent content. It's not really a full POI. It's not really a full quest even. It's just a little thing you stumble on. You can talk to some people and do things. We're always trying to add more of that stuff to the game because we love that. Those little things that you find. And yeah, we've talked about puzzles in the world that are just there, and if you figure out how to work them, you get a reward for them, things like that. So we're always brainstorming this kind of stuff. It's about prioritizing. What would be cool to add? What do we have time to add? But more importantly, what do you guys want? Sure. Because that's why we do things like this. Because we want to know, you like this, you don't like this. We don't want to spend time doing stuff that you guys really aren't interested in. So the more you tell us you want to see that stuff, the more likely it is that you'll see it.
But certainly, Justice System, and then later stories and content for eventually Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood will pull us inevitably in that direction. So yeah, we'll be doing more of that. It's hard though, because it's so easily subject to misinterpretation by the players, And then, when the player misinterprets something that we think was obvious, the player is certain that it's our fault. And you know, they don't like that. So it's hard. Yeah, you've got to come up with stuff that's pretty bulletproof.
Working hard. Working Sundays.
Okay.
I just wanted to piggyback on her zombie werefish comment. With the lore of the game, it already indicates that there is multiple types of lycanthropes, and they come from different regions. Has been thought of adding the were lion and the were bear and the were shark and things like that in the future?
It's always on our list of expansion stuff we'd like to do. It has not yet risen to the level of.
It's a pretty big long list.
Yeah. This is more important than this other stuff we're going to do. So, yeah, I'd love to have werebears. Cool. Wereboars. I want to be a wereboar.
You get one more yet?
Just to go off of what he's saying, like the quest in the Aldmeri side with the riddles, that was like one of my favorite quests from Gary.
Which
riddle shoot? It was on the little island outside.
Oh, sort of the treasure hunt kind of a thing, where you had to go.
Well, he had a whole bunch of like objects on there, and he's saying riddles. You got to pick which object.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, I do remember that. Yeah, that was fun. We have some really great content designers that love to design puzzles. So and yeah, they're they're really cool. They're fun to sort of write around too and support. We just have a great team here. We really do. These guys are so much fun to work with, and they're so talented. There's so much raw talent in the studio, more than any company I've ever worked with. And I've worked with some great companies, so we're really happy to be here. So thanks a lot, you guys. We got to wrap it up.
Gina's making us leave.
Gina's being a bully. No. But thanks a lot. Great questions.
In case you haven't already noticed, Gina's the bad cop.
She's tough. Don't cry.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, take two.
There you go. Like that.
We're here to talk about trials, dungeons, and arenas.
Woohoo!
My name's Jeremy Serra. I'm the lead for the Dungeons and Trials team. I'm going to be joined today by Jason Barnes, Mike Finnegan, Robbie Stevens, and heckling me from the back will be Joe Blackburn. Thought it might be interesting to tell you a little bit about our different team roles. Bear in mind we wear many hats, so this isn't necessarily any given person's job so much as many people's jobs often. We have boss designers who also do encounter design, basically challenging fights and interesting mechanics. We have Kai. Oh, right, we do. We have content designers, fiction writers, level designers, and world builders. Effects artists, animators, audio engineers, quality assurance, and a producer, which is everybody else. So we've identified 3 issues that we've been trying to work with. The first one is player incentives. What reason do you have for coming back to our Dungeons and Trials? I'm sorry? And is that enough? That's one of the things we're evaluating. Additionally, we're looking at game balance, and then finally play experience. What's fun about what we've done? What can we do to improve that experience moving backwards, as well as what can we do to create new interesting mechanics moving forwards? So these are kind of the things that we're looking at. There are many more. This is just kind of a broad spectrum. So, moving forward, extremely soon, you all have probably heard about scaling. Our dungeons are going to start scaling to the group leader's level. When you're using the LFG tool, it will be plus or minus 2 levels from your group leader. The dungeons will unlock at the levels they previously unlocked. Yes. So, for example, Banished Cells, you could get into it. It will scale from level 15 all the way up to veteran rank 12.
It's 10. Yeah, we unlocked the dungeons in tiers. So originally tier 1 unlocked at 10, and pretty much it's more or less the level band's the same, but it's basically every 7 levels, every tier will unlock until tier 6. And then moving into veteran ranks, all of the normal dungeons will scale to veteran, up to veteran rank 12. Excuse me, and that unlocks immediately. That unlocks as soon as you hit Vet Rank 1. That's something we actually did a couple months ago. As we said, hey, you can walk into any veteran dungeon at Vet Rank 1. We don't want to have to make people tier that progression more. Granted, the newer content, the newer veteran dungeons are generally harder or have harder mechanics. The thing we're doing right now is basically with Update 5, Veteran City of Ash will lock at rank 14. You'll only be able to play it at rank 14. And that's to keep exclusivity and to keep the items and everything you get in there exclusive to players at the high end. And then we will allow the dungeon to scale later on. Anyway, sorry.
No, please. The idea being, as new content comes online, we'll increase the cap. So there's one cool thing signed at the end. At the moment, it is Veteran City of Ash will be coming up to fill that slot. Additionally, as you can imagine, the changes that we made to scaling meant that because our dungeons were designed for specific level ranges, we had to do a fair amount of balance adjustments to make sure that things would scale well across the various levels. We took a massive amount of QA data, compiled data and feedback, and then made tweaks to the mobs, what health they have, what damage they have, as well as doing an audit on the abilities to ensure that they would scale appropriately. So something that hits you at level 15 that then hits you at veteran rank 12 will feel appropriately the same. Naturally, mileage may vary. One of the big things that will change this is the champion system as it comes online. We'll have to continue evaluating our balance. This will continue to be an ongoing process, and I'd be happy to have any feedback in terms of what things are relative to the balance and how things feel. One of the things that's difficult is we set a goal in terms of what our balance should be, and then we're trying to ensure that it is actually what our player base is interested in, because it's difficult sometimes to figure out what is too hard, what is too easy. And that's kind of one of the things that we look at in terms of balance. Grouping improvements. One of the things that we've done is we've been maintaining live. We've seen that people have issues with sharing quests. We see that people like to enter instances and they feel like that instance should advance properly as you advance later in the quests. Ultimately, we will update all of our dungeon instances to support this, so as you enter into a dungeon, it will set your quest step to the appropriate step relative to the group. We've also been evaluating the older dungeons to determine what things we can change to ensure that the experience will be solid all the way through. You've also heard about Undaunted Enclaves. If you haven't, hey, we've got Undaunted Enclaves now. In each capital will be an Undaunted Enclave. You will find Undaunted NPCs there. They will offer normal and veteran dungeon quests. Completing optional objectives, for example, killing all of the bosses in a normal dungeon or completing one of the hard objectives in a veteran dungeon will grant you a better key, which translates to a better reward from a different chest. The keys are bronze, silver, and gold. Additionally, coming up in this next package, we have Veteran City of Ash. I'm excited to show you that, or give you a couple teasers to that today. And then we have been working on Imperial City Prison, and we kind of want to give you a sneak peek at that as well. That is an update unannounced at the moment, I believe. So, moving on. City of Ash. You all may recall in the previous incarnation of City Ash. Moving on. It's changed.
Now we've got everyone's attention.
You were asking about that one objective. Anyway, yes.
I like that dungeon.
So, in the previous dungeon, Gilrain, our quest giver, strikes a deal with Mehrunes Dagon at the end of the dungeon. She is going to replace the Razor Master that you killed with enthusiasm, and she's going to enter the Deadlands to honor her deal. You end the quest with her husband Finganian, who has been lounging around the entire first portion of the quest. He swears to move heaven and Nirn to save her. No, stuff's on fire. So, months pass. The fires go out. Nature reclaims the city of Ash. You come back and you join an undaunted expedition led by Finganian. You are going to do what was promised in the original quest, and you're going to go through the portal into the Deadlands and reunite Finganian with Gilrain. I might introduce Mike Finganian.
Finnegan. My name's Finnegan.
Right. Sorry, man.
No relation.
You're from the city of Ash.
No.
All right. Anyway, that's enough talking. Let's show you something. This is our lovely video capture, so it's not as awesome as it could be. You'll note that we completely revisualized, thank you sir, the play space. Things are not on fire. Some of the trees that had been burnt are now crispified and actually burnt down. The color scheme is no longer red, it is now blue. That said, that's just one part of it. When you get to what was the end of the previous dungeon at the portal, you find your first mini-boss event, and then the bulk of the dungeon takes place through the portal in the Deadlands. This fight incorporates 3 bad guys, whatever we're calling them. So it's 3 boss fights.
There's basically a tank, a healer, and a DPS that you're kind of having to deal with in a fight where you have to take down all 3 before the encounter completes. And then once you're done with them, you can walk through to the Deadlands. So the monsters kind of teleport around, so players have to move around the space. And we really wanted to just kind of we wanted to have the last fight, this fight take place with the last fight, did kind of the first encounter, the first hard encounter you come up into. And then after the fact, you walk into the Deadlands, and this is kind of the first vista you get.
Yesterday I showed too much. Today I'm making sure I show enough. I want you all to be able to experience it. There's some awesome stuff. Pardon me. When I get nervous, I tend to curse. There's some awesome stuff that I'm dying for you all to see. That said, you're only going to see some of the awesome. You're going to have to wait. Yes, that's exactly it. Boom, we've gone through the portal. We are now in the Deadlands. Our world builder, Mike Marciano, did an awesome job of kind of rebuilding and re-envisioning a modern version of what the Deadlands might look like. Boss fight 2, you want to talk about Horgantooth the Fire Maw?
Yeah, so this is kind of the first full harder encounter. And it's basically a green armored Daedroth. We don't have green Daedroths in the game currently. With Update 5, we're going to be introducing them because they are specific monsters to Meru's Dagon's Deadlands. And so here we kind of have a unique model and asset here for this green armored Daedroth. So really, he's really huge, he's really big, and we really want to play up his mass. So you can kind of see him punching the ground here, causing earthquakes everywhere. One thing we really want to try to focus on here, since we're taking the players into the Deadlands, Joey, just want to pause it real quick. One thing we really want to try to focus on also is kind of saying like, well, all right, there's Dremora who live here. There's people who this is where they are. And in the game Oblivion, they showed they had a little bit of where they lived, but here we kind of really want to focus on like what would they do, like what would they be doing here. So we kind of went with a Mad Max post-apocalyptic style of world building, so that you enter this place and you're kind of surrounded by these Dremora all the time. They're obviously going to try to stop your progress as you go. And so Horvor the Fire Maw is kind of the first big step into progressing through the dungeon after the portal.
He gets really mad.
Next. So we're kind of moving later in the dungeon here. It opens up a little bit more. You get to see more of the Deadlands. Don't want to spoil too much. And here we have our version of the Titan. So the Titan is a specific monster that we created. Yeah, you can keep it going. Yeah, he made that guy crispy. You can see that guy crispy on the ground. But
that's his name.
Titans are something specifically that we created for the Elder Scrolls Online. And so when creating, our kind of full-on version of the Deadlands, we really wanted to make sure we feature that monster again. So what we have here is kind of a variant of it we're calling the Ash Titan. And so obviously, since Meru's Dagon's kind of like our version of Hell, it's very fire-based. It does a lot of fire-based abilities. So go ahead and play it.
So sorry, vampires.
So, and I mean, one thing we see a lot with these boss encounters, right, is players kind of like to group up. They like to kind of stay as close as possible together to kind of maximize their healing and DPS. So this fight, and a lot of the fights you'll see kind of going forward, really try to spread the player base around and try to kind of push them around these play spaces so that they can't just be clumped up all the time. You can see here there's a lot of fire. There's a lot of fire.
A lot of fire.
And so, you know, one thing, since it's a big monster, we really focus on, especially when we're level designing these new spaces, and make sure players have enough room to, you know, move around, deal with the play space, deal with these special monsters that appear, you know, ads and such during the fight, and, you know, really give you enough room so that you can deal with the encounter. And it's hard. It's pretty hard. So we've had a lot of good reactions internally so far.
You saw Finganian and Gilrain get reunited. I won't spoil you with the details. This would be your third introduction to the main bad guy at the end, Vulcan Scoria. You'll note he's a magma dude. I don't want to leave. That's pretty much all I want to say. Fire might be involved. Vulcan Scoria, S-K-O-R-I-A.
Valken is a title.
Here is, yes, and Valken is a title, and here is just a little teaser to his play space.
Last thing you hear is Dear God.
So
it's like the Antichrist dungeon for vampires.
It's the Deadlands. There's fire.
Yeah.
We're making lots of werewolf improvements in update 5.
Should have thought of that before you became a vampire.
Yeah. No one's a vampire guy.
Now, would assless chaps drop from the city of Ass?
That's the special rare.
The Ass Titan.
The B-roll.
We'll discuss that later.
Going downhill. All right, moving on. As you all may have heard of the Imperial City, we are doing the Imperial City Prison. I thought it might be interesting, since we're still in our design phases even. I have my design face on, I'm not sure if you see. Since we're in our design phase, to give you all an idea of what our process is like. These are not actually our internal names, but let's call the first stage preparation because you're getting prepared and stuff. One of the things we do in our preparation phase is, in this case, because this is a dungeon that people all have been to before, players will have certain expectations. We'll actually go into Oblivion, get a feel for what's going on, what are the quests that are related to it, what the play space is like in Oblivion, try and evaluate it both for our needs, how is it going to fit in terms of our mobs. For example, I can tell you the original Imperial Prison area is pretty freaking teeny, so if you want to fit 4 guys in there and have them kill stuff, it's small. So that's one of the things that you need to consider is we also have this expectation, because I as a player, I remember that, and I am dying to make sure that other players that have that same expectation can see it. Since the Imperial City Prison focused heavily in the tutorial of Oblivion, that's something that I expect will be on a lot of people's minds. So one of the things we're doing is evaluating things to get a feel for what the play space might be, what are our fixture needs in terms of what buildings might we want, what cool propping might we want. Is there some sort of an interesting candelabra that one might put on the table? In this case, we looked at what they had available in terms of the vista from the original Oblivion and how they had envisioned it. And we asked for a whole bunch of fixture support, and they created what you see here, and you'll get a little bit better view of it. But just to give you an idea, a good portion of our entrance foyer, which we felt we needed to pay off, was something that we asked for fixture support, because we definitely wanted to show what people wanted to see. When I walk in that door, I want the same feeling I got from Oblivion, even though it's 700 years earlier, etc., etc. Additionally, this same phase, we're working on brainstorming our story ideas, what our bosses might be, what interesting locations we might want, either for theater moments, for story beats, for boss locations, just for interesting flavor scenes. And we're always trying to keep an eye on what are our big moments that we have in our dungeons. Sometimes our stories will inform our bosses, sometimes our bosses will inform our stories. In this particular case, we kind of cued in pretty early on what boss we wanted. I'll get to that later, but that helped kind of inform our choice. Daedra are involved in this dungeon, maybe a little crazy. Alright, so once we're satisfied with that, we move into our pitch phases, or our pitches phase, if you would rather. In this case, what we decided on was a key pitch. Lyrinth wants revenge on the Warden. I'm not sure if you all are familiar with Lyrinth. She was one of the Daedra that was a quest giver in Tenmar Walk, Tower of Lies, and the Reaver Citadel. We kind of liked her as a character. She's got an interesting, I don't actually like you as a player sort of feel to her, which is sort of an interesting kind of opportunity for us to have just a not classic either damsel in distress or this is a classic just go kill this storyline. So you have a reason for wanting to interfere with her. Basically, she mocks the player a whole bunch, and it's kind of fun. But just in case you, as a player, don't like the fact that you're working for a bad guy, we also felt like we should do justice to the player that wants to do something positive. So she offers the players a hook, which is there are a whole bunch of prisoners that are captive here through the Lord Warden, and she will help you get them out if you help her. And of course, what she wants is revenge on the Warden.
Don't spoil it.
Deal. Period. She don't like him.
Sean Bean dies at the end.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, to that point, we will draft a map. The one you see here is kind of one of the earliest prototype maps we had. The main thing is it was kind of a study of the flow. This is actually only half the map. The other bit includes the exterior bits and what the original layout of the tower was. So we decided to focus on just the lower end. We didn't want you climbing the tower. What we thought was more interesting was for you to get some of the tutorial experience. So you're going to go through the prison, you're going to go into the sewers, and then you're going to end up in Daedric ruins, because that's kind of an encapsulated view of what you do in the Imperial prison in Oblivion. And again, we wanted to pay off that as kind of an homage to the original. It's important to us that we do those things because we are passionate about the lore. We love the stories, and we try to do what we can to pay off both our characters as well as the locations and whatnot in the previous games, which are way in the future in our case. We'll draft a map, we'll cue in on specific story beats, we'll try and figure out where we want our bosses to be, what our cool encounters might be, where our theater locations might be. Then we'll get together in a room and we will argue a lot. Which is awesome, because we all get an opportunity to say our piece, to get a feel. It's a really good opportunity for checks and balance. At the end, we come up with a repitch, we do a redraft, we update our draft map, and we do that repeatedly, rinse and repeat until we are happy with the story. This is not just the designers, this also includes all of our artists, it includes QA. The idea is we're all involved in it. We want to make sure that what we're doing makes the most sense. So we spend a fair amount of time in our pitch phase to ultimately get approval to move forward into our planning phase. Basically we will update our map, we'll figure out specifically what our story beats in theater might be. This will inform what our fiction might be, so our fiction writer is very key on making sure that we know where things are, what the place they are, what characters we have available. One thing we've learned is we try and avoid having too many characters in any given story. It tends to be, especially with group content, you tend to click through a lot and ignore the text, so we try and make our focus more on selling the experience and showing it rather than just telling it. So we'll have NPCs that kind of move along with you. We'll have them show up in key points, so if you give a shit, you can ask them. If you don't, you can just move on and kill shit. It's up to you. That's kind of the idea, because we recognize this as a group environment. Also, people may not want to wait for you, so we try and respect that. So a lot of times what we'll do is we'll say, get to this point, here is an optional theater sequence, for example. You might see, this is something cool if you're interested in the story. you'll do it. On your 300th playthrough, you'll probably just roll right through that door that opened after you killed the boss, blah. Anyway, we'll take this opportunity to figure out what our base pop, our basic population for mobs will be. What kind of bad guys do we want? Who are the ones that are high profile? What specific abilities we might want relative to that. Same thing with our boss encounters. We're trying to evaluate what the cool mechanics are that we might use, what special abilities we might come from, and we'll touch more on that. Ultimately, what this allows us to do is plan what our level designers are going to do, what our effects artists, our animators, what fixture requests we might need, what specific models, textures. There's a large list of things that we might need. But the idea is all of this is to kind of get the ball rolling so that we know when we move into, yes, and as an example of that, boss planning, a subset.
Sure. So basically, boss planning's kind of takes part. The first part of it's kind of a two-phase thing. First, we have to decide, what specific monsters we want to use, and that kind of informs a lot of our decision making. And then the second part of that is actually, what the mechanics of the fight are going to be. For Imperial Prison, the last boss here is the Lord Warden Dusk. I'm not going to talk too much about it because I don't want to spoil too much, but here we have kind of a concept piece for him. The Grievous Twilight, which is his monster type, is something new we're going to be releasing for Imperial City, so he's basically a variant of the Grievous Twilight. He's, a big, bad boss version of it. So one thing, like I said, we really want to make sure that how it's themed and what the boss is doing makes sense for what a Grievous Twilight would be doing, or what this character would be doing for the story. And then we start to look at, okay, what are the mechanics, what would be fun to do? We spend a lot of time, especially when we're making the new content, especially since the game is live now, of looking at, what have we done in boss encounters in the past? What have people had good reactions to? What have people had negative reactions to? And we try to really plan accordingly when we're going through that process. So kind of the pre-planning phase is basically coming up with abilities, prototyping abilities, prototyping the group gameplay mechanics, talking with our effects artists, our animators about it, the people that really make the monsters come alive, and kind of getting everyone on the same page. Once we have all the pre-planning done, we kind of pitch the boss, we make sure that the art leads and the content leads are satisfied, and then we move into kind of our first pass. In our first pass, we get everything, we take what worked in the prototype, we move forward with it, we take what doesn't work, we throw it away, and then we really start to kind of fine-tune the encounters. We do a lot of internal play testing within our team, and then once we're satisfied that it feels good enough, we start to bring in our kind of QA and our hardcore QA players, people who play the game every single day and have time to play the game every single day and are equivalent, at least what we like to think are equivalent to, close to the top player base. So for the veteran dungeons, we try to tune as much as we can to closer to the top of the player base. And then, kind of after that, we continue polishing, iterating a lot, and then the last people coming in are the audio guys to kind of put the finishing touches on it. And again, we keep tweaking balance and mechanics up until we branch for our patch, up until we take the data for the patch that's going in. So, yeah, that's pretty much the process for the boss.
And a lot of our planning will show us what effects, what animations, what needs we actually have. So we want to make sure we hit that early because we have a lot of people that are all working together on the same task, or on pieces of the same task. We have an effects that will be supported by an animation. We have audio that ultimately will have to come in, and when something explodes, there's going to have to be a cool little explosion sound. Same deal, what do we have for ads? We bring in an ads for the fight. We need to evaluate all that stuff too, because we need to figure out what the scope of what we're doing is, because the other thing is we still have a timetable. So we need to make sure that we can create decent content and not spend 9, 20, we just throw random numbers out and spend years on it. And then in the end, we now have a new choice, which is, do we want to wear the final boss's head or not? So to kind of bring it back around, once we finish our planning phase, we move into implementation. This is kind of when the rubber meets the road. Our level designers now have a pretty good feel for what the play space is going to be like. We've got a good idea of where the boss fights and encounters will be, where the quest theater might be. That all kind of informs that design to make sure that there's not a huge rock in the middle of, say, one of your boss fights.
Is this all PvP based? People come in and mess you up by fighting these bosses?
It is not. Nope, this is just a classic. I'm sorry.
Yes. There will be other open public dungeons, as you guys saw in the Imperial City, though, where people can come and gank you in the head while you're fighting bosses.
Yeah, there's at least, and there's probably more. There's at least 12 bosses in the sewers.
Yeah.
That are open PvP. So.
But that's not our Valley Lake. But it's going to be awesome.
We hold hands. We don't fight. Other
much. Alright, so in addition to level designers moving, our content designers start throwing the defs in to create our quests. What NPCs do they need? What kind of greets do they need? What dialogue is going on? Where are the theater sequences? We start stuffing things into the art. If there's a cool story sequence and it's going to need effects or animation support, we put that in so that they can start rolling. Ditto with boss encounters and other various encounters. While we're evaluating our base pop, we may decide that we want some kind of unique new ability or unique look for our monsters, for example. So those are the kind of things we start looking into, and then we start dropping in the bosses as well. And all this happens at once. This is not a one at a time. This is where we're all rolling. Once we've passed our first bit of implementation, we roll into our first round of testing. As Robbie was saying, that tends to be internal. We have a group of embedded QA members that give us really good feedback early on, help us kind of get the general balance, and then we start to throw it at game balance as well, so that we can get a number of different varying feedbacks. Once we've done our testing, we roll into an iterative phase. We now transition from level design to world building. The key difference being in level design, I'm kind of evaluating the play space, figuring out what the flow is, generally the size that I need a hall here, things like that. And in world building, I now have a lot of these ideas down, and I start building those individual key experiences. This is the boss room that occurs in the prison block cell number 3. There are going to be prisoners that are going to be, never mind. Yes. I'm excited, I'm sorry.
Look at that beautiful creature.
Yep. Once we're pretty happy with the quest and the story involved, we can actually roll into fiction. We start making tweaks to the boss and the balance, the base pop balance and tweaks as well. You'll note we do a lot of tweaking. We don't get it right the first time. We throw it out there. We get a feel for it. It has a general balance for us, and then we get people to try it. And that gives us our first kind of lines. At that point, once we've had our round of iteration, there may be more. Typically, there's a couple rounds of iteration. We'll throw it back at game balance. At this point, we call in the more hardcore QA. We try and get fresh groups so that we can get a good feel for the new player's experience, as well as people that have played the dungeons in the past or played previous iterations, so we can get a feel for, as a player, I'm playing this for the 4th time, how does this feel? Is it lagging? Is it too long? Am I not happy about my boss encounter? Etc. Lastly, we do polish. The last little finishing touches, lighting that cool little blade of grass in the corner. Our effects and animations start rolling in. At this point, we can tweak the encounters because we now have the animations, we now have the effects, so we tie it all in, make it look awesome. At this point, our quest is usually done, and predominantly we're dealing with theater moments or scripted moments to make sure that we're selling our stories well. Minor tweaks to boss and base pop. At that point, we're pretty much done. When world building is finished, we can start placing critters. I might point out that the Gate Rat is one that we considered, but probably aren't going to use. I hope that's not a huge spoiler. It's a negative spoiler, if anything. And then we add chests and clickies. Ultimately, when we're done, we throw in the last thing, which is the final in-game map. We throw testing at it, a little more game balance, the serious hardcore QAF, and then usually once right before it goes live, we'll beat on it one more time, make sure that things are in a state we're happy with. That's pretty much the process, and I think that was definitely plenty of talking.
And we watch PTS too, so We definitely are watching the streams.
Oh,
you guys who
yes.
stream on PTS, we watch that.
Yes,
closely.
if you
So-
say it in a public space, we're watching.
We're like Big Brother.
Yes. Nope, yeah, we're looking at the forums, we're looking for Twitch streams, we're looking for YouTube, we're
Might
reading
have been reading
emails.
Tamriel Foundry
Yes,
before.
no, we're hearing what you all have to say. I know a lot of times you don't hear that, but it is very true. I'm dying to know what you all think, because we're making this stuff for you. You know, I can make it the way I want it, but that's only gets us so far. As we said, apparently all my thoughts are X-rated, so I want that. All right, to that lack of point. This is our interpretation of the new Imperial City Prison. It has been 6 months since the Daedra have taken over. You can see a lot of Cold Harbor's influence has come in. That is the gate to the Market District. Here you see the first entrance foyer. At this point you are in the Imperial City Prison proper. Your first little bits, and I'm only going to show you so much. I don't want to spoil too much. But your first bits are the experience that you were used to. This is the cell you spawn in the tutorial, for example. And this is a gate that appeared, or got left, oh right, actually that's a good point. Relative to...
I'll let it keep going, the boss.
Fair enough. Custom texture, mind-shriven.
Yeah, so one thing we did with the dungeon is basically because a lot of the prisoners are people from the Imperial City who have been thrown in this prison, we've come up with this new concept for monsters called mind-shriven, which are basically people who've been, they're similar to the soul-shriven, but they're still, somewhat sentient, and they're more or less under the power of the Cold Harbor Daedra, and they're servants to them. So that's the specific texture you saw on those kind of two monsters there.
Quick tease of boss 1.
Yes. So all I'm going to say about this guy is his name is the Flesh Sculptor. That's all I'm going to say.
I wonder what happens when people fall in there.
It's a community hot tub.
Yeah, so he's the Flesh Sculptor.
Hot tub time machine.
So what you saw was some of the, Cold Harbor has started to creep in fleshy, nasty bits of ways. At this point, we transition. Actually, we didn't tease that. There is actually a little homage to the sewer, but you're not going to see it in this video. At this point, we transition out into a set of alien ruins. Your end goal is to get to the very end and kill the shit out of the Lord Warden. This is an example of one of the scout.
Don't say too loud.
No, just go.
Just keep going.
It's stuff. Something might happen.
Things would happen with watchers in the prison because they're watchers.
Green means
go. Sorry, I'm excited. I'm dying to tell you all this stuff. I want you to play it because it would be a lot more fun that way.
Well, let us play it.
So this is one of kind of our boss encounters here, more encounter based. So there's kind of this pool of poison around the boss space here that the players have to constantly be dealing with. There's some more stuff that happens. You can see people being thrown back into it.
We screwed over vampires in the previous dungeon, so werewolves.
This werewolves.
This one,
yeah. Trying to be equal opportunity. This is a Cold Harbor Watcher variant. It's something that I think has just shown up in the game, or will just show up. Again, a little more transition. At this point, you're kind of out of the prisons. There are still prisoners.
Yep, and so here's another one of our bosses. If you guys remember the Blur trailer, there's this big thing called the Flesh Colossus, and this is our version of him. We're calling him the Flesh Abomination, and he has his two friends here, the Necrotic Horvors, and because like we talked about earlier, we're screwing over vampires, and now we're going to screw over werewolves. So there's a lot of poison-based abilities and attacks here that the players have to deal with. And so, again, we're really trying to play up these big monsters, especially Flesh Colossus, because of the Blur trailer and everything. So we wanted to give them some really big, powerful abilities that you're going to see play out here a little bit. So those Necrotic Corvors spit poison, and that poison is really bad. It's really, really bad. And that's all I'm going to say. You can see him coming out of the ground there. the ground's desecrated. So, and these people are made of the abomination and the horrors are made of human flesh. So, when certain abilities go off, zombies come up out of the ground, all that flesh underneath your feet. It is delicious flesh.
Delicious flesh.
They look nasty.
And since he's a big guy, he has a lot of power. So, he does things like slam the ground and kill all his minions because he doesn't care about them. So.
He didn't care.
He doesn't care.
He didn't care. He didn't care at all.
Yeah, so because the Daedra like to have fun with people, they might let their cages open and see what happens in some of the sections of the dungeon. They might find some spike traps, maybe. This is something we added recently, right, Jeremy?
It is. What is that?
Never listened to Wobble.
What an interesting tint on that armor. Dyed to a putrid flesh teal. That sounds lovely. I understand there was some sort of a competition.
Nobody knows what the name apparently.
Yes, apparently not. All right. Yes, exactly. Anyway, so yes, we created a character, added a name. Our first two runners-up got their names put in the note. We have the tint. The tint is called Flesh Putrid Teal. And we would like Beldar, to send us a screen capture, and then we will make.
Congrats.
Awesome. Yes,
Thank you.
Congratulations. We will make an appearance that looks like your screen capture.
Okay.
You are winner!
So you get to go in the city of Ass?
Well, it is putrid.
Future updates. Alright, anyway. And then.
This is a dark.
Alright, things have gone.
Yeah, we have a little teaser of the last boss's area here.
I am dying for you all to see this.
It's a giant dance club.
It is.
It
It's
is.
true.
It's true.
Temple of
The name of
Ass.
that character never listened to.
She asked me to take a picture.
Maybe.
Oh, man.
Yes, probably. That
For your own
is
stuff.
I think I'd rather wait.
the Imperial
Just so you
Prison.
have a copy for yourself, so you can read it.
It'll be a game.
Yeah, so
I'm
that's
just gonna let it
pretty much
Like
it.
January.
Down the road, we have some plans. We've been making plans, talking about ideas, but I kind of wanted to open it up to you all. We have a number of ideas. Hold on. For dungeons in the offing, a number of ideas for trials and arenas. We're exploring the idea of adding solo arenas. And ultimately, we would like to add an easy and a hard mode to make things a bit more accessible to the casual players. That would have the added benefit of we will evaluate the balance and then be able to make hard mode damn hard because there's now an easy mode. So
Can we call it damn hard?
I'm fine with that. We
Damn
can
hard.
ask.
Easy and damn hard.
And then yes, that's it. Please talk to us, and we'll harass you all too.
What?
You guys want to talk about birds?
Is this an African swallow?
Birds.
Alright, I'm just a little bit disappointed that you guys stuck a PvE dungeon in the middle of PvP zone. Like, we see PvE stuff get out all the time, but PvP hasn't got like anything new at all. Since pretty much for a year, so. It's kind of a little disappointing for me.
I
We get the
can,
Imperial City, but PvE already has like 6 new updates before that.
well, the Imperial City is pretty darn large, but I certainly see your point, and we can see about doing better, making sure we release things that are balanced more effectively, or we can see if we can, but that, of course, some of that is outside of our bailiwick. Yes.
So I love the work you guys have done with the 4-player dungeons. I think it's tremendous. It's like one of the best small group dungeon experiences I've had in an MMO. Unfortunately, I can't really say that translates to Trials as well. I feel like in terms of the grandeur and scope of the 4-player dungeons compared to Trials, the Trials seem sort of shallow, extremely short. I don't have that sense of awe that I had when I walked into, say, like a Serpent Shrine Cavern, that, oh wow, this is amazing. I'm going to be here with my buddies, and we're going to be struggling with this for months. And I'm wondering what you see as the future for large group PvE content in ESO.
To clarify, do you mean visually, or do you also mean mechanically the trials are too short? Both visually and mechanically?
Both visually and mechanically. I'm also not a fan of the Soul Reservoir timed system either, and I think a lot of folks that have really loved raiding in past MMOs really die to see something more similar to what they grew to love out of those experiences.
Okay. So that's actually one of the main reasons why it's good to have you guys here and us here too, because this is the kind of feedback that, well, we have seen it somewhat on the forums. We actually want to talk to you guys about the specifics about trials and the trial format. And I know I've seen some people mention about wanting more traditional type raid and stuff like that. And I would like to dive deeper a little bit into where the areas in the trials, specifically with the time. I know you said the time in the Soul Reservoir. Where do you think that doesn't hold as much interest for you?
I would be happy to get up and talk for 30 minutes.
Well, if you're going to dinner tonight, I'm going to dinner tonight too. I'll bring a pad of paper and write down stuff you guys want to talk to me about it.
Yes, I mean, maybe the quickest thing I can say is that I think that the timing and the Soul Reservoir tends to shift the point of conflict in the event from an external one to an internal one, where like an accidental death within your group becomes incredibly costly, and it makes a point of contention between yourself and the people that you're working with in order to accomplish something.
So you feel that the level of competition is amongst yourselves rather than against the dungeon? Yes. Or against the encounters and stuff?
Partially, yes. I mean, I think it means that you have to be very careful with who you bring with you into a trial if you're trying to get a top time. But I also think that, competing over who can do something the closest to, 8 or 9 minutes is not at all what I think of when I think of like epic endgame PvE. It's not even close.
Okay.
So.
Let's definitely talk more about it. And also, this dialogue doesn't have to end at dinner.
Okay.
Yeah,
you all can send
Jeremy will give you his number.
Yes.
We have actually seen that feedback where people have said that they want a more traditional raid type experience, which is definitely something that is doable design-wise and stuff. So what we can do is definitely explore that and see if that's feasible for us to do with all the other initiatives that we have going on and stuff. But we definitely take a look at that.
And we get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I definitely give.
There are similar feelings in the studio. There's, naturally we explore many different directions. We did actually a fair amount of focus testing on our initial trials to kind of settle on the format that we had. That said, this game is a living organism, and if we're not quite hitting the bar, we need to figure out what it is that we can do to adjust.
To answer, like, all of us here are gamers too. We've all been through, all the WoW high-end raids, the EQ high-end raids, the SOTOR high-end raids, all the other stuff. So we have a good basis that we're pulling from here too.
Well, I also don't represent everyone. I mean, there may be people in this room that actually completely disagree with what I just said.
Right.
So, just one perspective on it.
The red shirt.
To comment on the Soul Reservoir specifically, I somewhat agree with the Tropos. I think that the Soul Reservoir can be detrimental to raid groups, but I felt that it was reasonably balanced towards AA and Hellraw. And now that Serpent has come out and it has the same Soul Reservoir, it feels very limiting because Serpent is astronomically more difficult than AA and Hellraw were. So you get a lot of groups that are, they finally kill Manticore, and they have to do it 5 or 6 times before they get enough lives to actually make it through the trash and then get to the last boss. And then now they have to do Manticora another 15 or 20 times in order to even attempt the Serpent. So you end up doing the first part of the trial over and over again just to experience the last part of it. And it becomes very disappointing for the players, and very a lot of our players don't want to do it because they're not interested in killing Manticora over and over again just to try Serpent.
So if we were to take just Soul Reservoir aside, the difficulty in Serpent, because you specifically mentioned that you didn't. You thought that the trials were essentially too easy. It was a short 15-minute romp through the thing, and it was too short.
More a concern of brevity than the boss encounters themselves.
Right. So I was saying is with Serpent, do you think that difficulty-wise, as far as the encounters are concerned, do you think that hit more the right note?
I do like the difficulty of 2 of the encounters, the Manticora and the Serpent. The 2 middle encounters feel like mini-bosses. I don't know if that was intended, but they are very easy. One of them, the first one, the Troll, we killed in 1 shot. The second one took us 2 attempts to kill it. So they were very easy, whether that was intended or not. But the actual length of the whole thing does feel very long. And the trash content for something with like lives and having to do it over and over again, it felt very long. And that would be very good for a raid where you didn't have lives, but when you do have lives, it kind of makes it feel like we're doing this over and over again. It's taking way too long to get to the content. I think in a night of trying Serpent, we spent 4 or 5 hours, and we saw Serpent for maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
I want to agree with what Tropos was saying. I'm not a big fan of the Soul Reservoir for the various reasons they said. And the difficulties of the current trials, excluding Serpent, because I really like the difficulty of Serpent. But the other 2 just seemed, there wasn't much of an epic feeling to them. Like, you'd go from one boss, teleport to another boss, teleport to another boss. There was no in-between fighting. You just teleported and got right into the fight. What I expected before you released the trials was something like Shada's Tier. I mean, that's a 4-man dungeon that takes 2.5 hours to do, and it's phenomenal. It's probably one of the best dungeons I've done. And something like that as a trial would be phenomenal in a sense that it's got multiple wings. If you just want to do one wing and stop for that and then go back in and do the other wing, and your time would continue on. Like, whoever the leader is would hold that time.
And you take Warrior Mage and Serpent together, make them a little bigger, add a little more trash, and then that's a trial.
Yeah.
Like, that's a raid.
Like, I would love it if you took Shada's Tier and made it a 12-minute. That'd be phenomenal.
I'll get on that.
Yeah,
so
I'm trying to do my best
to speak to Atropos' thing, I like the time thing, but at a certain time. That sounds weird. So maybe a solution to this would be for people who don't give a shit about the weeklies or the leaderboards to have the Soul Reservoir and the timer turned off. And they would not be put on the leaderboards, they would not be put on the weekly, and they wouldn't get their weekly drop. However, they would be able to run it without fear of having to restart or be shut down. They could just keep going if they're just there just to get the loot drops from the bosses. Would that be something?
That's not why we're there, though.
Well, I'm saying because you don't like the Soul Reservoir, right? And it's limiting you because you get to Manticore or whatever in Serpent and you're already out of lives or whatever. If you just turn that off and you're not going to be on the leaderboards in the weekly, you can just keep going, and figure it out and not have to stop because, like, you finish Manticore and you only got 5 lives left. What's the point? We have to stop. If that wasn't a factor for just raiding, learning mechanics and stuff, I think, however, the trials will probably be beaten a lot faster than that, but, I mean, it is a double-edged sword. That's just something I thought off the top of my head.
Could I add to that?
And then,
when you're done.
yeah, then I got...
Oh, well, I just wanted to point out how hard AA was, and then as the game matured, like, that became really easy. So maybe we'll see that happen with Serpent Trial.
Like I was saying, when we were in QuakeCon and you guys, I don't exactly know who was commentating on us, when they were explaining the mechanics of the bosses, we downed them so fast they weren't even able to explain them verbally.
Right.
I think the fastest we got the Stone Atronach down was in 8.5 seconds we were able to kill the Stone the Storm. Stone Atronach was 38 seconds, and the Mage was a little over a minute and 45 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
It wasn't what I was expecting to be that fast, and you know, with the time and everything, there's always someone crashing, flying off a cliff on their horse and stuff. Restart the run, you're all screwed, like, it's your fault, you know, even though, let's say I crash, it's not my fault, I get animosity towards me, even though it's not my fault whatsoever that my game crashed. People are gonna hate me inside a little bit. Like they're not gonna say it.
That's exactly what I was getting at.
Yeah.
No, that's, I think that's
I understand,
the right
that competition between people to say if you messed up or something even not in your control has happened and you're like, you screwed up the trial, now we all gotta start over again.
But it's like,
I understand that completely.
And then you know there is a time for competitions and stuff. Let's turn the Soul Reservoir on. Let's make it competitive and go. But for weekly nights when you're back from work, you don't want to be harped on and bitched at because your horse flew off a cliff in AA. Like it's not your fault. Like, and you know.
When you do an AA, get back up, fall off the island.
Yeah,
I've done that.
I've done that all the too. Someone pops rapid maneuver and I don't know it, and I go straight off the edge because my horse just speeds up, and I'm like, oh god. And thirdly, I'm sorry, but
That's
I
That's what we're here for.
We want to hear it.
You got 2 more minutes, so you're good.
Stop.
No, I'm just joking.
So with hard mode, it wasn't what I was expecting it to be. The warrior, it was like hard mode for 5 minutes, and like getting there was the same experience, same old BS. And then the warrior was cool. The strats, I'm not gonna say them if anybody wants them to be remain secret. I don't like.
So you're saying hard mode was too easy?
Yeah, I'm not. If anybody here
The
cares
actual
if
part
I
of the
say
hard
it.
mode that was any different than normal mode was fine. Like Warrior itself was cool, but
That was I really liked when we like took the time and looked at our Twitch videos to figure out the strats and stuff. I love the discovery process, so I don't like asking other guilds for their strats and vice versa, because that's the player experience, learning it for yourself. And like using our strat, you know, moving around, stacking in front of the statues, and aiming your shield, that was really cool. That was a really good job, guys. Like we were like sniping two statues with the shield. We were doing like vertically in the back, like straight, and then vertical. And we got that down to a science. But in like AA, the first time we cleared it, we didn't know about the stacking strat. We just did it traditionally and had everybody dodge meteors. You know, it's on you if you get hit in the face with a meteor. But you know, the stacking strat with the negate, like the negate negates everything. Like is it supposed to? It's like a 20-foot mage and a 6-foot tall guy is able to negate God. Everything. It negates meteors. It negates your chain lightning. It's like, really? That's the end of hard mode is a negate? Just one ultimate negates hard mode. And like, yes, it makes it a lot more easy for casuals who want to go through hard mode. But was that your guys' intention, to have one ultimate be the defeat the mechanic?
I think for part of this, definitely with AA and Hellrock, we were making those trials, and we were completed making those trials before you guys had probably picked up the game. So we had some pretty big flubs on difficulty. Like, we did not expect monsters to be killed in 8 seconds. And we got to the point where we're happy in Serpent with kill times, but now we're seeing a sort of a new wave of issues. Whereas the Soul Reservoir wasn't as penalizing in AA and Hellrock, it is incredibly more penalizing in Serpent. And I feel like the same thing sort of with hard modes. We were a lot more hit and miss, where Serpent hard mode is really, really, really hard. And every time we go through a wave of content, we sort of learn more about, oh, we need to account for this. Oh, that's a strategy that's going to come out of this, and how are we going to make sure that that's not something that we see again. Can I just get a quick straw poll on people that have tried Serpent as a trial? And how many people have beaten Manacora? And how many people have cleared AA and Hellrock? So I think one of the things we need to look at in the future is Serpent is definitely harder. But are we limiting the amount of people that can see that content, and how can we get both types?
That was actually one of the things I was going to talk about too. Is there's growing talk within the company of you saw mentioned easy and hard modes. It's not just for trials, but I can speak to what we're discussing with trials. We want to make content that serves both masters, so to speak. We want to make content that the hardcore audience will appreciate, and but we want as many people to see it. We don't want to spend so many man hours on a small population will see, because we don't necessarily get our bang for a buck. So with easy and hard mode, what that potentially allows us to do is take a look at some of these encounters and take a look at some of these trials and dungeons and stuff, and take a look and say, okay, we want more people to access it, so let's dial back some of the difficulty on some of these, but then for hard mode, really go in and hardcore rebalance these to say, okay, now these are going to be trial experience. These are going to be experiences that players, if you like the experience of Serpent and the difficulty of that kind of stuff, we can bring everything up to those levels to challenge everybody on every single level, so that we don't have to. So we don't have that gap in difficulty where you say, oh, AA is really easy on hard mode, and then you get to Serpent and you're wiping all night.
Well, the easy mode sounds like an exact fit for turning off the timer in the Soul Reservoir, and not doing something like World of Warcraft is, where they just lower the difficulty. Right. I feel like just easy mode would be just no Soul Reservoir. You can keep going. You don't have to stop. Yeah. And I really hope you guys don't cheapen the experience, and make it easy enough for everybody to clear because someone bitches that it's too hard.
Right.
I think it really will take the pressure and the difficulty off if they don't have to look at that counter and say, okay, I have one more wipe and they have to start over. I think just turning off the Soul Reservoir and the timer, easy mode.
I think what you may see, and it may not be exactly like this, but for anyone who's done Dragon Star and has done normal mode and vet mode, there's quite a leap of difficulty. And we're seeing a lot of people completing normal mode, but they're still having to work together. They're still having to figure out the strategies. But there's no Soul Reservoir to it. You can stand there for 9 hours if you want. In fact, I watched a streamer, Tank, literally play in Dragon Star normal mode for 9 hours straight. I didn't watch all 9 because I was gonna say that. But everything, the mechanics got a little bit harder. The monsters hit a lot harder. There's more monsters in some cases. So that, in a way, was kind of a test bed. And I think what we're seeing with that, at least from what I can kind of see, is it's working really well doing it that way. And plus, it allows guilds to go in and kind of learn the base mechanics, and then we add on to that. Anyone who's played vet mode knows when you go into normal mode and then when you go into vet mode, you have to basically prep for a lot more that's going to be coming at you, and you're going to have to change a lot of your strategies. But the baseline is still, there's a lot of similarities.
So did you guys really, just to find out because I didn't get an answer, was negate meant to negate hard mode, AA hard mode?
No, it was not meant to negate it. No, it was not meant to negate it.
So is it a bug that it
we don't want. So here, this is a situation where we have to constantly evaluate the abilities we have in game and how they affect our encounters. So in that regard, you would probably just consider that an oversight on our part. So that we need to reevaluate that and take a look and say, okay. So the difficulty where that comes into with the leaderboards. In that, if you have a mechanic and you put in and you have a leaderboard involved, and people go through and they beat it really, really fast, and then we say, there's a mechanic that we probably didn't intend that makes this fight a lot easier. If you then change that mechanic, you then nuke essentially all the leaderboard progress, and you have a global leaderboard that's been around for a while, and then it's like, well, those people got it, they have like a little asterisk next to their name. It's like, they did it when it was easy, and then we made it hard, or something like that. So it's something that we constantly have to reevaluate with that. I would not say that we would ever design anything where one particular ultimate or anything is designed to negate most of the mechanics. So that's not intended.
Hey, it does what the name says.
Yes, it does, which is why we kept the name.
Let's move on, please.
So I have discussion about the leaderboards and all the extremely appreciated hard work you guys are doing to balance encounters. How do you feel about external buffs coming in and completely imbalancing that experience
You mean the AVA buffs?
What?
You mean the AVA buffs?
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. And how does that reflect upon the value of the leaderboard as giving you any meaningful information?
That is also a constant balancing act we have with AVA. We are aware of the AVA buffs. The goal for the AVA buffs, at least talking to Brian Wheeler and them, was for them to be a bonus but not a necessity. I know that they're taking a look at making changes on their end, or at least reevaluating how those buffs are. And we want to. I don't have a definitive answer for, oh, we're just going to strip them out of PvE encounters or anything like that, because we haven't made that decision. There is discussion. We haven't made that decision. Okay. But what we're the AVA team, when they come and talk to us, and we go into discussions with them now as a group, we can say, okay, this is how they're kind of affecting the trials, and this is how they're affecting the dungeons, this is how they're affecting the PvE encounter, and it's X% increase in the damage. This is going to result in people thinking that they have to go and get those kind of things, and we're going to try to balance around that so that that isn't the case. We don't want anybody to go into a PvE encounter and say, well, I have to go PvP for a half hour so I can get the keep, so I can get the bonuses, so that I can actually do the encounter. That's not the goal.
That is not our plan.
Yeah, it's not the goal. But it is a balancing act with AVA, because those have to be meaningful. We want people to go out in AVA, but at the same time, we don't want it to trivialize our encounters. So you can see there's a balancing act, and I really don't have a definitive answer of yes or no. But I can tell you that we are discussing it, and it is something that is very. We have tons of email threads about, hey, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this?
It's a hot topic.
Yeah, it's a hot topic. Like the store.
Can you just like
Smurf shirt.
when you go into the trial, have those buffs just be like wiped off of you for that time?
There's a lot of potential solutions, and I will write down every suggestion you guys have, and say, hey, you know what? Here's a ton of suggestions that we have. We've already floated a bunch to the company. Where we said, hey, what can we do? To everything from flat out stripping it away from PvE to negating it while you're in certain encounters and stuff like that. But we're going to probably have to come up with something that's going to make sense to a lot of players. But
just make the next trial in Oblivion and we go through the portal.
There you go. No buffs whatsoever.
Works for one. All you can bring with you is your own buffs.
I think the buffs are really awesome. I'm sorry.
One final thing, then, yes.
I think they're really awesome. I think they're really important incentive, and I'm glad that they're there. But I just think when you talk about like the concept of an instanced raid, you can only balance one time. It's like if it's to the point where one group of people has it, it's like a permanent passive buff. Another group of people basically never has it. It's just kind of defeats the purpose of what you're trying
We need to put our heads together and come up with a solution that works as best we can.
And we are, and that's one thing I wanted to reiterate to you guys. Is that is definitely one of the topics that we are all talking about, is AVA buffs and how they relate to PvE encounters and challenging encounters, and how because it is a factor when we say we want to gear this for really hardcore players.
Yeah.
We have to take a look at all the factors involved, and it says, well, if you're gonna have AVA buffs, what do we do? We're either gonna make it so that you have to have the AVA buffs or not, and then it might make it a little bit easier.
Just out of curiosity, when your QI guys are doing it, do they have the AVA buffs?
Yes, they'll test it in various ways. That a lot of times they'll have other stuff. They'll have like player. Yeah, stuff that you won't have. Honestly, they'll have gear that'll be better than a player can ever get. They'll have stuff like that, so that we can approximate that because believe it or not, the players are oftentimes going to be better at our game than we are. So what we do is we try to compensate for that, especially in testing and stuff like that, to say, hey, you know, these are the baselines for what players are going to be able to accomplish in game. So we need to bring our stuff up to what essentially they can accomplish.
Yeah, and I mean, an example of that with the buffs is like recently came up as like the Grotwood buff, right, for doing the Brackenwood quest. And like I actually did that quest and I made that buff, and that buff was never actually supposed to like go leave with you, right? And that's something that got changed at some point, and we missed out on it. And as soon as we saw that was something that players were pulling in, Eric went ahead and turned it off because, you know, it wasn't supposed to happen.
Job,
so you know we're paying
Yeah.
attention to those things, right? Like we're reacting to them. The AVA one is just a harder one to solve. So.
Yes, please. You've been extremely patient.
My guild likes the dungeons, but at the moment, when you've done them, and maybe you've done them the second time, you just know everything. and then you can more or less run through them again and again and again. Although there is no purpose for doing so yet. Well, this will change with the Undaunted, but what I wanted to ask is if you ever have thought about including riddles, maybe even somewhere where the group has to split and they have to be random if you do this. Because as soon as somewhere in the internet the solution for a riddle is the rest of the players won't think about it anymore. They just would read what is the solution, go in there, make it, don't try it on their own, and then it would be useless again. So some kind of random moments in the dungeons, so it would be more interesting to do them over and over again, because you're getting to the riddle and it's again different. You don't know, okay, last time it was this and then this and then this and I can go on, but you have to see what it is now, what do I have to do now, and
So-
to split up the group and then get it together again.
Right. So we've done prototype work on that kind of thing. Random puzzles that have multiple ways to complete and stuff like that. We have, in design, there's a finite number of ways we can do that, just for sheer complexity, because the more complex something gets, the more apt it is to break. So but I know that David, he did a lot of prototype work on that exact kind of thing, and I know I talked to him a bit, and we've discussed on the dungeon team in particular ways to implement this so that it's not the same experience every single time you go into it. You have different paths or something like that you can do.
And the other thing is that you maybe could include something like hidden rooms that you need to detect. Maybe there is something on the screen saying you're feeling a draft, and then you say, oh my god, there has to be something here, and you start to look around and look where the hidden room is or something like that, and you go inside and find something that otherwise, if you don't spend attention, you just won't get. And if you are saying, I just want to run through the dungeon as fast as I can, well, you missed that.
Okay.
Yes, we evaluated a number of ideas for ways that we can improve the experience so that it is not the same exact experience. Moving forward, we will probably make efforts, especially to include things along those lines. Moving backwards, we'll have to see what steps we can take to make that experience more interesting.
I mean, yeah, one thing we found when we've been doing these things and kind of testing some of them is some random elements are good, some random elements are bad. And what we're trying to constantly balance is figuring out what can we make in our timeline in order to get the most out of the experience for the the player's overall experience. But like Jeremy's talked about, like in the future we have definitely and Mike's talking about, we have prototype stuff. We're trying to figure out ways to have different ways to do small group content that doesn't necessarily fit into the category of dungeon or veteran dungeon or trial. It's something there's no definitive plans at all, but that is something we talk about a lot.
Both of those exact suggestions have definitely come up more than one time.
Again, no plans.
You're in the same space.
Yeah, no plans at all, but we talk about these things for sure.
It's definitely a discussion, yes.
Yeah. So.
And the last thing would be in the Daggerfall Covenant area there is a solar, and it was so much fun to do this. So
Thizrini? Is that what you're talking about?
So we've actually been there's a very hot topic internal discussion right now about taking Dragon Star and scaling that down to solo players. That's what you see when you see solo arenas right there. That's that's a discussion that we think that we're excited about the opportunity to potentially do a solo arena, and I think that combined with a leaderboard and stuff like that, that's definitely going to be an EP measurement that a lot of people will want to.
Can I fight Joaquin Phoenix?
One thing I wanted to touch on though real quick for at least replayability is obviously we're starting some things, hopefully like the Undaunted Enclave, the pledges that you're going to be doing for those should help. Scaling the dungeons should help a lot, that you can literally play any dungeon scaled up, and that's like I talked about earlier, normal to veteran will scale, veteran to veteran will scale as well. And then also in the future, the champion system will be something that you're constantly progressing with your character. And so the dungeons will help that a lot. Actually, recently with this update to this patch, we looked at Dungeon XP and touched that a little bit, especially for the veteran dungeon experience. Yes, we did. We specifically looked at the veteran dungeon experience, especially since we're going with the champion system on the board, and we looked at the experience gains there, and we started messing with that. So we're trying to find a balance.
So can I probe you guys about one more thing real quick? There's a lot of conversation about the Soul Reservoir and Death's taking off time. And so that all, I think, feeds into the weekly leaderboard and what it means to get on the weekly leaderboard or what it means to get a top spot in the weekly leaderboard. Do you guys like the concept of trying to get on a weekly leaderboard every week? Do you think it should be a longer time to get on there? Do you think it should be more competitive or less competitive? Right now, if you generally do the trials, you may get a really bad spot, but you're going to get a spot. So your feelings on the leaderboards in general, do you like them, do you not like them, would you rather all the loot just come from the trials themselves? Anybody?
Just
shout it out.
Holler out, and
So-
then I want to call on you since you've been very patient.
My response to that is that I think that the leaderboards don't measure what they're supposed to measure. Because when you have to change the balance, when you have to rebalance, when you have to change the structure of the trial itself, it kind of distorts the meaning of the people that were on the leaderboard before those changes were made. I mean, so historically in other games, what's worked really well is that the raids start out incredibly hard, and if anything, changes make them easier over time. You never make them harder, you only make them easier if you encounter problems like reasons why players aren't competing it. So if you adjust in that way, then timing actually makes sense. Like a group that got it done first did it when it was harder than the group. I mean, if anything, changes to the balance of the raid need to be consistent with the timing, with the ranking that players perceive in terms of who's best. So if you order it on like who did it first, and if any adjustments to the content only scale it down but not up, then the team that did it first is the team that did it best. But if you're gonna monkey with like the way that it works and like some things will be made easier, some things will be made harder, especially if you're gonna make things harder. Like if there's some massive exploit where someone runs in and gets it done, and then you fix that, well, they're at the top of the leaderboard now, forever, it's global. So, I mean, it's not consistent, the ranking isn't consistent with what players are doing. So I don't like it.
Is that the long term or the ones that reset? Or both?
I mean, potentially if you can commit to, so I mean, if you ever change the balance of the arena, you have to reset the leaderboard. Or I mean, if you ever change the balance of the raid, you have to wipe the leaderboard. Because it's a different, or you have to archive it and say, here's like, you know, this was the patch 1.3 leaderboard for AA, and now here's the patch 1.4 leaderboard.
Built it by week or something.
But, you know, if you change it, you have to reset.
And touching on how important that is, under no circumstances does it make sense that your time on the leaderboard should be impacted by these outside buffs that have nothing to do with you.
Wait, I think I heard that. I'm sorry.
I'm sensing a theme here.
I do have something to add to that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, behind me?
You have a point. You have your hand up for a while.
Yes, I have a point for casual players who.
That's a I was actually speaking to the woman in black. You had your hand up.
You're next. After her,
After
you're next. After her, you're
Sorry,
next.
I'm trying to get everybody in some semblance of order. Please
I
don't.
nearly give up. So I have a question about the dungeons. Could you offer us a dungeon like jump and run, like Indiana Jones or something?
Oh,
so
like
you
an
have
action
to
based.
avoid rolling stones and spikes out of the ground.
So we
Like Super Mario Brothers?
Yeah.
Where that kind of, and that's a simple expression, but kind of like it moves with you so that it keeps you kind of constantly moving and stuff like that, or die or something like that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, we love the idea of incorporating the environment either into our fights or into our dungeons and trials. That's something we've been trying to get more bang.
Okay, well, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, like one thing I want to talk about though is definitely with the newer dungeon content that we've been making. We've been trying to focus on a lot of like what you guys actually do, right? Like, and we are an action-based game, and so in our encounters we're trying to push a lot more movement than we did in the past, right? Like it's something and it happened in Dragonstar a lot too. It's something that we're trying to do. One thing is our gameplay system doesn't necessarily do right now is kind of what Jeremy's talking about is having the ability to possibly have a wall move with you. There's just some restrictions we have to deal with. But I mean, we've talked about these things before, of maybe not having the same standard, like there's a boss in a room and that's it, right? Like maybe the boss could follow you throughout multiple rooms. Maybe that boss pushes you through multiple rooms, right? These are all just discussions we have. So right, and it's like, and so these are all things again within production time and the time allotted we have. But these are definitely things we're thinking about in general, right? It's just what people like, what we think would be fun, what you think would be fun.
And so. we did do a little bit in Craglorn. Shada's Tier was mentioned earlier. Yes, there's the moving gas clouds that kind of creates where you have to constantly move.
That was very funny.
Also in Craglorn, there's another area that's actually a little bit more Indiana Jones, Ronnie Zah, which is a school. Yeah. There's invisible platforms where you throw sand and you have to run.
So great.
There's also the dark, like the bubble you have to stay in, and it moves and you have to fight through it. So we're definitely, as we're learning this stuff and we're kind of seeing player feedback, we're experimenting with these types of things. So, you know, if you like that type of stuff, let us know so we can do more of it. Because we had a blast making that type of stuff, so.
We love to see.
Have a blast more often.
Well, sure, yes.
Sir.
Our group has some problems to find a tank or a healer sometimes in the search for...
In LFG?
In LFG is not so good. We can't find anyone, and so will there be a tweak to the search or a zone search so I can see which player are in the zone, so I can speak to him and say, hello, you are a tank, have you, because I'm spamming the world channel and nobody is responding because...
So yeah, I'll take that one. So there's two things I touched on a little bit. The LFG tool is in the process of iteration, right? And one of the biggest things that's happening right now for Update 5 is basically with the dungeon scaling that if you queue up for a dungeon, you're going to be put with anyone that's +2 or -2 of your level. So that should help a lot. The system didn't do a great job before of doing that, so it's going to be a lot better than it did before. Another thing is with the pledges and the weekly quests, just the Undaunted pledges, there'll be a lot more player population wanting to do specific dungeons on specific days, and so that should help a lot, right? That should. And so pretty much anyone who is at your level who wants to play a dungeon and a specific dungeon based on the pledges or just something you're trying to do, that process should be better. Granted, we're going to have to see what happens when it goes live. We're going to see how well it works, and it's going to be something that the gameplay team is looking at. But that's kind of the first steps.
I think we've noticed that in other games where you have a quest or something like that gears you towards a specific dungeon.
Yes.
You get a lot of people that are saying, "Oh, I got to do that. It's the quest that I have to do today or this week or something like that." So that should help with. Okay. I can't find a group to do City of Ash because nobody wants to do it.
The other thing was that in doing the Update 5 improvements to the LFG tool, they did find a bug with the matchmaking system. So that was
probably the one I have.
Yeah.
I didn't even think it worked.
In other games, there's option 33. Yeah, okay. And
yeah.
you get a list where all 33 and then...
And there is, we are going to continue improving the LFG tool. We aren't specifically involved, but we have input into it. So I don't want to speak directly to it, but this is only the first round of improvements to the LFG tool.
I actually have one question to make. Earlier there was a statement about how the trials didn't have the same grandeur as other raids and other games. We did actually put a lot of effort into creating these like end moments, like in the Warrior trial. He has a sword, it blows up the walls.
It's a great moment.
Okay, so you guys actually noticed that stuff.
Yeah,
So you invest a lot in it, and I just wanted, I'm a producer for the team, I want to make sure that we're spending our, like, if it's not something that you guys appreciate and not something that you guys notice, then
That was appreciated.
Oh, okay.
I guess I meant more about the grandeur of the environment itself and the sense of like awe and danger and
going through an entire adventure together that lasted for hours.
Cool. Sir?
Go with him, he's been waiting.
Thank you. Yep, sir.
Okay, so my comment was with regards to difficulty on specific levels of things like Dragon Star and things like that. On certain levels, two that I'd like to point out are Stage 7 and Stage 9. I won't mention the mechanics for anybody that hasn't done it, but there are specific mechanics on those stages, and in a lot of cases it feels like the mechanics weren't hard enough, so you guys tried to just add more difficulty. And in a lot of cases what resulted was that it felt like there was a lot going on, but nothing specific was supposed to be focused on. And on those stages, we knew what was supposed to be focused on, but in a lot of cases there were so many mechanics going on that if we let our attention slip from one little thing, it would cause us to wipe completely. And we actually ended up naming Stage 9 Lives Roulette. Because in a lot of cases there were so many mechanics that would just instantly kill you, and it was impossible to pay attention to all of them at once. And we were hoping that we could kind of avoid that type of content, because it's too difficult to pay attention to 5, 7, 8 different mechanics all at once.
So to kind of speak to those two stages specifically, when I was designing Dragon Star, Arena 7 is kind of where it hits big boy mode.
Yes.
And that's the best way I can put it. That's kind of the, okay, you've done good so far, we're going to crank it up a notch.
Yep.
With 7, 7's tricky because there is a strategy to it, and once you figure it out, I've watched groups go through it and lose 0 lives.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we've done that too. It's just the fact that there's so much going on all at once that it feels like you can't let your attention slip ever for anything. And in a lot of cases, especially Stage 9, it feels like we feel kind of lost in terms of how we can deal with the problem, because there's so many different things that we have to focus on all at once, and we can't just solve one and see that our problem has gone away, because there's still another problem.
So with Stage 9 specifically, I've spoken to a couple of you about it actually. There are some upcoming changes to that stage. I agree. I've watched tons of streams. I've probably watched over 100 streams. And that one, there was just a lot of confusion. There was a method on PTS where you could burn down certain monsters quicker than they did in their mechanics, and I fixed that, and then people started kind of running into a wall, and there was a lot of randomization where you could just get screwed.
Yeah.
So there are changes coming to that. I can kind of give you a sneak peek because they're going to be in patch notes. It's not really giving you any advantage. The order in which the mini-bosses spawn in Stage 9 is being changed. They will not spawn as the first guy, so you won't be able to stack. But they will not summon ads right away when they do their spirit split. What should help provide players the time to do the intended mechanic without getting screwed. And also the guides underneath have been slightly nerfed a little bit because exactly that. It was too much of a randomization element to it. So I'm definitely addressing that, and that should hopefully be coming here within the next couple of patches.
Yeah.
But 7 I'll definitely keep an eye on. I've seen 9 screw people over, and there wasn't really a lot they could do. 7 is a concentration thing. Like if you slip and let one of those guys hit.
Yes.
But I have seen players recover. But I'll continue to watch it. And if it seems like there's just too much randomization, we can adjust it. Because I want a little bit of randomization, but I don't want it to feel cheap.
Right.
So.
And our issue with 7 wasn't actually anything to do with the mechanic itself of the fight. It was just that while we were doing that, we had 7, 8, 9 additional ads that the tank basically had to take care of by himself because everybody else was off dealing with the mechanic.
Yep.
And what ended up happening was that one random mob would go off and one-shot the healer or something, and then we had a problem there.
Okay.
And that was the problem that we encountered.
Cool. No, that's good feedback. It's it's one of those things I'll definitely pay more attention to that and see kind of what kind of data we're getting back to as well. So go.
So we're almost 10 minutes over, and another group needs to set up. We might be able to do some more questions, but if you guys think you could hold them until dinner, we could do that is
Yeah, mine's just a comment. I didn't want to ask a question.
Yeah, also just a comment.
Almost all of us are coming to dinner. Please
Yeah.
harass
Go
us.
ahead.
And again, after dinner, it doesn't have to be.
No, mine was just
We're happy to hear you. We definitely want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, when you get to doing the revamp, allow us to queue for multiple dungeons. Because having to pick one and then sit there and wait 30, 40 minutes until someone's like, hey, I want to do that one too?
Right.
Yeah, so right
Totally
now,
noted,
you
yeah.
will be able to queue for all of them. It's
Okay.
either one or all, but that's good, yeah, definitely,
And
definitely good.
And
feedback.
also,
So-
kind of just a side topic, just kind of a little announcement, because I know, I'm sorry, I know you're from Defunct, but I don't know what your name is, about itemization between normal and vet mode and Dragonstar.
Yeah, yeah.
So we are changing some stuff, so you guys kind of get the breaking news on this. I worked with Eric in the itemization team, and we kind of talked it over.
How long have you been there?
He's a ninja. A couple changes that are coming for anyone who's done the Dragonstar. All humanoids are going to drop gold now.
Even the Dragonstar like mobs, the waves?
Yes, the waves will all drop gold now. The way it's balanced out right now is if you wipe a ton, you're still going to lose money because of repair costs. However, if you do have a good run, you should come out making money. We've also added, what's that?
Does that include all the potions you're going to use?
Well, there's more. We've also started including ornate items that can randomly drop in the chest in addition to the stuff you already got. If you saw the spreadsheet that Eric had earlier.
I'm still sitting here.
Yeah. They're going to sell for a lot more. Vet mode will drop higher tiers of those in value, so you'll actually make more money in vet than you would in normal mode. So that should help offset some of the costs. So if you do a good run, you should walk out. I don't want to give any numbers, but you'll walk out in the green. I know people were going through like 3,000 gold just in like a couple of arenas. So that should be a fix. And then one of the big things is the final.
Don't talk too much.
Sorry. I'm trying to get this in as quick as possible. The final boss will now drop all V14 gear, including sets.
In normal and vet?
Just in vet.
Okay.
That includes the footman, archer, healer, destruction match stuff, and they will no longer drop random blues. So you won't go and spend 3 hours and then get a bow of flame or something like that. So we are listening to you guys, and and Eric buffed all the master weapons, which he kind of mentioned earlier. The
No
ability
more
also.
ands. No more
And
ands.
I love you all. Thank you. Oh yes.
We have time. As a casual PvE eagle, we love the dungeons. I love Tempest Island because it was not in a cave or a building or anywhere inside. It's just outside. We just finished the dungeon before we realized, okay, this was a 4-man dungeon because we have not seen an open dungeon for a long time. The dungeons are the best dungeons I've seen since a long time. And when we made that Draglon thing there with the 2 wings, yes, that tier. It was when we finished it. Before it said that this was not a dungeon, this was a 4-man raid, and it was amazing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I liked it.
I just wanted to pitch you guys since we're like hardcore PvE.
We can take pictures.
Sweet. In thug stances with like kneeling with fake guns.
We all have to flex.
And we're gonna take a short break before the last presentation of the day, the justice system. So,
Thunder. Oh my lord.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. You probably
I know it looks like you did all of you in because I can't actually see it on here.
Yeah, alright, can you
turn that light on?
Yeah, I can't see it. I can't see it. Where's the light? I actually can't see it on the camera. Look at it.
Oh my god. Oh, hold on, someone
Ready?
advance, I can blow my hair.
Smile. Someone blow. That's it. Okay, I think it's good. Thank you guys.
Yeah, no.
got it right.
All right. Hello again, everybody. We're going to start up again with what is obvious, which is the justice system. So I'm actually just going to be doing the introduction here of the team working on the justice system, and just remind you of a couple of things as we're closing up. So again, everything you have heard over the past 2 days there is a possibility. This is game development, that a lot of the details will change as we get into implementation, as we get into those things. I know you've probably heard a lot of disclaimers, so I just thought I'd add one more to the mix there. And again, when we talk about timelines, just remember that any timeline is subject to change, which is why we try not to give an end date. We try to give a quality mark we're shooting for, and so I know that can be frustrating, but that's why we do it, because the quality is so much more important than just the end date itself. Okay, so with that, let me introduce some of the people that have been working on the justice team. So here we have Scott Nixon. Scott. Yay. All right. How y'all doing? All right. We have Mandy Parker. All right. We have Zach. How's it going? All right. And we have Ed Starr. All right. So all of these designers, and Zach is a writer on the team as well, are working to kind of do something different with the justice system. Although we try to prototype everything, I think this is one of the longest and largest prototyping efforts we've ever had. Using the tools we have to make the justice system, it's easy for you to say, justice system something special when we ship it out. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Scott. He's going to go a little bit into how they've made it, as well as what they're making, and what we hope you'll end up with. So with that, Scott Nixon.
Everybody, hello. My name is Scott Nixon. I'm the PO for the justice system. And I've been working on it now for several months, and it's been a really interesting experience and a really galvanizing experience for me for a bunch of reasons, and I'm going to go into those. First, from a development side, I found that this has been fantastic in that we've approached this from the point of view of not, you can't do X, you can't do X in MMO, you can't do this in MMO. We've approached this from the, that stuff is difficult, but let's figure out how we can do that sort of thing. And Paul briefly touched on this a little bit, and one of the ways we were able to do that was we did a lot of rapid iteration on prototypes. So we started with a few systems. We started with a paper design, and then we tried to spec those out and actually have those appear in-game in sort of a rough form to kind of prove out what was fun, what wasn't fun. And if anybody had an idea, there was a period of time, it was kind of like a game jam, where if you really wanted something in, you hacked it in, you did whatever you could to get it in there to demonstrate it to people so that they could see it, play it, and then we could evaluate if it was worth it for us to pursue it in a more regimented fashion. A perfect example of that was trespassing and lockpicking on doors. Those were features that we had at one point. They were deemed, they were what we call tier 2, which was kind of pushed back because they weren't seen as important enough. Some content designers felt very, very strongly that they needed to be included. They scripted solutions to actually have them in game. We did a play test. Everybody who saw them thought, this is super compelling, we've got to keep it, and those things came back on the table. And that happened a bunch of times throughout this process so far, and it'll probably happen some more. So, but the biggest reason why I'm excited about justice is because of what it means for you all. So, what is it going to do for you? It is going to give you a lot more freedom. It's going to give you the freedom to make mistakes. It's going to give you the freedom to commit crimes and then either profit or atone for those crimes. It's going to give you more ways to interact with each other as sort of a lower barrier of entry to PvP for people who might be a little timid about going serial, through the outlaws and the enforcers, who are sort of our versions of cops and robbers. Those are the sort of player-based enforcers of justice and breakers of laws. It's going to change the world of Tamriel to behave in a more realistic and organic manner, and that's not just like a buzzword. NPCs' behavior are going to change. They're going to react more realistically. They're going to move around the cities more realistically. It's just going to feel like a more organic, alive world. And it's going to let players decide what sort of world they wish to live in. We've been erring on the side of giving you all a lot of leeway with the system. So there may be towns that, when this drops, degrade into sort of havens of villainy. There may be hot spots for crime. And of course, we're going to introduce things like incentives for the player cops, the enforcers, to go take care of those things as they pop up. But frankly, we would rather break the game in interesting ways than not try anything bold and stagnant. So, and basically, I mean, it's just going to give an additional simulation layer that's going to make the gameplay experience a lot more Elder Scrolls-like. And I find that all, and we all find that all very exciting. So let's get into the specifics of what Justice is going to introduce. It's going to deliver a set of laws and an infrastructure for enforcing those laws. One of the things we're trying to do is sort of meet a base level of enforcement that requires no player interaction at all. We are introducing NPC guards who will be able to patrol cities and enact justice if there are no player enforcers around. NPCs themselves are going to behave in a more sort of proactive manner to both witness crime and to either report you and put a bounty on your head or actually attack you, depending on what their personality is. We're introducing an active player-based cops and robbers system, which we call the Outlaws and the Enforcers. They're similar to guilds in some ways, but not always, and they're going to offer special services to the player and skill lines to their members. We'll go into that a little bit later in more detail. But first, I need to show you a little bit of crime stopping in action. Now, it's worth noting that most of these videos are based on prototypes that we made via the content department mostly, so they're not representative of how this is going to appear in the final game. But this is the kind of thing I was talking about when we were doing the rapid iteration. We would do stuff like this to kind of see what is this about, and it gave us enough information to know if something was coming. So here, we have an enforcer who, if you can see through the compression, just saw an outlaw do something bad and is chasing him. The enforcer seems like he's trying to go somewhere, and in fact he is. He's trying to reach an outlaw's refuge, which is sort of a safe haven for enforcers, and he did. He got there in time before he was killed by the enforcer, and we'll talk a little more about that as we move. Here's another one. So this is another enforcer who, you'll see in a moment at that doorway, there's someone picking that lock. So he has witnessed the crime, he's going to kill the person, or be killed by the person, depending on what the outcome of combat was, which we don't know. So the other thing that's adding is NPC reactions to crime. Our NPCs are not going to be passive bystanders. That's one of the acceptance criteria of this system. They're going to have behaviors and ways of reacting to crime that will surprise and possibly dismay would-be criminals. So what are the crimes? There are 3 major categories of crimes that you can commit. There's theft, which is broken down into stealing things from objects like crates or barrels or nightstands. And those things fall under personal property, which can be marked as owned or unowned. If it's unowned, it's not stealing. If it's owned, it's stealing. One of the other things that we're trying to do is make sure, as much as possible, that you can tell at a glance, without having to use a UI element, if something is owned or unowned. So if you see a crate on the road in the middle of the wilderness, it's not going to be owned. But if you see a crate next to a wagon and there's someone standing in front of it, that's going to be owned, those sorts of things. And then there's pickpocketing, which is more nuanced and needs a little more explanation. So I'd like to introduce Senior Content Designer Ed Stark to talk a little bit about pickpocketing.
I believe you've got some video.
Yes, I do.
So the idea with pickpocketing in a single-player game like Skyrim or something, you might be able to just go up to somebody and snag their stuff. Well, we wanted to create sort of a little bit of a mini game. So here we got a outlaw or criminal, really, because anybody who's not an enforcer can do this, can come up behind somebody and they're getting a pickpocketing prompt. But one of the things we wanted to have is like, all right, you got a 50% chance of pickpocketing this person successfully. Oh, bumped up to 75. That means during a brief window, that NPC is a little bit less aware. So you have a better chance of pickpocketing them if you hit that at just the right time. Now, still, it's probably not ever going to be 100%, so there's always a chance that they're going to react, they're going to attack you, they're going to run away, they're going to get mad, and bad things are going to happen. But other than that, you can go up there and you can lift stuff out of their pockets. And we've even been talking about, can we make it so that you see things on them that you take? We don't know yet. We're still working on it. But it's in progress. Obviously, the UI and everything is not completely done, but it gives you an idea. So there's just a little bit more risk, a little bit more reward there.
And next is the idea of trespassing, which if you've played Skyrim, you're probably familiar with. And Mandy Parker had done quite a bit of work on trespassing, so here's her to say a few words about trespassing. I'm going to share a little bit about that as well.
So trespassing was one of those things that we decided to do as kind of like a game jam thing. We weren't sure if we could actually do it. And we wanted to make sure that if we did it, it was super fun. So we have doors that are locked in in most of the towns. And those are owned by NPCs that live there. If you are able to pick the lock and not be noticed by either passing NPCs or passing enforcer.
That's me doing a horrible job.
Yes, and if you can actually pick the lock too, then you can go inside the house and there might be a safe box. There might also be other items that you can loot, and you can certainly pickpocket or murder the person living there. This allows you as an outlaw to plan your attack in each town. If you know that Clang here is a wealthy NPC, you might want to go and visit his home first. And as an enforcer, what you know is Clang is a wealthy NPC, and he's going to be visited often. So you're going to want to sit around outside of his house or inside of his house and wait to see who comes in and see who has committed a crime.
You also notice I got a large bounty there, which means I'm not going to get very far until I am accosted by a guard and have to pay the bounty for that. Okay, and
oh, you skipped over murder.
I did. And murder, it's fairly self-explanatory. You will be able to attack anybody. You will be able to kill almost anybody. That discrepancy is, of course, quest critical NPCs you're not going to be able to kill. Specific vendors and service providers you're not going to be able to kill because we don't want flight masters that you can never access, or the equivalent of flight master you can never access. But generally, pretty much anybody you run into, you're going to be able to either attack and beat down so they go into a real posture, or kill them and then whatever they have on them.
Will you be able to attack other players, or just NPCs?
I will get to that. Yes, so that is part of the enforcers and outlaws stuff, which we'll get to in a moment. So one thing to keep in mind here is witnessing is really of paramount importance. If you commit a crime and nobody sees it, it's kind of like the tree falling in the forest. Basically, nothing happened. You have to be witnessed for your crime to matter. If you are witnessed, you will get a bounty. You will get heat. We'll talk about that in a second. But if an NPC sees you and they report you, they will have NPC reactions based on their personality and behavior that we're going to go through and we're going to assign based on, if somebody looks like they should behave a certain way. And to talk a little more about that is Mandy Parker again.
So this is one of the really fun things that we're doing. We're going through all of the NPCs in the world and we're assigning them personalities, which is a lot of people, actually. But each of the people are going to have a personality that's tailored to them and how they fit in that world. So we have somebody who runs to their door because they are a little bit cowardly. We have somebody else who's going to try and fight back, maybe not do a great job, but they're going to try and fight back. We're gonna have like mages. If you attack a mage will cast spells at you. If you attack somebody who's actually a werewolf, then they'll transform and they'll attack you. What we wanted to do with this is have each NPC have a distinct personality. And that way you can go into town and you can be like, well, that guy looks like a fighter, and maybe I'm not going to pick on him. Maybe I'm just going to go after that beggar over there who doesn't have a weapon. And so it's a really big effort to go through all of our NPCs and to see which ones should be killable and which ones, how they're going to react when you attack them. But in the end, it allows us to have more of a dynamic behavior system. So it's more of almost a sandbox environment. And when NPCs can actually witness your crimes, then you get bounty, and Stark is going to talk all about that.
Tag.
Yes.
So, yes. Well, this is a lot of the way development works. We pass things off to each other because one person can't do everything. So, bounty and heat is a concept we came up to reflect the idea that there are different levels of crime and different levels of caring among the NPCs. We have a really incredibly crude table that I made that sort of reflects this. Yes, my paint skills are masterful, but basically the idea is if you commit a minor crime, like you go up and you steal an apple from a vendor or something like that, well, that's really not a huge deal, but it's a huge deal to that vendor at that time. So what's going to happen is, we're using some placeholder terms here, by the way, but like you're going to incur a bunch of heat, a bunch of negative attention. That's represented on that first bar by the green plus the red lines. The red is heat. That's like, hey, stop, thief. Somebody come over here, guard. If there's a guard in the immediate area, he's going to come looking. But that heat, that red bar, is going to degrade pretty quickly. Right now we're talking about like 1 point per second. So if you can avoid getting caught during that, 9 or so seconds of time.
So I'm showing here is a low reaction to a low bounty, which means you're not going to get actively pursued. Sorry.
Right. No, that's fine. So while he's showing that, see, we sent a message.
Those screens are the temporary versions of what would actually be saved. So what happened there was you had a low bounty, regardless of what you actually see there. The guards were not actively pursuing you, but I walked pretty much right in front of a guard, and therefore I got a cost.
And if we go back to the chart there, because our machine is so fast. Yeah, there we go. Go back to the chart. Yeah, so I got this heat. It degrades over time, but you'll notice that that green, that's the bounty. That's the amount of money, or that's related to the amount of money that Scott just had to pay to get the guards off of his butt. It also serves as a new platform for any further heat. So if I go and commit a crime, and I get, say, 10 heat, it degrades down to 9 bounty. Then I commit another crime, well, it's going to jump up to 11, another minor crime. Again, crimes are like minor, major, heinous, we're talking about, murder or something. It's going to jump up more. And really, the red bar, the heat, is also going to serve as a temporary threshold because we're going to add on to that. So if you're going around just murdering people like crazy, you're going to see your heat jump up, tens, hundreds of points in a short period of time. Some of that's still going to degrade, but there's always going to be that sort of aura of criminality that sticks with you. And while you have a bounty, NPCs are going to react to you, guards are going to react. We're going to explain that in the next bit, but you can get rid of this bounty over time or through payoffs or things like that, but again. Well, one other thing, the PvP aspect.
Yes. So, as I mentioned before, we kind of want to strike a balance and not rely too heavily on player enforcers to do our work for us. So some of the additional work that we're doing is some working on the way guards pursue you based on the amount of heat that you have. As Ed mentioned, if you have a lot of heat, you're going to get a lot more attention from guards. They're going to be much more active in pursuing you. And they're going to do things like, if one guard is pursuing you and you pass near to another guard, you'll kind of pass the baton to that guard, and that guard will begin pursuing you. So it's going to be very difficult to evade guards if you have a high amount of heat. One of the reasons that the bounty and heat system got revamped from the earlier system was the way it was before. You could steal an apple and they pretty much acted like you were a serial killer and flocked to you and arrested you. So this is sort of to differentiate between those different levels of what strata of criminal you actually were and what sort of attention you deserve. As far as PvP goes, if I am playing as a criminal I steal something and I am witnessed, if I ever have a bounty, I am flagged for PvP. And that means that somebody who is an on-duty enforcer can attack and kill me. In order for me to get out of that state, I need to pay off my bounty. So it's an opt-in sort of mechanism for PvP on the outlaw side. So let's talk a little more about the actual organizations, because we've now established that anybody can be a criminal, anybody can go steal stuff, but if you want to maximize your potential, you're going to have to join the outlaws, because they give you access to services that let you get a lot of money and be a lot more effective at what you're doing. So basically, the outlaws appeal to anybody who want to be on the wrong side of the law. That's a pretty broad swath of behavior types, and we're trying to appeal to both sides of that, the people who want to play the serial killer who has no compunction at all, to the thief who wants to live by an honorable code of thievery. And the way we plan to differentiate between that is with the skill lines and the way the skill lines can morph and the choices you get in the skill lines as you progress. So yeah, you can play both ways. They're both viable ways of playing. The outlaws also appeal to people who want to be able to sell or launder stolen goods. So let me talk a little bit about the way stolen goods work. If I steal something, that good is in my inventory, but it is marked as stolen. I can't sell it. I can't trade it. I can't put it in my bank. And if I ever have a bounty and I try to pay it off to a guard, all of my goods, my stolen items get confiscated. So there are two ways you can play. You can play as just a garden variety criminal who has a bunch of stolen items in their inventory, but the risk is always going to be there for those stolen items to get taken away if you're accosted by a guard. The other way to take care of that is join the outlaws, and then you are given access to something called the Outlaws Refuge, which is sort of a safe haven that's beneath every zone capital. You can go into that Outlaws Refuge, get access to the Outlaws services there, one of which is a fence. And if you talk to that fence, he will give you the option to launder any stolen goods that you have, which you just turn them into regular old items that you can then do whatever you want with. Or you can just straight out sell them to him, because a lot of times the things you'll be stealing will be things like forks, so you're not always going to be stealing high-value items that you want to keep. So that's the kind of people who probably would want to play as outlaws. This is a quick concept of an outlaws refuge. You can see the idea is basically it is littered with contraband. They're generally sewer-ish type or cave-ish areas that are underneath cities. They have lots of entrances around the city and just outside the city to try and prevent enforcers from camping those entrances and killing criminals who want to come clear their bounty. We are also looking at other ways to mitigate against that sort of briefing, like an ability or something that would allow you to get past a bunch of enforcers who just decide to hang out at the entrance to the most popular outlaws refuge. Now, there was some back and forth on, are you able to steal objects within the outlaws refuge? The answer is obviously we have to let you steal stuff in the outlaws refuge. So you're probably never going to see it as cluttered as this, because a lot of that stuff is going to be stolen. So let's talk a little bit about the enforcers. So they're sort of the counterpoint organization to the outlaws. Now, just like the outlaws, we're trying to aim to appease both the lawful good paladin type and the lawful evil or bounty hunter-ish type. And the way we're going to do that, again, is through choices that we're giving to you via the skill lines, which you progress by, in the case of outlaws, committing criminal activities, fencing goods, and for the enforcers, you would advance by killing outlaws and getting rewards for confiscated goods. Basically, we want to give enforcers the ability to be either a good cop or a bad cop, whichever they want. Now, enforcer gameplay is kind of generally more focused towards PvP. They cannot steal. They cannot murder. If they do, they are expelled from the enforcers, and they will have to rejoin with cross-money, so it's a turn from the event. They are expected to spend the majority of their time patrolling for criminals, stopping criminal activity, killing outlaws, and returning their goods to the enforcers chapter to get a reward for turning in the confiscated goods. Now, so let me talk a little bit about the enforcers chapter for a second, which here is an early concept of what it is, and what you can see is it's kind of it's a guard tower that's appropriated by the mercenary group that is the enforcers. They've added a bunch of stuff onto it to suit their needs. These are not in cities. These are outside cities. They're away from protection. The reason we're doing that, these originally were inside cities. We moved them outside of cities because we wanted to move away from the cat and mouse game of the enforcers are the cat, the outlaws are the mice, and make it more of a spy versus spy or cat versus cat game. So basically, the goal is get the high value item to either the enforcer's chapter if you are an enforcer, or to the outlaw's refuge if you are an outlaw. So we foresee play stuff like an outlaw steals a very high value item, is killed by an enforcer. The enforcer takes the stolen item from the dead outlaw. If they res, there's just a bag. They can take all the stolen items from the person they killed from. Those stolen items appear in the enforcer's inventory as confiscated, but they have all the same restrictions that stolen items do. So then we see, the enforcer is going to want to get to an enforcer's chapter as quickly as they can, but maybe that outlaw is like, not so fast, he reses, he kills the enforcer, takes the item back, and there might be a little bit of back and forth in the race to get to either the enforcer's chapter or the outlaw's refuge, and then the person who gets the first wins.
If an enforcer kills somebody, can they res using a soul gem, or is it like a PvP death where you have to res it away from it?
It is a PvP death as far as I know. So we may have to tweak that or not. That is, the plan is it is treated as a standard PvP death.
Are enforcer always PvP flagged?
I'm sorry? So yeah, let me get into that. Enforcers, the act of joining the enforcers, just like the act of joining the outlaws, doesn't automatically flag you for PvP. For outlaws, you have to have a bounty to be flagged for PvP. For enforcers, when you join the enforcers, you're given an enforcer, a tabard. This is a very, very visibly distinct tabard that has the enforcer's symbol on it. If you put on that tabard, you are flagged for PvP. Okay. It takes a little while to put on, it takes a little while to put off. If you do anything that isn't worthy of being an enforcer, it's stripped from you, you have to buy it again. But that is to give a very distinct visual cue to anybody, barring an ability that would allow you to be an undercover enforcer, that you will be able to see enforcers from a long way away, regardless of what they're wearing, because they have to have the tabard to be on duty.
Okay, so I see somebody in the city is stealing, I have no tabard on, and then I think, I must, okay.
You put the tabard on, like if your goal was, I want to now patrol the city and see if I can catch criminals, you'd have to put the tabard on.
Okay.
Because of the delay in putting the tabard on would probably prevent you from catching that crime. There's a little bit of leeway on witnessing crimes, a little bit before and a little bit, or I'm sorry, a little bit after the crime is committed. You can still technically witness it, but it's still too short that I think you just need to have your tabard on if that's what you're doing.
Okay.
So, in summary, what can you do? So we've already talked about the things that you can do. Some of these things you can do as a criminal, not just an outlaw, but outlaws can commit crimes. Those are PvP activities unless you are witnessed. If you don't have a bounty, you cannot be marked by enforcers for PvP. You can kill enforcers, that is obviously a PvP activity. You can only kill enforcers who are wearing the tabard, which is a signal that they're ready for PvP. If you kill an enforcer, any confiscated goods they have, the outlaw can take back. And outlaws can also sell or launder stolen items, as I mentioned before.
Do you get a bounty for killing enforcers?
You do. You get a percentage of the bounty that the enforcer has, that the outlaw has. I'm sorry, did you say?
If you're an outlaw and you kill
you're not
an
going to
enforcer, so it doesn't raise your bounty at all?
Scott, I think what you mean is, so if I attack an enforcer, I get a bounty which flags me for PvP, right? I mean, you get yes.
Okay, that's what I meant.
What you were asking,
that's what I meant. If it would actually go towards, would guards come after you if you killed an enforcer, for
yes.
instance, for murder?
Yes. Okay. That would count, as long as it was witnessed. So enforcers can also recover contraband and return it to an enforcer's chapter for a reward. They cannot launder items. They just get the reward items. That's the sort of penalty you pay for being a good guy in this case. But there are compensations, like enforcers get a bounty for killing an outlaw. Outlaws do not get a bounty for killing an enforcer. They only get the items.
How do you handle PvE type abilities? So I go in the house, kill the guy, take all the loot, and then I do a teleport to guild member. So now I'm at a way shrine outside the city. So I essentially skip part of the city.
That's a perfectly viable way of playing. You will still have the bounty, and the next time you go anywhere there is justice, a guard will come after you, depending on how high the bounty is, right?
But you could still go fence your stuff more.
Yeah, but the fences are inside cities, right? So
Okay. Well, I know you said some of the ways in was on the outside of the city. So
you're right. There's one way. It's intended as an exit for if there's a whole bunch of enforcers in the city. But you're right. That would probably be a viable way of playing.
What if you had a friend that was inside the enforcer den, and you basically go steal and then port to your friend inside the den to skip all of that?
You probably would have to prevent that.
We do have the tools to prevent teleport to player and other.
Because that would be good. It would be nice if you dropped your loot if you used port to a friend.
So that there's somewhere we would just probably not flag them as being able to teleport.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Are the bounties localized or are they global?
I'm sorry?
Are the
Good
bounties
catch, though.
localized or are they global?
Because you know that would be exploiting
We're
the hell out
localized
of them.
for quite a while. It was zone-based. We have switched to them being global.
Is that in every city or just the categories?
No, it is in every city. It is not only in every city, it is in every village or settlement that
breaking through windows.
It appears like there would be law and order. So it could be something, it could be 2 houses. So part of our rework is to introduce guards to those areas when needed. But we also need to kind of play with that and see, we think it's perfectly fine for there to be an area where you can go steal some stuff. There are NPCs there, they're going to witness you, you're going to get a bounty. So the next time you are in an area where you get caught, then you will get caught.
Last question. What if there's an outlaw who steals something and an enforcer, they join a raid group and go to Cyrodiil, and the enforcer kill the outlaw that's on his faction?
That's an awesome question, Paul.
In that case, we're actually determining how rules are going to work in Cyrodiil. I will tell you that we might not have the justice system active in Cyrodiil just because of all the problems like that it would cause.
There's also, there are definitely areas, for instance, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have justice in Cold Harbor. So right now, Cold Harbor is not going to have justice. Do you mind, we're almost done if we push through the end. Or if it's, I'm sorry.
If you're an enforcer and you're attacking an outlaw, and can you accidentally kill another NPC while you're
enforcers cannot, even with AoEs, enforcers cannot kill innocents or hurt innocents.
Okay. When you put that enforcer tag on, anybody who would be yellow to a outlaw will be really needed. So.
Thank goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Because
we're
my
trying to
aim
prevent
is
the kind of
terrible.
accidental. But so it's worth mentioning we're also introducing something called clemency, which is basically you get a free crime once a month or once a week, and when the guard accosts you and you haven't used that, there will just be an option for, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, I'll never do it again. All right, this time. Basically, it's giving you,
But they'll still take your stuff, the stolen goods.
He'd still take anything you have that was stolen.
I'm sorry, I know you want to finish.
No.
I just had a quick question or comment about the fast travel point that was raised. I think a really simple and logically consistent and easy to understand solution you could consider is just to tie it to heat. If you've got a certain level of heat, you can't fast travel. That would make a lot of sense, and everyone would understand it.
Well, and heat degrades quickly too, so it's not like it's going to prevent you.
What you just want to prevent people from snatching the goods and then really quick travel a player before anyone can do anything about it, and that would resolve both of those.
That would resolve a lot of issues. It might not resolve if you're in the interior and you steal and just go upstairs and hang out until your heat dissolves before going back outside. But
you can't
you're
travel
right.
while you're trespassing and or if you have heat.
Yep. But if you commit a crime, the raid shrine will be much more expensive than normal.
That's another option. All these things are things that we're definitely talking about.
You have to run something like sure.
Okay, so the one thing we still haven't covered is the PvE portion of enforcers, because basically theft is kind of PvE unless you get caught. For outlaws, we have an equivalent sort of thing for enforcers, and those are bandits' dens. And to talk a little bit about those is Stark.
This is one of my favorite bits. I mean, I like all of the stuff we've been doing justice, and it's excited about it. But this is going to allow us to have a little fun. Oh, sorry, there it is. Okay. Pardon me while I drive. So, when you engage in enforcer activities out in the world, what's that? Oh. Oh. I can't see it very well. Thank you. Thanks, Paul. So anyway, when you engage in your normal enforcer activities of, thwarting crime throughout the world, you're going to get some rewards. You're going to get some rewards just through doing that. But we also wanted to come up with something that was a nice PvE experience for enforcers to do that would be fun. So what we came up with was the Bandit's Den. This is like a hideout for all the thieves and murderers and smugglers and stuff in the world. They can come here and they can relax, because no one will ever come here. Oh, but those stupid outlaws, thieves and stuff, they drop clues to where their dens are. And we came up with a couple of really rough prototypes on how you might get these clues. Here's one. Here's, oh no, a merchant is being threatened. I'm an enforcer. I also apparently have superpowers. And when I search these Midnight Union guys, I get some gold and, oh look, an outlaw clue. Again, prototype only. So the outlaw clue will allow me to get into the bandit's den. Not thieves' den, bandit's den. Doesn't say thieves' den there. And now we're going to come up with a whole variety of little vignettes. That's what we call these little scenes, where the enforcer can get these things. It doesn't always have to be you go kill some guys who are threatening something. It could be you stop a particular crime. These thieves' dens will be located outside of the justice areas, or heck, they could be underneath the justice areas, like an old sewer or something. This one happens to be an old mine. Hey, buddy. Oh yeah, I turned off your aggro. You don't have any chance at all. Sorry. There are lots of little cul-de-sacs and everything in the mine, and as you can see, the bandits are standing around. They're pretty happy to be here because it's all safe and sound. And oh look, here's some loot. They've got a little guarded area. Oh, he's dead. And there's a chest. Great. I'm going to grab some loot. Oh, what the heck is that? Oh, it's exploding. Good thing I have no kill on either, because I would be burning to death. But yeah, so we got trapped chests, because thieves are naturally suspicious. The bandits are going to trap the things. Oh, also I'm just pointing out that the base poppers did this with Midnight Union assassins. That's because this is outside near Wayrest. And hey, you've run into Midnight Union guys probably in that area anyway.
So what would be in the chest that
Well,
going to open?
Let's see if we can find a chest and get it open. So again, oh, here's another chest. Now, again, placeholder stuff here, but here's one I can unlock. Oh, I can do it. Normally there's no trap on this one, so yay. This is also one of my favorite parts of the game. I like block picking. Okay, so here I just found some normal stuff. Now one of the things that could have popped up in the loot window is, just like Scott said, there's going to be contraband items. This is the hideout, after all, of the Midnight Union. So they're going to have a bunch of contraband goods. Now, that stuff I just got, I can equip that, I can spend that money, no problem. But if I find, say, stolen goods, contraband goods, then I'm going to have to take it back to my chapter house, and I'm going to have to turn it in for a reward. So there'll be a mix of things. Keep in mind, this was done in about a day, so congratulations to our world builders and level designers on making this look as good as they did here. And I dedicate those deaths to them. Also, so all of these, I did not have time to go through and clickify all of these things, but just like this, there's going to be things in here like food, bottle. These are not stolen goods, they're just things I can pick up. Yes?
Are outlaws allowed in this place as well?
No, this is not a PvP area. We didn't want to put outlaws in because it would be, geez, sorry, didn't mean to make everybody's stomach upset there. We didn't want this to be a place where a bunch of outlaws could just come in, sit behind the door, and gank you as you came in. So, I want to do that. But we do have things like, oh, here's a boss with his tiger. He's probably a really tough fight, so I'll just kill him. So this is, as you can see, it's not a huge area. In fact, to me, it kind of seems a little bit small. I mean, there's some trap chests, and we're going to put other traps and other cool things in here and puzzles, but, hey, what's this? It's a waterfall. I wonder if this goes anywhere. Of course it does. I've been here before. You might have guessed. But, oh, and there's another treasure hoard. So the idea back here is we're going to actually do something we haven't done yet in the game. We're going to create maps that don't show you the whole environment. So you come into this area, when you find it, yeah, it populates on your map. Technically, that's us giving you a second map, but from the player's perspective, you're going to see the map get populated. And here's a chest, and okay, just going to check it out. Okay, if that had been a trap chest, which unfortunately it isn't because I wanted to show you that, and I will, it would actually show me the trap and I'd be able to try and disarm it. And there's even the potential that I could get something from disarming it, like that last fire trap, I might get some sort of flaming oil or some other appropriate loot from the trap itself. And we can put in things like tripwires, we can put in cave-ins, we can put in all kinds of, aha, here's one. See, fire trap, disarm. Now, we're probably not going to turn that into a mini game because we've already got the unlocking chest thing, so you might end up having to play 2 mini games back to back, and that can get a little irritating. But we may put in a percentage chance of you failing it. It might be something you could improve on your skill line. So that's about it for what the delve is. We're going to a typical bandit's den would have more traps, would have a variety of traps, would have more bosses, more areas with stolen goods. We even might theme the areas, so like you go in one area and there's a bunch of consumables, another one might have a bunch of stolen crafting items, things that you can use once you take them back to the Enforcer's chapter house and, cash them in for reward, or if they're not stolen, you can just use them outright. So, sorry if I lathered a little bit there. And then, in this particular case, I would walk out the same way, but you don't need to see me do that. That's it for the bandit's den. Any questions specifically on that while he's calling up there? Yes.
So how do you plan to develop enough bandit dens that both their locations will remain a mystery? Like for each zone, you find the clue and you learn where one den is, but then every time the den isn't in the same place. And also, how will you make sure that they're not like carbon copies of each other, so that you'll end up seeing the same den in 2 locations, or different dens in the same location? Will they all be unique?
Well, the second question first. We're going to try and do them all unique. Yes.
Yeah, we learned our lesson from the folks.
And that means we're not going to release a ton of them at first, but it is a nice thing that we can continue to add on to the game, especially since they're discoverable. But you will be able to, like, if you get a clue. If you get a clue, get a clue. Yes, I made that joke before. Then you can go back, you can go into a bandit's den. If you get the same clue again, you can go back in again. You haven't exterminated all the outlaws, they restock, but it's sort of a fiction that we're willing to live with. But we do want to put multiple ones in a zone, so it's not like you're going to the same one every time.
You do make an interesting point where possibly there's multiple entrances, and if you find
multiple entrances would be a good way to approach it.
Yeah. And we also, since we have the ability to use, spawn tables for our monsters and everything, it might not be the exact same mix of mobs every time you go in.
Yeah.
So even though it's guys from, say, the Midnight Union, it might be a totally different type of bandits. Yes.
You said when you disarm, say, for example, the oil trap or fire trap, you said you'd be able to loot something from that?
Maybe. I mean, that's, again, one of the things we're thinking about, and maybe you guys can tell us whether you think it's a good idea, but I always thought...
You said like a pot of oil, is that something you would like throw at a...
Yeah, I always thought that would make a nice little consumable that, yeah, you could use it to slow down an outlaw or a bandit or something. You could use it as just a general attack thing. Maybe it becomes something that goes into a crafting bit. I don't know. That's just one of the ideas we're floating around because it seems like there's an opportunity there.
Maybe you can repurpose the trap, so you can stick the trap on a door, so that the outlaw tries to open it, and boom.
That's a good idea. You're writing these down, right?
Yes.
Because it'd be nice to take their traps and use them against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill,
maybe if you're holding contraband, you can't fast travel or something.
That's certainly possible.
That way, the enforcer has to walk back, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we would want to restrict the enforcer the same way we'd want to restrict the outlaw if we do that.
Also, maybe with whatever you get from disarming a trap can be used to imbue your weapon to give you bonus damage against outlaws.
That's another good idea, yeah.
Can you,
actually,
go ahead.
And then, sorry, I'm trying to go in sort of the order.
What I saw was really awesome. However, I see a lot of different items on here. How do you plan on handling the inventory space? Because I know you said, you know, this will come out soon. There's collections trying to clean up inventory. We don't have stacking siege yet. How are we going to handle all this contraband?
Well, like I said, that was very prototype.
Mhm.
We are, you know, that was actually one of the things that Rich Lambert brought up in our playtest. He's like, man, I'm filling up my inventory real fast. So, you know, we have to play sort of a balancing game there. We're going to have to figure out exactly the right amount of stuff you get, right amount of contraband versus regular items. But then, you know, that could give you a reason to go back to the place. It's like,
Were you talking specifically about them or just in general?
The picking up the contraband in general, being an additional
We want to
item.
encourage you to have to go to chapters and or refuges to offload your contraband
Mhm.
or stolen items.
because that's part of the game. That gives the outlaws and thieves a chance to stop you.
I was wondering if these would be group friendly as well, so you can go with a pack of people.
Yes.
That wasn't an outlaw.
Yeah, we're planning on what we're talking about, maybe putting like a limit to the number of people who can be in any individual version of it.
Right.
But yeah, you and your friends should be able to.
Okay.
And again, as long as it's not an outlaw, no problem. Yes, and then.
Do you plan on putting bus monsters inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that really lame, you know, that was me just killing that guy, but that one, that union guy with the tiger, he was and the thing is, we also kind of want to put in multiple ones, because we don't want this to feel like there's a specific end point. I mean, all those little cul-de-sacs that had, you know, spike things and trap chests and everything, any one of those could be someplace where a boss-type mob could be.
I mean, it's early enough that we've been talking about having multiple hidden rooms. Maybe that's their goal.
And we didn't put a puzzle in there. We were thinking about having a puzzle that you'd have to unlock.
I'll let ZBT go first, your old man.
Sorry.
Well, I was just wondering, given that, like, being an outlaw, like stealing something has an inherent risk to be pursued by the guard, are those items that you get gonna be, say, like, more valuable than just like a random item you can pick up off a monster? Like, is there gonna be a financial incentive?
One of the things that we are doing are themed clickies, essentially. So, I'm sorry, let me phrase that another way. There will be areas you can go that you can target where you will be assured, or at least have a much higher chance of getting higher value goods.
And I think
yes.
Okay, let me tell you guys about Loot.
Okay.
She's jumping up and down here.
Because
This
that's
is her.
that's a super fun part. So Zach and I spent a lot of time going through each zone, and we figured out like all these different kinds of things you could loot that's related to the story of the zone, that's related to the story of the world, that's related to even just regular things like forks and knives, right? But everything in there, which we call flavor items, those items, some of them can be stacked, some of them are more valuable, and those are less likely to be stacked. Some of them you can stack up to, I think, 5 we have in our working version. But if you get like forks, you can stack those too, however many you get. But if you find like a really important, I don't know if you can think of something off the top of your head.
I was going to say,
but
Zach,
from our
give
John's
us a funny
list.
one.
I think there was one that involved a tusk that's like, you know, like sort of like covered with silver and like inscribed. It's really important to somebody, and you just took it.
Yeah, is it the tusk full of skooma?
So I didn't want to spoil that, but yeah,
Don't tell anybody.
There may be skooma hiding it somewhere.
But yeah, those items are really valuable. So then you might be able, those are not stackable because they're super valuable, right? But then you can take them back and they'll take up more space in your inventory, but you'll have the other ones that are like 20 or, 100 or whatever we have as our stack limit. And those will be worth, a lot less, but you can have stack them. And in addition to that, all of our NPCs are going to have loot that pertains to what they are. So you can loot a fisherman off of it, or you can loot a fish off a fisherman. That would be weird the other way around.
It's our big pickpocket.
Yes. Right, or yeah, pickpocket. You can do this with
fish.
a blacksmith. You can get maybe an ingot off of a blacksmith.
Take the shirt off someone's back.
Yeah, there is a very small percentage chance you might be able to steal their underpants. elements.
That's awesome.
Well, they're wearing it?
Yes, it's like Zoolander. So,
I want to do that trick.
yeah, like,
Also, these guys, I mean, they've been writing crazy interesting things, like, tell them about the baby movies.
Oh yeah, so basically we want to make you feel kind of bad about stealing some of this stuff. The one that's my favorite is the bag that says her first teeth. And so once you get rid of the teeth, I mean the bag is velvet, so it'll probably go for 5 gold. Yeah.
I don't feel bad about that.
I don't know how far you can get into this or anything, but can you guys touch on the skill lines and just what the theme is that going to benefit, or it's just going to be like passive that benefit?
We don't only talk like very, very broadly about them. They are going to be themed, so a percentage of them are going to be themed to, for instance, for outlaws, help you commit crimes undetected, and then help you escape from pursuit from enforcers. And then some of them will be more general. And the same applies for the outlaws.
So they'd be mostly passives, or there can be like an alt where you drop all heat, you know, and...
There would be a mix of passives and actives, not just be passives. Although our brainstorm meetings seem to be a lot of... Passives are easy to come up with a lot of those. Work harder on the actives.
But, I mean, we don't have a definite plan for that. Andy's working on that right now. But, you know, we also don't necessarily want to say, oh, well, we want you to be able to slot all enforcer actives or something. But who knows, maybe that's what you guys will tell us you want.
But these skill lines will be pretty much only applicable to the justice system. Like I couldn't take
They
an
wouldn't-
enforcer thing and do
They
a
wouldn't
trial.
just be applicable to the justice system.
That's part of the
There would be
trick.
some that would, but they wouldn't all be.
So like an
exclusive to
active, if it is in some degree, have a utility in a trial for an enforcer, I could use it.
Yeah, it would be much more likely, and again, this is totally speculative at this point, it'd be much more likely that an active would have some general use as well. Whereas a passive, we don't mind saying, oh, this is pretty much just, you know, outlaw or enforcer specific.
Okay.
When I'm stealing ingredients, of course I can't sell them. But what happens if I'm using them? Will this be also as marked as stolen, or can I then
No.
use and sell it?
You can, so it's a lot like, basically, anything that's stolen, you can craft with, whatever you want with it. If you do that, it actually prefers those items automatically. It will use those first, and the item that you make as a result of that is no longer stolen. It's like you just melted down the gold to make something.
I have an idea. Maybe you guys can have like drug running quests between cities. You know, Skooma, and then vice versa for the enforcers. They gotta move contraband to other cities. That way you can bring it outside the city walls and gates, and there might be a little interaction in between.
Yeah. Delivery quests.
Can I get your name so I can send that to Peggy?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think Paul's gonna want you to have you change that to stolen goods running.
We certainly don't have any quests right now that deal with running Skooma.
And maybe it could be based on, you know, how much stuff the outlaws turn in or whatever, the enforcers, like they turn in enough, and then this quest pops up for someone to take.
We've definitely, that's something that's on our future radar. Right now, there are no quests associated with these, but that's on our radar for the future.
You can also do wagon trains.
I have 2 questions. One's probably a really quick a pass, but so I'll do that first. Has this idea evolved as a superior way to implement the gameplay that you were looking at doing with Thieves Guild Dark Brotherhood, or is this in addition to?
If I could just wrap this up real quick.
Let me hold on that then.
No, just let me round it up real quick. So we know this system, as we launch it, it's going to have a whole bunch of stuff to it. It's going to give you a whole lot of stuff to do. But we are seeing it as a base platform from which we can, in the future, do a whole bunch of other stuff. And as you just kind of pointed out, I'm sure is in a lot of your heads, there's sort of a thematic resemblance to other certain Elder Scrolls types of things. So we're not allowed to discuss those things except to kind of say, we know.
Sure. All right. My actual more relevant question.
Oh, great, now it's gonna leave.
You wish.
Was it this sounds like a really great experience to have, like while you're leveling up a new character and you're going through all of these areas naturally and you're doing the quests in the towns and you're in and out of town and you'll just happen to see some opportunity to use these systems. For current players that are already at max level, where do you envision them participating in these activities? Because like civilization in Craglorn is not, it's not a hub of civilization. There is Belkarth, but like, do you envision high-level players going back to lower-level zones to do justice system-y things, or where do you see the sort of civilizations hubs where max-level players will do this stuff be?
Sure. That would presume that Craglorn was the top.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And since we hope it is not, then I would see that going into other areas.
Maybe
that are,
Orsini makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my question's quick,
In other
but
words, it'll be
sort
in
of going
stone
off what
falls.
he said, it sort of leads me to ask then, what's to stop a max level player from going back to an earlier zone and witnessing a level 8 type player looting something and just completely smashing their face because they're so much higher level? Like, how does that balance?
Yeah, we're going to have to work on that. I mean, there would, apart from griefing, there wouldn't be much incentive for that person, but yeah, we're going to have to work at making sure that they're on people.
Is all the contraband going to be primarily sold for gold or used in crafting, or is it going to somewhat be filed, like we're going to do a costume, or maybe we'll get like a rare piece of gear or something like that we can take?
It's going to run the gamut. So you talking specifically about confiscated items?
Yeah, like if I go in and loot someone's wardrobe, am I going to get just like a piece of crafting that I might sell, or am I going to get like a piece of gear that I might be able to use?
It's going to run the gamut. There'll be a small chance of you actually getting something that you...
So there will be like viable items that we can use as characters?
Yes, and if you want to continue using the stolen at your peril, that's fine, but you're better off laundering them, obviously.
So could there be like instances where there's players like maybe fighting over an item set piece? Like that sort of spy versus spy thing where he respawns and comes back, like they're really fighting over like an insanely valuable item.
I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
So like if he's equipped with stolen armor and gets accosted by a guard, where the
You'll
guard
be
strip
naked.
him down to his...
Nice. We were just talking about an achievement related to that.
Over here first. That way.
Did I get a title for Enforcer, Sheriff, Marshal or so? Or are there no titles? Or for
Are you talking about
thief,
like a
master
rank
thief,
system?
or killer?
Yeah, I don't think we've worked out the titles, but it's not hard to imagine that there might be titles associated with the system.
Start off as wearing a con.
If I steal something in dagger form maybe, and then I went or flee to another city, how does the guards know that I am criminal? Because in Skyrim,
Shift
for
the eyes
example,
and Google.
There's lots of times we make fictional conceits for gameplay purposes, and this will probably going to be one of those times we make a fictional conceit for gameplay purpose.
We thought about that quite a bit. And originally, like I said, we had bounties tied to zones, and that was one of the reasons we did that. But a bunch of other factors sort of came into it, and we just kind of had to accept that abstraction. So yeah, that's where we are now.
And then leave the swallow with a note on his foot.
So, being realistic, day one justice system, I go to a low-level zone, I kill every NPC I can. Are those NPCs ever going to respawn, or are they gone from the game?
Oh no, they will respawn. They will respawn. And a large part of our balancing is how do we make sure that that is not evil.
Right, so one of the things I don't think we even covered was how tough guards are, and how strong guards are. We have gone back and forth on this a lot. There are many people who want to go kill guards and think that it's going to be completely viable to go kill guards. But if we let people kill guards willy-nilly or even easily with 2 or 3 people, all of the guards would be dead and all of the town would be dead. So we have to be pretty careful about how we deal with guards. And so guards are probably going to be a little bit stronger in how they deal with you. So you are certainly welcome to go in and try to be a mass murderer, but the guards might have something to say about it.
Alpha raid group?
Indeed, I know exactly what you're talking about. So, for those of you who don't know me, my first game experience was on Ultima Online. The griefers are well known. So, yes, I fully acknowledge that there will be groups of 40 who walk in and try to take over a town. That's going to be okay. We'll see what happens.
Main cities become the new trials.
So one of the biggest things that I hear from players when discussing Justice System and knowing that it's an upcoming feature is their excitement for the ability to participate in a 1v1 with their friend or whatever. How easy is it going to be for players with a friend or an enemy or whatever to just say, hey, I slotted this new ability, I'd like to test it out on you, and using this system for that side of things, is it going to be easy to jump in and say, hey man, you go outlaw real quick, I'll go enforce or whatever, let's test this out?
If you have the money, it's pretty easy to do.
Okay.
And it's easy to switch sides. I mean, they are mutually exclusive. You can, if I join the Outlaws, I revoke my membership in the Enforcers and vice versa. But I could certainly be with a friend and just to do exactly what you said.
Sure.
I don't see any reason why.
And the way, and keep in mind, the way it works for PvP is, if you're an outlaw, then you can attack anybody wearing an enforcer tabard. If you're an enforcer, you can attack anybody who's got bounty, and attacking an enforcer gets you bounty.
Right. So I mean, your friend, you could just one of them you can put on the tabard, and the other one would just be able to attack you.
Right.
Cool. Here.
How are you going to address sneak on a same alliance basis? Because currently in Cyrodiil, if you're in sneak, you can see all your friends in sneak. But now if you're an enforcer, if I hit sneak, can no one see me? Because now I'm targetable by anyone as an enforcer, should they be able to see me in sneak. And then the same would go for people that don't have a bounty. Should they be able to see me even though they're not flagged as an outlaw, they still have the option to kill me.
Yeah, that is so my understanding is that, first of all, we don't allow justice at all in Cyrodiil.
Oh, I'm not Cyrodiil, I'm just...
You're talking about just
yeah, you're right. Sneak will change from the way you know it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because in Cyrodiil, you could see everyone on your team that's in sneak, but in here where it's more cutthroat, I would find that as a concern would be, I want to put on the enforcer, for example, but if I'm in sneak and there's nothing I can do because everyone can see me, there's no benefit to having the tabard on until you're ready to...
That is right.
Will that work the same way with the group, too, with like the arrow over their head? Like if you're in a group with that person, and you're engaging in a fight with them or something?
No, the group rules would override these rules.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I kill mighty persons like Queen Irene or something?
No, what we're doing there is something that is called client-side reactions. So if you attack somebody who's quest critical or a service NPC, you will see yourself attacking them and them taking damage and them taking a knee, but everybody else will see them. You will see you free swinging and them not taking damage. So they'll still be able to interact.
She should just take hers down.
Well, and some of them might be able to do that too.
Right, but probably not.
I missed something about the bandits then.
Yes.
If I don't have this item from the corp, do I find this bandit den or do I?
You could theoretically find the den, but you don't have the key to get in, so you have to go find
okay,
it.
I need the key, okay.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm calling it a key. We used a note clue
The
because
note,
we actually
yes.
were able to put, we haven't decided exactly what the item is, but yeah, basically you gotta have one to get in. Or be in a group with someone.
Special dogs to see it.
You have another?
Oh, okay. I would ask all who want to be enforcer.
Maybe.
Risk reward, we'll see.
Who want to be criminal?
I mean, I think it'd be fun to try it out on...
Okay.
I'll have one of each.
That's a fantastic split, actually.
Agnostic.
So somewhere in there, put like a little old lady that is totally OP.
As a nameplate, I gotta
Please, somewhere. Totally helpless looking old lady, and she just lights you up.
Only the character. I can have a character who is enforcer, I can have a character.
It's just like you can have different.
That would be awesome.
People would try both.
I mean,
So there was a question that came up earlier, and I mean, you weren't here for this presentation, but with the lore and writing, someone asked about morality scales and their use in other games.
Totally
and I
light
think
you
it
up like
totally
a
makes sense why that is
tribal
not
boss.
implemented in ESO. But one thing that I've always found a little bit cheesy about the Elder Scrolls series is that, like, paying off your bounty is such a, like, blank slate on your character. Like you just pay some gold, and all those people you murdered are like magically washed away.
You don't see that as a meta commentary on society?
It's absolutely a meta commentary on the society of Tamriel, I suppose. But I guess
Tamriel, yes.
Have you thought about any way that, like, you know, your black deeds might manifest as some sort of notoriety score or some sort of like Paragon rating where, you know, you might have some sort of prestige associated with the blackness of your heart or the pureness of your soul?
That's an interesting idea, especially like for the future when we talk about things like there was a quest called Phantom Guilt, I think it was, where you had a cursed ring and you killed people, and if you killed people, the ring would kind of torment you by occasionally saying things.
Yeah.
So maybe
that was a
looking,
great quest.
maybe looking
I
at
never got rid of the ring.
Yeah,
maybe looking at doing something like that, where you were haunted by your actions in some ways. That maybe it wasn't mechanical.
Well, and also speaking about achievements and things.
Yeah.
Leaderboards.
Yeah. I would like to get on his point because as soon as you can intimidate, it is so much easier just to intimidate everyone. You can intimidate just to spend to save money or to save some quest steps, and this would help that you maybe think about, should I really intimidate everyone I can intimidate?
Yeah, get
So,
some people
so
to
what
fight
you're
back.
saying is, it doesn't make sense to you if, say, I could intimidate a guard to lower my bounty and have it work every time?
No, I mean, as soon as you learn to intimidate by the Fighters Guild, and you go around the world and make quests.
It's such a shortcut.
And yes, it's such a shortcut that you just always intimidate. And I think it should be. This
You
would
don't really
help
feel
you would feel bad. You would think about, should I really intimidate every person I can intimidate?
Oh, I see what you're
just
saying.
because
I'm sorry.
it helps me save money or
So tying that into if there was some
time.
sort of
This,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Interesting idea, we hadn't thought of.
Waiting for me to attack somebody that's putting
He's
in
had his
some.
hand up.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I was just wondering, like, Cadwell Silver, Cadwell
That opens up so much
content,
that they
like,
can do.
zones and nobody knows who you are. Is it gonna like make logical sense? You could like commit a crime in Stoke Falls and then go to Orendon and the guards still know that you're a criminal?
So that was brought up a little bit earlier.
Was it? Was that the question?
Yeah, it's one of the conceits that we're just gonna kind of accept. And I don't think it was across Silver Book.
Rumors travel fast,
Yeah,
buddy.
we're basically just saying everybody knows.
Tamriel space.
So let's say I'm a fresh-faced kid from the streets of Canada, and I decide that I'm going to start my career as the greatest Canadian criminal since Justin Bieber. So I put together a team with George Clooney and Brad Pitt. We go steal an apple, and I get seen stealing an apple. Can they just kill me for stealing an apple?
No, so that is part of. Well, can who kill you for stealing?
Say like there's an enforcer just wandering around,
There's
watching
a
birds.
threshold for when you actually. So I misspoke a little bit. There is a low-end threshold that we haven't decided on yet what it is, where you won't automatically be killable by enforcers just because you stole one apple.
Yes, that was a good question because I did want to clarify that because yes, you can't just attack somebody immediately when they steal the Twinkie, right? Like it's really got to be, they have to have a high bounty.
They outrank me.
Got it. Tweeting now.
If I'm in a trial and there is a thief who have a bounty on this, and I put my tablet on in the trial.
My understanding is there is no justice in trials, but I don't know that.
Yeah, there will be valid places for these, and there will be invalid places, and I think trials and dungeons and those things will be invalid places for it.
Can I just wear my tabard all the time?
Yep.
You certainly can.
We'd like you to do that.
Your flag for PvP.
And also, you get, like, you're gonna get rewards, like, we haven't exactly decided on how it is, but sort of like an anti-bounty, I think you were calling it, for doing things in the world while you're wearing your tabard. Like, you know how the Tamriel is just populated by bandits all over the place? Those NPC bandits, if you're wearing your tabard, you're gonna get additional benefits for killing them, you know, so we'd like you to wear your tabard, because, I mean, that flags you for PvP, but it also allows you to progress your enforcer, you know, skill line.
It also prevents you from accidentally hurting an innocent or stealing.
Yep.
can't you create a medal slot? Because I think if I want to wear my guild tabard all the time, I cannot if I am an enforcer.
That has come up.
Yes, so we've brought that up in two different ways now, so that's a good point, which is you found out about collections yesterday, I believe, and so we talked about putting costumes into collections, right, but that doesn't handle disguises, and it might not handle this as well, so there may indeed be another inventory slot for that. I don't know yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Imagine I want that all my guild is a guild of influencers.
Enforcers, sorry.
Yes, and I would like to that everybody on the game know that we are enforcers, and I would like to have my guild emblem on the tabard also. When so do you think that this is something that we could do to put our guild emblem on the enforcer tabard?
So this is similar to the
previous question, yeah.
Yeah, but it was about two different tabards. I'm talking just
it's different.
one.
I actually don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I'd like for it to happen, but I don't think it's going to happen because I think the enforcers have their own unique symbol, and therefore it will be a unique tabard, and you'll have to choose between your guild tabard and your enforcer tabard. Okay. At some point.
So let's say you're an enforcer, you're chief of police and awesome, and you decide one day you're going to be a serial killer, and then the next day you recant and become an enforcer again. Will you start from, will you lose all your enforcer progress in that skill line?
No.
But wouldn't it make it more meaningful so you couldn't just flip sides, like today I'm a serial killer, tomorrow I'm a cop? Like,
our current plan is that you're not going to lose your progress, but you won't have access to that kind of stuff. So you get access
lose
to
your actives and stuff or whatever.
And remember, it does, there's a cost associated as well.
So are you guys trying to, do you want to promote people being able to flip whenever they want?
So I don't see a problem with that. I think if you're playing both ends against the middle,
if you're an enforcer and you want to become an outlaw, you should, in my eyes, you should lose all credibility with the enforcers.
Which you do. You'll
You
be
do
expelled.
But then if you switch back, you just...
But there's a cost. There will be a cost, much like a respec or something, and it may be an escalating cost, maybe based on how bad you were. We haven't gotten to that yet.
But is it gold again, just like the meta for everything, switch gold to killing people, pay gold, switch.
We come to your house and smash your mouse and you have to play.
You want to steal?
Huh?
What would you prefer rather than gold?
I would prefer a penalty into your enforcer skill progress, or maybe resetting it is too extreme. Like losing points into that.
Like losing 50% of your rep or whatever.
Or having even a delay between
you were this high society guy, and then all of a sudden you start stealing and killing people, and then all of a sudden you can switch back and be like, oh, I'm a good guy again.
I don't know that it's a bad idea, but I do know that losing abilities is actually somewhat difficult. As a back-end type of scenario for us. I mean, we can have you lose abilities, it's not terrible, but at the same time, I think there's a percentage of people in here that are the 1%, and we'd certainly consider it, but there's also those people who really just kind of want to try one or the other, and then when they do that, they get really frustrated, and they're like, oh, this is terrible, I just lost all of my progress on this because I wanted to try one or the other. And so it's always a balancing act to know which one, to be harder on this, or to say, okay, well, we want you to actually be able to explore both and see how that goes. And we're erring on that side.
And the other thing would be, as an enforcer, if I confiscate an item that I really, really want, it might actually be, if it's enough for me to switch sides, just so I can monitor that item.
Well, and then another thing for you, for like the one-handed shield, your main progress bar, I'm just gonna go off the general thing, like 1 to 50, and then your passives below it, you just lose your progress to the next level, like 31 to 32, it just goes back to the beginning of 31. Then you wouldn't lose skills or anything, but it would slow your progress to getting that ultimate level 50 passive.
I mean, that's something we can definitely
That's not too drastic, you pay a little bit, but it's not anything crazy.
Yeah, that's something we can definitely look into.
Will be a serial killer leaderboard?
So there have been discussions about things like having a piece of paper on a board in a town that shows the top towns where the most murders are being committed, where the most crimes are being committed, as ways of sort of pointing enforcers towards where they should pay attention. That stuff's all very early. There's no guarantee that that's going to get in, but there's 20 posters.
Tell them about the All in the Family achievement.
The All in the Family achievement, if you kill 4 members of the same family.
At the moment, I think there will be more enforcers than outlaws.
You think there will be more enforcers than outlaws?
My question is, can there be very mighty items to steal so that I think I have to be an outlaw because the risk is good?
So it's interesting, and we definitely need to kind of figure this out, because internally our concern is that there are going to be more outlaws than enforcers, because people want to engage in the criminal activity, and outlaws are the ones who can launder items.
And accidental stealing.
Yeah, and that's why we sort of have been we were creating some other things for the enforcers to make their gameplay more interesting. Maybe we went too far the other way. So you're right, I mean, we're going to have to balance so that there's not 80%.
I don't want to steal only apples and bananas. So.
Right.
So I was thinking about the backwards balance where people grief people at lower levels. Like maybe you can have guards scale in increments of 10 to your level when you reach that level. That would be kind of hard, I guess, but it's one way to stop people from going back when the guards attack them. Or you can have it so whenever somebody kills somebody or does something in the town, you can join a chat channel that says where this person is at the exact moment, and then other people, like enforcers, should go back and do that. And then enforcers can grief too, the low levels. So the same thing with outlaws. Like if you're doing outlaw stuff, you can join the outlaw channel and see enforcers grief them people. You can go back to the beginning village. And
So essentially
police.
letting the high-level enforcers and the
Yes.
high-level outlaws police and help them. That's an interesting concept too.
I don't know that that would work.
Yeah, I'm not
In
sure.
Aeon, it didn't work at all. Not at all.
I have a terrible and loaded question, I'm sorry. So, seeing how this system sort of adds a new layer of world PvP into the game, on a scale of like 0 to 1%, what are the chances of like this leading to maybe an eventual desegregation of the alliances, and like your alliance's territory is your alliance's territory, and having some sort of optional PvP flagging, like instead of wearing your enforcer tabard, you're wearing your alliance's tabard, and I mean that would be a massive change for the game, but
Yep. That would be a massive change for the game.
Yeah.
I don't foresee that anytime soon, but I wouldn't say
I just don't agree.
I just don't foresee that anytime soon.
Alright, so suppose you're an outlaw, you don't have enough money to pay your bounty. Is there any possibility that the guards are like, put you in the stocks for 5 minutes and you can't move?
NPCs are throwing
That's a
tomatoes.
really good idea, yes. And we definitely want to look into things like that.
Maybe we can throw fruit at them.
That would be awesome.
Currently, what we have is we have a bounty that's decaying over time, so versus just having to pay it off, and that's the current thing. That's what I imagine when the system comes out, it'll be with. And then, like everything you're hearing right now, there's a system that's going to come out, and then there's how we're going to build on it, in time to come. And so what I imagine will happen when it comes out is that we will just have the decay, because we also don't want people to get into a zero-sum game where they have zero money at all, and then they're just stuck with a huge bounty. I mean, at some level, it's like, well, don't be that guy, but
Yeah, I didn't mention when I was doing that. I mean, gave you kind of the quick overview of the whole bounty heap thing. But bounty does decay over time. It just doesn't decay really fast. So couple of avoid getting nailed for a couple of days. Go on some wilderness things. It's going to go down.
That was why I mentioned immediately after that too, that it is supposed to be viable for you to play with a bounty.
Maybe
So that it's not like you just have to
can't
log
pay
out
the
for 4
bounty,
days.
The guard's like, oh, you can't pay? Well, I'm going to stab you anyway, so
Well, we also, I mean, an idea I think it was Scott came up with was the idea of clemency, that you might have an option of. Oh well, every so often you can basically just void your bounty as long as you haven't gotten it too high, and that's to sort of get the guy who accidentally did it or started doing it and didn't like it, and it's like, so okay, every once in a while we'll give you a mulligan, and so we can help out with that.
And just because we didn't touch on this though, so if I only have, if I cannot pay my bounty when a guard kills me, they extract what they can, and I may then res again with a partial bounty, whatever the difference was.
And if it reduces down far enough, the guards don't really care as long as you're not doing anything like that. So you can have a modest bounty and walk right by a guard, and he or she doesn't care.
I'm just wondering about a disincentive in terms of like, I could take all my money, give it to my friend, or put it in the bank, and then go do any criminal activity I want. If I get caught, nothing happens.
I want to be your friend. Because I'm going to be a new type of criminal.
I'm just wondering like what could happen at that point.
Well, when you say you can do anything that you want, you're going to be severely hampered if your bounty is high from doing anything in any kind of justice area.
Right, well I'm saying like you could go and steal things and then try to go sell them. If you get caught, then you have no money to pay off the bounty. So I was like wondering what would happen in that.
Could break their gear by killing them.
Yeah, I mean you're gonna get killed. You're gonna get your stolen gear taken from you. You're gonna have
your regular gear is gonna get damaged.
It should be like the IRS. They just take everything you own.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
That's the divorce system.
Yep, exactly.
Does the bounty degrade if you log off, or is it in-game time only?
It is real time.
Which is why it's a long time.
Okay, so let's say it would just defeat the purpose. Someone just accumulates this high bounty and then just I'll log on.
Right.
Nobody can get me.
What will come first, Imperial City or bounty system, justice system?
It is not for us to speculate on which one will come first. Did you notice how I jumped in front of that one?
Can you short explain or show the video with how pickpocketing will work? I didn't realize.
Okay, Zach, stand up there. So again, what we had in the video was kind of. Did you want to show it again, or do you
We can show the video. It's a little.
And you can only pickpocket NPCs, I presume, right?
That's currently correct. Yes, that is the case.
Just go to play number and do it.
I don't see.
You would be awesome if you could pickpocket enforcers while they have their tabard on. You would be a god. You pull that off.
We have talked about pickpocketing guards as being sort of a special.
Can you cut special achievement?
This is really crudely done. The idea is you sneak up behind somebody. As long as they can't perceive you, you can attempt to pickpocket. Notice there's a percentage chance of success right there. Right now it's at 50.
Yes.
In a few seconds, it's going to open for a very short window. You saw it jump up to 75. During that short 1 to 2 millisecond, or not millisecond, 1 to 2 second window, you had an increased chance of pickpocketing the person. So it's like a little bit of a mini game. You can skill up your ability to pickpocket. So you might come up to an NPC and you're like, oh, I got a 90% chance. I'm not going to wait for this to bump the extra 10%. I'm just going to hit it, and then there's a random roll.
And I believe the ultimate implementation is it's supposed to do more of this, not just kind of go from 50.
Right. The UI there is totally not done.
There's going to be a question that's going to be asked. I'm going to see if any hands go down. No, you cannot pickpocket other players.
Okay.
Oh, and then now the other thing about pickpocketing is, well, there are a couple of things. One is the loot goes directly into your inventory. You didn't see a loot window pop up. That's kind of because of the high-speed nature of this. We are going to have a messaging that says, we decided it's going to actually be what you got, right? Or
the plan is that there will be a message that works like some people's favorite add-ons. That tells you when you get an item. Yeah.
And it will actually be a part of what that person's loot would have been or will be if you kill them. It's not just a...
Right, and then you can pickpocket the same NPC potentially multiple times. Eventually, they will run out, and you can explain the clicky-bill aspect of that.
Sure. Which part of it?
Just that it's not always the same people that are. So it's only a certain percentage of people are pickpocketable to you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's going to be kind of like the way I guess Doug talked to you guys about Clicky Bill, right? Okay, so it's gonna kind of work like that. So you go into a zone, and sometimes you'll see that Clang in his banner is pickpocketable. Next time you go in, if you like completely looted the place, he might not be pickpocketable. Maybe like 60% of them will be pickpocketable or something. But it'll decay over time. So if you just go in there and you just clean house, you have to actually leave the zone or log off and then return. But then a smaller amount will be available.
Okay, and I can't kill Queen Irene, but can I steal her crown?
You can't kill her.
Write it down. No, he said he knows you can't kill her crown.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Just like the no-kill option, we're going to reserve the right to flag certain NPCs as, no, you can't pickpocket. But we want to use that hammer really judiciously. I mean, the thing is also, different NPCs will be easier or harder. Like, one of the things we talked about is that you could pickpocket a guard. And now, of course, that's really difficult. And I guess the guard's reaction, if they see you do it, isn't going to be, I run away, or, oh, stop doing that. No, it's going to be, I'm going to hit you with a sword.
But that will be a good bounty.
Yeah, it'd be great if you get it.
You may be able to pickpocket cheese.
Ah.
That'd be cool for a high reward, though, for pickpocketing.
Very much would be.
I have a more relevant question this time. So, what protections will be in place to help prevent the accidental commission of crimes? And like 2 motivating examples is one, like in Skyrim all the time, my mouse like flicked over the red thing instead of the white thing. I'm like, oh, my last autosave was 3 hours ago, Or as in ESO, as a sorcerer, a lot of folks will use Bold Escape or Lightning Form just as a way to like get around town quickly, and I don't want to be like hurting all these NPCs.
I've got good news for you. There'll be a toggle that says I want to participate in justice right now.
And if you accidentally steal something, the bounty is not that high. It's a couple gold, depending on what you steal. But most of the stuff that you can steal.
When you open.
And also, sorry, one other thing. When you go to a container that has a owned item, it's not going to say take. It's going to say steal from.
But if you're used to, you're saying if you're used to just kind of hitting.
Can the crime be when you take it out of the container, not when you open?
It is when you take it out.
It's not when you open.
It's not when you open.
So that at least
you can open it, see what's there, and decide it's not worth the risk.
Yeah. Well, can auto loot not work with stealing? If you do have auto loot on, I mean that.
That's something we've definitely.
I'm just worried about like stealing off by accident.
Yeah,
and
right. Yep. That's what we're talking about.
We really don't want people to accidentally steal or even accidentally wound or kill. I mean, this is not. We want to be as realistic as possible, but we don't want to be the collateral damage people. Because you could be running around, what is it? I think it's Wayrest or Daggerfall or something, where these assassins jump out at you and fight, and you set off a AOE and you kill some guy's chicken, and he freaks out.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about how we're going to deal with AOEs.
Obviously, when this launches, it's going to have a huge hype, and a lot of people are going to be doing it and going around stealing things. The loot, like the pickpocketing, is that going to be in a way instanced to me? So if he goes in and pickpockets him, am I going to be able to go in and have my own kind of loot table for it?
Yes. You will be able to pickpocket the same person even if someone else.
Okay, I was just saying.
Instance to you.
It's going to take 2 weeks before I loot
Yeah, which is again, that's the way Clickyville is set up.
And that person might not be available for both you and your friend.
Right. Since it's a spawn table, there's a % chance that any given person will.
But if he kills him, I don't see him anymore.
That's true.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. For a short period.
Well, we have spawn controllers that'll keep a minimum number of people up.
So my question, I guess, kind of like crosses over into skills and skill balancing, but what are your guys' thoughts on specific classes and specific skills playing a certain role in this system? So, for example, maybe a sorcerer is an outlaw, and they can always get away from a guard by bolt escaping, or even another player, for example. How is, like, it's obviously an issue in PvP already, but given that there's, I don't know, it's like different now because there's items at stake and things like that. What are your guys' thoughts on those types of abilities, or going invisible and things like that? They're going to greatly affect somebody just completely getting away from a specific situation with an NPC or another player.
So for another player, I mean, it's all about balance, right?
Right.
That we would have to be informed and work with the gameplay team to kind of see what do we need to do to counter these pre-existing abilities.
I'm still here on the floor.
Oh yeah, there's. Oh my God, Eric's still here.
Get a bell.
So as far as the player stuff goes, that's probably what we would do. The rest of that, but we'd have to talk about.
Guards will probably have special abilities too that'll, you know, apply like dots or snares.
Let them have that GM death touch.
Well, even right now, in the very, very crude prototype we've got, there are some guards who have ranged weapons, and they do a lot of damage when they shoot. So
Guards are going to be very, 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 very effective.
NPC guards.
NPC guards.
Yeah.
there aren't any player guards.
Anything else?
Can I chop people's heads off and wear their faces like every other presentation today?
No.
Okay.
Do you anticipate this system, which looks really good, do you anticipate it having a positive, negative, or no effect on Cyrodiil? Because it's you know, it might attract PvE players to check out PvP, which is kind of like a benefit to the end game of Cyrodiil, or it might draw a lot of players away from Cyrodiil and actually pull away from the experience of the players there. Do you have a feel as to what it might do, or whatever it does, and
So my particular take on it is that this, as I mentioned in the presentation, this is sort of a soft introduction to PvP, and that it would actually help Cyrodiil in the long run. Probably, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do when it drops, for a month after it drops, but I would think that in the long run that it would actually help PvP. That's shared.
You know, I think it remains to be seen. I think players have surprised us before on what it's going to do, honestly. It's going to be a very different experience than what they'd get in Cyrodiil, so I don't know if it would influence them too much, other than just the, fighting one another. But again, I think the experience is going to be very different. I think that we're going to see a lot of players who are doing exactly I'm 40 people and I'm going to try to go in and take over a town. And then, we're going to have a lot of people who, want to get in and be the justice side of things, who are just hunting criminals and that's all they do. And then we'll, of course, have criminals then who form the gangs back. And so I kind of expect a little bit of that, but I don't know how much it's going to influence Cyrodiil, to be honest with you. It'll be an interesting thing if it does, but right away, like the initial impact may be somewhat negative as people are trying it out, and if it's not active in Cyrodiil, and then we'll see what it does long term to it.
Okay. Yeah, my opinion was totally biased because I'm not generally a PvP person. This to me seems like something that would get into it.
I just kind of like see, the potential for like the 40-man raid thing. That might typically be like a PvP group coming from Cyrodiil to do that.
But then you get the 40-man enforcers trying to stop them.
Yeah, and then
that's more people away from Cyrodiil.
And then you have empty Cyrodiil.
Right.
I hope there's more 40 people in Cyrodiil.
I can speak with many NPCs if I hit E. What I hit must have hit pickpocket.
You have to be crouching. So if you're crouching and you hit E, then you are pickpocket.
And you have to be behind them.
Yeah, they have to not be able to
behind
see.
and I'm crouching. Okay.
And
then I
you're
pickpocket and so on and so on. Yeah. Okay.
So you mentioned how you can turn the justice system on and off through a toggle. Will that mean that the people that are toggle justice on will be in separate instance sections of cities than people that are not in the justice system? Because I can foresee a lot of lag happening due to battles in the towns, and then it affecting people that have nothing to do with the justice system, and then you just get a bunch of angry players that are just lagging, just trying to walk through a town.
So, one of the reasons we want the guards to be so effective is to prevent the kind of long, drawn-out battles that would cause that kind of lag. There are no plans right now to separate out or do any kind of phasing between if you have justice on and justice off. What you're saying might be a problem.
Because with the numbers that let's say the 40-person number that you tossed out there, 40-person battle in Cyrodiil causes quite a bit of lag. So if you put that into a main zone that's got a lot of traffic, people coming through for questing, banking, vendoring, stables, and all that sort of stuff, and you plop that dead center of a city that's already got a pretty heavy server load because it's a pretty large zone, that's going to cause most probably quite a bit of lag.
Yeah, that's
because
why
you'd have to have tons and tons of guards to police that many people.
or the guards would have to be extremely tough, right? And that's the dial I'm talking about, where our guards will likely be extremely tough. And I don't know that that will go over very well. That's one end because people want to kill guards, but on the other end, when people understand, okay, this is for those reasons, it's for making sure that we don't just have a lot of people coming in and committing crime all the time and doing these things. That's why we'll have those guards that way.
We do a play test. Well, we try to do a play test every week. We don't always have something new to show the team. But one of the things that's on our schedule is a 40-person play test. They have to just see what happens internally. And of course, all this stuff is going to go to PTS, and we really want to get a look at it before we just go here.
And kind of piggybacking off of him, the place I envision is Ral Kahad. It's already super populated with commerce and stuff, and a 40 plus another 40-man Zerg running through that. I'm pretty sure my computer will crash if that happens. Like, regardless of the guards, before the guards may kill them quickly, but that instant of them getting in them, like I already get like 22 frames per second.
Which is almost a self-correcting problem, because they will also crash, and they will say this is not a good place to go do this.
So
anymore.
that's just what's going to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it, or
Well, so you know what massively multiplayer games are like, right? You don't get to control what players go do. You provide incentives for them to go to steer away from things. Unless we get really hardcore and say we're going to start teleport storming people out of areas.
Or, having a certain amount, a cap on people who can be actively in the justice system in a certain area, like Ral Kahad, which has a super high population pretty much all the time. That wouldn't be a big deal in Stormhaven or something, but just the major populated towns where everybody always goes to after they finish raiding and have low gear.
Also remember we have mega servers. Also remember that sometimes Ral Kahad is something different for different players. Like there's different channels, is what we call it on the back end, right? So it'll naturally separate players out that way. So I can't say that there won't be those people going in at some point, but there are mechanisms we have in place to help prevent it.
Well, that's what I meant with moving the people who are part of the justice system onto a different channel, a different phase of the exact same instance. So all the justice people are together, so they don't affect the people that have it turned off.
It's certainly possible, but I don't know yet what the balance is going to be for those people who might not participate. So it's hard for me to speculate on that.
It seems like that would be something that we would do if that was a problem and not be our sort of first resort, because we want people not involved in the justice system to see this stuff going on and to sort of be enticed by that as well. So.
All the way in the back.
A comment is that a nice reason to keep people all together is that people who aren't participating might be enticed to start exposing themselves to that system if they see the
exactly what
others are having. But my question is that, what are your thoughts about the needs to maybe tweak or change the respawning mechanics? So like if someone's got a bounty and an enforcer kills him, and then they're at the way shrine and it's just like this spawn camping fest, like you still have your bounty each time you respawn.
Yes, we are totally aware. That's one of the first problems that we knew we were going to have to deal with was camping at entrances to refuges, camping at entrances to chapters, camping at way shrines, and what we do to address that, whether it's an ability, whether it's a temporary buff that prevents you from being killed for a certain amount of time when you raid way shrine, or some sort of a city zone.
You just select your way shrine on deck.
Yeah, maybe another cool thing to do is if it's like a justice related death, you could give players the option to respawn at their den or chapter house.
And if you've been reduced to 0 bounty and had your confiscated goods taken, there would be no reason not to do that.
That's true, but if you couldn't pay your bounty,
right, that would be the problem, because otherwise then it's kind of like a free transport.
So is there any possibility that through the justice system, if you kill somebody, you could earn either alliance points or experience or something like that?
I couldn't answer that.
I doubt it, because then that's really super encouraging at some level, and then that actually starts to get into some weird behavior.
But also technically you're on the same alliance still. I mean,
no alliance.
You can yell at them in chat.
One of the suggestions that was brought up last night by one of you guys was the idea of actually putting a price on another player's head. certainly we want to have gates to that, but, you know, what would you think about that? Like, you know, some enforcer kills you, and as an outlaw, you might have the option of going, hey, I'll take 100 of my gold, offer it to somebody who kills this dude. You know, what would you think of that?
I'd love it.
Yep.
I got people I'd put that on right now.
I think it's a cool idea. I think it's unique, and unique can be really good.
There would have to be a system in place to prevent creeping on it.
Exploitable.
Yeah.
Or
Was
for
it someone in this
like
room
Monopoly.
who had that idea?
Or
No, actually, he left already.
I love the idea. You want to make sure that it stays as an opt-in system.
The problem.
Yeah, it would have to be if he killed you on the recap or whatever. Is that you want to put him on the list?
This was just something that was brought up last night, so I haven't really given it a lot of thought. But I mean, I think about it. You'd have to be flagged for PvP
there'd be a
to be
problem
killed
with
still. That just putting a bounty on someone.
EVE
does not
Online
make you
has the
flag
bounty system, and they just get a friend to kill them, and they split the money. So if you have a friend in your guild, you put on your tabard, they kill you, and you just split the money. And then it really negated putting bounties on people. Some people would just keep the bounty because it looked cool, and they could have the, you know, there'd be a leaderboard, so people would want to go after them. But a lot of other people just split the cash because they had a friend kill them.
Well, I know it's been a long 2 days, and I know we've got about 20 minutes before, but I was going to see if you wanted to call it and get back to your hotel and spend a little time, and then we've got, when are the bands here?
I think 7 or 7:30.
7:30. Does that sound good? And then we'll see everybody at dinner?
Yep.
All right. Once again, thank you so much for coming. It's very important to us.
Thank you for having us and bringing us out.
Thank you.